Introduction asterisk. A novice who has never watched Game of Thrones finds himself in this world by a twist of fate, believing he could thrive with the privileges of a minor noble. However, reality swiftly proves to be a harsh adversary. Chapter 1. Fusion. Am I destined to perish? Zhang Si felt his body growing heavier, the turbulent waters pulling him further from shore. At least I saved a few little lives. This can't be counted as a total loss. He was an orphan. Had it not been for a wandering man who took him in, he might have perished in obscurity. This experience instilled within him a profound empathy for strangers. Some might deem him foolish, but given the chance to choose again, he would still act heroically. His thoughts began to detach from his corporeal form. Racing through the river of time and space at a luminous speed, his consciousness gradually dispersing in the vast continuum. The faint golden light enveloping his thoughts, symbolizing goodness, merely lent a semblance of dignity to his dissolution. Within the cosmic sea, two bubble-like universes interacted and separated, rendering their temporal rivers increasingly chaotic and indistinct. In a dimly lit chamber, Assistant Bachelor Jon Umber sat amidst a complex magical array, his mind ensconced in deep meditation, poised to explore the mysteries of his lineage. As his consciousness drifted, he sensed the river of time flowing backward. Yet, before he could uncover any secrets within the temporal stream, his thoughts collided with a golden light, Zhang Si. The intertwining of their consciousness propelled them further back in time, until they encountered a roaring lava giant. Just as their awareness threatened to be utterly consumed, the magical array beside Jon Umber erupted with brilliant blue light, carving a path back to reality. The magical array dimmed. Jon Umber, or perhaps Zhang Si, or even the fusion of the two, gasped for air. Jon Umber felt his blood boiling, waves of crimson light coursing through him like flowing lava, searing both body and soul, the excruciating pain driving him into a frenzied howl as he writhed on the floor. "Jones, what on earth are you doing in there?" Dr. Malvin's voice bellowed from outside the door. Inside, Jones, though the waves of crimson began to fade, succumbed to unconsciousness and could not respond to Dr. Malvin's inquiry. Bang! Bang! Dr. Malvin, as if struck by an ominous thought, kicked the door to Jones's room with the force of an enraged bull. Though renowned as a scholar, Malvin was a man of little grace, possessing a neck as thick as a bull's and a jaw like stone, stout in stature with a robust chest and shoulders, a round belly protruding, and tufts of white hair sprouting from his ears and nostrils. With a resounding crash, he finally forced the door open. Before him lay the naked form of Jon Umber, surrounded by a labyrinthine magical array. His mind reeled as though struck, leaving him momentarily dazed, only heavy breaths escaping his flared nostrils. Unbelievable! Dr. Malvin finally regained his composure, muttering curses under his breath as he hastily shut the door, rushing to drag the robust Jon Umber onto the bed, then cautiously erasing the remnants of the magical array. Morning sunlight roused Jon Umber from slumber, his bleary eyes blinking open. The experiences of Earth and this new world intertwined in a chaotic tapestry, overwhelming his thoughts with a jumble of cultural, educational, and noble legacies. Though his eyes were open, they held a vacant stare. Dr. Malvin was an exceptionally astute individual, known as the Magus. If a bachelor's expertise in a field warranted the title of master, he would be bestowed with a corresponding ring, staff, and mask to acknowledge his specialized knowledge. Dr. Malvin, wearing a Valyrian steel necklace symbolizing his deep mastery of magic and mysticism, was nearly the only scholar in the academic city to delve into such arcane studies. It is worth noting that the majority of scholars vehemently opposed magic and its influence on the continent of Westeros. Last night, upon discovering that the key to the Forbidden Tomes was missing, he suspected his assistant, Jon Umber. Upon bursting through the door to find the magical array, he quickly grasped the situation. However, seeing the vacant gaze of Jones tempered his anger with deep concern. Magic had become nearly obsolete in the present world. Even he could only trace its faint echoes within the pages of ancient texts. The fact that Jon Umber had not perished from his reckless endeavors was nothing short of miraculous. "Do you remember who you are?" the doctor inquired tentatively. This was precisely what Jones was grappling with. His thoughts darted about like a mouse with a burning tail, flitting from one idea to another. After a lengthy pause, he cautiously replied, "I am Jon Umber, son of the Amber family in the north." With this declaration, his thoughts began to crystallize, the memories of two worlds sorting themselves into coherent categories. "Finally, you can recall something?" The doctor sighed in relief, though the embers of his earlier anger reignited. Do you have any idea what you have done? What have I done? At this moment, Jones recalled stealing the doctor's key and the research concerning his bloodline, as well as his sacrifice to save others, and the journey through the river of time to the lava giant. However, he had no intention of divulging these matters. You stole my key and inscribed a magical array. Each of these actions, if discovered by the academic city, is beyond your capacity to bear. Dr. Marwyn roared in rage. I don't remember, Jones Umber stammered as memories flooded back. He was indeed the second son of the North's Umber family, his father the last Earl of Winterfell, Jon Umber, known as Big John, and his brother also named Jon Umber, referred to as Little John, the eldest son. Their family crest depicted a roaring giant with brown hair, garbed in animal skins, wielding a silver chain, loyal to the Stark family of Winterfell. Legend had it that their lineage bore the blood of giants. Big John stood over 2 meters tall, while Little John towered even higher. Though he was merely 16, Jones was rapidly approaching 2 meters in height. With an elder brother present, the inheritance of the lordship bore little relevance to him. Introduced to the academic city through Bachelor Reuven of Winterfell, he began his studies as an apprentice at 13, aspiring to become scholar. Not too shabby, a noble earl's son indeed. At that moment, another consciousness surfaced in his mind, evidently viewing things from Zhang Si's perspective. How peculiar. This was his inner monologue. Perhaps this strange perspective would only dissipate once their memories fully merged. In truth, the original Jones Umber was a naive and reckless individual, with a remarkably simple life. His childhood was filled with galloping horses, the snow of the north, and the clang of swords. As he grew older, his world revolved around the tomes of the academic city, pondering the number of stained glass windows in the church and the like. Eventually, boredom compelled him to begin secretly studying magic. Jones Umber's experiences are considerably more intricate. Although he had never encountered a song of ice and fire in his previous life, and was unaware of the world he inhabited, he could discern that this realm bore a resemblance to medieval Europe. The sole distinction lay in the presence of magic, a fantastical element that seemed to have minimal impact on the reality he understood. From what he gathered, Dr. Marwyn was regarded as one of the foremost authorities on magic and mysticism in this world. However, he had yet to witness the doctor perform any so-called magic. Instead, the doctor was exceptionally knowledgeable in alchemy and medicine, resembling more of a scientist than a sorcerer. As for Jones Umber's magical circle, he was oblivious to its principles, merely replicating what he had read in books, recklessly constructing it without regard for his safety. Had it not been for a series of fortuitous coincidences, his survival would have been in jeopardy. Certain matters cannot be dismissed simply because you have forgotten them. The furious voice of Dr. Marwyn echoed once more. You have violated the rules of the Academy and should face severe retribution. However, your transgression is extraordinary. Should the Chancellor become aware, the consequences you face are beyond my anticipation. Thus, in the name of my title, I hereby expel you from the Academy. Do you accept this, Assistant Bachelor Jones Umber? The anticipated outburst of tears did not manifest. Instead, Jones Umber merely responded with a nonchalant "oh." The doctor, considering that Jones might still be in a state of confusion and had yet to realize that he would never attain the esteemed title of bachelor, sighed again. Although the boy had acted recklessly, the study of magic and mysticism had become exceedingly rare, and having a noble assistant was originally a boon. Yet, violating the Academy's rules was a grave offense, one that could not be excused. At that moment, Jones Umber reflected that a bachelor was viewed as a servant of the continent of Westeros. In theory, no bachelor possessed political inclinations. Upon completing their studies, bachelors were dispatched to castles or other residences, serving as tutors, healers, and advisors, loyal to their respective masters. If the control of such a residence shifted, the bachelor was expected to pledge allegiance to the new lord. To this end, those who earned the bachelor's chain were stripped of their surnames and were thereafter addressed solely by their given names and titles. This fool wishes to become a bachelor, leveraging the Umber surname to find a beautiful wife and live a life of bliss. Who want to serve a master? I would much prefer to depart swiftly. Chapter 2. The Journey Home. The soft light of dawn pierced the horizon. After lying in contemplation for an entire day and night, Jones Umber decided to leave the Academy voluntarily. Given the severity of the punishment he would face once the Academy discovered his actions, it was prudent to depart early. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Jones was a robust figure clad in black leather boots, woolen trousers, and a woolen coat, further protected by soft leather armor and a silver chainmail. At his side hung a gleaming long sword, its hilt adorned with a black gem, and beneath him was a striking black warhorse with a flowing mane. This gear constituted nearly all of his wealth, valued at close to 10 gold dragons. No trifling sum, as he estimated that one gold dragon equated to over 10,000 renminbi in Earth's currency. He donned this formidable attire for the journey ahead, anticipating that the road may not be entirely peaceful. The academy was situated in Old Town, the largest port on the continent of Westeros and one of its 5 major cities, the oldest of which lay at the southwestern edge of the continent. His home, the Last Hearth, was the northernmost castle aside from the Night's Watch fortresses. The shape of Westeros resembled a rectangular orientation from north to south, with the lands beyond the wall referred to as the North, and the 7 kingdoms to the south. Of course, the 7 kingdoms had long been unified under a single king. Recently, however, news had spread like wildfire. The fearless King Robert Baratheon had met his demise at the tusks of a wild boar, leaving Jon Umber incredulous. In his memory, King Robert was as robust as an ox, a fearless warrior on the battlefield, revered almost to the point of myth by the common folk. Shaking his head, Jones urged his magnificent steed onward along King's Road, eager to return home and indulge in the life of the nobility. The distinction between noble and commoner was stark, and the significance of his surname represented centuries of struggle for others. The rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed against the ground as Jones occasionally admired the scenery. The natural environment was exquisite, with a moderate population density. Though he encountered some caravans along the way, they moved amicably, each tending to their own affairs. His next destination was the illustrious Highgarden, reputed to be the most beautiful castle in all of Westeros. Both Old Town and Highgarden belonged to the Reach and were under the dominion of House Tyrell, a family vast in wealth, second only to the renowned Lannisters, yet capable of mobilizing even greater military might. While Jones's own House Umber boasted a rich history, it paled in comparison to the Tyrells, who often referred to themselves as the High Lords of the Reach and typically held the title of Wardens of the South. Their sigil was a golden rose blooming amidst verdant fields. The Tyrells were on par with the Stark family, who were vassals to House Umber. With hardly a moment's pause, Jones continued until evening, when he beheld a grand white castle perched atop a hill. The upper half of the hill was entirely transformed into the resplendent white castle, appearing exceptionally beautiful and magical in the twilight glow. At that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of the Tyrell's wealth. Uncomparable, utterly uncomparable, Jones murmured, reflecting on how his own Last Hearth seemed woefully humble in comparison. At the base of the hill, a circle of white marble walls encircled the castle, and the grand gates bustled with activity, befitting one of the wealthiest fortresses. Flanking the gates stood 2 fully armed squads of guards, their blue and white armor exuding an artistic elegance, with the Tyrell family's golden rose emblem prominently displayed. "State your name," called one of the guards, halting Jones with an icy demeanor. "Oh, I was unaware that one needed to announce their name to enter the outer city," Jones queried, perplexed. The guard, taking in the imposing figure before him, swallowed hard and responded, "That was in the past. If I ask you to speak, then speak you shall." "Jones Umber," he replied after a brief moment of contemplation. The guard in blue and white armor immediately inquired, "Are you of House Umber for the North?" A question that seemed redundant, yet he sought confirmation. "Yes, my lord. Lord Tyrell requests your presence. Please follow me." The guard immediately bowed and gestured for Jones to proceed. This turn of events took Jones by surprise. He had intended to lodge in the outer city for the night and had never anticipated interacting with anyone. After all, a family as prominent as the Tyrells should hardly concern themselves with someone of his lesser lineage. Yet, the guard, though humble in posture, spoke with a tone that left little room for negotiation. "My lord, please keep close." The path from the outer city at the foot of the hill to the inner city was a broad maze of greenery, prompting the guard to frequently glance back at Jones, ensuring he did not stray. "May I inquire why Lord Tyrell seeks me?" Jones could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. "The adults will understand when they arrive," the guard remarked tersely. "Could I have inadvertently boarded a pirate ship?" "The Umber family has no known entanglements with the Tyrell family." Jones pondered anxiously, his heartbeat quickening. He sensed a rising warmth within him, as if his very blood coursed faster through his veins. Just as he felt the heat compelling him to shed his garments, a group of elegantly dressed individuals materialized before him. There were roughly dozens of them, gathered around a bonfire, engaged in lively conversation. The guard swiftly approached a remarkably handsome young man, whispering a few words into his ear. The strikingly attractive youth turned, his enchanting golden eyes appraising Jon Umber from head to toe. Perhaps it was merely Jon's imagination, but he discerned a hint of allure in the young man's gaze. Could this be the renowned beauty of the Seven Kingdoms, the Knight of Flowers? It is said that half of the women in the realm covet his bed, a figure of envy among all young men. House Tyrell. The young man flashed a smile in Jon's direction, then rose to his feet, clapping his hands as he exclaimed, "Gentlemen, we have a remarkable surprise. A noble from the north has graced our riverlands." "Is that him?" His attire reveals him to be a northerner. "That fellow is quite tall, nearly comparable to Brienne of Tarth." "Ha ha." The crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers. It was a rare occurrence for a northern noble to venture into their southern lands, especially in the wake of King Robert Baratheon's abrupt demise. Jones felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gazes and managed a weak bow. "It is an honor to be in the presence of Sir House Tyrell." "That sentiment hardly reflects the Umber family's usual demeanor," House remarked, having been trained to recognize the unique traits of each noble family since childhood. "There are indeed many from the north who are captivated by Sir House." Jones offered a compliment, understanding that flattery cost nothing, especially within someone else's domain. House's pale complexion flushed with delight upon hearing that even stubborn northerners admired him. He eagerly grasped Jones's arm, saying, "Come, let us drink and converse." "So you were studying in the Citadel?" After the customary introductions, a circle of people had now formed around Jones. Most of these nobles were vassals of House Tyrell, though some, like Jones, were merely passing through and had been invited. "And what led you to leave the Citadel?" inquired the freckled young lady, Decemera Redwine, with curiosity. "When I learned that scholars were forbidden from marrying or bearing children, I departed. After all, I have grown and recognized that beautiful noble women are an indispensable part of life." Jones had prepared this excuse in advance, as he found the stringent rules of scholars utterly perplexing. The original Jon Umber had been far too naive. The surrounding crowd erupted in playful banter at his candid expression of desire for women, yet none mocked him. Most were around the age of 15 or 16, the very time when one yearns for romance and companionship. Decemera's face reddened at Jones's reply, and she turned away, whispering to her companions. "Jones speaks the truth. Love must not be forsaken. Let's raise a toast to love," House enthusiastically proposed. "To love." The crowd echoed in unison. "Brother, what brings you such joy?" Suddenly chimed a clear and confident voice from nearby. A stunning young lady, clad in a flowing blue and white gown, approached gracefully, with soft, brown curls and an elegantly shaped figure. Her most captivating feature was her bright eyes. It was none other than Margaery Tyrell, known as the Rose of Highgarden, who was only 16 this year. Upon seeing her, Jones scanned the surroundings, and it was undeniable that the moment she arrived, she became the most radiant jewel of the gathering. "My dear sister, we were just discussing love, the very thing you are soon to possess." House replied with a hint of jealousy. "It would be my honor to wed Sir House," Margaery answered candidly. At this moment, the expressions of those present turned subtly ambiguous, as the affair between House and Renly Baratheon was common knowledge among their circle, leaving Jones blissfully unaware. Margaery, wishing to change the subject, turned her attention to Jones and smiled. "Is this the esteemed noble from the Umber family, said to possess giant blood? Your eyes are not only beautiful, but also remarkably perceptive. I am Jon Umber. It is a privilege to make your acquaintance, my lady." Chapter 3. A unique contest upon receiving Jones's compliments. Little Rose Marguerite Tiller's eyes curved into a lovely crescent shape, her lips adorned with a subtle smile. "Your robust physique has certainly left an impression on me. I wonder if Sir Jones would be willing to engage in a duel with our local knights." The very thing he dreaded most had come to pass. It appeared that after entering the academic city, Jon Umber had neglected his swordsmanship. While he felt confident in repelling malnourished ruffians with his sturdy build, the prospect of facing knights, who had trained diligently, filled him with trepidation. In his memory, sustaining serious injuries during tournaments was commonplace, and fatalities, though tragic, were not unheard of. Even the deceased were often the subject of ridicule. He had no desire to foolishly reveal his vulnerabilities. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he spoke. "I regret to disappoint Miss Marguerite. I am not a knight. Though my physique is commendable, my greatest pride lies in my intellect." Upon hearing his response, Marguerite's smile widened, and just as she was about to speak, Jones continued, "If Miss Marguerite wishes to engage in a game of wits, I would be more than willing to oblige." Oh, an intriguing proposition. What shall we wager? Marguerite's tone remained confident, as it rightly should. She had been under the astute guidance of her grandmother, the cunning Lady Alina Redwyn, known as the Thorn Queen, since childhood. In matters of intellect, she harbored no fear. Before Jones could respond, she continued unabated. If you lose, you must pledge your family's honor to serve me. Surely, a nobleman would not refuse a lady's request twice? With her words, Marguerite had effectively cornered Jones, invoking the honor of his family and leaving him with little room for refusal. Cold sweat began to bead on his brow. This young lady was indeed a formidable opponent. While it was clear she did not intend to target him specifically, her casual remarks placed him in a precarious position, especially given his lack of confidence in his current martial skills. And if you were to lose? Jones inquired, simultaneously strategizing. You cannot expect a soon-to-be-married lady to follow you, can you? Marguerite replied with a bright smile. However, it is well known across the Seven Kingdoms that the Tiller family is wealthy. I assure you that any reasonable request can be fulfilled. Is it fair that wealth allows one to act with impunity? Jones thought, feeling anxious, yet striving to maintain his composure. I propose 3 questions. If Miss Marguerite answers just one correctly, you win. What do you say? Your proposal is quite reasonable, Marguerite remarked. Although I cannot pose questions, having 3 chances is advantageous. Little do they know, I have read extensively, and I am certain I will astonish him. At this moment, all eyes were upon the two, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, with most spectators doubting Jones's chances. Capturing the attention of a northern gentleman would surely be a topic of conversation for a long while. Ahem, Miss Marjorie. May I draw your attention to an intriguing query? What is an object that 100 men from the north cannot lift, yet a woman from the south can effortlessly raise with but one hand? What could this be? Are the men of the north truly so weak? That seems implausible. Which southern woman possesses such extraordinary strength? Could it be the enchanting Brienne? Marjorie was taken aback by the peculiarity of the question, her smile gradually fading as she pondered. Could this woman be one of the 7 gods? Is that why she can accomplish what 100 northern men cannot? The 7 gods represent 7 distinct forms of a singular deity, the principal faith of the 7 kingdoms, which includes a female manifestation. The north predominantly venerates the old gods, thus making the notion of a southern woman plausible. No, she is merely an ordinary woman, Jones replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Marjorie's expression shifted through various stages before she resignedly admitted, I cannot provide an answer to this question. I do not know the correct response. The gathering gazed at Jones with eager anticipation, awaiting his revelation, yet he wore a mysterious smile as he declared, Let us not rush. I shall pose the next question. The audience, dissatisfied with his answer, erupted in discontent, yet Jones remained unfazed, relishing the opportunity to vex them while he felt under threat. Ahem. For my second question, 2 hounds race. The larger dog runs swiftly while the smaller one lags behind. Upon reaching the finish line, which dog sweats more? The large dog. The crowd resoundingly answered in unison. Marjorie suspected the question was more complex than it appeared, but considering the possibility that he might want her to answer the small dog due to her tendency to overthink, she tentatively replied, The large dog sweats more? Jones maintained his jovial demeanor, shaking his head. I'm afraid, Miss Marjorie, your answer is incorrect. Please listen to the third question. At this point, Marjorie felt as if her hair were ablaze with frustration. She was at a loss for where she had erred, her impatience simmering beneath her composed exterior. What is the last thing you do with the person you love most before sleeping together? The crowd exchanged knowing glances, and the women discreetly lowered their heads. Marjorie retorted sharply, Do you expect a noble lady to divulge such matters in public? Is that your answer? Jones, now anxious, awaited her confirmation, desperate for her to nod, thus freeing him from this predicament. Do not presume that such tactics will intimidate me into silence. I shall inscribe my answer on paper, and when the time comes, you shall face the consequences of your rudeness. As she spoke, Marjorie shielded her writing hand and inscribed several nefarious words. Upon completion, she crumpled the paper and handed it to Jones, declaring, This is my answer, Jones Umber. Prepare to fulfill your promise. To everyone's surprise, Marguerite Tillier remained steadfast in her resolve to write down her thoughts, eagerly watched by the crowd as they anticipated the look of defeat on Jones's face. Yet, as Jones swiftly scanned the crumpled paper and then clasped it tightly once more, a victorious smile spread across his face as he declared, I'm terribly sorry, Miss Marguerite. But you have erred once again. Impossible. You are a deceiver. A coward. The crowd's accusations grew louder, prompting Jones to interject, By the old gods, I swear I have not lied. Clearly, no one would dare to utter falsehoods in the name of divinity, and the crowd fell silent, shifting to murmurs of curiosity. What is the correct answer? Marguerite, now intrigued, was the most eager to learn the truth. At that moment, Jones felt a surge of confidence. He had narrowly escaped a predicament. The aristocracy adhered to their own rules, and honor was a fundamental virtue, particularly when promises were made in public. Dear Miss Marguerite, if you would not mind, I shall convey the correct answer to you via a messenger later. By the old gods, you shall know the truth then. Jones surveyed the crowd, noting the many who had recently hurled insults at him. While it might have been a matter of habit, he had no intention of indulging their whims. He relished the suspense he created. Indeed, an impatient nobleman interjected, "You cannot do this. You have yet to reveal the correct answer." Another exclaimed, "I believe Miss Marguerite's response was not incorrect. What is the answer to the first question? I am dying to know." At that moment, the Knight of Flowers observed the agitated crowd and Jones's reticence, and spoke up. "Jones, we all understand that knowledge holds value. So why not reveal the answer? Each listener shall pay you a gold dragon for the privilege. What do you say?" "Absolutely, I am willing to pay." "So am I." Hearing the prospect of receiving a gold dragon from each of the 50-odd attendees swayed Jones significantly. "If you insist, I accept this arrangement," he nodded. For the third question, when you sleep beside your beloved, what is the last thing you do? "The answer is to close your eyes," Jones replied, clearly prompting each individual to reflect upon their cherished moments. Indeed, it seems so true, but strangely enough, it feels odd. I should have thought of that sooner. What a pity. Marguerite, who had exuded confidence, felt a rush of embarrassment as she realized she had written something entirely different. "You are correct," she admitted, her cheeks reddening. For the second question, two hunting dogs race. The larger dog runs quickly while the smaller dog lags behind. Upon reaching the finish line, which dog sweats more? "I'm afraid dogs do not sweat." "What? How can hunting dogs not sweat?" Clearly, this revelation went unnoticed by many, and the crowd erupted into a buzz of chatter. "But this is the truth," Jones added. "Very well, I shall take your word for it." Margaret was the quickest to accept the situation. However, her meticulous nature would undoubtedly lead her to seek confirmation from the dog upon her return. The answer to the first question is an egg. Such a small object cannot be lifted by 100 people, yet any woman can effortlessly raise it with a single hand. How can this be? My sword, my shoes, and so forth could all be answers to this riddle. "Mr. Jones, you are quite the master of linguistic games, I willingly concede." Upon hearing all the answers, Margaret smiled sweetly, displaying no signs of indignation, graciously acknowledging her defeat. "I wonder what your desires might be," she inquired. "Perhaps I am indeed in need of a companion, though not in reference to Miss Margaret. However, I hope to have a master swordsman accompany me on my forthcoming journey to protect me and serve as my mentor." Jones pondered for a moment, realizing that any precious items he acquired would only heighten the risks of his journey. Chapter 4. Jones's unique abilities at long last. It was over. After navigating the tests, Jones simply consumed a bit of roasted meat and, citing fatigue from travel, took his leave. His accommodations had been arranged by the Tillier family. The room was situated within a castle atop a hill, and looking down, one could see the myriad lights of the outer city. However, further afield, darkness reigned, as though a monstrous maw had devoured all, leaving no light nor sound. How dull life must have been in ancient times. I wonder how these people passed the time, Jones mused, feeling the chill of the wind. "My lord, I have come in." A sweet voice chimed as a tall, brown-haired, blue-eyed young maid entered the room. "And you are?" Jones inquired with curiosity. "I am here to assist you with your bath," the maid replied, dressed in sheer fabric and carrying a large jug of hot water. "Assist me?" Jones asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice as a thought crossed his mind. The maid smiled silently as she gracefully approached him, gently removing his thick outer coat and occasionally caressing his abdomen. Jones had never experienced anything so exhilarating in both of his lifetimes. His face flushed crimson. Feeling uncomfortable, yet unable to voice his refusal, he allowed her to undress him completely. The maid's hands continued to tease his body, and just as Jones was poised to embrace her, she suddenly giggled, evading his increasingly audacious grasp, and turned to the doorway. "My lady wishes to know, what is the last thing you enjoy before sleep?" she asked, before darting out the door, leaving a stunned Jones behind, brimming with anticipation. "What? The women in this world are quite cunning, even the daughter of the second wealthiest family. Surely, the ladies of the first family, the Lannisters, possess far greater grandeur. Being queens after all," Jones lamented, distractedly pouring the hot water into a wooden tub. "Ah, is it merely an illusion of my senses? Or is the water not hot enough?" As he extended his hand into the hot water, an unusual sensation enveloped him. He could perceive the water's intense heat, yet he felt no pain. Instead, The warmth surrounded him with a comforting embrace. Subsequently, he poured all the hot water into a wooden tub and sank into it. Further affirming his assessment, the water was indeed hot, but it brought him pleasure rather than discomfort. Could it be connected to that magma giant from the River of Time? Jones closed his eyes, reminiscing about the recent details, ultimately concluding that this must be the explanation. What special ability might I possess? He thought with excitement. The notion of superpowers held immense allure for him, a traveler from another realm, embodying a universal fantasy among earthlings. As he attuned himself to the changes within his body, he noticed an acceleration in the flow of his blood, with the heat from the water dissipating into his veins. Before long, the water cooled, and his blood flow returned to its former pace, ceasing to absorb heat. If he could absorb heat, surely he could release it as well. Bare and unencumbered, he leapt from the tub, fixated on his hands, as if attempting to conjure a flower from them. Why was there no response? Even a battery, capable of charging, must also discharge. Could it truly be absent? Anxiously pacing the room, he reached a critical threshold, akin to an engine roaring to life. As his blood surged forth with vigor, his body temperature soared, transforming him into a crimson figure, while droplets of sweat vaporized from his skin, making him resemble a furious roast duck. Goodness, with this ability, I could boil eggs with my hands when I'm out. Before long, he sensed that the heat within his blood had been fully expended, the flow subsiding and his temperature normalizing. If this is all there is to it, I might as well settle down with my wife and children. Forget about striving. Such thoughts are futile, Jones mused, directing his gaze toward an oil lamp in the room. Cautiously removing the lampshade, akin to unveiling a winning lottery ticket, he tentatively extended a finger toward the flame. Hot. Yet it did not hurt. Just as I suspected. Elated, Jones enveloped his entire palm around the flame. This time, he felt the tangible essence of the fire, as if water were cascading over his hand. The flame was no longer a mere figment of air in his perception. Then, as if igniting an engine, the flow of his blood quickened, absorbing the warmth from the flame until his arm ached, prompting him to halt. Now release. He recalled the sensation of his earlier success. A faint glow began to manifest on the surface of his skin, akin to fireflies, before extinguishing with a soft puff like a torch in the wind. His blood flow returned to normal. Evidently, the heat he had just absorbed had been swiftly consumed. 3 seconds of true manhood? No, it was less than 3 seconds. He stroked his chin, his expression turning rather grim. It appears that the energy provided by the flame is rather insufficient, and it can only absorb a fraction of it, rendering the release quite pitiful. Henceforth, one must either devise a method to enhance the potency of the energy source or accelerate the speed and efficiency of absorption. Otherwise, it would merely amount to a trivial trick devoid of any real utility. This individual is a master swordsman from the free trade city-state, gifted to you by the Tillier family as a settlement for yesterday's wager. The following morning, a maid arrived with a slender man of black, curly hair before Jones. I am not your slave, the swordsman, Jokin, retorted angrily upon hearing the maid's words. Mind your language. The maid reminded him. The lady has instructed me to inform you that while one may escape the wrath of the free trade city-state, offending the Tillier family could lead to a descent into the depths of despair. After receiving the maid's threat, Jokin, deflated like a punctured balloon, approached Jones and bowed. My lord, I shall belong to you. Jones shivered at the ambiguous declaration but suppressed his discomfort, replying, Then you shall accompany me henceforth. With that, he urged Jokin to gather his belongings as they prepared to embark on their journey. It was uncertain whether it was due to Jones's lack of influence or the embarrassment he had caused Marguerite the previous day, but no one came to bid them farewell, leaving him feeling rather unburdened. Thus, you wield this light sword, Jones noted, observing Jokin's demeanor more akin to that of an assassin than a warrior from the north. Nevertheless, Jokin's footwork was indeed exquisite. After several sparring sessions, Jones found himself consistently at a disadvantage. My lord Jones, your strength is indeed formidable, yet you lack control. Should your opponent evade even once, your vulnerable points will be exposed, Jokin remarked tactfully. Jones nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The underlying message was clear. Aside from his physical prowess, he was markedly lacking in other areas. During the remainder of their journey, Jokin instructed, First, practice your attacking and dodging footwork with me. Learn to wield your sword with precision, rather than flailing it about like a peasant with a hoe. As they trained, they made their way along the Rose Road towards King's Landing. Jones felt a profound yearning for the capital of the 7 kingdoms of this foreign realm. Even a family estate was so magical and grand. The capital must be even more splendid. It was fortuitous that he could coincide with the king's funeral. immersing himself in the vibrant atmosphere of this strange land. Chapter 5. The rustic customs of Westeros. Due to their simultaneous journey and sword training, their pace was notably slow, making it impossible to reach King's Landing before nightfall. Fortunately, there were small inns along the Rose Road, which, while incomparable to the grandeur of the family estate, at least spared them from the hardships of sleeping rough. "This inn is quite rudimentary," Jones remarked, gazing at the single-story wooden structure ahead, flanked by several lowly cabins where the sounds of laughter from men and women at work resonated. "The people here are indeed simple. Even their courtship rituals are so natural and primitive." Joking cast him a peculiar glance, wondering if a gentleman would truly be interested in such low-quality courtesans. While it was true that the street vendors were rather untamed, the lack of skill among these women rendered them inadequate. In this regard, the well-trained sex slaves nurtured by Yuan Kai were indeed the most attentive. Jones was initially taken aback by the rudimentary establishment, only to be further captivated by Joking's eloquent discourse on the realm of special services. "What do you think if I were to open a high-end inn on the roadside, offering food, drink, and entertainment all-inclusive? Could I make a fortune?" he queried excitedly, feeling he had stumbled upon a lucrative niche. Joking shook his head, explaining that the nobility who could afford such luxuries typically resided in their castles, while most commoners merely sought to fill their bellies. Furthermore, the area beyond the city was a veritable lawless land. The buildings were so low that Jones had to stoop to enter through the door. A cursory glance revealed patrons clad in worn armor and tattered clothing, surrounded by an array of weapons, swords, axes, hammers, and the like, perfectly aligning with Joking's description of the impoverished and violent. Approximately 20 individuals occupied the space, most of whom brazenly scrutinized Jones and Joking, much like beasts eyeing their next meal. "Do not appear timid. If they discern you as a feeble youth, you shall surely attract unwanted attention," Joking whispered while idly toying with a slender sword. "This place seems rather unfriendly," Jones remarked as they settled at a wooden table. "Huh, friendliness, what a concept. In the wilderness, one must display ferocity to avoid becoming prey," Joking retorted disdainfully. "Yet, this place is still lacking in civility. Rest assured, the customs of my family's territory are exceedingly simple and honest." Joking erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. "Sir, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. The rustic Amber family is as amusing as the steadfast Iron Men. Bring forth a fine spread of food and drink." Jones disregarded him, placing an order with the proprietor while fiddling with a gold dragon coin. Suddenly recalling something, he halted his movements. "Joking, you shall pay. I will reimburse you later." Without a word, Joking produced a silver deer coin, and the proprietor returned with a handful of copper coins. Jones sighed in relief. He had nearly forgotten the constraints of his former life, where money could be carelessly spent. A single gold dragon was equivalent to 210 silver deer. Yet a lavish meal barely cost a silver deer. This gold dragon was indeed excessive. Having just acquired over 50 coins, he had momentarily lost his caution. However, he was certain that recklessness would surely invite trouble. Before long, a spread of lamb, duck, buttered peas, oat bread, and ale arrived at their table. Though the presentation left much to be desired, the meal was delectable for weary travelers. The two indulged heartily. "Is there no stir-fried dish here?" Jones inquired, patting his full belly. "What do you mean by stir-fried? It appears that there is truly nothing left." Jones could discern the answer from the other party's reaction. Reflecting on his own memories, he found that the predominant methods of cooking were roasting, stewing, and baking, with scarcely any stir-frying. "Are there any skewers?" he inquired. "What skewers?" He was reminded. "You know, the kind where meat and vegetables are threaded and grilled. Who would engage in such a tedious endeavor? Isn't it customary to roast the meat directly?" he retorted. "Ah, the allure of skewers lies in the very act of savoring them," Jones exclaimed with enthusiasm. Discovering a new facet of life, he began to find this world somewhat intriguing. Perhaps many years hence, he might reflect. "The most arduous part of my existence was earning several thousand gold dragons each month." However, before he could master the art of earning those gold dragons, he would first need to learn how to safeguard himself in the rustic lands of Westeros. The dilapidated door, the howling windows, and the presence of individuals, armed to varying degrees, made it difficult for Jones to sleep peacefully at night. A simple burglary would be manageable, but a violent encounter would be utterly unjust. The following morning, he awoke early, adorned with dark circles beneath his eyes, packed a bundle of food, and set off once more with Joquin. The two resumed their journey, practicing as they walked. Thanks to his exceptional physical condition, Jones was quick to learn. According to Joquin, in a one-on-one confrontation between two ordinary individuals, the outcome could be determined within a few exchanges, so there was not an overwhelming amount to master. Jones could sense Joquin's sincerity and found himself more willing to engage in conversation. "Joquin, are you satisfied following me?" he asked. "What else can I do? The Tyrell family has already paid the necessary fees for my service. If I were to breach my oath, the consequences need not be elaborated," Joquin replied begrudgingly. "Ah, so you are still effectively a member of the Tyrell family? Therefore, should they command you to betray me one day, you would execute their wishes without hesitation." Jones laughed. "I see you truly have a penchant for jest. If I am regarded merely as a commodity in the eyes of the Tyrell family, then you are but a fleeting presence to them, lacking the merit to be manipulated by their schemes. Should I then be grateful for my humble status?" Jones mused. "Not necessarily. I have heard of your exploits, how you secured a request from Marjorie with just 3 questions. If your resolve were sufficiently formidable, you might even ask her for a castle, which would far surpass my worth," Joquin teased. "That is hardly the case. The common folk of Highgarden praise her as a kind and sweet rose, yet her demeanor that night was entirely incongruent with such accolades. One could only conclude that she is an adept performer, skilled in adapting her attitude to suit different individuals." Jones shook his head. "If my family were powerful enough, do you think she would choose to oppress me in a contest or display her sweetness and kindness? Perhaps she would open her arms to welcome you. And in that case, your gain would be even greater." Joquin chuckled. "I do not possess such fortune. That privilege belongs solely to House Tyrell." This is the heartfelt sentiment of Jones. Although Marjorie is not particularly amiable towards him, one cannot deny that her appearance and demeanor are impeccable. Shaking his head, he endeavored to expel that woman from his thoughts. He felt a distinct trepidation towards those who are cunning and calculating. As he approached King's Landing, the number of carriages on the Rose Road increased, and the bustling atmosphere of the marketplace grew ever more palpable. This inexplicably reassured Jones. Perhaps because the more individuals he encountered, the more seamlessly he could integrate into this world. After all, the former Jon Umber had viewed this realm through the eyes of a child, severely lacking in information. Though he sensed that many wore somber expressions, he paid little heed. Perhaps it was a cultural norm, or perhaps they genuinely mourned the recently deceased king. King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, is situated on the eastern coast of Westeros, overlooking Blackwater Bay. It also serves as a significant port, second only to Old Town. However, from a distance, Jones observed the chaotic cluster of shanties outside the city walls, and not far from the city gates, he could detect the unpleasant odors wafting from within, starkly contrasting with the beauty and cleanliness of Highgarden. "This truly represents a capital," Jones remarked somewhat exasperatedly, finding it utterly contrary to his expectations of grandeur. Chapter 6. The Stubborn Maiden. Even at night, the clanging of steel echoed incessantly in Steel Street, the hub of most blacksmiths' labor. Joquin could not fathom why Jones had chosen to visit this dreary and cacophonous locale. In his opinion, they should have ventured to Silk Street, where various upscale brothels awaited, perfect for soothing weary bodies. Yet, unexpectedly, Jones's first destination was the workshop of craftsmen. "Nobles are indeed peculiar," he muttered to himself. "The manufacturing sector directly reflects a society's productivity and technological prowess," Jones remarked casually. Joquin had no idea what he was talking about, but he couldn't be bothered to inquire. A retainer ought not to voice too many questions. As they proceeded further, the blacksmith shops grew larger, and the wares within became increasingly exquisite. Jones entered a store brimming with a variety of iron goods, patiently examining the numerous items. Had the shopkeeper not recognized his upscale attire, he might have scolded this customer who merely browsed without purchasing. There were numerous farming tools, a few types of tableware, but weapons were in abundance: swords, daggers, spears, and lances. Jones waved a long spear, producing a whistling sound that suggested formidable destructive potential. "Joquin, I believe a spear suits me best. What do you think?" He spoke with a hint of uncertainty, recalling that he had trained with a spear in his youth, though he had been thoroughly bested by his brother, young Jon, which had ultimately led him to abandon martial pursuits in favor of scholarly endeavors. "Your physique indeed favors a spear, but it is primarily a cavalry weapon, and I am unable to instruct you," Joquin replied with a hint of resignation. "What a pity." Jones reluctantly set down the spear, uncertain whether he lamented the loss of the weapon or his own physicality. As he spoke, he reached for a longbow, drawing the string, instantly captivated by its exquisite craftsmanship. He contemplated using it for hunting on his journey back, excitement bubbling within him as visions of his heroic precision danced in his mind. Men, it seemed, had an eternal fascination with archery, whether it be the firearms of a past life or the bows of the present. "Sir, I must remind you that finding game on King's Road is quite a challenge. Most of what you encounter will be livestock," Joquin interjected, observing the man's expression darken. However, acquiring a bow is indeed a prudent decision, serving as an effective deterrent against bandits. That is precisely my thought, Jones affirmed. Ultimately purchasing the bow and a quiver of arrows for a gold dragon before setting off toward his next destination, eager to immerse himself in the local culture. "Are you from House Umber?" came a timid inquiry from behind him as he strolled along Flower Street. He turned in surprise to find a small girl, no more than 8 or 9, with lively gray eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Upon realizing she was the focus of his gaze, her eyes flickered away, as if she were ready to flee at any moment. "Who are you?" Jones searched his memory, but he did not recognize the child. Most of his acquaintances residing in the north. "I ask if you are of House Umber." She insisted urgently. "Yes, I am Jon Umber," he replied, observing the girl's ashen face and sensing that she must be in some sort of trouble. He could not fathom how a child of her stature could pose any threat to him, so he answered affirmatively. "What is your father's name?" She pressed. "Jon Umber." "What is your family crest?" "The Roaring Giant." "Jon Umber, it truly is you," the girl exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion as she grasped his clothing and tugged him towards a nearby alley. "Keep him away," she commanded, pointing at Joku in with an air of authority. Reluctantly, Jones instructed Joku in to wait at the alley's entrance. "Can you recall who I am?" she challenged. "I do not know," he replied, though he entertained a few guesses, none aligning with the scruffy child before him. "How could you forget? We promised we were friends." The girl's anger flared, her small hand releasing its grip on his garment. "Are you Arya Stark?" Upon uttering this name, realization dawned upon Jones. He had spent considerable time in Winterfell studying with Maester Marwyn, and his primary companions were Jon Snow, Robb Stark, and Arya, the children of Lord Eddard Stark. However, Jon Snow, being a bastard, bore the surname Snow, a common designation for illegitimate offspring in the north. He and Jon Snow, along with Robb Stark, were of a similar age, which led to numerous shared moments of play. At that time, Arya was entirely a tag-along, always intrigued by the boy's activities. In stark contrast to her sister, Sansa Stark, it was during this period that Jon forged a friendship with the young Arya. "Yes, I am Arya. How did you get so filthy? Where is your father?" "He was captured, accused of treason for allegedly plotting against the king while hunting." "How could this be?" "My father would never harm the king." This was unfathomable. He had learned at the Citadel that King Robert met his demise due to a wild boar attack. There had been no mention of Eddard Stark's involvement in the king's death. The credibility of this information was exceedingly high, as the Citadel typically refrained from political matters and served as the principal record-keeper of the kingdom's history. Only a formal proclamation from the next king declaring Eddard Stark's betrayal would warrant documentation. Yet, upon entering the city, he had been so consumed by thought that he had neglected to heed this crucial news. Did they issue a proclamation accusing Lord Stark of treason? This is a pivotal question. If they have, it signifies that the situation has crystallized, and Eddard Stark has utterly failed in this power struggle. The announcement released that afternoon merely signified that his capture had commenced days prior. Little Arya felt a deep pang of distress as her eyes reddened. "I believe Lord Stark is an honorable man who would never betray the king," Jon reassured her, though he too was uncertain of the truth. He had only encountered Eddard Stark a handful of times and recalled him as a stern figure, causing him to tremble as a child at the mere sight of the man's gaze. "He might very well be a formidable character," Jon mused internally, though he would never voice this thought aloud. "Arya, what do you intend to do now?" "No, we must depart immediately for Winterfell. If Eddard Stark is in peril here, the Stark family will not simply acquiesce. It is possible that the Lannisters are already mobilizing towards Winterfell. He will certainly be placed on the list of wanted individuals. We must leave at once. Delay could spell disaster." Jon spoke urgently, realizing that he might still manage to slip away unnoticed, but the longer they waited, the more perilous it would become. "No, I will not leave. I must stay here to save my father," Arya asserted stubbornly. "You are just a little girl. How do you intend to save him? The city is crawling with gold cloaks, and the guards of the Red Keep are not something you can bypass. As long as my father is here, I will not depart. They are searching the entire city for me. I cannot exit the city gates. You must return and inform my mother that I have escaped. She must devise a plan to rescue both me and my father. It is far too dangerous for you to remain alone." Although Jon was uncertain of Eddard Stark's actual loyalty, he could not abandon a childhood companion, a young girl. "In such dire circumstances, I command you in the name of House Stark to convey my message to my mother," little Arya declared, her eyes glistening with determination. She yearned for a trustworthy companion to stand by her side. Now, she found herself sleeping in a flea market at night, hiding in the shadows during the day, utterly alone and filled with trepidation. In truth, after being pursued that day, her immediate instinct was to flee from Junlin, but the entire city was under martial law, prohibiting anyone from leaving, thus thwarting her escape. Although the city was no longer under strict lockdown, it would require divine protection for Jones to lead her out. She was reluctant to embroil him in danger, and whether the pretext of rescuing her father was genuine or merely a facade, she could no longer discern. Chapter 7. The first skirmish. Ultimately, Jones departed, leaving behind some convenient copper coins for Arya. His heart brimmed with guilt, regardless of his rationale. He had abandoned the helpless little girl. This marked the first occasion since his arrival in this realm that he felt such helplessness and remorse, particularly upon hearing the girl confess she had not eaten properly for days. As they left the city, the scrutiny was markedly more stringent, though they had prepared in advance. Joquin disguised himself as a merchant from the free trade city-state, while Jones donned full armor, concealing his visage within, transforming into a professional guard. "Sir, these are exquisite craftsmanship. We from the free trade city-state hold the cultures of the Seven Kingdoms in the highest regard," Joquin obsequiously remarked, his slight frame and somewhat lecherous countenance embodying that of a cunning merchant. The golden-robed guards prodded the cart with their swords, then, in irritation, waved them off. "Move along." They held a persistent disdain for foreigners from across the strait, and they conveniently overlooked Jones, dismissing him as merely a lowly free rider. After navigating through the scrutiny of the city guards without incident, they did not venture far before discarding the crafted items they had purchased for several gold dragons in a concealed spot. Under the guidance of the moonlight, the two hastened northward along King's Avenue. The thunderous clatter of hooves echoed along the desolate road. Even in the dead of night, they showed no signs of respite. Suddenly, a series of swift sounds pierced the darkness, followed by the anguished whinny of Jones's steed. A sensation of weightlessness overtook him. Despite his desperate attempt to shield his head, the impact with the ground rendered him disoriented, his metallic armor carving a deep groove into the earth. "Ah!" he cried out in agony. Joquin's reflexes, however, proved far more astute. At the moment of collision, he rolled multiple times to dissipate the force. Though his arm bore several cuts, they were merely superficial, unlike Jones, who was nearly rendered unconscious from the fall. Joquin quickly positioned himself to locate the source of the threat. "To the right, there are enemies," Joquin growled. Moments later, several figures emerged from the underbrush, charging toward them. In the moonlight, it became evident that they wore no armor, clad instead in dark, light attire. Jones's eyes widened in alarm as he focused on an individual advancing toward him, brandishing a longsword. He exerted nearly all his strength to rise. He struggled to draw his longsword, yet his arms trembled, not from fear, but from excruciating pain, and he suspected a fracture might be imminent. Damn it! He could see the glint of the opponent's sword shimmering in the moonlight, but his hands lacked the strength to steady his own blade. The thought that he might truly perish crossed his mind inexplicably. Amidst the overwhelming tension, his blood began to surge faster. The temperature beneath his armor rose, and miraculously, the pain subsided. He felt only the furious flow of his blood, as if it were filled with wrath. He cast aside the teachings of Joquin, of speed like a deer and stillness like a shadow, and swung his longsword down upon the approaching foe. Clang! He felt the opponent's parry, but it was fleeting, and soon he sensed the dull impact of his sword striking something solid. Without hesitation, he pressed on. Finally, there was no resistance. The sword pierced through the opponent's body, and only then did he hear the agonizing scream. He had cleaved the man in two, starting from the shoulder. It was only after a moment of clarity that he fully grasped the scene. As a law-abiding youth who had recently traversed into this realm, he should have felt fear and revulsion, yet instead, he experienced an exhilarating thrill. Am I a monster? There was no time for reflection, as another enemy was swiftly approaching. Instinctively, he grasped the long sword with both hands and slashed upward. This time, the sensation was softer, having miscalculated the opponent's weak block. The sword sliced diagonally through the enemy's belly, cleaving him in two without a sound. At that moment, Joquin had dispatched the three foes encircling him, only to turn and witness a 2-meter-tall figure clad in full metal armor, wielding a longsword that effortlessly bisected a man. This sight momentarily evoked the image of the Death Knight described by bards, sending a chill down his spine. Suddenly, the towering figure faltered, collapsing to the ground, which jolted him back to reality. He surveyed his surroundings carefully and confirmed that the enemies had been vanquished. This group had been overly complacent, believing that we would be utterly defenseless after the fall, which is why they had no backup plan. The frenzied sensation within Jones had dissipated. His temperature returned to normal, only to be replaced by intense pain that rendered him unable to stand, as if a giant were squeezing his body in their grip. "We must leave swiftly. The scent of blood will attract more enemies," Joquin urged, helping him up. Can you find a cart and place me upon it? Jones, whose weight bore heavily on Joquin, inquired. My lord, you are clearly being overly optimistic. Moreover, we are regrettably without horses. As Jones traversed the fallen bodies, he observed that each individual bore a grotesque wound at the throat, the size of which was almost uniform. Joaquin, I feel a profound sense of shame regarding your teachings. He confessed, his voice tinged with regret. Indeed, your fighting lacks any semblance of grace, Joaquin replied gruffly. You are undeniably heavy. Yet you have managed to embody the might of a bear and the ferocity of a wolf. Though aesthetically displeasing, I must admit, it proves quite effective. This marked the first occasion Joaquin earnestly praised him, having previously referred to him merely as a crude farmer. Furthermore, the earlier frenzy warranted further exploration. It bore resemblance to the legendary berserkers, Jones pondered. Thank you for your commendation, but perhaps our foremost concern now is to ascertain their identities, Jones stated, steadying himself with his longsword, prompting Joaquin to begin examining the corpses. They are scouts, Joaquin remarked as he searched. Experience informs me not to expect any identification from these individuals. After a prolonged search yielded no letters or insignia, Jones mused, No, I believe I have discerned their origins. He gestured towards the finely crafted crossbow he had just been handed. Such exquisite and pristine weaponry, combined with our current location, suggests they hail from the wealthiest Lannister family of the Seven Kingdoms. We find ourselves near Harrenhal, the Golden Lion, Lannister, would undoubtedly keep a vigilant eye on this strategic stronghold, would they not? These individuals must be Lannister scouts, he concluded. Then why did they attack us on sight? Without so much as a word? Joaquin inquired, perplexed. Their arrogance blinds them. They recognize we are not of the Lannister kin, yet in the dark of night. They press northward, attacking without hesitation. Perhaps their intent was to capture us alive, but that is now of little consequence, Jones reflected, gazing at the heap of corpses. The nobles of Riverrun are in for trouble. Compared to the Golden Lion, they are but livestock. Unfortunately, the lion has begun to extend its claws, Jones mused thoughtfully. What should we do now? Joaquin asked, his anxiety palpable. He had heard tales of the Lannisters might even while on the mainland. There is no need for undue concern. Once we cross the Trident River and take refuge in the Moon Mountains towards the Vale, the Lannisters will be unable to pursue us further. Moreover, I can tend to my injuries there, Jones contemplated. He had not entirely squandered his time at the Citadel. He retained a clear understanding of geography and the territories of the various houses. In terms of positioning, the Lannisters, the foremost family of the Seven Kingdoms, were situated close to Casterly Rock and King's Landing, the distinction being that Casterly Rock lay on the western side of Westeros, whereas King's Landing occupied the eastern side of the continent. The Lannister family, the supreme ruling house of the Westerlands, is led by Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, the Shield of Lannisport, and the Protector of the West. His daughter holds the esteemed title of Queen, rendering the Lannisters' comprehensive power even greater than that of King Robert Baratheon's lineage, making them unequivocally the foremost family among the Seven Kingdoms. Upon reaching the Riverlands, one would naturally presume they had escaped the Lannisters' dominion and could finally exhale. However, the scattered nobility of the Riverlands proved utterly incapable of resisting the Lannisters' infiltration. Thus, in an effort to evade potential pursuit, he was compelled to abandon the King's Road and divert towards the Moon Mountains. Perhaps we could take a boat via the waterways, Jokin suggested. That would entail departing from Crab Bay, circumventing Fingerbone Peninsula, and entering Bite Bay. Such a lengthy journey would have us crawling back, Jones countered, shaking his head. Moreover, I have been assigned a task. He recalled the frail little girl in King's Landing, a source of great concern. Fortunately, he had not risked bringing her along. In the chaos of the recent skirmish, her safety would have been far from assured. Let us proceed. Chapter 8. The Moon Mountains, characterized by their rocky, lofty, and desolate terrain, served as the backdrop. At the foot of the mountains, Jones rested within a makeshift shelter of interwoven rocks, while Jokin kept watch from a slightly elevated position. A small fire flickered within the shelter, a result of considerable effort collecting dry grass and thorns along the way. Jones placed his hand near the dancing flames, gently caressing them. Although his body was saturated with energy drawn from the fire, the novel sensation was irresistible. The youth was indeed playing with fire. In truth, during their first rest the day prior, he had already experimented. If the energy he absorbed were released in the form of flames, it would last no longer than 10 seconds. What could one accomplish in such a brief span? Even lighting a fire pit required calm winds. Moreover, he lacked control over the flame's release, rendering fireball spells or fiery hands non-existent. However, upon closer inspection, It was not entirely bleak. If released in a frenzied manner, the energy could sustain for several minutes. During such moments, his strength nearly doubled. His reflexes increased by almost 50%, and most crucially, his body felt neither fatigue nor pain. Thus, a new warrior was born, a king of ducks, no, a king of battle, as Jones envisioned, making a concerted effort to suppress a laugh, for such a visage would be deemed overly lascivious, as per Jokin's own words. Regrettably, the power of his bloodline seemed to offer no significant advantage for healing. The lingering soreness in his body served as testament to that. A group of individuals approaches, Jokin, his slight frame darting in with a tremor, announced. How many? Jones inquired, witnessing Jokin's unusual anxiety for the first time. Dozens, far beyond what the two of us can handle. Load the crossbow. I shall scout ahead, Jones whispered, recalling the crossbows previously taken from the Lannister scouts. Having spoken, he cautiously extended his head outward, only to be met with a barrage of flying stones before he could discern the number of assailants. Instinctively, he retracted his head. The stones pelted against the rocky cover, creating a cacophony akin to hail. The attackers belonged to the Highland clan. What should we do? Joaquin inquired anxiously. Jones remained silent. Instead, he slowly ventured forth, his helmeted head peering out with a drawn sword. As expected, another flurry of stones came hurtling toward him, causing his metal helmet to bounce violently. Let us go? They must have exhausted their supply of stones, he declared, and with that, he dashed out into the open. Indeed, the onslaught of stones had ceased. But the members of the Highland clan were now within close proximity, howling and advancing in a menacing formation, their numbers exceeding 50. Their expressions mirrored that of hunters on the prowl. After surveying the surroundings, Jones called out loudly, "We are but two individuals, friends of the Umber clan. If you possess the courage, let your leader parley with me. I assure you, the rewards will be greater." His words resonated, halting the advance of the fur-clad figures before him. "Since you are aware of our affiliation with the Umber clan, you should not question our bravery," replied a young man with a single eye, his gaze fierce and predatory as that of a starving wolf. The Highland clan resided in the Moonlit Valley, independent of the Seven Kingdoms and their economic and political structures. They were fragmented into various tribes, impoverished and poorly equipped, relying on the plunder of nearby villages for sustenance. Members of the Umber clan, upon reaching adulthood, would sear away a part of their own flesh, typically a finger or a nipple, the more significant the severed body part, the greater the prestige gained, a tradition possibly stemming from the fire priestesses who wielded dragon flames to test the mettle of these youths. Consequently, the Umber clan was deemed the most formidable of the Highland tribes. Reflecting on the accounts he had read, Jones had identified their identity through the mutilated fingers of the group. "What grounds do you have to assure us of greater rewards? Should you fail to satisfy me, I guarantee you will regret your earlier words," the one-eyed youth retorted fiercely. Jones did not respond immediately. Instead, he leisurely removed his gloves, a gesture meant to convey respect towards the Umber clan. "Allow me to indulge in a display of bravado," he thought silently. Unhurriedly, he plunged his hand into the blazing fire, retrieving a glowing ember, and to the astonishment of onlookers, he crushed it with his bare hand. The effect was palpable. Even Joaquin's eyes widened in disbelief. Swiftly, he donned his gloves again, concealing his unscathed hand. "I am Jon Umber, scion of the Umber family. I possess courage, and it is not lacking," he proclaimed, casting a profound gaze over the assembly. As anticipated, apart from the one-eyed youth, most members of the Umber clan nodded in acknowledgement. The long summer of 10 years has just come to an end, and winter is gradually approaching. No one knows how long this winter will last. 5 years, perhaps even 10? By then, your attempts to satiate your hunger through plunder will become increasingly arduous. After speaking, he paused momentarily, and indeed, the murmurs of the tribe's people rose once more. "Enough. Even if what you say holds truth, what does it matter? Do not forget, your life is still in our hands," the one-eyed man bellowed. "I said I would provide you with more," Jones replied, referring specifically to provisions. "You lack any channels to procure food, yet I possess such means. Moreover, I can furnish you with superior weapons." Before him stood numerous individuals wielding spears fashioned from wood and sickles, an evident testament to their dire poverty. "That sounds promising. But why should I trust your assurances?" the one-eyed man retorted, clearly skeptical. "Goodness, this fellow is truly obstinate. Not even a mix of bluster and persuasion has loosened his tongue. What do you propose then?" he continued. "First, engage me in combat, and we shall see if you are merely a charlatan." The one-eyed man licked his lips as he spoke. "Did I not just demonstrate my courage in the manner of your scalding tribe?" Jones inquired, puzzled. "I do not care. We shall fight first." This man was inflexible. Jones thought helplessly. "It is not that I cannot. but I fear I might lose control and inadvertently slay you." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man's face contorted with a fierce expression, and he lunged at Jones with his sharp knife. "I have yet to finish my statement," Jones exclaimed. Instantly, he entered a frenzied state, deflecting the blade aimed at his throat. The assailant showed no signs of hesitation, retracting his knife and slashing towards Jones's neck. At this moment, Jones had already readied his stance, pressing his sword firmly against the blade, the clash producing a piercing, shrill sound. As the opponent withdrew his knife, Jones swiftly took a step back and brought his sword down with the intent to cleave him in two, including his skull. However, the ferocious one-eyed man chose not to block, but rather rolled aside in an awkward manner. Clang! The knife, unable to be retrieved in time, was split into two by Jones's overwhelming force, and the broken handle slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. After the strike, Jones took another step back and coldly declared, "You have lost." The one-eyed man stood there, visibly stunned, his face flushed, whether from shame or fury was uncertain. "If it weren't for your armor, and if my knife were as fine as your sword, you think. Do not seek excuses. You have lost," Jones said, emphasizing each word. The one-eyed man, upon hearing this, fell silent. In the land of Vestrala, the outcomes of duels are generally regarded as the will of the gods, and the divine will is not to be questioned. "You are correct. We do need better weapons," he conceded. "But you owe me a life," Jones interjected. For the more ferocious the tribe, the greater their reverence for martial prowess. At this moment, he had vanquished the individual before him and spoke with unrestrained candor. "Had I chosen to pursue you just now, I assure you I could have cleaved you in twain, just as your blade does. Thus, you owe me a life." The one-eyed man said nothing, bending down to retrieve the severed piece of his knife. It appeared this fool was contemplating self-harm. How would I then conclude this affair? Jones, in a fit of alarm, rushed forward and kicked the broken knife away. "What if we strike a deal? I will hire you to fight for me, and in return, I shall provide you with sustenance and weaponry," Jones enticed persuasively. After a moment's hesitation, the one-eyed man responded with resolute conviction, "I, T-May, shall fight for you until this life debt is repaid. You need not offer anything in return." T-May then seemed to struggle for a considerable time, yet failed to utter the term lord. "You may simply call me Jones." "Jones, how many men do you require?" 40, but I seek only the fiercest among them." After calculating his remaining golden dragons, Jones declared. T-May did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned his single eye towards the members of the Zhuo tribe and proclaimed, "I have been defeated. Should anyone contest my authority, they may step forward to challenge me. That is your right. If none do, I require 40 of the bravest warriors to accompany me in battle." With that, none from the Zhuo tribe advanced. It was revealed that during his coming-of-age ceremony, T-May had seared his own eyes with a scorching dagger, which had moved the tribal elders and earned him the title of Red Hand of the tribe. The other members regarded his ferocity with considerable trepidation. Observing T-May manage the affairs of the tribe with such deftness, Jones felt a wave of relief wash over him. He could now traverse the Mingyuan Mountains with impunity, free from concerns for his safety. "Jokin, have I performed adequately?" Jokin appraised him for a prolonged moment, holding back his curiosity until he finally inquired, "How did you manage to place your hand in the fire just now? Do you wish to know?" "Indeed. Then, might I borrow some of your gold dragons?" Not long ago, Jones had learned that the Tillier family had granted him a severance pay of 50 golden dragons. Jokin regarded him incredulously, his teeth clenched as he retorted, "You, a noble, not only refuse to pay me my due, but also intend to pry money from me? Let me tell you, with each diminishing coin, my loyalty wanes. You would not wish to find your throat slit by me in a dream, would you?" Jones immediately stepped back, clutching his throat in mock distress, and lamented, "If you want to lend it, then why so fierce? Once on my territory, I shall let you experience the sensation of being struck senseless by golden dragons." We shall see. Chapter 9. The Gathering at Winterfell in the early morning. The biting cold wind howled. The guards at the city gate rubbed their hands and stomped their feet to warm themselves, their faces alight with excitement, occasionally leaning in to converse with their companions. It had been ages since Winterfell had been this lively, as nearly all the northern nobles had gathered here. Just after they spoke, a cavalry troop appeared swiftly on the horizon. "Can you guess which family they belong to?" A guard jested, clearly unfazed by the scene before him, exhibiting no trace of tension. "They bear no banners?" he called out after a prolonged scrutiny. "How many are there?" "A mere 50 or so," replied the guard at the forefront. "Perhaps a small family, or free riders, mercenaries. No need to worry. Who would dare cause a ruckus in Winterfell at this hour?" The captain of the guards remarked dismissively, "Allow me to inquire." Leading the newcomers was a heavily armored knight, flanked by a diminutive foreigner on the left and a one-eyed young man on the right, with what appeared to be mountain clan tribesmen trailing behind. Observing this, the captain had a fair inkling of their identities. To the north of Winterfell lay a group of tribespeople akin to other northerners, possessing bloodlines from their forebears and devoutly believing in the old gods. Although they had distanced themselves from the politics and culture of the Seven Kingdoms, they acknowledged the Stark family's rule and held deep respect for Duke Eddard Stark of Winterfell. Just yesterday, numerous individuals from the renowned Flint and Norrie clans of the mountain tribes had arrived, and this contingent was likely brought forth by the armored knight. It could be said that the captain's capacity for deduction was quite impressive. "At last, we have arrived," exclaimed Jones, who had been journeying tirelessly over the past few days. Particularly after he had partially purchased and partially borrowed a batch of horses for the fiery people, they had not ceased their travels, often resting by the roadside. "My groin is sore. Once we enter the city, I shall seek a woman to soothe it." As he spoke, Joaquin swallowed hard, appearing somewhat impatient. "My lord, would you care to join?" "I am only interested in noble maidens," Jones retorted casually, as he had no inclination to share the pursuit of women with others. "You are missing out on far too much enjoyment," Joaquin called out to Timmy. "Come on, lad, do not be so serious. I shall help you find a woman to indulge with." Regrettably, Timmy paid him no heed. To be precise, Timmy only responded to Jones, dedicating his time even during rest to practice his swordsmanship, evidently still affected by his earlier defeat in combat. "Dismount," Jones commanded as they approached the city gates. "Boy, where do you hail from?" a guard inquired loudly. "Address me as my lord. I am Jon Umber, son of House Umber." Upon hearing this, the guard bowed his head in apology. "My lord, please, the Earl of Last Hearth resides within the city." Jones fell silent, lost in thought about his father, Jon Umber, a towering figure over 2 meters tall. Known for his formidable muscles and reputed ferocity, yet equally famed for his loyalty. "It is something I must face," Jones muttered softly. Within Winterfell, the banners of various houses fluttered in the breeze. The red and silver gauntlet of House Glover, the great black bear of House Mormont, the flayed man of Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, the moose of House Hornwood, the battle-axe of House Umber, the towering sentinel tree of House Tallheart, and the fearsome broken chain of House Umber. The walls by the street are piled high with shields, spears, and various weapons, while the houses below are teeming with people, creating an uproar. Upon entering such an environment, everyone is inevitably swept up in a fervor. The people of the North have never feared war. "Wait here. I will go to the inner keep for a moment," Jones instructed Timmy before stepping inside. Having resided here for a while, he felt a sense of familiarity akin to returning home. "Stop. Who are you?" Unfortunately, this feeling was short-lived, as the guards of the inner keep interrupted him. "If it weren't for the former guard being taken to King's Landing by the Duke, I could have walked right in," Jones consoled himself, vowing that one day they would all know his name. "I am Jon Umber, and I have matters to discuss with Robb." The guards shot him a menacing glare at his words, retorting, "You should refer to him as Lord Robb, you insolent brat. Do you wish to end up like Jon? Losing a finger? What does losing a finger mean?" Jones pondered, slightly bewildered, yet he was disinclined to delve deeper. It was best to inform Lady Catelyn that he bore significant news from King's Landing. Upon hearing this, the guard refrained from further confrontation, though he added with evident displeasure, "The lady is not within the city. I will convey your message to Lord Robb. But heed this warning, even as a noble. You must show sufficient respect to House Stark, especially within Winterfell." Jones bowed slightly in apology, unwilling to engage in a dispute with such a staunch guard. He had no habit of addressing Robb as Lord. After all, they were childhood companions. In comparison, he found it far easier to be with Jon Snow and Arya Stark. Jon, being a bastard, bore no airs of nobility, while Arya seemed blissfully unaware of such distinctions, rarely concerning herself with others' status. The reception hall was quite expansive, its outer walls constructed of gray stone adorned with the sigils of House Stark, featuring banners of the dire wolf. A grand oak and iron door faced the castle courtyard, alongside a side door leading to a dim corridor. As Jones entered the hall, he observed 8 long tables filled with people, at least 100, primarily nobles from the north, engaged in animated discussions. A quick glance revealed his father, Lord Jon, and his brother, young Jon, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Jones's arrival. However, instead of approaching them immediately, he made his way directly to the dais, standing beside Robb Stark. Robb, the eldest son of the Stark Duke, possessed blue eyes and reddish-brown hair, despite being only 15. He had already grown quite robust. "Jones, I hear you have news for me," Robb began. "Yes, Arya has not been captured, She is hiding within King's Landing, Jones whispered, leaning close as he spoke the name of the city, aware that the more people who knew such information, the greater the danger it posed. Robb was exceedingly delighted upon hearing the news. Just 2 days prior, he had received a letter from his sister Sansa, delivered by the Raven, which conveyed that their father and the 2 brothers of the king were conspiring to usurp the throne. Furthermore, it stated that King Robert had perished, and that his mother and he must hasten to the Red Keep to pledge their loyalty to Joffrey. She also mentioned that they must ensure their unwavering fidelity, and once she was wed to Joffrey, she would plead for their father's life. Upon receiving this letter, Robb was infuriated with his sister for omitting any mention of Arya's fate, not a single word. Thus, he was overjoyed to hear the precise news brought by Jon. "Have you encountered Arya?" he immediately inquired, focusing intently on this pivotal question. "Yes. Then why did you not bring her back?" Robb's agitation intensified, his gaze piercing into Jon. "I could not guarantee her safety," Jon replied helplessly. "If she were to accompany me, the risk of exposure would be significantly greater." Robb pondered for a moment, then slumped down in despair. His father and 2 sisters were in the clutches of enemies in King's Landing, and he was now nearly the sole hope for his family, an immense burden indeed. "Thank you for returning to assist me." Robb finally managed to force a smile. Jon nodded and returned to his family's long table. At that moment, Great Jon glared and asked, "Why aren't you in the Citadel, and what brings you back?" If it had been the old Jon, he would have trembled at such a fierce paternal inquiry. Under the rigorous tutelage of such a stern father, one could either become utterly weak or grow ever fiercer. The former had been the case for the original Jon, while his brother, Little Jon, had embraced the latter. "I wish to go to battle," Jon replied with dignified composure. "Ha ha." The first to laugh was his brother, Little Jon. "When did you grow a spine?" Jon scrutinized his brother for a moment. Little Jon appeared even more robust than before, towering perhaps over 2 meters, clad in gleaming light armor that made him resemble a statue. "I defeated the chief of a tribe on my journey back, and now over 40 men follow me," Jon declared, disregarding his brother's mockery and addressing Great Jon, who seemed poised to explode. "Years have passed, and I am no longer the same. My mind has sharpened, and my body has grown stronger. If father doubts me, he may test me. I shall prove myself worthy of the honor of House Stark." Upon hearing this, Great Jon's expression softened considerably, for to a man who revered strength, such words were the only means of persuasion. "Enough of this banter. Let us head to the training grounds and allow your brother to test you," Little Jon said, his irritation evident as Jon ignored him. In truth, the earlier conversation between Jon and Robb had already drawn the attention of many in the hall, and now their exchange excited a throng of young nobles, including Ed Stark, Darren Hornwood, Wendell Manderly, and Daisy Mormont, who began to pound the table, urging for a duel. Observing the familiar scene, Jon suddenly recalled a saying, "If a contest bears no reward, it is devoid of meaning." Contemplating the fact that he was now devoid of a single golden dragon and yet to receive the equipment from the Burning Men, he proposed loudly, "Why not hold a martial competition? The rewards could be assembled by the participating families." "I wish to compete," bellowed Edric Stark. "So do I," exclaimed Daisy, the warrior of House Mormont, visibly irked by those who had questioned her presence as a woman just the previous day. "This is indeed a splendid idea," affirmed Robb. "I shall cover the prizes, 1,000 golden dragons for the first place, 500 for the second, and 100 for the third. Let us schedule it for this afternoon," Robb proclaimed loudly. A tournament serves as a fine means to unify spirits, providing a way to establish hierarchy and mitigate potential conflicts among the nobility in forthcoming administrative arrangements. Chapter 10. The Nobles of the North Winterfell, the Inner Keep. The training grounds were encircled by throngs of spectators. Although the tournament was intended to be modest, it inevitably pertained to the honor of the northern nobility, compelling their earnest attention. Each family had erected their banners around the training grounds, summoning their knights, with the most formidable vassal families being the Boltons, the Starks, the Mormonts, the Karstarks, and the Umbers. Due to their worship of the old gods, the Northerners hold little regard for knightly titles. Nonetheless, there were still several hundred knights among the over 10,000 warriors in Winterfell, with thousands more mounted. Upon hearing of the tournament and the promise of 1,000 golden dragons for the victor, an amount that far surpassed their annual earnings of mere handfuls of dragons, their enthusiasm soared. "It's too late to register. There are simply too many," Harris Mullen, the captain of the guards, explained, his face flushed as he faced the knights before him. "Harris, if you don't allow me to enter, I will fight you for it." "That's 1,000 golden dragons," one knight roared, as if his fortune were being snatched away. "Indeed. Harris, are you afraid you might lose to me in the tournament? I assure you, I will yield if we meet," another knight teased. Do you think I, the captain of the Winterfell Guards, would fear you? Harris replied, bemused by the jest, yet unable to fend off the ravenous knights. He sought Robb as assistance. My lord Robb, the number of registrants is overwhelming. At this rate, the tournament may take days to conclude, Harris lamented. Young Robb, emulating his father's contemplative pose, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let only the nobility participate, he sighed. Robb, I believe that would not be prudent, Jon muttered softly. Just moments prior. On the way to the training grounds, Robb had summoned Jon to inquire about his sister Arya and his observations in the south. After the inquiries, Robb resolved to descend southward with renewed determination. The Lannisters had already extended their grasp towards his maternal grandfather's lands in the Riverlands. Time was of the essence. Robb replied softly, expressing his delight at the return of a childhood companion during his most challenging moments. However, he endeavored to restrain his emotions in the presence of his vassals, allowing himself to converse freely only when their gaze was averted. This predicament was caused by you. Do you possess any viable solutions? He inquired. Have you forgotten? I am a person who has been educated in the academy, Jones replied, inadvertently boasting of his background. The knights and riders were to be the principal forces in the forthcoming southern campaign. Rejecting them would be an imprudent decision. Yet, he hesitated. Envisioning the image of a strategist from the Three Kingdoms, adorned with a feathered fan and a scholarly demeanor, exuding an air of nonchalance. Fortunately, Robb's temperament remained amiable. He did not hasten Jones, indulging his little quirks. However, time was indeed limited. Thus they could initially eliminate those with fanciful notions. Each participant would contribute a golden dragon. Those who lost in the first round would forfeit their dragon, while the victors would be reimbursed. Is it not a desecration of the sanctity of the tournament to select participants based on golden dragons? Robb furrowed his brow. Robb, money is also a sacred entity. It significantly enhances individual initiative and social productivity. Numerous texts in the Academy extol the virtues of currency, Jones remarked, observing Robb's continued frown. With a hint of exasperation. He added, if you remain dissatisfied, you could return the golden dragons to all participating knights in your personal capacity after the tournament, as a reward for their bravery. That indeed seems feasible, Robb nodded. Jones, I find you have changed remarkably. You appear more cunning and astute. Jones interjected, oh, indeed, more astute. Robb amended his statement. Moreover, returning the golden dragons in a personal capacity could endear him to the participants. Sensing the increasingly peculiar gaze from Robb, Jones wisely chose to remain silent. Despite employing subtle tactics, the number of registrants exceeded 100, prompting a revision of the tournament rules to expedite proceedings. The originally planned mounted justs were prefaced by several rounds of ordinary contests, allowing for simultaneous competitions in the arena. I have stipulated that only wooden weapons may be utilized. Real arms are prohibited. Robb felt overwhelmed, pondering why such a straightforward task was fraught with complications. Yes, my lord. The guardsman, equally exasperated, retreated, already envisioning the knights spitting in his face. Meanwhile, in the arena, Jones weighed a wooden sword, muttering to himself, this is it. I've truly brought this upon myself. His strength lay in his physical prowess, so theoretically, heavier weapons would amplify that advantage. However, with the wooden sword in hand, his effectiveness would scarcely surpass that of others. And in terms of swordsmanship, he might even fall short against the skilled participants in the arena. What a slap in the face, he thought. Envisioning the humiliation of losing in the very first match, a sense of disgrace unparalleled by any form of exposure. Lord Robb commanded that only wooden weapons be used. At that moment, a squire shouted loudly. The training ground erupted into a cacophony, particularly among the battle-hardened knights, who were accustomed to employing various means to vanquish their foes. Now, being restricted to childlike implements such as wooden swords and sticks, they were understandably disgruntled. Wooden weapons, Jones surveyed the training ground, his eyes alighting upon a long and thick lance not far off. The cavalry's long weapons were not mere slender sticks, but rather stout, conical wooden poles. Even a wooden lance was cumbersome to wield with one hand. Typically, cavalrymen required both hands to properly handle it during a charge. Jones approached, seizing a lance and weighing it in his hand. Indeed, it was quite heavy. He realized he would need to brace the lance against his arm to lift it. Who is that? A knight inquired. The second son of House Umber, came the reply. Does he intend to use that lance? Surely, he cannot be so foolish. Who knows? The Umber family is not renowned for their intellect, as you well know. Laughter followed. Young Jon observed Jones's actions without derision, continuing instead his conversation with Halyon, the eldest son of House Stark. Daisy Mormont, the eldest daughter of Bear Island, twirled her sword dismissively, muttering, what a dimwit. Count 7. perched upon the high platform, witnessed Jones's antics and immediately teased the elder Jon. "Look at your foolish son." A heavy, unsightly sword was thrust forcefully into the ground by Jon, who grunted in exasperation. Most of the heads of the minor houses around him stifled their laughter, though several counts, unafraid of Jon, were not so restrained. In contrast to the boisterous Jon, Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort spoke in a soft, measured tone, compelling others to listen intently. "This tournament was proposed by your son. Should he falter in the first bout, the Amber family will be the subject of ridicule. I can scarcely await such a delightful spectacle." Jon's expression twisted into a fierce grimace upon hearing this, and he muttered darkly, "If he loses in the first round, I shall take his head." Yet, he feared he might find it difficult to follow through. By the gods, when have I ever failed to keep my word? Count Ricard Stark, however, did not mock. Instead, he remarked nonchalantly, "Foolishness is of little consequence, so long as he possesses strength." The Starks themselves were formidable, tall and robust, sporting bushy beards and long hair. Their demeanor fierce. "The lance's response time is far too slow. You are certain to lose," a sudden, somewhat flippant voice interjected. The speaker, slender and handsome with dark brown hair, was none other than Theon Greyjoy. "What brings you here?" Jones scrutinized him for a moment before recognizing that this was the ward of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, a hostage of sorts. However, during Jones's previous stay in Winterfell, their interactions had been minimal. Jones felt an unsettling aura emanating from his opponent, who even in private had the audacity to inquire if Jones was a proton dispatched by the Amber family. "Why am I not allowed to participate? Alas, if I could wield a bow, none of you would stand a chance against me," Shurin proclaimed with unbridled confidence. "Well, I wish you luck," Jones replied, having no desire to engage further with the boisterous individual, and he strode away with his spear in hand. Chapter 11. The Flourishing Spear Boom. 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 Warriors are the most fervent of individuals. Once the duel was officially announced, the onlooking fighters could not contain their excitement. Some stomped their feet, while others clashed their shields. Their initial chaos gradually coalescing into a harmonious rhythm, giving rise to a resounding roar across the training grounds. Even the typically composed Jones could not resist letting out a bellow amidst such fervor, let alone the other knights, most of whom were flushed with exhilaration. The rules of the duel were straightforward. The guards assembled the competitors and, like herding ducks, divided them into two groups, then straightened them out, allowing the fighters to topple their opponents. Jones faced a knight who was not particularly young, with a few lines etched upon his face. Yet upon seeing Jones wielding a spear over 2 meters long, the knight's wrinkles seemed to bloom like daisies. "Fool, did your lord not impart the distinction between cavalry and infantry?" The knight sneered, but Jones paid him no heed. Taking a deep breath, he entered a state of fury, gripping the spear steadily with one hand, holding it upright before him. With a flick of his wrist, the spear began to spin gracefully, its menacing whooshing sound resonating through the air. The knight's smile abruptly froze, akin to a beast encountering a colossal creature. In truth, aside from the other competitors, nearly everyone present was captivated by the swirling spear. What tremendous strength must be required to wield a lance so effortlessly? Lady Maggie, the ruler of Bear Island, could not help but exclaim. With women currently at the helm on Bear Island, life was satisfactory, yet the sight of such a robust figure stirred her emotions. "That reminds me of myself. Ha ha," boomed the stout Jon, patting his solid chest. The other earls remained silent, their gazes fixated on Jones. After performing a few elegant rotations with his spear, Jones glanced around and confirmed that all eyes were indeed upon him. "It seems I am destined for fame. Who will dare obstruct my path henceforth?" A restrained smile graced his lips, but he resolved to attend to the matter at hand. With both hands gripping the spear as if it were a sword, he charged towards his opponent, embodying the ferocity of a descending tiger. The knight, momentarily stunned, then executed a surprising maneuver. He turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. "Ha!" Laughter erupted, replacing the rhythmic clapping at the sidelines. The sight was utterly ludicrous, a knight fleeing with abandon, while a determined figure pursued him wielding an imposing 2-meter staff. "Stop right there," Jones exclaimed, his strides powerful and swift. "I shall not cease. You must lower your lance," exclaimed the knight ahead as he reached the edge of the training field, swiftly turning and continuing his gallop along the perimeter. Jones, compelled to follow with his over 2-meter-long spear, found himself perpetually on the brink of contact, the tip nearly grazing the knight's rear. The sight was so ludicrous that the entire assembly of warriors erupted into laughter, tears nearly streaming from their eyes. "For heaven's sake, halt this madness. What of your knightly honor?" Jones bellowed, fearing that he might well become a figure of notoriety. I shall not stop. If I do, you will certainly impale me. The knight replied, spurring himself to run even faster. At that moment, even the normally stoic count could no longer contain himself. Clutching his belly in uncontrollable laughter, the youngest child of House Stark, little Rickon Stark, merely 4 years of age, emitted piercing shrieks each time Jon seemed poised to collide with the galloping knight, as if he himself were the one being pursued. Rickon, could you possibly refrain from crying out? A tall giant behind him, burdened with the weight of a child, impatiently remarked, for his brother's cries were grating to the ears. Alas, little Rickon remained wholly absorbed in the spectacle of the knight's frantic dash, oblivious to his elder brother Bran Stark's complaints. At that moment, young Jon had already dispatched his opponent without the use of any weapon, standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 3. His reach was comparable to that of an armed adversary. After a mere sidestep to evade an attack, he delivered a single, powerful punch that rendered his opponent unconscious. Observing the two figures racing along the edge of the field, his lips twitched, betraying a mixture of amusement and irritation. Stop. I assure you I will not harm you. If this continues, we shall become the jesters of the day. Jones lamented, nearly in tears from the absurdity of it all. I shall not listen. Do you take me for a fool? The knight retorted, having concocted a plan. He believed that with the weighty lance and cumbersome armor, his pursuer would tire after several laps, presenting him with the perfect opportunity to retaliate. Jones felt confident that he could indeed catch up, for his own exhaustion was scarcely felt. Moreover, should he alter the position of his lance, perhaps resting it over his shoulder, he could easily close the distance. Yet, either choice would only serve to amplify the farcical nature of the chase. Clear the way, he shouted at the spectators ahead. Gradually, Jones reduced his speed, adopting a javelin-throwing stance, raising his spear with one hand, and propelling it forward with all his might. The knight, noticing the audience parting to either side, instinctively glanced back, only to see a massive pole enlarging in his field of vision. He gasped as he felt a tremendous impact to his chest, sending him hurtling backward. The world spinning until he felt a jarring blow to his head, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. An elderly warrior rushed over, checking the knight's heartbeat, and gestured to the surrounding crowd. All is well, he has merely fainted. After a brief wait, no one came forth to claim the fallen knight, prompting the nearby warriors to hoist him and unceremoniously cast him aside to free up space for the ongoing spectacle. At this moment, Jones was thoroughly disheartened. His much-anticipated debut had been a complete disaster. He casually removed his heavy armor, pouring out a small cup of sweat that had condensed from his recent exertions. What a clumsy oaf, wasn't that just a bit of fun? A crisp female voice floated through the air. Jones glanced at the woman before him. The first word that sprang to mind was supermodel. She stood at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, slender and clad in light armor that accentuated her elegance. Are you Daisy Mormont? He asked, somewhat uncertain. Daisy was the heir of Bear Island, and almost the sole female heir in the north. The Mormont family was an ancient lineage, ranked among the top 5 in strength within the north, comfortably positioned above the Amber family. Of course it's me, Daisy replied, lifting her chin defiantly, but you still haven't answered my question. Jones awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't intend for it to happen. Who knew that knight would be so cowardly? I have no idea which family he belongs to. This left Daisy momentarily speechless, for that knight was one of her family's vassals. In frustration, she stomped her foot and muttered a curse at the clumsy oaf before turning to leave. The second son of House Stark, Ed, along with Torrin, approached with newfound interest. They had just managed to defeat their opponents through sheer swordsmanship. While others found Jones's earlier antics amusing, they recognized the formidable strength he possessed, clad in heavy armor, wielding a lance, and still able to move with such swiftness. Though they considered themselves strong, they knew they were far from his level. Jones, let us go have a drink tonight, Ed proposed enthusiastically. Jones sensed their genuine warmth and nodded in agreement. Sure, I'll come find you when I'm free this evening. It's settled then. Chapter 12. The Knight and the Warrior Woman. After a round of matches, half of the participants had been eliminated, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Seizing the brief intermission, Jones shed his heavy armor. Though this would compromise his defense and expose his vulnerabilities, it would vastly enhance his speed. To his surprise, Little Jon had not come seeking trouble, a turn of events he had anticipated. I am Ronas Stout, son of the Count Stout, the refined noble knight said nervously, eyeing Jones's lance. Jones frantically searched his memory for Count Stout, finally recalling him as a minor lord from the desolate region of Ashmount, a territory likely no larger than a single village. This was common, as not all counts possessed a castle. Nevertheless, he courteously responded, I am Jones Umber. With that, Jones shifted his stance, gripping the lance with both hands, pushing off with his right foot, and propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. This time, he had no intention of allowing another embarrassing incident to unfold. Fortunately, the knight opposite him, though visibly anxious, raised his wooden sword, fixing his gaze on the approaching Jones without opting to evade. As Jones closed in, he swung the lance with a resounding whistle, as if it were a sword, aimed at his opponent. The knight initially contemplated using his wooden sword to block the attack, but upon sensing the formidable force of the sweeping spear, he opted to retreat to the side, evading the impending danger. Jones was not surprised by his opponent's reaction. However, this choice effectively severed any chance of victory for the knight. Jones's speed had surged far beyond his previous capabilities. He swiftly halted the momentum of his spear and thrust it forward with great force, fully aware of his impending triumph. To prevent any unnecessary complications, he deliberately angled the spear downward during the thrust, steering clear of his opponent's head. In the knight's eyes, filled with terror, the spear struck true, sending him rolling backward like a ball, accompanied by the clattering sound of his light armor. Ugh! Despite the light armor, the knight felt a severe pain in his abdomen, and his stomach revolted uncontrollably, prompting him to retch violently. I concede, he shouted after regurgitating, aware that being killed next would be a plausible outcome. Are you all right? Jones inquired, extending his right hand. In truth, he had already sheathed his spear. If he intended to kill, he wouldn't have afforded his opponent the opportunity to speak. You, the knight, just having vomited, looked up to see a face filled with sincerity and concern. Upon seeing the outstretched hand, warmth flooded his heart. Although this man appeared robust, he was surprisingly gentle. What am I thinking? The knight's face flushed with embarrassment at his own thoughts, relieved that the recent exertion had concealed his discomfort. As Jones helped him to his feet, the knight murmured, "May the gods bless you," before hastily making his exit. There are still over 20 left. Jones counted the remaining participants. Among them were his acquaintances, young John, Captain Harris, the warrior maiden Daisy, the eldest son of House Stark, Halion, and his younger brother, Ed, as well as Theon Greyjoy. He was particularly surprised that Daisy had advanced to the second round. What kind of look is that? Daisy snarled from a distance. Jones felt a bit embarrassed, having not anticipated that she would notice his gaze. What did you not expect? The tall warrior woman pressed, raising her voice. Nothing. Jones quickly waved his hands, attempting to evade the predatory glare of the warrior. I will face you in the next round, humph. Daisy clearly had no intention of letting him off easily. Very well. I shall win another round then, Jones replied bluntly, and upon seeing the imminent eruption of rage from Daisy, he made a hasty retreat. During the subsequent grouping of the guards, Daisy consistently positioned herself opposite Jones. In such a small pool of contestants, it was no surprise that she had chosen him as her adversary. This woman holds a grudge far too long, Jones muttered under his breath. I will make you understand the consequences of underestimating women, Daisy declared, twirling her blade. I do not underestimate women, Jones protested. Jones exclaimed, feeling unjustly accused of demeaning women despite having grown up in a new era. He remarked, I merely thought you had a splendid physique and were quite beautiful. I never anticipated that you could fight so fiercely. As he spoke of her admirable figure, his gaze involuntarily drifted to her slender waist and rounded hips, a physique he had never encountered in this world. Reminiscent of the countless squats women in his past life undertook to achieve such form. Scoundrel, Daisy shouted, noticing Jones's gaze. With a powerful kick of her long leg, she launched the first attack. Jones employed the same technique, gripping the gun's handle and swinging it forcefully towards her. The female warrior's subsequent response far exceeded his expectations. Her speed remained unyielding as she executed a challenging side flip, swiftly evading the oncoming spear. She landed gracefully, her legs bending and extending, as her blade lunged towards Jones's throat. Jones quickly sidestepped to evade the thrust of the wooden sword, beginning to swing his spear back. However, the opponent had already closed the distance, showing no signs of retreat, but instead began to circle around him. It seemed that the moment Jones halted his spear, she would launch another assault. Jones was compelled to alter his tactics, transitioning from a swing to a downward strike. The female warrior was taken aback by Jones's remarkable agility with the heavy spear. She barely managed to roll aside to evade his attack. Before she could regain her footing, the spear lunged at her once more, forcing her to roll again. Despair washed over her as the spear seemed to have a mind of its own, swiftly striking again just as she completed her roll. Curse it, she thought, as she had no time or space to stand and was compelled to roll yet again. Jones felt as though he were a fisherman reeling in a flailing fish, advancing with each of its frantic movements. After rolling countless times, the female warrior found herself disoriented. Enough. What do you concede? Jones queried as he thrust, sensing her speed had diminished, allowing him a clear opportunity to strike. Yet, he hesitated, not out of pity, but because he had no animosity towards her. A thrust of the spear could very well claim her life, and he doubted his ability to avoid a fatal blow. The female warrior offered no reply, continuing to evade until she realized that retaliation was futile. Reluctantly, she declared, "I concede." Upon hearing this, Jones retracted his spear and exhaled deeply. The battle had indeed been lengthy. After several rolls, Daisy felt a wave of nausea wash over her and promptly collapsed to the ground, retching. "Are you all right?" Jones asked gently, extending his right hand and flashing a warm, sunny smile. Smack! Daisy lifted her head, incensed to see him still mocking her, and angrily swatted his hand aside. Jones stood in silence, caught in a tumult of emotions. Neither laughter nor anger felt appropriate. "Scoundrel!" The female warrior spat as she departed, her teeth gritted in frustration. Chapter 13. The Knight's Duel. At this moment, only 12 individuals remained on the field, among whom Jones recognized merely 3, young Jon, the captain of the guards, Harris, and the formidable Halioncar Stark. As for Hyan, who had once proclaimed his intent to dominate before the tournament, he was now carried off, having sustained some injuries, though none were grievous. What lay ahead was a solitary joust, a moment for the knights to truly showcase their martial prowess. "My lord, do you possess confidence?" Jokine had stealthily approached, taking the opportunity during the preparatory moments before the joust to sidle up next to Jones. "Why do you seem more anxious than I?" Jones queried, perplexed. When had Jokine become so concerned for him? Was he perhaps captivated by his earlier display of valor? Have the idle men already set up betting pools? There will surely be no shortage of participants. "Perhaps I might earn a tidy sum," Jokine replied, evasively. Jones fell silent for a moment, then uncertainly inquired, "Will Robb allow such occurrences?" The Stark family harbors a deep disdain for gambling, akin to the most traditional and honorable of folk. "Fear not. This is merely the concern of the idlers below. The esteemed will not interfere." "Just tell me what the odds are," Jokine insisted. "Throughout our journey, you have been my companion in practice. Are you not aware of my capabilities?" "It seems you have not exerted your full strength during our sessions," Jokine mumbled. "You should cherish your valuable assets. I harbor little confidence for what lies ahead. I cannot ascertain how much my strength and speed will manifest on horseback. At this juncture, horsemanship and lance work may prove even more vital," Jones advised him. With that, he made his way toward the Amber family's gathering area to collect a family shield and steed, while Jokine hesitantly departed, failing to provide a definitive answer regarding the wager. "In the next match, I shall personally unseat you," young Jon declared as he observed Jones approaching. "Who shall win remains uncertain," Jones retorted nonchalantly. "Well done, young Jon," boomed Lord Jon, his presence heralded before he even arrived. "When selecting opponents, young Jon, you shall choose the lad from House Hwood, and young Jones, you will face the knight from House 7. "Father, I wish to choose. I am not consulting you. This is a command, do you understand?" Lord Jon bellowed. "Yes," young Jon, sensing his father's genuine ire, reluctantly acquiesced. Throughout the exchange, Jones remained remarkably composed, earning Lord Jon's newfound respect. "The 7 and Hwood families have long been at odds with me. I have yearned to teach those two a lesson for quite some time. If you prevail, rewards shall await you," Lord Jon proclaimed, his voice booming so that nearly everyone in the vicinity could hear when he spoke of teaching a lesson. "Furthermore, young Jones, you shall use my steed." With that command, Lord Jon rushed back to the high platform, where even from a distance, one could hear him engaged in lively banter with several earls. The prowess of young Jon Snow is indeed formidable. Those of you with daughters should hasten to register. Young Jon, in a fit of anger, clamped down the metallic visor of his helmet, seized a wooden lance adorned with a shield depicting a roaring giant, and mounted a magnificent gray-brown warhorse. With a vigorous squeeze of his legs, he charged towards the center of the training field, leveling his lance at the position of House Hwood, bellowing, "Dallin Hwood." This provocative gesture instantly ignited the crowd, who had anticipated a longer wait to witness the joust. Before long, Dallin Hwood emerged, furiously riding a black stallion clad in metal armor, wielding an orange and black-horn shield. Clearly, the sensation of being called out was not a pleasant one. The two adjusted their positions, each claiming a side of the field, and commenced the first round of their charge. In this moment, young Jon's advantage in arm length became evident. Before Dallin could even reach him, Jon's lance had already struck fiercely against Dallin's shield, sending him flying backward as the shield shattered. The sound of Dallin's head striking the ground resonated throughout the arena, drawing a collective gasp from the audience. Count Hwood, accompanied by his attendants, rushed forward in anxious concern. After all, this was his only son. Fortunately, the situation seemed manageable. Otherwise, Count Hoadwood would have been in a desperate frenzy. Young Jon, however, appeared unfazed, casually discarding the splintered lance and returning to the banner of House Umber. He remained oblivious to the fact that Big Jon was stricken with anxiety, as the thrill of the moment was quite intense. Although the joust holds no regard for life and death, should he truly have felled Count Hoadwood's only son, the streets of Winterfell might run red with blood that night. Earl Stark breathed a sigh of relief. Dallin was betrothed to his only daughter, Alicia Stark, and their wedding would be held as soon as she reached adulthood. The younger Stark children, Bran and Rickon, were flushed with excitement, captivated by the decisive manner in which Jon dispatched his opponent, a dream shared by many a boy, to become an invincible knight. Meanwhile, Robb's brow remained furrowed in worry, twisted with concern for his brother. In that fleeting moment, he likely felt even more anxious than Count Hoadwood regarding his son's safety. Even now, his heart was heavy with trepidation, fearing any misfortune that might lead to the loss of both families' forces. At this juncture, Jon was becoming acquainted with Big Jon's striking black stallion, a creature as muscular and robust as its rider, whose very sneeze echoed louder than that of any other horse. Next to enter the fray were the captain of the guard, Harris, and knights from House Bolton. Lord Roose Bolton had not brought his children this time. Some claimed his son, Domeric Bolton, perished from a stomach ailment, while others whispered of a possible illegitimate son. Nevertheless, even without an heir, his knights were formidable, with 2 among the 12 hailing from the Dread Fortress. As the knight of the Bolton family entered the arena, brandishing a crimson flayed skin shield, Jones couldn't help but cast a few lingering glances. Although he could not fathom the Bolton family's macabre fascination with flaying skin, he had to concede that it was undeniably intimidating. No one wished to become their adversary, for to do so meant contemplating a fate far worse than death. The Bolton Knights employed a ferocious and almost mutually destructive fighting style, leaving Harris in a fluster, yet ultimately, through his extensive experience, he managed to unseat his opponent. After observing 2 more bouts, Jones finally declared war on the Knight of House 7. The knight was a stout, bearded man whose armor constrained him like a barrel. However, Jones did not underestimate him. Sometimes, a smaller frame could be advantageous. In the first round, as Jones lunged towards him, the stout knight exhibited remarkable horsemanship, nimbly evading to the side of his mount. Once he had dodged Jones's attack, he countered with a swift thrust. Bang! The impact shattered Jones's shield. Yet he managed to cling to his steed with his long legs, avoiding being unseated. The second round was markedly different. The stout knight, now disarmed of his lance and left with only a shield, found himself easily toppled from his horse by Jones. With a sigh of relief, Jones celebrated his victory, having successfully navigated his first joust in this new world. After 1 round of jousting, only 6 contenders remained, each brimming with fighting spirit, and the cheers from the crowd reached a crescendo. 1 more round would determine the top 3, whose names would be etched in the memories of knights across the north and sung by bards. Big Jon soon approached, instructing the Jones brothers not to face each other as opponents. According to him, the Umber family was destined to shine this time, as he had sent a servant to procure beer in anticipation of celebration. It was no wonder he was in high spirits. He was well aware of young Jon's prowess and was not surprised by such achievements. However, the unexpected return of Jones to this level left him astonished. After much contemplation, he could only attribute it to his own fatherly influence. In the ensuing jousts, young Jon continued to unseat his opponents with ease, while Jones, securing his grip on the sleek black horse, managed to unseat his adversary in a fierce exchange. Despite reaching the final 3, the upcoming contests appeared daunting for Jones. Chapter 14. The Fortunate Night in Winterfell. As dusk fell, the fading sunlight bathed the training grounds in a golden hue. The tantalizing aroma of roasted lamb wafted from a nearby fire, while guards transported a bounty of meats. A massive whole cow, glazed with layers of honey, awaited the declaration of the ultimate victor. At this moment, aside from the brothers Jones, the third individual remaining on the field was Harris, the captain of the guards of Lindong City, who ultimately subdued the eldest son of House Stark with his exceptional marksmanship. On the platform, Great Jon was fervently extolling the virtues of his family, recounting their bloodline origins and their unwavering loyalty to House Stark that spanned over a millennium, tracing back to the heroic deeds of the Umber family 3 generations prior. Almost all the earls looked on helplessly as he fervently spewed forth, for who among them did not have a lineage stretching back thousands of years? As for the millennium-long allegiance to House Stark, it was hardly remarkable. considering that the Stark family was once the royal house of the North before the unification of the Seven Kingdoms. Was there truly a noble who would not pledge fealty to their king? The elderly Lady Mormont could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Jon, silence yourself." This was the glory of the Amber family. Did Lady Mormont harbor doubts? "If you disagree, we can settle this on the field right now." Great Jon retorted without hesitation. "I am but an old woman, and you dare utter such words, Jon? Is this truly your family's honor? If you wish to duel, you may well seek my brother Jeor at the wall." Lady Mormont rolled her eyes, wholly disregarding Great Jon's madcap challenge. She could only blame herself for letting him speak. The brash man simply relished in boasting. "Speaking of your brother Jeor, I have a great deal to say. As the commander of the Night's Watch, he writes to me incessantly about the lack of supplies. Though I reside in the nearest castle to the wall, he cannot perpetually borrow from me. Furthermore, what purpose does the Night's Watch serve?" Robb, too, was vexed by Great Jon's boisterousness and could not help but interject, only to realize that perhaps his tone was overly harsh. An earl should be allowed to voice trivial matters without being silenced. After clearing his throat a few times, he awkwardly shifted the topic, suggesting they conclude the tournament as the warriors were eagerly anticipating the feast. Suddenly, the usually reticent Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort spoke up. "Let us expedite this contest. The words of Lord Jon are becoming rather excessive, are they not?" Upon hearing this, Great Jon was about to unleash a tirade at Roose. But Roose clearly had no intention of granting him that opportunity. He continued, "I propose we have them engage in a free-for-all, ranking them by the order in which they fall from their horses. This will conclude the contest swiftly. Lord Jon, do you concur?" With the first and second places almost certainly destined for House Amber, Great Jon, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Earl Sevon, however, was prepared to object, as this was exceedingly advantageous for House Amber. Yet Roose interjected, "Furthermore, Jon, you shall not guide them. Am I the sort to do such a thing? Let the younglings fight as they wish." Great Jon replied, his displeasure evident. "Young wolf, since it was my suggestion, I shall add an additional 1,000 golden dragons to the first prize," Roose stated, his gaze steady upon Robb. "Lord Roose, I am in favor of your proposal," Robb said after a moment of contemplation. "The earls have adhered to their agreement not to engage in public gambling during the tournament, and now there is no harm in Lord Luss's modest proposal. Although it may seem somewhat unfair to his captain of the guard, fundamentally, both the Jones brothers and Harris are warriors of their own kin." This slight alteration has stirred a complex web of thoughts among the three participants. Harris feels a profound sense of injustice. Given his prowess, the championship was well within his grasp. The victor stands to gain 2,000 golden dragons, while the third place only offers a meager 100. While knights may prioritize honor, relinquishing what rightfully belongs to him leaves him deeply unsettled. Young Jon, robust and vigorous, is nonetheless determined to give his all, while he regards Jones with disdain, considering him too inexperienced in the art of combat. Intriguingly, Jones and Jon share a singular thought. They refuse to ally with one another. Jon harbors contempt for his timid, cowardly brother, and his primary objective in this tournament is to teach Jones a lesson, forcing him to recognize the disparity between them and dispelling any unrealistic fantasies he may have regarding the family legacy. Conversely, Jones is irked by Jon's arrogant demeanor. He would prefer to team up with the composed and steady Harris. However, such collaboration remains merely a fleeting thought, as allying with someone against his own kin could provoke Jon to strip him of his surname in a fit of rage. He certainly does not wish to be called Jon Snow. Thus, the three find themselves awkwardly circling each other on horseback. Harris aims to prevent the brothers from ganging up on him, while Jones awaits their initial move, and young Jon fears a surprise attack from the other. "Come on, unleash your lances. Are you cowards?" The warriors at the sidelines grow increasingly impatient, urging action. High above, Jon yearns to confront the brothers and demand clarity on their hesitation. Why not swiftly deal with Harris and then settle the rankings, allowing the Amber family's valor to resound throughout the North? What could possibly be causing such indecision? Yet, upon catching Luss's restraining gaze, he must temper his impulse. Jon has always been a man of his word. With a disdainful spat, Jon expresses his frustration. In this tense atmosphere, Harris can no longer contain himself and charges at Jones, whom he perceives as the weakest link. Jones meticulously observes Harris's approach while remaining vigilant against a potential ambush from young Jon. As anticipated, Jon also makes his move, his gray-brown steed advancing from the flank, seemingly poised to seize an advantage. Just as both are closing in on Jones, Jon and Harris pivot almost simultaneously. Harris yanks the reins, his horse rising high, thrusting downward at Jon from his elevated position, while Jon, positioned to the side, thrusts his lance forward with unyielding determination. Bam! as two individuals simultaneously thrust their long spears, sending each other flying. Their steeds collided beneath them, and the two men, along with their horses, tumbled together like rolling gourds. The cacophony of neighing horses, the furious shouts of Harris and young Jon, and the astonished gasps of the warriors outside the arena abruptly jolted Jones back to reality. He stared in disbelief at the two adversaries who had just moments ago exuded such ferocity, now lying defeated before him. "You fell before I even made a move," he mused, now the last man standing in the arena. The spectators, too, began to comprehend the unfolding events. Ordinarily, when a champion emerged, the crowd would erupt in cheers, heralding the victor's name, marking the pinnacle of a night's glory. Yet now, a murmur of whispers swept through the crowd. This was evidently the will of the old gods, and the Lord of the Dreadfort, seemingly unfazed by the outcome, rose to adjust his armor and declared, "Young wolf, the time for celebration has arrived. But how do we determine the rankings?" Big Jon inquired, somewhat perplexed. Robb then turned his gaze to the side. To the scholar, Maester Marwyn. In a measured tone, the Maester replied earnestly, "According to the rules, young Jon fell first, thus he claims third place. Harris followed closely, earning second, while Jones remains, securing the title of first." Robb nodded in acknowledgement. "I respect Maester Marwyn's judgment." Thus, the melee concluded amidst a flurry of discussions. If there was one common sentiment shared among the three men, it was one of discontent. Harris believed he had vanquished his true rival, young Jon, and that the first place, along with the fortune of gold dragons to squander for a lifetime, rightfully belonged to him. Instead, the victor was a greenhorn, inexperienced in the art of the spear. Young Jon, having failed to achieve his goal of teaching his brother a lesson, found himself in third place, while his sibling unexpectedly claimed first, a source of lifelong humiliation for him. Jones had not even wielded his spear in the final bout, yet emerged victorious. The sensation of attaining first place by mere chance felt rather uncomfortable. He had already caught whispers among the warriors bestowing upon him the moniker of Lucky Knight. Had he secured third place, no one would have derided him. Bards would have continued to sing of his valor. Now, however, Lucky Knight might soon become fodder for jesters and fools. The victors were unhappy, and the vanquished were equally discontent. An amusing outcome, was it not? The Lord of the Dreadfort mused quietly to his attendant. When one realizes they inhabit a world akin to a television series or a novel, particularly one like Game of Thrones, yet remains oblivious to the plot, what thoughts might a rational person entertain? Firstly, a publishable series or novel implies that the virtuous side often prevails. Secondly, characters will strive to align themselves with the protagonist. Thirdly, upon acknowledging their existence in a fantastical realm, would they believe in the existence of White Walkers? Undoubtedly, they would. Thus, our protagonist will also come to this realization. How will he achieve this understanding? Stay tuned, for several readers have expressed their confusion and impatience. I shall provide a brief overview of the narrative, ensuring a more elegant expression while retaining the original meaning. Chapter 15. The reward. Nightfall enveloped Winterfell's inner keep. By the crackling bonfire, a feast was laid out, featuring a whole roasted lamb and a colossal honey-glazed roasted ox, accompanied by an array of delectable dishes: a thick barley and venison stew, a rich and savory lamb broth, tender whale and seal meat, skewered sausages, cured meats, and nutty flatbreads. Of course, no celebration would be complete without barrels of rye beer. One may forego food, but never the drink. Let us raise a toast to Jon Umber, the champion of the tournament. Cheers erupted as the banquet commenced. To the valiant Amber family, bellowed Big Jon, though his call met with tepid response. To our young wolf lord. Yet, Big Jon's thick skin allowed him to swiftly amend his words, prompting a resounding cheer from the gathered warriors. Jones had summoned his fiery followers and Joquin. Upon learning that his leader had triumphed in the contest, Tammy promptly elevated his address to Master, a reflection of the primal tribal reverence for strength. Joquin, however, bore the countenance of one who had just lost his father. No, rather, his entire family. When Jones inquired about his distress, Joquin fidgeted, lamenting that he had wagered all his savings on the victory of Little Jon and Harris. His voice faltered, echoing the mournful cry of a fawn. Jones found himself at a loss for words. He could neither chastise a man stripped of his fortune nor extend comfort to one who had not believed in his own success. "I hope you will continue to serve me faithfully," he eventually stated, acknowledging the reality of their situation. Before long, the two younger sons of House Stark pulled Joquin away to drink. Gathering around him were the sons of various lords, known and unknown. A glance revealed that most present were either disinherited younger sons or scions of minor houses. "A League of the Fallen," Jones murmured to himself. "My lord, what did you say?" inquired Ed Stark, concerned. Nothing of consequence, merely commenting on how your name bears an amusing resemblance to that of Lord Eddard of Winterfell. Jones deftly redirected the conversation. Huh. My name is a testament to the high regard our family, House Stark, holds for Lord Eddard. We, the Karstarks, are but a branch of the Stark lineage. That is a tale from a millennium past. We are all descendants of our forebears, retorted a member of House Seaworth, unable to conceal disdain for his apparent kinship with the Stark family. We are undoubtedly the descendants of our ancestors. However, it is an affront to our northern lineage that the descendants of the Undulls dared to capture and imprison our duke. This is an insult to our forebears and the old gods. Eddard Stark, his eyes reddened with fury, proclaimed loudly, his youthful visage contorted with a fierce expression. Almost all the sons of the earls were stirred by his words, ignited like explosives, and began to roar for the annihilation of the Southerners. Their loyalty to House Stark was beyond question. Not far away, Maester Marwyn approached with Bran, heading towards Jon and the others. Perhaps they could indeed rescue their father. Bran thought joyfully, as he sat in a willow basket carried by his servant, Hodder, his legs rendered useless. Do you truly wish to meet Jon? Perhaps it would be more prudent to remain with your brother and the lords, Maester Marwyn suggested gently. No, I no longer wish to be among those lords. Their gazes upon my legs always seem laced with mockery. My disability is not my fault, Bran cried out, his voice tinged with sorrow. Very well. Let us seek out Jon. Perhaps he may bring us news of a different nature, Maester Marwyn reassured him. Let us hope so. My Lord Stark. The assembly greeted Bran with reverence upon his arrival. Though merely an 8-year-old boy and a disabled one at that, the respect of etiquette was upheld, especially since with Robb's departure south, this young lad would soon become the heir of Winterfell. Jon gazed upon the boy, with his large, watery eyes and fair complexion, more beautiful than most girls, as he struggled to recall past memories. When he had come to Winterfell for his studies, Bran had been too young, comparable in age to Rickon now, and their interactions had been sparse. He doubted Bran would remember him. Maester Marwyn. Jon stood, addressing him with respect. Although Marwyn had forbidden him from calling him teacher, Jon held great esteem for this learned man who had once instructed him. I never anticipated that you would not become a maester, but instead a warrior, Maester Marwyn remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Jon offered an awkward smile, uncertain if Marwyn's words were criticism or praise. Sensing Jon's discomfort, Maester Marwyn waved his hand dismissively. This is all your own choice. I bear no resentment. Bran has heard that you bring news from King's Landing, and he wishes to speak with you privately, Jon said. Lord Jon, I would like to hear it from your own lips, if you do not mind. Bran inquired politely. It is my honor. Jon then recounted the information he had gathered in King's Landing, especially the encounter with his sister, Arya, which brought Bran much relief as he confirmed multiple times that she was unharmed and safe. You will rescue my father and sisters, will you not? Bran asked, his eyes filled with hope. Yes, that is indeed our intention, Jon replied earnestly. The Stark family will remember your sacrifices. Before departing, young Bran solemnly vowed. When I was unconscious, it seemed I beheld my brother Jon curled up in a world of ice and snow. It has come to my attention that you share a close friendship with him and reside in close proximity. I hope you can spend more time in his company, as he may very well need your presence. I shall certainly do so, if time permits, though he did not explicitly state this. Jon, dressed in black, learned of this choice only today from Robb. One wonders how lonely a soul must be to don such somber attire willingly. Before long, Robb gathered Jon, young Jon, Daisy Mormont, and the 3 Stark brothers, all sons of earls who had participated in the tournament. Your martial prowess is evident to all. You are indeed the finest warriors of the North. Robb paused, directing his gaze towards the Jon brothers. What roles do you envision undertaking within our great army? As Jon felt Robb's gaze upon him from the dais, he could only assume a contemplative demeanor, for he had not fully formulated his thoughts on the forthcoming plans. I shall become the most reliable guard for the Lord, just as my father did, young Jon ventured forth. The House Stark is steadfast in its support of the young wolf. Serving as his guard is our honor, declared the eldest Stark brother on behalf of the trio. Daisy Mormont, the fierce warrior from Bear Island, had intended to become a glorious guard as well. However, observing Jon's pensive expression, she decided to listen to his thoughts first. In truth, such matters hardly warrant contemplation. For a knight, serving as the Lord's Guard is nearly the highest honor one can attain. For instance, the King's Guard. Each member's tales are immortalized by minstrels and chronicled in various tomes. What caused Jon's hesitation was his discomfort in valuing another's life above his own. He could fight for a friend, but to sacrifice himself for another, he doubted he could do. Thus, he would not assume the role of a guard. Yet, under the questioning gazes of those around him, He pondered a convincing rationale. My lord, I wish to be a captain of a strike force, forever at the forefront of slaying our foes. Jon replied earnestly, omitting the thought that he also yearned to rescue his childhood companion, the lone girl wandering outside. Robb felt disappointment at Jon's refusal to serve as his guard. However, considering Jon's unparalleled prowess in combat, appointing him as a captain of a strike force seemed a fitting allocation of talent. At that moment, a clear female voice chimed in, young wolf. I too wish to lead troops. The warrior of Bear Island fears no enemy. It was Daisy Mormont, and upon concluding her statement, she cast a challenging glance at Jon. Your choices are all justifiable, Robb affirmed. Jon, you shall command 500 cavalrymen, trampling our enemies beneath our steeds. Daisy, you will lead 1,000 infantry, severing the heads of any who dare obstruct us. He then scanned the faces of young Jon and the others. And you shall be my most steadfast guards, together safeguarding the honor of the North. Defend the North. Defend the North. The fervent cheers reached a crescendo, enveloping the banquet in an atmosphere of exhilaration. I promised you a reward. While it still lingers in my memory, heed my words closely. On the way back to the guest room, Jon stammered, clearly inebriated from excessive drinking. The Amber family's territory near Seal Bay is entrusted to you. Do as you please with it. Without waiting for Jones's response, he staggered away. Surprisingly calm, Little Jon observed this exchange, leaving Jones perplexed. Shouldn't he be glaring at his rival for inheritance? Was there some hidden trap awaiting him? Chapter 16. Forge and armor. The following day, 2 full bags of golden dragons were delivered amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the servants. Jones weighed the gray cloth bags in his hands. The coins inside clinked melodiously, causing the nearby servant to swallow hard. I am rather affluent now, am I not? He remarked with a hint of pride. Indeed, my lord. This is all earned through your valor, the servant fawned. Well said, a reward is in order, Jones chuckled. But upon searching his person, he found no coins, not a single copper or silver piece. Looking at the wide-eyed servant, he slapped his forehead in embarrassment. Oh dear, it seems I have no money on me at all. Next time, next time. With that, he clutched the 2 bags of golden dragons and jingled his way out, leaving the servant dumbfounded. In Winterfell, Jones strode confidently ahead, his sealskin cloak billowing, while the diminutive Jokun, both elated and tormented, followed closely, clutching the golden dragons. The coins sparkled beautifully, yet they were not his own. The fiery tribe members, acting as devoted guards, scrutinized their surroundings, ready to defend against any would-be thieves. Jones proclaimed loudly, we shall visit the blacksmith shortly. Choose any weapon you desire. I shall purchase them all. Long live the Lord. Long live the Lord. The fiery tribe members cheered excitedly. Previously, they had been anxious to reach their destination, compounded by Jones's lack of funds, which left them poorly equipped. Now, with the promise of unrestricted selection, their spirits soared. Upon passing through the town square, soldiers approaching from the opposite direction would often salute Jones with respect, whether genuine or feigned. Yet after his departure, many would whisper amongst themselves, engaging in spirited debates over who truly was the North's foremost knight. Later, they turned into a muddy alley, where a group of ragged children, barefoot and of Bran's age, wielded sticks and shouted with glee. Upon noticing the approaching entourage, they quickly stepped aside. Little Fox, do you know who that leader was? Of course. He is Lord Harris, the captain of House Stark's guards. He truly commands respect. I want to be a captain when I grow up. Just you? Being a squire would be a divine blessing. How dare you? Bring it on. Who's afraid? Thus, the young lads resumed their antics with wooden sticks. Along their path, they encountered free knights haggling over armor and gray-haired smiths peddling an assortment of old iron weapons from their carts. However, Jones paid little heed to these distractions. The members of his entourage weighed the daggers and long swords hanging by the roadside before carelessly discarding them, recognizing these crude iron weapons as the most inferior of their kind. Eventually, they arrived at a colossal stone edifice, the finest smithy in Winterfell. The grand double doors were crafted from ebony, adorned with a hunting scene. Flanked by stone-carved knights clad in fantastical red steel armor, their helmets resembling howling wolves, perhaps drawn by the sound of clashing gold dragons. The proprietor suddenly emerged with a broad grin, hastily bowing and scraping. Upon noticing the emblem on Jones's attire, he quickly exclaimed, "Please, allow me to serve Lord Amber with wine." Jones waved his hand dismissively, stating, "You see, I have come bearing a generous quantity of gold dragons. Thus, I expect you to present your finest wares. Of course, should you attempt to deceive me, it would serve me well, for I could simply sever your head without offering a single gold dragon in payment." Such daring words, my lord, The proprietor replied obsequiously, "Please, make yourself at home. My establishment is renowned throughout Winterfell. You shall find no other to compare. Crafting armor or swords is a trivial task for any rural blacksmith. But the products of my forge are truly fit for nobility, with even the Stark lords frequenting my shop. The sigil of House Umber is that of the Shattered Chain and Roaring Giant, is it not? I can fashion for you a suit of armor adorned with silver chains. Guaranteed to be one of a kind." Jones, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. The man seemed to regard himself as one of those frivolous nobles, a sentiment echoed by many. He recalled tales of the helmet worn by the late King's brother, Renly Baratheon, which was said to be crafted from gold. Noticing Jones's lack of interest, the proprietor quickly added, "If Lord Umber finds that unsatisfactory, I also possess tungsten steel. While it cannot compare to Valyrian steel, it is nonetheless a premier material. Should you ever find a spellcaster, one could even inscribe runes upon it. Your words are persuasive, yet tell me, which piece of magical armor bearing runes does not boast a lineage spanning millennia? Where might one find such a spellcaster?" Jones retorted, "Valyrian steel is indeed legendary. Sharper than any other metal. Do you possess any?" "My lord jest," the proprietor replied. "Valyrian steel can only be forged in the free city of Coer across the sea. All that exists in Westeros is inherited by the nobility and is, alas, not for sale." "Indeed," Jones nodded, for he merely inquired out of curiosity. During his time in the Citadel, he had gleaned knowledge about such magical artifacts. It was said that Maester Boros, during his sojourn in the Free Cities, authored several texts on Coer's forging techniques, only to be publicly whipped and expelled from the city thrice for his incessant questioning. On the last occasion, he was accused of stealing a Valyrian steel weapon and subsequently lost a hand. The forging method of Valyrian steel remains an enigma even within the scholarly city. "What do you think, my lord?" the homeowner inquired softly. "Very well, lead me to see it," Jones replied as he rose. The homeowner promptly guided Jones through the back door, traversing a narrow courtyard before entering a spacious stone granary, where the actual work of the blacksmithing took place. As the weapons master opened the door, a wave of heat surged forth, enveloping everyone as if they were about to step into the jaws of a fire-breathing dragon. Every corner was adorned with a blazing forge, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and sulfur. Yet, to Jones, the usual stench of sulfur was oddly appealing at that moment. The foreman of the blacksmiths glanced up, quickly wiping the beads of sweat from his brow before resuming his rhythm of hammer and tongs. The bare-chested apprentices continued their vigorous operation of the bellows. In the center lay a pile of various materials, and the homeowner pointed to a dark, unsightly object, declaring, "This is tungsten steel, exceedingly difficult to melt and possessing remarkable hardness. Even arrows forged from fine steel cannot pierce it. The drawbacks, however, are its expense and weight." Jones kicked at the object, noting its considerable density. "This is indeed a fine material. Have them cease their current tasks. As you know, I am soon to journey south with the young wolf, and I cannot afford to linger here," Jones instructed, gesturing towards the blacksmiths. "Moreover, I require not only armor but also a hefty sword." Yes, the homeowner nodded vigorously. Following this, all the blacksmiths sprang into action, and the apprentices redoubled their efforts at the bellows. The environment invigorated Jones, causing his blood to race, prompting him to stay under the pretense of supervision. After trying on several suits of armor, most of the fiery tribesmen opted for lightweight chainmail and long, sharp blades, which cost Jones 80 gold dragons. The expenses for the tungsten steel armor and heavy sword would depend on the final amount of materials used, but preliminary estimates suggested no less than 300 gold dragons, since the tungsten steel had been previously tempered, and with the diligence of the craftsmen. Both the armor and the heavy sword took shape by that evening. During this time, Jones incessantly urged the blacksmiths to thicken the armor and widen, lengthen, and reinforce the sword. The homeowner and the foreman, faced with his arbitrary directives, patiently explained, "My lord Umber, a sword of such weight cannot be wielded effectively, and even if it could, it would not be sustainable. The armor cannot be made thicker. If it were, you would be unable to move," they added. While their reasoning was sound, Jones was aware that in moments of bloodline eruption, he would be capable of wielding it. He believed that even without engaging in combat, the added weight would serve as a means of physical conditioning. If he were to build his muscles to a size akin to that of Jon, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. "Just focus on your work. Do not concern yourself with anything else," he asserted. "My lord, it truly cannot be done. If it is too thick, it will be unmanageable," the homeowner lamented. "Then find a way to make it manageable," Jones commanded. As Jones cast a glance at Timmy, the latter understood immediately and drew forth the newly purchased steel dagger, placing it against the homeowner's throat. His single eye fixed upon the homeowner with the predatory gaze of a hunter. It must be done, the homeowner cried, his voice tinged with despair. Consequently, the blacksmiths intensified their hammering, as if to vent their pent-up frustrations. What a fool we have encountered today, Jones mused, examining the freshly tempered black helmet visor, which bore an expression of fury that was both intricate and terrifying, certainly enough to frighten a child to tears. With such exquisite craftsmanship evident in the visor, the quality of the armor's other components was assured. Especially notable was the heavy sword forged from tungsten steel, measuring over 2 meters in length and nearly a foot in width, its blade wide enough to rival a finger. It was certain to cleave through anything in its path. Once all components had been tempered, the artisans prepared to refine and engrave them, but Jones halted their progress. I have other materials to incorporate. You may leave for now, he instructed. The homeowner, about to voice an objection, swallowed his words upon meeting Timmy's icy stare. After dismissing everyone, Jones plunged his hands into the forge, the searing flames far surpassing anything he had encountered before. He felt his blood surge with exhilarating speed, his heartbeat exceeding previous limits of frenzy. This enhancement soon ceased, leading Jones to conclude that the upper limits of his bloodline power were determined by the intensity of the flames. He then retrieved the fully tempered tungsten sword from the viscous oil, gauging his newfound, frenzied strength, which had increased by 50%, now amounting to 2.5 times his usual power. Nevertheless, even so, the tungsten sword could only be wielded with one hand. It appeared he would need to train diligently to build his physical strength, uncertain if he would be able to don the armor. Chapter 17. Stockings and Spirits in the City of Winterfell. Under the cover of night, Jones diligently penned a brief letter by lantern light. I have returned, but I must accompany your brother Robb south, hence I cannot visit you at the wall. Should you encounter any difficulties, seek assistance from my uncle in Last Hearth. The lands near Seal Bay, adjacent to the eastern coast of the wall, belonging to House Umber, are now mine. In my absence, with this letter, you may recruit soldiers, purchase provisions, and even exercise the right of the first night. The women of House Umber are expected to offer their first night to the Lord. Though others may label you a bastard, you are my friend. While he did not fully comprehend Jon Snow's ascetic commitment to the Night's Watch, he nonetheless wished to assist his friend. Many in this world held steadfast beliefs, perhaps in the gods, or in honor and duty. Though Jones questioned his own capacity for such nobility, it did not hinder his admiration and affection for those of high virtue. However, such exclamations could only be uttered in moments of silence, and he now faced the brink of life and death, as the Stark family motto proclaims. Winter is coming. The following morning, Jones eagerly arrived at the blacksmith shop. After a night of meticulous shaping and polishing, both the armor and the great sword had taken form. The blade and hilt of the sword were seamlessly integrated, measuring over 2 meters in length and weighing more than 100 pounds. Its dark surface gleaming with a cold light. The armor was constructed with substantial thickness, though the helmet bore no peculiar design. The fierce expression on the visor was truly unforgettable. The armor enveloped his entire body, leaving only gaps at the joints for mobility. The chest piece was adorned with a roaring giant pattern, intricately outlined in silver threads, which shimmered magnificently against the black backdrop. Jones donned the armor and attempted to run. His speed was indeed considerably diminished. However, when engaging in combat while clad in heavy armor, he would have the advantage of a steed, which might alleviate the burden. Swinging the great sword with all his might, he naturally summoned a gust of wind that caused the garments of those around him to flutter audibly. Indeed, the sword's breadth could serve as a makeshift shield against arrows. He felt a deep satisfaction with the armor and sword he had guided to completion. Notably, the back of the armor featured a sheath for the great sword, allowing it to be secured vertically when not in combat. A detail he had learned from his favorite comic book hero in a previous life. Regrettably, his moment of joy was abruptly interrupted by the shopkeeper. How much? He inquired. My lord, 800 gold dragons. I would not dare deceive you, the shopkeeper pleaded. You have nearly exhausted all the tungsten steel we possess. Very well, then. Jones conceded with a hint of disappointment, realizing that nearly half of his recently acquired gold dragons would be spent. Jokin, take 200 gold dragons from this pouch. And the rest is for him. My lord, your spending is remarkable. That is enough for 100 sets of fine armor, Jokin remarked with a grimace. Money can always be earned again. A life lost cannot be revived, Jones reassured himself. Yet, he pondered how to earn that money. The necessity of financial gain had never truly crossed his mind. Perhaps it was simply in his nature. When considering the means of generating income, the essentials of clothing, food, shelter, and transportation came to mind. In terms of clothing, the only potential breakthrough he envisioned involved women. This world likely lacked bras and stockings. However, if he were to become a true friend to women, he would first need a waistcoat, as the reputation of Jon Umber was of paramount importance. As for food, this world lacked stir-frying techniques. If he were to own an inn or tavern, it could serve as an attraction for patrons, yet most establishments in Westeros were family-run, and there were no chain inns spanning different territories. This business venture seemed limited in scope. Of course, there was also the matter of alcohol. He had heard of sweet red wines from Sweet Wine Island, white wines from Liss, pear brandy from Tyrosh, fire wine, pepper wine, the pale green divine wine from Mill, bramble brown ale, undull sour ale, and summer red wine from Dorne, each with a history spanning over 1,000 years. He feared that attempting to create a high-proof distilled spirit might find little market demand. However, no one has yet associated disinfection with alcohol. In an increasingly unreliable living situation, medical alcohol seems to be the only convenient option for him, especially with the impending conflict. With this thought, Jones excitedly called out to the homeowner, urging him to fetch pen and paper. The homeowner, unsure of Jones's sudden fervor, had learned to comply after their brief acquaintance. Jones then sketched a peculiar large vessel resembling a goose on the paper. "Can you make this?" he inquired. The materials were not specific. Cast iron or refined steel would suffice. "It can be done, it must be done." The goose's neck posed a challenge, and the homeowner initially contemplated refusal. However, upon glancing at the imposing figure of the black-armored giant wielding a heavy sword, he reconsidered. "By the seven hells, I am intimidated by the armor I crafted myself." "Very well, I shall send someone to collect it tonight." With that, Jones, encased in his heavy tungsten armor, strode out, the ground trembling beneath his weight. "Apples, exquisite apples. Even at twice the price, you shall find them a bargain. Come by the blood-sweet melons, as sweet as honey. Cabbage, onions, potatoes. Come, cabbage, onions, potatoes. Beer, spirits. Red wine, sour wine, everything is available." The quality of the vegetables and fruits arriving in Winterfell had diminished, prompting the vendors to shout even louder. As Jones passed through the food market, he purchased several barrels of wine from Liss, fortunate that he did not need to carry them himself. "Jokin, I wish to sell some goods. Are there any merchant guilds I could join?" "My lord, within the free cities, countless merchant guilds exist. Yet, trade in Westeros is predominantly controlled by the lords and nobles, with little room for free merchants. The archaic social system stifles commercial development. I must visit the free cities when I have the opportunity," Jones remarked. "But do I not have someone from the free cities here?" With that, he halted, fixing his gaze on Jokin, who clutched a golden dragon. Due to Jones's youthful visage obscured by a fearsome mask, Jokin's demeanor instinctively shifted to one of greater deference. Unable to see the eyes behind the mask, Jokin nervously lowered his head for the first time. "My lord, I do not understand your intent. I will provide you with several people, establish a, dwarf merchant guild. As for its origins, it shall stem from your homeland." "My lord, what is the significance of dwarves?" "A group of exceptionally skilled artisans. What shall we sell?" "What we shall sell depends on whether tonight's endeavor succeeds." Chapter 18. The wolves run south outside Winterfell's walls. The townsfolk gathered to bid farewell, cheering for Robb Stark, for Lord Stark, for the Lord of Winterfell riding forth on his steed. His cape billowed in the wind, and the dire wolf, Grey Wind, raced alongside him. This marked the first occasion for Jones to behold the Icefield wolf, a creature rumored to grow to the size of a small horse in adulthood, renowned for its intelligence. Almost mythical in nature. Regrettably, it currently resembled a mere ordinary adult wolf in stature. That knight's sword is indeed colossal, isn't it? Which one? The one astride the tallest steed, clad in black armor. Jones had grown accustomed to the murmurs from the roadside over the past few days. He had diligently practiced with the great sword and seized the opportunity to learn practical sword techniques from the formidable Jon. Additionally, he had procured a magnificent steed. A regular horse would soon tire beneath him, but only the breed cultivated by the Amber family over millennia could meet his demands. Jones's cavalry brigade trailed behind Robb and the lords, their retinue swelling to over 500. Yet, he was familiar only with the son of Earl Stalbert, Ronar Stalbert, whom he had bested in the tournament. Most of the others were cavalrymen recruited from the lands of Winterfell. The cavalry numbered around 4,000, followed closely by nearly 10,000 infantry, some wielding spears and shields, others bearing bows and quivers, or brandishing long swords and daggers. During their southern advance, they would be joined by knights from the Barrolans, the Riverlands, and Earl Flint. Carlin Bay, an abandoned castle at the northern edge of the vast marshland, had remained uninhabited for centuries. 3 dilapidated towers stood as testament to its desolation. Massive blocks of basalt, resembling children's building blocks, lay scattered, half-sunken into the soft, murky mire. The wooden battlements had succumbed to decay a millennium ago, leaving no trace of their former glory. The drunkard's tower, perched at the edge of the marsh, leaned precariously, reminiscent of a drunken man on the verge of retching. The Tower of the Forest Children, said to be the site of divine summons, now bore a truncated pinnacle, appearing as though a monstrous beast had taken a bite from its merlin and spat it into the swamp. The City Gate Tower, one of the remaining 3, appeared relatively intact, with some sections of the wall still standing on either side. "We should take our stand here. There is no more defensible position," proclaimed the newly joined Earl Flint, his voice resonant despite his corpulent frame and advanced years. The 3 towers controlled the causeway from 3 angles. Any enemy advancing from the north would be compelled to navigate between them. The marsh was rife with quicksand and pitfalls, teeming with venomous serpents, rendering passage impossible. He swallowed hard and continued. To assault any of the towers, one must wade through black mire up to the waist, traverse the moat infested with lizard lions, and ascend the moss-covered, treacherously slick walls, all while exposed to a hail of arrows from the archers atop the other 2 towers. "The cunning old lion Tywin would never venture north to this place," retorted Luther Bolton resolutely. "If we are to stand guard here, why not fortify Winterfell or Last Hearth? Are those not safer?" "Indeed, you are right. We should immediately head south, seizing the opportunity while Tywin is distracted, and plunge our swords fiercely into his posterior. Then we shall storm the Red Keep and rescue Lord Stark." The voice of Great Jon resonated like thunder, startling Grey Wind, who was resting by the nearby hearth, causing him to lift his head and cautiously survey his surroundings with his golden eyes. Jon was bemused by Great Jon's coarse words. Originally, he was not entitled to eavesdrop on the discussions between Robb and the lords, but now, having assumed the role of the assault captain, he could stand by like a sentinel. Robb's expression remained inscrutable, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the ancient leather map laid out on the table. He pointed to the map, noting that Tywin's forces had encamped in the Riverlands, to our south, while his son, the Kingslayer, was positioned in the southwest, near Casterly Rock. Uncle Edmure Tully had commanded Lords Tansy and Patrek to defend the pass at Casterly Rock, yet the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, had launched a fierce assault, leaving them in utter disarray. Lord Tansy had already fallen in battle. According to the latest reports, Lord Patrek was retreating towards Riverrun to regroup with our uncle and his other vassals, while Jaime Lannister relentlessly pursued him. My grandfather, Lord Tully, lay bedridden, and the Kingslayer's momentum was formidable. The old lion, Tywin, was wreaking havoc in the Riverlands, heading towards Harrenhal, where Lady Anya of Harrenhal was powerless to resist his tyranny. It was inevitable that Harrenhal would fall into his hands. We do not possess dragons, and capturing Harrenhal, which Tywin held, would be akin to scaling a formidable mountain. At this moment, Jon was contemplating whether Robb truly held the advantage or was at a disadvantage. The Riverlands were the domain of his grandfather, Duke Hosteen Tully, while the Vale was under the rule of Robb's aunt, Lisa Tully. To the south loomed Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon, the 2 brothers of the late kings, both dissatisfied with the Lannisters' grip on the Iron Throne. In a serious assessment, the original 7 Kingdoms' power dynamics, aside from Dorne's aloofness, presented a near 5-to-1 situation against the Lannisters. Furthermore, the Martells of Dorne had harbored a long-standing animosity towards the Lannisters. It was rumored that during Robert's rebellion, a Lannister had brutally slain the then-queen, who was none other than Princess Elia Martell's sister. 6-to-1, surely, defeat was implausible. Yet, upon further reflection, one might recall how the 6 Kingdoms, once vanquished by Cheen, may have held similar sentiments. As this thought crossed his mind, Jon shuddered. The Lannister forces vastly outnumbered Robb's, and the so-called 6-to-1 advantage could, in fact, lead to their gradual dismantling. Robb concluded, continuing south is imperative. I must rescue my father and demonstrate our strength to the Lannisters. Otherwise, how can we negotiate? Upon hearing Robb's analysis, the lords nodded in agreement, internally marveling at the extraordinary clarity with which young Robb perceived the situation. The young wolf speaks wisely. Now we await that old rascal Manderly, Great Jon bellowed. Manderly is an ancient and formidable family, poised to bring forth several thousand troops. Yet they find themselves in a state of waiting. The young wolf, suddenly interrupted by Jones, caught the attention of all present. Under normal circumstances, only the earls would be permitted to speak at such a moment, and his abrupt interjection seemed rather out of place. Fortunately, clad entirely in black armor, his somewhat awkward expression went unnoticed by the others. I believe we cannot afford to remain idle. It is imperative that we either send envoys to the Vale of Arryn to seek an alliance or dispatch a vanguard to support Riverrun, he asserted. My mother has already taken Tyrion Lannister to the Vale. She should return shortly, bringing with her the Knights of the Vale. As for sending a vanguard to Riverrun, that is indeed necessary. Though circumventing the Lannister blockade poses considerable danger, one misstep could lead to a sheep falling into the jaws of wolves. Robb replied, furrowing his brow in earnest thought. Young wolf, I lead a cavalry strike team. It would be difficult for them to catch up with us. Even if we cannot defeat them outright, we can still serve as a source of harassment, Jones countered confidently. Indeed, we must not allow the Lannisters to feel too comfortable. We are wolves, not sheep. The assembly fell silent, reflecting on the implications of their discourse. The cavalry could make their way to Riverrun via the twins. The Freys have also sworn fealty to Lord Tully, noted Roose Bolton slowly. Moreover, Tywin would not mobilize his forces for a mere few hundred cavalrymen. Thus, if we act with speed, reaching Riverrun safely is indeed plausible. Chapter 19. The odious weasel in the early morning, through the hazy mist. One could still discern the fluttering banners in the breeze. Atop the drunkard's tower flew the sunburst banner of House Stark, waving beneath the standard of the dire wolf, while the tower of the Children of the Forest bore the sigil of House Umber, a chain of shattered giants. Atop the city gate tower, only the Stark banner was displayed. Jones, bearing the banner of the dire wolf, set forth with over 500 cavalrymen and the fierce guards of the flayed men at dawn. His eagerness stemmed from a genuine concern for the North. Where there is no shelter, how can there be unscathed eggs? Additionally, he sought to accumulate experience before the impending conflict. For once amidst the chaos of battle, the extent of one's capabilities remains uncertain, especially for one who has yet to experience war. The horses trod upon the soft, muddy ground, their pace initially slow and laborious. However, upon reaching the King's Road, their speed increased dramatically. As noon approached, the twins finally came into Jones's view, the stronghold of House Fry, lords of the river crossing. The waters of the Green Fork are both deep and swift, and the Freys have exerted their influence across both banks for centuries, amassing wealth through tolls levied on those who cross. They constructed a grand, smooth gray-stone arch bridge, wide enough for 2 carts to pass side by side. The tower of the river stands prominently at the center of the arch, equipped with arrow slits, murder holes, and iron gates, surveying the river and the roads with an imposing presence. It is said that the Fry family took 3 generations to complete this arch bridge. Upon its completion, they erected wooden fortifications on both banks, thereby ensuring that no one could cross the river without their permission. In the present day, the wooden structures have long since been replaced with stone, resulting in 2 square, unsightly, yet formidable castles flanking the river, nearly identical in appearance. The arch bridge spans the waters, having guarded the crossing for hundreds of years. It boasts towering ramparts, a deep moat, and imposing oak gates reinforced with iron. The entrances to the bridge are situated within a heavily fortified inner city, with bastions and iron gates on either side, while the central river is protected by the watchtower. A mere glance reveals that the castle before them would not succumb easily to an assault. The walls are lined with glimmering swords and large crossbows, with archers positioned at every crenellation and arrow slit. The drawbridge is raised, and the gates are firmly shut, secured with a latch. Ronan, you go and knock. Jones instructed the handsome knight, standing to the side. Perhaps due to Jones having spared him in the previous tournament, the knight had since held a deep respect for him. Yes, my lord, Ronan replied, urging his horse forward. Before he reached the castle gate, a creaking sound echoed. A side door suddenly swung open, and a wooden bridge extended across the moat, revealing a dozen knights bearing the silver gray and deep blue double-tower banner, approaching them. Clearly, they were all members of House Fry. In Jones' eyes, their helmets resembled comical old men's caps, and their lanky forms made them appear almost weasel-like. One elderly and weary-looking weasel stepped forward, his voice shrill. My father has sent me to convey his greetings. May I inquire who leads this company? Jones raised his visor and responded politely. I am Jon Umber, captain of the Stark Cavalry, here at the invitation of Lord Tully to visit Riverrun. No one has asked you what you intend, the weasel interrupted sharply, not allowing Jones to finish his sentence. Jones felt a surge of anger at such rudeness. Despite his lack of renown, he represented the entire North. He was aware that, historically, House Tully's control over the Riverlands was not as formidable as House Stark's hold over the North or House Lannisters over the West. Yet he had not anticipated that House Fry would forego even the semblance of civility. You are not worthy to converse with House Fry, you green-hued wretch, came the weasel's biting retort. No sooner had the words left his lips than Timmy charged forward, her white blade flashing, poised to slice through the weasel's startled gaze. Clang! The dagger was intercepted by a black broadsword. Jones breathed a sigh of relief upon arriving just in time, though he was furious. Reason told him that killing someone at another's doorstep, especially an envoy, would yield the worst possible outcome. "My lord," Timmy exclaimed in anger, bewildered by Jones' intervention. In her tribe, anyone who dared to speak to her in such a manner would be met with immediate death. At this moment, the knights across the way had drawn their long swords, and the sounds of clashing weapons and the straining of bowstrings echoed from the city walls. Jones first shook his head at Timmy, saying, "You should descend. This is not the time." He did not intend to blame Timmy. After all, Timmy was a person who, when driven mad, would even gouge out his own eyes. The fact that he had managed to restrain himself to this extent was commendable. Subsequently, Jones lowered his metal visor and addressed the trembling old weasel. "You must understand that your actions not only insult me, but also dishonor Lord Stark and Lord Tully. Is this how you treat your guests? I am Steve Lannister, son of Lord Walder. You cannot kill me," he shrieked. "That will depend on your subsequent behavior. If you continue to be insolent and provocative, I shall not hesitate to take your life," Jones replied, setting down his heavy sword. "You wouldn't dare. There are 4,000 strong soldiers within Lannisport. This is the domain of House Fry. If you act thus, all your men will perish," Steve Lannister retorted, regaining his composure, at least enough to speak without trembling. "At the very least, you will die before me, I assure you," Jones stated solemnly. With that, further words seemed futile. "You may leave at your leisure. But do not think of crossing the river from Lannisport," he declared sharply. Perhaps sensing Jones's fury, the steed began to fidget restlessly. Jones maneuvered it around Steve, maintaining a lofty gaze upon him. How he longed to strike him down with a single blow. "You may kill him. After all, I have 22 sons and 7 daughters. A frail voice suddenly emerged from the walls. Jones looked up to see another elderly figure resembling a weasel, being carried by several people, reclining in a chair. "Then you are Lord Walder Frey?" Jones inquired. "Indeed. If you wish to cross, let those worthy come to speak with me. You may leave now. I represent not only myself, but also the king. You, who have yet to sprout a single hair, think to intimidate? I have witnessed more wars than you have heard tales of," Walder interrupted Jones, his voice strained and intermittent, as if he were on the brink of death. The old man was over 90 years of age. "We shall depart," Jones commanded, omitting even the language of threats. True vengeance was not achieved through mere words. For the first time, he felt a profound humiliation. Previously, as a noble, he had always been met with at least a semblance of courtesy. Now, the weasels had made him realize that when conflict arises, only strength compels others to observe decorum. The thunderous sounds of galloping began to resonate. Yet they were noticeably more chaotic than before. "My lord, where shall we go now? Shall we return?" Ronas asked, perplexed. "No, we shall follow the Green Fork River downstream. The waters are deeper upstream, while the lower reaches often reveal shallows or low-lying areas. But my lord, the likelihood of encountering Lannister forces will significantly increase downstream. Shall we return in such a state of disgrace? Merely possessing cavalry is insufficient for besieging a city. Thus, I chose to endure for the moment. Yet this does not signify a fear of combat." Upon concluding his statement, Jones called out to the surrounding cavalry, then proceeded onward, ready to engage the Lannisters in battle. Chapter 20. Peasants and nobles along the banks of the Green Fork. The thunder of hooves resonated. The villagers along the river, upon witnessing such a multitude of cavalry, immediately recoiled like timid turtles, lacking even the courage to steal a glance. As Jones rode, he observed his surroundings. Thus far, he had not spotted a single vessel upon the river. This indicated that the Green Fork had been placed under strict military surveillance, with the control point likely situated at the confluence of the forks, Green Fork, Blue Fork, and Red Fork. The further south they traveled, the closer the Green Fork came to King S Road, leading to an increased frequency of encounters with villages, each a sign of drawing nearer to peril. "Sir Carter, take 50 men to scout the vicinity of the village, and you must return within the hour," Jones commanded a middle-aged knight not far off. "Yes, my lord." Turning to a younger knight clad in shining armor, he instructed, "Sir Clive, take 50 men to procure some provisions from the village for our brethren. Remember, it is to buy, not to pillage. To the rest, dismount and rest. There are no hills near the Green Fork, only plains. The advantage is that one can see the enemy from afar, but the disadvantage is equally apparent." Jones divided his 500 men into 5 small squads for ease of command, with Carter and Clive serving as captains. The other 3 captains were Ronishto, Percy, and Leonard, all of whom bore the title of knight and held a modest reputation within their limited sphere. "My lord, today as elder has gone too far. Ronishto lamented during their respite. The Lannisters have already provided enough strife for the north. Now is not the time to arbitrarily create more enemies. Your actions are justified. My lord, Leonard, a composed middle-aged knight, remarked, his thick beard resembling that of a lion's mane, leaving a strong impression. What are your thoughts, Percy? Jones inquired, noticing Percy's silence. My lord, I ceased pondering complex matters long ago. No matter how astute the mind, a single blow will render it all to ruin, Percy replied, stroking his bald head, in stark contrast to Leonard beside him. Haha, you are indeed correct. Jones then articulated his perspective. Individuals like Ward are not rare. They tend to side with the victor when the outcome is apparent. The Lannisters did so when Robert overthrew the Mad King, and the Freys acted similarly, only revealing themselves at the Battle of the Forks in the final moments. My lord, I fail to comprehend why such treachery, devoid of any noble honor, remains unpunished, and indeed seems to gain momentum, Ronishto inquired loudly. Jones pondered briefly and shook his head. I do not understand either, but as Percy stated, let us shatter the skulls of those who stand against us. Before long, Clive returned, bearing bags of cooked meat and several skinned sheep. Sir, I have brought an iron bucket, firewood, and clean water from the inn. The brothers can enjoy some mutton soup soon. We must hasten, for we need to cross the Green Fork River before nightfall. After nearly an hour, Sir Carter galloped in, a filthy boy of about 10 clinging to his horse. Sir, I have apprehended a suspicious child. With that, Carter dismounted and roughly brought the boy down. The child, upon seeing Jones clad in black armor, trembled uncontrollably, his lips quivering. What is suspicious about this child? Jones inquired, perplexed, for the boy appeared to be an archetypal farm lad. When he saw us, he fled in a panic. I deemed his reaction quite abnormal, thus I captured him, Carter explained. Child, Jones said, forcing a smile he believed to be kind. The boy, terrified, burst into tears, crouching on the ground as he cried out, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Jones felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had always considered himself a gentle soul, albeit somewhat fierce in battle. Scanning the group, he noted the one-eyed Timmy, the lion-headed Leonard, and the bald Percy, none of whom exuded an air of benevolence. Finally, he turned to the polite Ronishto, instructing, Take him aside, shield him from our sight, and gently coax him. Inquire about his origins and what has transpired. Leave it to me, Ronishto replied with a nod. Before long, Ronishto returned breathlessly, Sir. The boy claims that a band of cavalry invaded his village and began to slay the inhabitants. He was at the riverbank when he witnessed the horror and fled upstream, only to be captured by Sir Carter. The group stood tense and alert. How many cavalrymen? Whose are they? The child was unsure of the cavalry's origin, noting that they bore no flags. As for their numbers, he estimated them to be roughly 80, similar to the count of those present with them. Everyone mount up, Jones bellowed, preparing for battle. Sir, should I scout the area again? Carter asked anxiously. No need, I am aware of the situation. I have heard whispers of Lannister forces pillaging the region. They may be on the move shortly. We shall prepare for combat. In the village, bodies lay strewn about, heads down and feet up. Not even the elderly or children were spared. Corpses littered the ground, blood seeping into the mud, a gruesome sight. Beside a corpse, a noble youth with golden curls boasted loudly to his family's vassal knights about his recent valor. I decapitated that farmer with a single blow, he laughed. He wielded nothing but a ridiculous hoe. 7 hells. How could anyone be so foolish as to believe that pathetic tool could fell me? Did he not notice the jewels adorning my armor? Here stands a noble knight, Count Quentin Banford, who would undoubtedly take pride in your valor, the knight flattered. My father would indeed be proud of me. Yet that is insufficient. I seek the affirmation of Lord Lannister, Eddie Banford expressed with yearning. A group of cavalry approaches from afar. A warrior outside the village shouted loudly. Is it my father? Eddie Banford rushed out to inquire. It seems they are not coming from the right direction. No, they bear a white banner, and they are not one of us, the warrior shrieked. Gather everyone. Tell them to cease their pursuits of the women, quickly. Carter, take a squad to the left side of the village. Leonard, take another to the right. Leave no one unaccounted for, Jones bellowed, while the others charged with him. Long live Winterfell. As Jones rode forward, he beheld a young man with golden curls leading the troops, his armor adorned with exquisite jewels, and the enemy's numbers were scarcely 80, many hastily mounting their steeds. When Jones finally discerned the face of the golden-haired man, he shouted, Charge! Jones had already succumbed to a frenzy, wielding his 2-meter-long greatsword. With a clang, he deflected the lance aimed at him, and, with a swift motion, his sword cleaved through the waist of the approaching cavalryman, severing him in two. The golden-haired man retaliated, thrusting his sword at Jones, who, with a single-handed strike of his greatsword, sent him tumbling from his horse. From that moment on, Jones did not relent. Every cavalryman that charged at him was no match for his might. The fortunate ones merely lost an arm, only to have their heads severed by the scorching guards beside Jones, while the unfortunate were cleaved in half. After the charge, not a single complete enemy remained atop their steeds. "I surrender. I surrender," the toppled golden-haired man cried out. "I haven't even killed one yet," Percy smirked, raising his hammer to strike the man on the head. "Stop." Hearing Jones' voice, Percy quickly diverted the hammer, causing it to crash into the ground and splash mud everywhere. "You take a squad into the village. If you find any enemies, execute them on the spot. Although it is unlikely anyone remains, I want you to search thoroughly," Jones instructed, ensuring proper caution. "Yes, my lord," Percy replied solemnly. "You heard that. My men are nearly driven mad with bloodlust. If you have anything to say, say it quickly," Jones urged, gazing at the nobleman now seated in the mud. Indeed, the nobleman's appearance had little resemblance to his former status, as he was drenched in filth. "I am Eddie Bamford, son of Count Quentin Bamford. You may capture me, whether for ransom or exchange of prisoners, it is your choice. You are a noble, and you indeed possess that privilege." "Indeed, the Bamford family is exceptionally wealthy," Eddie Bamford hastily remarked. "Now, I shall ask, and you shall respond. Do you hear me? All right, all right." Unable to discern Jones's expression beneath the mask, he only perceived a fully armored knight, which filled him with trepidation. Uncertain if this individual was of noble lineage and whether he would adhere to the conventions of nobility. "What brings you to this village?" Speak." Yes, yes. We act under the orders of Lord Tywin Lannister to plunder the wealth here." "We? How many of you are there?" "Do not tell me there are only 80 of you." "No, my father commands a total of 800 knights who have journeyed along the Green Fork River." "Where are they now?" "Why are you not with him?" "He remains downstream. We have been divided into smaller squads. A mere handful suffices for each village." "Your father is quite the genius," Jones chuckled. "Have you not considered that separating might lead to an encounter with the enemy? There are no castles nearby, and we have not faced any significant resistance along the way. Even the largest estates fell with just 50 knights." Eddie Bamford answered every query diligently, striving earnestly for his survival. "How far is your father from here?" Upon hearing this, Eddie felt elated. It appeared that this man intended to seek out his father, who would undoubtedly vanquish him and rescue Eddie. His father had participated in the War of Usurpers. Not far, merely an hour's ride away, in the town below. "How many troops are stationed in the town?" 500 to 600 knights. The rest are scattered in nearby villages, like myself." "When are you scheduled to return?" "Tonight." "You have been quite cooperative. I have no further questions." With that, Jones raised his heavy sword. "No, my lord, please. I have told you everything. You could exchange me for a great deal of golden dragons." As he spoke, the man vigorously wiped the mud from his armor, revealing the gemstones beneath. "My lord, look. My family is quite wealthy. Rest assured, I shall not slay you. After all, you are still of use." Jones merely sheathed his sword. Indeed, I am a noble. I am quite useful," Eddie hastily affirmed. Jones disregarded him further and turned to his companion, Timmy, whispering, "You should interrogate him again to confirm he speaks the truth. But do not harm him. I still have use for him." Chapter 21. The slaughter in the town. The men of the Burning Legion skillfully scavenged any valuable items from the lifeless bodies of their foes. If they encountered anyone still clinging to life, they would mercifully sever their necks, a habit formed during their time in the Moonshadow Mountains. Before long, the parties dispatched, Carter, Leonard, and Percy, returned with their squads. "My lord, you must exercise even greater caution. There is not a soul on the periphery," Sir Carter complained. "There is no absolute best. After all, no one can be let out. Hence, I assign the most composed among you and Leonard to the periphery," explained Jones casually. "Rest assured, my lord, everything within has been resolved. I dealt with a few ruffians who had just crawled from the womb of a woman, and I crushed them with a single blow," Percy stated in a deep, rumbling voice. "Moreover, there is another matter." As he spoke, Percy tossed several bags, each filled with numerous copper coins. Those silver coins were scarce. "What shall we do about the loot these scoundrels have taken?" "Ronar, gather the plunder and distribute it among the brethren according to the number of enemies slain. Let this be considered our spoils of war." "Yes," Ronar replied gleefully, having just followed Jones and slain 2 foes himself. It is worth noting that, in the end, Jones emerged as the most formidable in this battle, having dispatched 8 enemies. His efficient methods of combat thoroughly convinced the cavalry, who had previously harbored doubts regarding his prowess. Many houses in the riverside town were ablaze, with surging flames intertwining with thick smoke, painting the night sky a sanguine hue. In the sole square of the town, warriors indulged themselves, feasting on roasted meat and drinking robust rye beer, their laughter mingling with the pleas of women. Within their own domains, laws must be adhered to. Yet here, no such constraints existed. Long live the Banfitt family, a knight proclaimed, raising his cup high. Long live Banfitt. Long live Lannister. The jubilant cheers resounded once more, as they offered their heartfelt blessings. In the remaining bit of open space in the square, several cavalrymen roared with laughter, chasing a child around on horseback, poking him with their weapons as if in play. The child ran and ran, shrieking in terror, only to ultimately fall to the ground, pierced by the lance of the largest among them. The man, elated, raised his spear and declared, "Next." Count Quentin Banfitt, too, was in the square, merrily discussing future plans with the family knights. The power of Lord Lannister had grown ever more formidable, as loyal followers of House Lannister for over 1,000 years. They would naturally rise with the tide, eventually expanding their family fortress into a significant port along the western coastline. As he spoke with enthusiasm, Count Quentin erupted into a thunderous laughter, his stout frame solid with muscle, arms as robust as thighs, unmistakably a warrior of great strength. Outside the darkened town, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed once more. "How many batches has it been?" asked a guard, having just sipped some wine to warm himself. "You didn't count, so why should I?" replied another guard, visibly displeased. They were comfortably inside while we endured the bitter chill of the wind. "Enough complaining. This batch is about to arrive. Clear the horse barriers." Eddie Banfitt shouted from a distance, showing no signs of slowing down. The men stirred into action. Young Eddie had returned, his temperament far from amiable. The lead guard commanded, and the sentinels hastily removed the makeshift barricade obstructing the main thoroughfare of the town. Just as they cleared the path, Eddie Banfitt arrived. A few of them, grinning, were about to inquire about Banfitt's spoils when a black sword, more than 2 meters long, whistled through the air, severing a guard's head, which still bore a sycophantic grin. Over 500 cavalry surged through the open passage like a torrential flood. Unprepared guards fell victim to their onslaught, their bodies trampled into fragments beneath the thundering hooves. The main road of the small town was illuminated clearly by the flames consuming the houses on either side. The incoming cavalry showed no sign of halting, pressing onward relentlessly. Warriors rummaging through the houses poked their heads out, curious about the source of such fierce momentum. Who are they? Confusion transformed into dread as more cavalry thundered past, culminating in one soldier bellowing, "Enemy attack." As the alarm rang out, Jones observed the frantic gathering of people in the square, prompting a grin to spread across his face. "Rona, Clive to my left, the rest to the right." The flickering flames cast a glow upon the silver tips of their spears, which sparkled like jewels wrapped in fire, exquisitely beautiful. Then, as if the crowd in the square had been breached by a flood or cut through by scissors, they were either hurled by galloping steeds, pierced by long lances, or decapitated by swift swords. There were shouts of curses, pleas for mercy, but more often than not, only the agonizing cries of the dying rang out. Knights who had just been playing games of tag with children in the square stood frozen, as if an endless tide of enemies surged forth from the distance, unstoppable. The surrounding populace was plowed through with minimal resistance, with only a few fortunate souls managing to escape either into or out of the fray. Jones and the remaining half of his squad converged on the opposite side of the square, charging towards the center. Clearly, another assault was imminent. In the heart of the square, fewer than 100 beleaguered soldiers huddled together, trembling with their swords raised against the approaching cavalry, who bore witness to the fearsome black-armored knight at the forefront, wielding a sword now fully stained with blood. "Retreat!" cried Count Quentin Banfitt, who had narrowly escaped to the periphery with his knightly guards. Regaining his composure, he beheld the scene before him and shouted in frenzy. The remnants of his soldiers found their rallying point and hastened towards the Count's position. However, death swiftly followed. The beleaguered soldiers were like bait, and Jones's cavalry were ferocious crocodiles, ready to pounce. "Long live Lannister!" Count Quentin Banfitt roared from atop his steed, brandishing his lance against the oncoming tide of foes. He sought to obstruct the enemy's momentum and regroup the remnants of his forces. The target he had chosen was none other than the black-armored knight wielding a massive sword, leading the opposition. "Closer, closer!" Count Quentin Banfitt reminded himself, his gaze fixed on the advancing foe, as he could almost perceive the fury etched upon the opponent's visor. As he drew near, he thrust his lance forward with both hands. With a resounding clang that echoed through the air, the lance was deflected by the heavy sword, sending tremors through the shaft that rendered his hands numb. This black knight possessed immense strength. There was no time for further contemplation. The enemy's sword swung down once more, compelling the Count to hastily block with his lance. Yet, upon contact, Count Quentin Banford felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Alas, the adversary's might was overwhelming, and he could not withstand it. The lance was forced downward by the weight of the sword, and Jones, relentless, continued his swing, the clash of metal ringing sharply in his ears. Ultimately, the cacophony was drowned out by the anguished whinnying of the Count's steed, which was brutally struck by the heavy blade at its neck, causing it to falter and toss its rider forward. The cavalry under Jones's command had intentionally cleared a space for their duel, flowing around the combatants like water navigating around a boulder. Jones tightened the reins and changed direction, observing the Count sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. With a sickening thud, the heavy sword pierced through the iron armor at the Count's back, emerging from his abdomen, impaling his entire being. With a surge of strength, Jones lifted the sword high, holding Count Banford aloft. Though not yet deceased, the Count, skewered by the sword, thrashed his limbs helplessly like a fish ensnared on a fork, save for his piercing cries of despair. From a distance, Eddie Banford, witnessing his father's plight, rolled his eyes in horror and fell from his horse. If he had previously been ignorant of the true nature of a devil, he now understood. Such a figure was clad in black armor, brandishing a fearsome great sword. Yet he was not alone in his terror. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the grim spectacle, found themselves bereft of any will to retaliate. Thus, the cries upon the battlefield gradually diminished, fading into silence, leaving only the mournful whinnies of fallen steeds to recount the lopsided conflict, much like the massacre of the townsfolk that had transpired mere hours before, differing only in the victims involved. Chapter 22. The Trident River let me wake him with a splash of urine, Percy exclaimed loudly. This fellow is even less capable than a woman, to have succumbed so easily. Jones disregarded Percy's fanciful notions and approached the unconscious noble scion, Eddie Banford, who lay beside his horse. Awakened, he nudged gently with his foot, embodying the kind-hearted nature he professed during moments of peace. Eddie stirred in a daze, striving to recollect the events leading to his fainting, as he inhaled the metallic scent of blood and surveyed the surrounding cavalry and flickering flames. A growing terror etched itself across his face. Awakened, the nightmare persisted. Now that you are awake, the Black Knight fixed his gaze upon him and inquired. Yes, I am awake, he replied, scrambling to his feet. My lord, we had a prior agreement. You would escort us inside, and I would allow you to escape unscathed. Yet, it seems the gods have not favored you, for you have once again fallen into our grasp. Jones continued, offering a kind reminder. Consider your worth carefully. If you hold none, your journey will meet a swift end. My lord, I am of value. Indeed, Eddie stammered in desperation. I am of noble birth and can secure a ransom. Jones interjected, allow me to remind you, your father, the Earl of Banford, has already met his demise at my hands, so no one shall come to ransom you. Then, I am now an earl. Eddie protested. I am the sole heir of my family. If you permit me to return home, a substantial fortune of golden dragons and gemstones will be sent forthwith. Where is your home? Fort Bray. Fort Bray is my family's castle, Eddie hastily responded. That is not entirely impossible. Write me a document, affix your family seal. Jones contemplated before agreeing to his plan. The content read thus. I, Eddie Banford, aided Jon Snow of House Stark in deceiving the guards and slaying 800 Lannister cavalry. Trembling, Eddie completed the treacherous document, effectively handing over the noose that dangled from his neck to this devil. Do not be so despondent, Jones consoled the quaking Eddie. You see, you have proven useful, and thus I shall spare your life. Now, devise a means to return home and safeguard your own existence. I shall ensure my men visit your family in due course. Understood, Eddie replied, his face marred by despair. Furthermore, should anyone inquire as to who killed your father and these knights, do you know how to respond? Eddie shook his head in confusion, his expression one of utter defeat. It was the Fry family of the twins. Your father was slain by Stephen Fry. They feigned allegiance to the Lannisters before launching a surprise attack against you. And through great effort, you managed to escape. Do you comprehend? Yes, it was Stephen Fry, Eddie reiterated obediently. Remember, whether others believe you or not is irrelevant. You must steadfastly assert this as the truth, Jones reiterated for the final time. You are a clever man. This is your sole method of salvation. My lord, we have circled the town several times, Sir Carter reported, confirming that no one had escaped. I trust your judgment, as well as that of Sir Leonard. Additionally, have the injured brethren carry the fallen back to Castle Carlin Bay, and seek out a dwarf merchant named Jokin. He possesses a legendary Valyrian potion of magic. Jones casually mentioned the advertisement he had concocted. Inform him that my men will require complimentary treatment. Yes, my lord, Sir Carter nodded without hesitation. Although what Jones spoke of seemed somewhat implausible, he had been utterly captivated by Jones during their recent confrontation with the enemy. The most valiant warrior he could envision on the battlefield paled in comparison to him. The moonlight illuminated the serene night, occasionally interrupted by the croaking of frogs and the barking of dogs. At this moment, the villagers were soundly asleep. Downstream of the Green Fork River, after a brief respite, nearly 500 cavalrymen advanced slowly under the moon's gentle glow. There was a small bay here, the shallowest point in the vicinity, as confirmed by Ronan after riding back and forth a short distance. "This is the only place to cross," Jones remarked somewhat helplessly, noting that the water was nearing the horses' bellies, compelling them to navigate with utmost caution. The group moved hesitantly, almost pausing with each step. Wading through the dark waters of the river, had there been an ambush of archers on the opposite bank, they would have become living targets. Fortunately, such misfortune did not befall them. Upon crossing the Green Fork River, a sense of relief washed over the group. Although there remained a considerable distance to Flowing City, they no longer had to fear colliding with the vast army of Tywin Lannister. Henceforth, they needed only to head north, ultimately circumventing the end of the Blue Fork River to reach the vicinity of Flowing City. Unlike the Green Fork River, the Blue Fork River was shorter, with its terminus situated not far from Twin River City. "Let us strive to reach Flowing City within 2 days," Jones encouraged. The thunderous sound of hooves erupted once more, markedly different from their earlier caution. Between the Green Fork River and the Blue Fork River lay a vast plain, devoid of any fortress, promising an unobstructed journey. The beautiful market was a remarkably affluent town nestled between the rivers, located along the banks of the Blue Fork River, with the ruined Stone City to the north and Flowing City to the south. However, today it faced a terrifying foe, a man as formidable as a mountain, with arms as thick as tree trunks, wielding a massive sword exceeding 2 meters in length in one hand, and in the other, a thick oak shield emblazoned with the image of 3 black dogs. This man was none other than the infamous Mountain, Gregor Clegane, known throughout the 7 Kingdoms for his unparalleled ferocity. Rumors circulated that he had slain his father, sister, and 2 previous wives. His castle was a place of dread, where servants vanished mysteriously, and even dogs hesitated to enter the hall. The Mountain stood an imposing height of nearly 2 meters and 40 centimeters, his physique brimming with muscle, adorned with a broad-topped helmet that left only an opening for his mouth and nose, rendering him akin to a moving fortress. His cavalry pillaged, burned, and ravished in the beautiful market, yet he seemed solely interested in killing, stationed at the town's entrance. Any daring townsfolk who approached met their demise at the edge of his sword. He would then meticulously sever the heads of the townspeople, impaling them on the tip of his lance and displaying them at the town's entrance. Gazing at the neatly arranged row of heads, each frozen in their final expression, he savored the sight as one admires the most exquisite works of art, with the screams of the dying serving as a hauntingly beautiful accompaniment. However, just as he reveled in his macabre artistic world, he caught wind of an unexpected noise, the thunderous gallop of cavalry. Across the expansive Blue Fork River, a formidable cavalry force gradually emerged. Although the banners they raised were not discernible, Gregor Clegane surmised from the overall hue of the opposing cavalry that they were not from the Westerlands. His years of experience on the battlefield, honed since adolescence, had cultivated an instinct akin to that of a wild beast. "Everyone assemble," Gregor bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder in the summer sky. "My lord, it seems the cavalry on the other side is pillaging the town," Ronald inquired. "Shall we halt our advance?" "Halt for what? Do you not see that the only wooden bridge has been swept away?" Jones retorted, urging them to continue their march. However, the adversaries appeared unwilling to relent. The cavalry engaged in their rampage began to gather along the riverbank, ultimately moving upstream along the Blue Fork River. "How dare they shoot at us?" Percy spat in fury, drawing his longbow taut and loosing an arrow towards the enemy cavalry. In truth, the distance between the 2 cavalry units exceeded 200 meters, rendering ordinary arrows a mere nuisance. The exchanges between the 2 sides resembled little more than spitting. They served only to irritate one another. Despite this, neither group seemed inclined to abandon the fray, as they galloped relentlessly, occasionally releasing arrows in an attempt to harass the foe. Chapter 23, Night Assault, Part 1. Before the untimely demise of King Robert, Lady Catelyn had captured the unsuspecting Tyrion Lannister, the youngest son of Tywin, and imprisoned him en route to the Eyrie, intending to execute the Lannister who had plotted against her son Bran. Yet, due to the folly and arrogance of her sister, the execution was transformed into a trial by combat. With the assistance of the mercenary Bronn, Tyrion turned the tide in his favor, emerging victorious and departing the Eyrie. However, His designated route of escape traversed the Moonshadow Mountains, a perilous endeavor, for the mountain clansmen would not spare a plump lamb. Yet, Tyrion's silver tongue proved far more formidable than that of the similarly experienced Jon Umber. Without displaying any force, he persuaded nearly 300 warriors from the Stone Crow, Black Ear, and Moon People tribes to escort him. The Burn men would have joined as well, but their war leader, the Red Hand, had followed Jon Umber, leaving them absent for this undertaking. Regardless, Tyrion ultimately led a fledgling army towards the Trident River. The mountain clansmen numbered nearly 3,000, and Gunther's son, Gonser, from the Stone Crow tribe, was presently rallying additional tribal warriors to join the cause. Meanwhile, Lady Catelyn, who was supposed to lead the forces of the Eyrie to support the beleaguered river run, had failed to muster a single soldier. Compelled to journey alone to the Catelyn Bay with her uncle, Blackfish Brynden Tully, Jon's envisioned 6-1 advantage had become implausible, and the Knights of the Eyrie would evidently not lend their strength to Robb's army. At this moment, Jon found himself in the company of his most steadfast followers. The Blue Fork River shimmered beneath the evening glow, the sunset resembling a cascade of crimson silk adorning the heavens, rendering the surface of the water alive with movement. Jones, basking in the gentle breeze, gazed upon the unspoiled beauty of the countryside while savoring dried meat and casually feeding his beloved steed. This should have been a tranquil and joyous moment. However, all enthusiasm was shattered by the cavalry across the river. How dare they be so audacious? Even though they are outnumbered? Ronald asked in bewilderment. We travel slowly. They mirror our pace. We hasten, and they hasten with us. Now that we have halted, they too have come to a standstill. I am nearly driven to despair, yet we are separated by the Blue Fork River, unable to confront them, Percy complained. Biting into the jerky, the opposing forces likely shared similar sentiments, Sir Clive remarked with a chuckle. In truth, the further they venture upstream, the closer they draw to Rapid City, and thus, the greater the peril. It would be madness to persist in following us. Perhaps they would soon realize the futility of their pursuit and retreat upon finding no bridge. Curse it, who do they think they are? Chasing at whim and retreating at leisure? Percy continued to grumble. If they withdraw, we shall cross the river and pursue them immediately. Sir Carter, having listened to Percy's thoughts, shook his head. Our objective is to reach Rapid City swiftly, not to hunt down a cavalry that bears no banner. Sir Carter's statement rang true, and Jones nodded in agreement. Our numbers are few. Only in a siege can we truly unleash the formidable might of the Northern cavalry, where we could contend tenfold or even more. However, the determination of the cavalry across the river exceeded all expectations. They stayed with Jones to witness the sunset, welcoming the encroaching night alongside him. Fortunately, they would not have to witness the sunrise together. The moonlight illuminated the scene, intensifying the aura of impending violence, palpable even to the horses, whose hooves echoed with a somber cadence. The battle fervor in the Northern cavalry's eyes appeared almost tangible. They intended to instill terror in those oblivious souls across the river tonight. Meanwhile, the mountain's fury had reached its zenith, yearning to shred the prey it had pursued all day. Long live Winterfell! Long live House Stark! Long live Castle Black! Long live House Lannister! Before reaching the end of the Blue Fork River, the conflict erupted in full force. The water was shallow, barely reaching the horses' knees, as Jones and the mountain simultaneously directed their cavalry towards one another. The warriors' cries pierced the serene night, and the pent-up stallions trampled through the splashes, finally liberated in that moment. As always, Jones led the charge, and he beheld a formidable warrior at the forefront of the opposing cavalry, wielding a massive shield in one hand and a long two-handed sword in the other, crowned with a grand gray flat-topped helmet. Closer, closer they drew. The frenzy had begun. Jones swung his heavy sword with a howling arc. With a clang, sparks flew. The tremendous recoil propelled both swords back. Again, the heavy sword sliced through the air with an unadorned ferocity, once again delivering a decisive strike. The sharp clang of metal resonated briefly and urgently, reminiscent of an exquisite symphony. In this fleeting moment of their clash, the two had exchanged 7 or 8 blows, and on the final strike, Jones firmly gripped his steed, wielding the heavy sword with both hands as he struck fiercely at his opponent. With a resounding thud, wood splintered as Jones's sword embedded itself deep within the sturdy oak shield. As silver glimmered, he exerted all his strength to withdraw the sword from the shield. Yet he was a moment too late. The adversary's long sword sliced through his breastplate, igniting a spark accompanied by a shrill metallic shriek. However, Jones's tungsten steel armor, thick and resilient, rendered the mark of the sword's passage nearly imperceptible against its dark hue. Both combatants tightened their reins, pivoting their horses, preparing for yet another encounter. Meanwhile, the cavalry behind them surged forward, transforming their position into a demarcation line where the two cavalry units collided with ferocity. The sounds of impact, neighing, and roaring heralded the onset of a deadly symphony. The glint of the dagger under the moonlight flashed coldly, swiftly and cunningly slicing through the cavalryman's neck armor. Blood splattering across his face, which he eagerly licked, truly delectable. Alas, Sir Clive's agonized wail echoed as, after dispatching one foe, a lance pierced through his chest. He felt his lifeblood erupting with the lance's withdrawal, the flame of life extinguishing rapidly, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Percy, exhilarated, wielded his warhammer to unseat another enemy from his mount, scarcely pausing to ponder whether the blow was lethal, for another adversary was already upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, Jones and the Mountains surged once more at their foe. The clattering of combat resumed. Under Jones's relentless assault, his opponent's longsword bore deep serrations, while the stout oak shield began to fracture. Yet, the adversary, skilled in swordplay, adeptly countered with a combination of sword and shield, seizing every opportunity to retaliate, initially targeting the breastplate, then striking at Jones's elbow, compelling him to adopt a more cautious stance to avoid being pierced at the neck. Thus, the two were inevitably engulfed in a fierce struggle. The surrounding cavalry's melee had reached its zenith, with fallen men and horses staining the nearby waters crimson. Gradually, the battle cries of the northern cavalry overshadowed those of the Lannisters, showcasing the formidable prowess of the northern warriors at that moment. Chapter 24, Night Battle, Part 2. Jones was uncertain how many times he had swung his sword. His breastplate and neck guard bore the marks of wear. Yet his opponent appeared worse for wear. In a recent attack, he had thoroughly cleaved through the beleaguered oak shield, and the heavy sword had brutally severed the gray iron armor, slicing into the adversary's arm. The Mountain roared with a thunderous voice, never having felt so beleaguered on the battlefield in a one-on-one encounter. He was accustomed to cleaving his foes in twain with his sword. Yet the black-armored knight before him was impervious to his strikes, exhibiting ferocity in his own assaults. Watching his comrades dwindle in number only heightened his inner turmoil. And with both hands grasping his longsword, he brought it crashing down upon his opponent. Another clash ensued, as Jones, now wielding a sword in both hands, firmly parried the descending blade and pushed back, seizing the initiative. "My lord, we must retreat." A cavalryman galloped forth, interrupting Jones and Lord Gregor's struggle, his voice raised in urgency. The Mountain paid him no heed, continuing his frenzied exchanges with Jones. Having suffered considerable setbacks, his arms were now stained a deep crimson, and he could feel the dampness at his elbows. "My lord, they outnumber us. We are defeated," the cavalryman implored, his tone laced with desperation. Barely had he finished speaking when two assailants from the opposing side caught up to him, piercing his body with their daggers. At last, the Mountain took a moment to survey the battlefield. His cavalry was encircled, confirming the earlier night's grim assessment. If they did not withdraw, annihilation awaited them. "Retreat," he bellowed, never expecting to utter such a word. Yet the adversary was simply too formidable, displaying no signs of fatigue after a prolonged bout of slaughter, their armor seemingly unyielding. The Mountain began to suspect that the enemy might be clad in enchanted armor, akin to the ancestral magical armor of the Bronze Knights he had encountered before, mere trifles in his eyes. Yet the black-armored knight before him exhibited prowess as if bolstered by sorcery. The remaining 100 enemy cavalry charged madly towards Jones. Gritting his teeth, Jones cleaved through several attacking riders, reluctantly halting his pursuit of the gray-armored giant. He felt fatigue creeping in, as if the moment he relaxed, his frenzy would dissipate entirely. Meanwhile, the gray-armored giant, though drenched in crimson, remained ferociously relentless. After dispatching several northern cavalrymen, he managed to break free from their encirclement. At this juncture, the northern cavalry recognized that Jones had been engaged in combat with a monstrous foe. "My lord, shall we pursue?" Ronar inquired anxiously, noticing Jones's unsteady demeanor. "You may pursue, but do not press for the enemy leader. Do not squander your lives in vain," Jones replied, having just emerged from his fury, now at his most vulnerable, unable to steady even his great sword. "Understood," Ronar responded, though reluctance tinged his voice. He knew well that the gray-armored giant was beyond his capacity to confront. Subsequently, the majority of northern knights, disregarding their fatigue, fiercely tore into the retreating enemy, inflicting significant losses. Ultimately, only the gray-armored giant and a few retainers escaped, while nearly 100 foes were left behind, entombed in the waters of the Blue Fork River. Jones dismounted, slowly sinking to the ground, sprawled out in exhaustion along the riverbank. "Help me remove the armor," He shouted loudly at the soldiers who still stood. The crowd hurried forward, assisting him in unfastening his breastplate and greaves. It was their first encounter with Jones's armor, feeling both heavy and scorching, and a copious amount of sweat poured forth from within. Once the burdensome armor was shed, Jones immediately felt a wave of relief, as if an immense weight had been lifted from his shoulders. His voice, no longer laden with exhaustion, inquired, "Have the numbers been counted, my lord?" "We lost over 100 brothers, but the enemy suffered nearly 400 casualties, with only a handful escaping," Ronald replied excitedly. "If we had continued to clash head-on, we would have undoubtedly lost even more lives." Thankfully, they opted for a retreat. However, Sir Clive and Sir Leonard, the Lionhead, fell in battle. At this point, Ronald lowered his voice. Just earlier during their meal, they had been discussing future plans together, but now, for Clive and the Lionhead, there would be no more tomorrows. When the bodies were recovered, they had already turned a ghastly white, their blood slowly mingling with the waters of the Blue Fork River. "Let us kindle a fire and rest. My brothers must be utterly exhausted," Jones lamented. He recalled the Lionhead's teasing of Percy regarding his baldness. Lionhead, a man of steady temperament, always found joy in banter with the reckless Percy. He also remembered the smile that often graced Clive's face. Clive, a kind-hearted fellow and a quintessential knight, brave and steadfast in his honor. Yet, both lay fallen here, their bodies unable to return to their homeland. Perhaps this is the essence of war. Gradually, the horizon revealed a soft dawn, the light gentle, as the early rays expanded, cloaking the earth in a resplendent tapestry, draping the shallow waters with the red garb of the several hundred corpses. The soldiers under Jones's command began to recover, moving to gather the bodies toward the riverbank. "Let us burn them," Jones murmured, gazing at the neatly arranged corpses of the Northmen. As the flames erupted into a roaring blaze, all bowed their heads and chanted the old hymn of grace. "Grace of the old gods, how sweet the sound, that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found, was blind, but now I see. 'Twas grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my fears relieved. How precious did that grace appear, the hour I first believed. Through many dangers, toils, and snares, I have already come. 'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home. The Lord has promised good to me, his word my hope secures. He will my shield and portion be, as long as life endures. When we've been there 10,000 years, bright shining as the sun, we've no less days to sing God's praise than when we first begun." The sun rose as it always did. "Let us be off. The city of flowing river awaits us," Jones shouted, as if to dispel the shadows of death. The thunder of hooves echoed once more, their destination set for the flowing river city of the Tully family. In a humble room within the Tower of the Forest Sons at Kaling Bay, a voice cried out, "It hurts! It hurts! It hurts!" The young cavalryman grimaced in pain, exclaiming that the magical potion from the dwarven merchant Jokin was excruciating. He felt as though his wound was being mercilessly torn apart, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. Still crying out in pain, "If you knew the potion's worth in silver, dear, you would consider yourself fortunate that your life is valued so highly," Jokin remarked, the true anguish resting upon him. He then gestured towards the young cavalryman's arm, stating it had been cleaned and would be stitched up shortly. "Lord Jokin, will this truly be effective? I have witnessed many wounded soldiers who appeared to have only minor injuries, yet soon after, they grew weak and ultimately succumbed in a daze." The young cavalryman expressed cautiously, having seen such occurrences more than once. "This is a curse of death, which is why the magical potion is necessary to dispel it. Remember, once the wound is stitched, do not let it come into contact with fresh water," Jokin continued to advise. "The recovery of you wounded soldiers is crucial to the reputation of our Dwarven Merchant Guild." "What is fresh water?" the young cavalryman inquired, perplexed. "Fresh water is, well, let me think. Ah, yes, it is water that has not been boiled," Jokin replied, tapping his head. The few helpers that Jones had sent him were only capable of menial tasks. For anything requiring intellect, he had to rely on himself. In any case, once stitched, do not disturb it, and ensure to cleanse it with boiled water, allowing it to cool before use. After instructing a dozen soldiers, Jokin added, "You all must remember this. How did I, a mere swordsmanship instructor, suddenly become a merchant?" Jokin mused quietly. He began to reflect on the events of recent days, recalling how Jones excitedly informed him that the magical potion produced from iron would be the foundation of their future wealth. He also learned how to treat wounds, all of which seemed plausible, yet today was the first opportunity to put it into practice. Jokin had been diligently refining these magical potions, and as he sat through the procedures, he began to question whether he had transformed into a sorcerer, a wizard, or an alchemist. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He preferred the notion of being a merchant over becoming a mystical figure. Chapter 25. Astonishment. Carlin Bay. The Gate Tower. The most well-preserved of the three towers. Robb Stark had summoned all his vassals, for the news received not long ago left him restless. Jon Snow observed his agitation, reflecting that he was still merely a child not yet 16. He cleared his throat heavily, drawing the attention of the assembly. Young wolf, the message came from Little Jon. Allow me to relay it, Jon Snow offered proactively. Very well, Robb exhaled with relief, nodding. The news bore both good and ill. It seemed that the old scoundrel of White Harbor was not inclined to cooperate easily. He had obstructed Jones's cavalry, preventing them from crossing the river from the city, stating that if they wished to cross, only those of merit should seek him out. Upon hearing this, the lords of the north could not restrain their chatter. The Twin Rivers city holds a significant geographical position. What is that old fool Walder Frey up to? Is it not apparent? The Duke is in distress. Hiding in his castle, waiting for the opportune moment to usurp the position, a thought that must have crossed your mind frequently, has it not? Damn you. The old Count flushed red from the jests of those nearby, gasping for breath. In truth, such news is not entirely unfavorable. It merely indicates that he is biding his time. One Count, considering his own circumstances, remarked, Walder has amassed over 4,000 troops in Twin Rivers. If we are to confront him, we must act swiftly, Jon urged loudly. This certainly does not sound like a wise choice, Robb interjected. The Frey family are vassals of House Tully, not of our Stark family, thus their rejection of us can be justified in a sense. Furthermore, our north relies heavily on cavalry, possessing few siege engines. An assault on Twin Rivers would likely incur significant casualties. If the Lannisters were to seize the opportunity to flank us, the situation would become even more perilous. However, Lord Manderley has sent word that he has encountered my mother, who is currently en route to the Cape of Cliffs. As the eldest daughter of House Tully, her words would certainly command Walder Frey's attention, Robb added. The assembly nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting this notion. Additionally, young Jon encountered the Westerlands Banforth pillaging along the riverside upon his descent from the Green Fork. At this, Jon could not help but chuckle. Young Jon had decisively vanquished Banforth's 800 cavalry and successfully crossed the Green Fork, and he may well have already reached Riverrun. The lords gasped in astonishment. A family capable of gathering 800 cavalry is a rarity in the north, yet such a force was bested by a fledgling like Jon? What of our losses? Jon's grin widened. Not much, not much. The total casualties were merely a dozen or so. Such a figure is hardly worth considering. Impossible. Lady Maya of Bear Island was the first to protest vehemently. Though Lord Roose Bolton of the Dread Fort remained silent, he shook his head, signaling his disbelief. Count Karstark did not contest the claim. He had always regarded Jon with admiration since the day of the tournament, lamenting that his only daughter, Alice Karstark, was already betrothed to another, for Jon would have made a fine match. Young Jon, though not unfamiliar with this news, felt a twinge of discomfort. How could his seemingly weak brother accomplish such a feat? Even if he acknowledged Jon's significant transformation, it seemed implausible he could change so dramatically. Is this truly the work of that simpleton? Daisy, the warrior of Bear Island, who commands 1,000 infantry and thus held the right to listen in, felt a surge of indignation upon hearing this. That simpleton had always looked down on her. A playful smile perpetually graced Shurin's face. Upon hearing such news, he couldn't resist the urge to mock. This is merely what Jones claims. Who truly knows if it is authentic? Regardless, the fact remains that the injured have returned. If you harbor doubts, feel free to inquire yourselves. Big Jon found great satisfaction in observing their astonishment. Little Jones had indeed brought honor to himself, though he was unaware of the lad's current whereabouts. It was not that Big Jon was concerned for his son's safety. Rather, the prospect of leading troops into battle exhilarated him. He mused that he might have been better off as a cavalry captain himself. Equally skeptical was Tywin Lannister. The Duke of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, Tywin, in his 50s, exuded a vigor reminiscent of a 20-year-old. Even seated, his stature commanded attention, with long legs, broad shoulders, a flat abdomen, and arms that, though slender, were sinewy with muscle. Having noticed his once thick golden locks thinning, he had commanded his barber to shave his head entirely. The Duke was a decisive man of action, and thus he had also cleansed his lips and chin of any facial hair, leaving only the robust sideburns, which cascaded from his ears to his jawline. At this moment, his pale green eyes, tinged with gold, reflected disbelief and confusion. 800 cavalrymen, he gritted through clenched teeth. And you alone have returned? Eddobin Fort trembled in fear, his face quivering at the sight of Duke Tywin, akin to confronting a true lion. With a quavering voice, he lamented, It was the Fry family from the twins who did this. The one who slayed my father was Stevran Fry. They feigned allegiance before launching a surprise attack against us. I barely escaped with my life. This lamentation had been recited countless times along his journey. At the mention of sorrow, he began to embellish. Their intent was to eradicate us entirely, leaving no witnesses to their treachery. My noble knights fought valiantly to save me, and then I leapt into the Green Fork. In his final words, Eddard cast aside all semblance of pride, collapsing at Tywin Lannister's feet. My lord, my father, and all the knights he recruited have perished, slain in service to House Lannister. My heart yearns to avenge them, yet my father had no brothers, nor do I. If I perish, the lineage of House Banefort shall cease to exist. Tywin, tormented by Eddard's tearful pleas, felt his countenance twitch. Yet, he was a rational man. Fully aware that this was not the moment for rebuking the wretched soul, such actions would only dishearten his vassals. What do you intend to do, my lord? I wish to return and bear a child to ensure the continuity of my bloodline. Then, I shall recruit a band of cavalry in my domain and return to aid you, Eddard replied, still kneeling and weeping. Very well, go. Tywin gestured with a sense of relief. Eddie liberated himself from the tent, vowing never to set foot on the battlefield again. The notions of knightly honor and valiant combat seemed nothing but deceitful illusions. His courage had long been shattered, and now he yearned solely to escape back to his castle, never to emerge again. Chapter 26. The Surprise of Edmure. Part 1. Bangla City, a formidable triangular fortress, stood resilient with rivers flanking two sides and an artificial moat on the western side. The water gate could be opened, flooding the moat and transforming the castle into an island, surrounded by water on three sides, rendering it nearly impregnable. Yet, at this moment, fear gripped the hearts of its inhabitants. The Earls of Riverrun had suffered defeat during the defense of Golden Tooth, leaving Bangla City vulnerable to the advancing forces of the regicide, Jaime Lannister. Sir Jaime relentlessly pursued, penetrating deep into Riverrun, now heading towards Bangla City. He commanded over 2,000 cavalry and more than 12,000 well-equipped infantry, accompanied by a plethora of siege weaponry. The wealth of House Lannister was glaringly evident, with catapults, crossbows, siege towers, and more at their disposal. In stark contrast, Bangla City could muster only a few thousand troops. In the uppermost chamber of the triangular castle, a luminous hall echoed with the heated arguments of the Earls of Riverrun. My lord Edmure, the regicide is rampaging through Riverrun, leaving devastation in his wake. My family's redoubt has been reduced to ruins. When will you send forth our troops? Bellowed Earl Paper, short and stout, his wild red hair flaring as he spoke. You are a fool, retorted Earl Blythewood, towering above Paper, his tall and lean figure accentuated by a hooked nose that rendered his dark eyes piercingly sharp. If it weren't for your blunder and Vance's folly in losing Golden Tooth, would Riverrun now be in such a pitiful state? Earl Vance has fallen in battle, and I barely managed to return, Paper exclaimed bitterly. Silence. I have yet to finish, Blythewood interrupted rudely. The Blythewood family boasted a long lineage, claiming dominion over a kingdom in ancient times, 5,000 years past. Thus, Blythewood cared little for Paper's dignity, continuing his tirade. Isn't the Lannisters' intent crystal clear? They wreak havoc outside, and fools like you abandon Bangla City to confront them in battle. Paper's face flushed crimson under Blythewood's scorn, trembling as he pointed a finger at him, struggling to form a coherent response. Blythewood, how can you speak so of a fellow Earl who has fought in battle? Is it truly wise to cower within the castle like you? Earl Brecken derided. The Brecken family, too, prided itself on an ancient lineage, claiming they once ruled a kingdom before being betrayed by the then-vassal Blythewood family. Interestingly, the narrative from the Blythewood family stands in stark contrast, asserting that it was the Brecken family that betrayed them. Thus, the animosity between the two families endured for century upon century, yet neither could vanquish the other. Consequently, whatever the Earl of Blywood proclaimed, the Earl of Brecken would invariably oppose, rendering the rationale utterly inconsequential. Upon hearing the derision from Brecken, the Earl of Blywood was filled with fury, instinctively reaching for the sword at his waist. Silence, Edmund Tully exclaimed wearily. For centuries, the Tully family had been tasked with mediating the disputes between these two factions, yet here they were still bickering. The Lannisters are already thrusting daggers at us. You should speak less and contemplate how to respond. Even the usually courteous Edmund Tully could not refrain from uttering a curse. He bore the Tully family's auburn hair, and, though of average stature, his beard lent him an imposing appearance. As the son of Duke Hostert Tully and the brother of Lady Catelyn, he now bore the weight of responsibility for Riverrun, as their ailing father lay bedridden. By the seven hells, where are my two sisters? both of whom wield the authority to make decisions? Why have they not come to my aid? He lamented internally. The gentle rains of the south were a far cry from the harshness of the north. The soft drizzle caressed the party led by Jon, as if a tender mother, gently washing away the bloodstains from their armor, renewing them. The cavalry traversed the ruins of Stonehenge, passing through orchards and well-tended fields, skirting small villages and seemingly robust estates. Every resident stretched their necks in anxious curiosity as they passed. Some recognized the significance of the dire wolf banner, while many others were consumed by the dread of impending war. In such moments, some would huddle together, praying that calamity would not befall them, while others chose to take up arms, becoming warriors. Naturally, they hoped to one day earn the esteem of a knight and serve as a squire. They gazed enviously at the hundreds of cavalry thundering past, the relentless momentum etching a deep impression upon their hearts. As dusk fell, through the overcast sky, Jon and his companions finally beheld the triangular silhouette of Riverrun. From afar, they noticed the iron portcullis had been lowered, the drawbridge over the river raised, and shadowy figures of soldiers bearing pikes and crossbows patrolled the ramparts. The captain of the soldiers, observing the increasingly distinct white banner emblazoned with the wolf sigil, rushed into the council chamber with excitement. "My lord, the Stark family has arrived," he exclaimed loudly, disregarding all notions of decorum as he flung the door open. "Huh, they have finally come," Edmund Tully exclaimed, racing out and navigating the castle's narrow paths, feeling no longer isolated and helpless. "My lord," the soldiers called out as Edmund emerged, bowing deeply. He waved his hand dismissively and hurried to the edge of the battlements. The smile on his face instantly froze. "Why are there so few people? What can such a small number accomplish?" he involuntarily exclaimed. "This must be merely the vanguard. The Stark army is surely not far behind," Edmure Tully reassured himself. "Lower the drawbridge." As the distant cavalry approached, he observed the breed of the horses and the armor of the riders, confirming that they were indeed a contingent from the north, thus sparing himself the need for inquiries. He commanded the soldiers guarding the city. "Lord Tully's actions bring me great joy," Sir Percy remarked cheerfully at the lowered drawbridge. Though the death of the lion-headed figure had saddened him for a moment, he soon returned to his nature. In his view, a knight dying on the battlefield is the most honorable fate, sparing him from the indignity of old age when he can no longer ride. "Indeed, it is worth the days of travel we have endured," Sir Cat nodded, acknowledging that knights are people of honor. The Tully family did not question their presence but allowed them passage, granting them a sense of respect. Jones remained silent, diligently examining the structure of Riverrun and the defending soldiers. As they rode over the drawbridge, accompanied by the heavy sound of metal chains and gears, the iron gate of the castle slowly creaked open. A few guards bearing red and blue striped shields approached. Upon closer inspection, one could see the leaping silver trout emblazoned upon their shields, a symbol of House Tully. "My lord, please follow me," a man, resembling a leader, stepped forward to address Jones. "I am Jon Umber. You may call me Jones. I am a knight officially appointed by Lord Tully. You may refer to me as Sir Gary. Sir Gary, please lead the way, but only these few may accompany me into the keep. The rest of the soldiers can relax in the city," Jones indicated to those beside him. This time, they had stripped quite a sum from the Lannister cavalry. Although it consisted mainly of coppers and silver stag coins, it accumulated to a considerable amount, with each person carrying a hefty bag. At this moment, they must be eager, yearning to rush to the blacksmith shop and the brothel to spend their newfound wealth. Chapter 27. Edmure's Surprise, Part 2. The townsfolk, upon seeing the unfamiliar cavalry pass by, immediately lowered their heads and murmured among themselves, uncertain how these riders were connected to the impending war. Traversing through the refreshing weirwood grove, the towering redwoods stood like elegant maidens, while birds sang sweetly from their nests hidden within the woods, and the air was thick with the fragrance of blooming flowers. "These redwoods are truly magnificent," Jones remarked, feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him as he spoke. He recalled his childhood in Winterfell, often visiting the weirwood grove with Robb, Jon Snow, and little Arya. The scene there was entirely different. Ancient trees loomed around, and the leaves scattered on the ground seemed to have originated from eons past, exuding a damp aroma. The grove was composed of sentinel trees draped in gray-green pine needles, sturdy oaks, and iron trees that were as ancient as the kingdom itself, their thick black trunks jostling against one another, while twisted branches wove a dense canopy overhead. Deep and silent. "This place is Miss Catelyn's favorite. I still recall the sound of her laughter. She is so beautiful and kind. A princess in the hearts of everyone in the town," Sir Gary mused, wondering how Miss Catelyn is faring now. "The lady is well. She has borne 5 children for Lord Stark," Jones replied. The captain of the guards nodded in acknowledgement and led Jones and a few others into the hall at the highest point of the stronghold. Lord Edmure Tully had evidently been waiting for some time. As the great doors swung open, he straightened up and scrutinized the approaching figures. 5 individuals in total arrived. But it was easy to discern that the towering warrior clad in black armor, carrying a sword of considerable size, was the leader. Lord Tully, it is my honor to meet you. Jones raised his metal visor and bowed. I am Jon Umber, captain of the Northern Cavalry Assault Brigade, here to assist Riverrun on the command of Lord Robb Stark. Lord Jones, it brings me great pleasure that you have come to aid House Tully. House Tully will forever remember your assistance. Edmure Tully began with a focus on decorum, but his urgency grew as he inquired, I wonder where my nephew's army is now. When will they arrive? Lord Stark's forces are likely still at the Bay of Crabs, Jones replied candidly. I am unaware of Lord Stark's subsequent plans. Thus, I may be the vanguard of the Tully family's support, or perhaps the entirety of it. Upon hearing Jones's words, Edmure sank back onto the dais, muttering, Still at the Bay of Crabs, what use is that? The Earl of the Riverlands expressed his disappointment, while the balding Lord Bracken derisively remarked, I thought real reinforcements had come. What use is a single assault brigade? Do you Northerners truly believe you can stand against 10 with just one? The hawk-nosed Lord Blackwood retorted, Since they have arrived, they are friends of the Riverlands and allies of House Blackwood. Bracken, is this how you treat your friends? Jones cast a grateful glance at the tall and slender Lord Blackwood. The rumors proved true. House Blackwood was indeed the only family in the South that worshipped the old gods, providing ample reason for their goodwill towards the Northerners. The balding Lord Bracken, incensed by Blackwood's words, rose from his seat and exclaimed, Am I wrong in my assertion? Stark intends to send us off with so few men. They are clearly a band of discarded refuse. You call the old baldy a waste? Sir Percy could no longer contain himself, pointing an accusatory finger at Lord Bracken. Had he not been barred from bearing a warhammer inside, a physical confrontation might have ensued at that moment. You dare insult me as a balding old man? Lord Bracken stared incredulously at the bald Sir Percy, who gave you the audacity to speak thus to a lord. Balding old man, remember this. I am Sir Percy, he retorted, unperturbed by the furious lord. With the leader not intervening, he felt emboldened to continue his tirade, confident that, should he overstep, Jones would remain silent. Upon hearing the derisive mention of the bald old fellow known as Earl Bracken, the assembly within the hall erupted into suppressed laughter. Even the usually stern Earl Blywood could not restrain a grin. I shall sever your head and display it upon the city walls. The furious Earl bellowed, Hendry, what are you waiting for? At his command, a young man at the Earl's side immediately unsheathed his sword and advanced towards Percy. Enough, Edmund called out weakly. Cease this at once. The young man, unwilling to defy Lord Tully's orders, reluctantly retreated. Is this truly the hospitality of the people of Riverrun? Jones scoffed. Let it be known that we have already dispatched 2 cavalry units along the way, totaling over 1,000 men. Really? Edmund exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Are you speaking the truth? Jones nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the 1st Cavalry was led by the Bainfort family, nearly 800 strong, who were pillaging along the banks of the Green Fork, and we promptly annihilated them. At this juncture, Jones paused, observing that the demeanor of the Riverrun nobles had shifted to one of earnest attentiveness. The 2nd Cavalry encountered us by the Blue Fork. I know not who commanded them, for the night was exceedingly dark, but they numbered nearly 400. Apart from their leader, the Mountain, who escaped, we dealt with the rest. Jones spoke with pride. If the first skirmish was a stroke of fortune, the second was a true victory earned through bloodshed. What of this Mountain? What does he resemble? A young man inquired hastily. Jones, despite not understanding the urgency of the question, patiently described, he is tall and formidable, taller than I by a head or more, clad in gray iron armor that encases him like a barrel. Moreover, he dons a flat-topped helm and wields a greatsword in one hand, with a massive and sturdy oak shield in the other. That is him, without doubt. The young man exclaimed with a piercing voice, It is Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. I witnessed him cleave my father in two. I shall never forget it. The Mountain? Clegane? How could it be that man? Can he truly be defeated? The mention of this name sent shockwaves through the Riverrun earls. Their composure shattered as they began to murmur amongst themselves. Even Ronar and Percy exchanged incredulous whispers. Is that truly the legendary Mountain? Jones pondered. Yet that individual is indeed formidable. If it is he, then it would make sense. The Mountain is no mere footnote in history. He is nearly synonymous with brutality throughout the Seven Kingdoms. His infamy in Westeros dates back to the War of the Usurper over a decade ago. Did you truly vanquish that brute, the Mountain? Edmund asked, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. I would say I held my own against him. Jones reflected. At the time, he too was weary. Had not the remnants of his forces fled, the outcome may have been uncertain. Nevertheless, my cavalry indeed drove them away like dogs, tails between their legs. He added with a smirk, "How dare you speak, you nameless wretch?" Earl Brecken of the bald head exclaimed, still brimming with indignation after having just derided others as discarded refuse. "Perhaps I am no longer a nameless wretch, am I?" Jones replied languidly. Chapter 28. The Lake of Divine Eye, and music to the south of Herrenberg lies the Lake of Divine Eye. Historical records recount that during the blood-drenched dance of dragons, the two mightiest dragons, Vagr and Caraxes, along with their riders, Prince Aemon and Prince Daemon, clashed fiercely above the lake, ultimately leading to their mutual demise, as both dragon and rider plummeted into its depths. However, such tales have become inconsequential, as the once mighty Targaryen family, heralded as true dragons, succumbed to their own madness and were ultimately overthrown by the late King Robert. The Targaryens, whose lineage was steeped in blood and fire, have now vanished without a trace, while the Lake of Divine Eye endures, unchanged and eternal, resembling a god's watchful gaze. Night has fallen. The Golden Lion banner flutters in the wind, its pole deeply embedded in the muddy ground. The encampment of the Lannister army stretches for miles alongside the lake. The camp extends into the distance, with thin tendrils of smoke rising from hundreds of campfires, where fully armed soldiers sit sharpening their weapons. Sharpened wooden stakes are arranged as fortifications, while spearmen and archers patrol back and forth. "Look, it seems someone approaches," exclaimed a soldier. "It appears to be Lord Gregor. I recall his steed. The tallest and mightiest horse I have ever seen. Is it really him?" As the magnificent horse approached, Lord Gregor was seen slumped over its back, his form drenched in blood, as if he had succumbed to unconsciousness. "It truly is Lord Gregor," the patrolling soldiers shouted, rushing forth. "Quickly, someone come." As Gregor Clegane opened his eyes, he beheld the dim light beside him and the figure of Duke Tywin. "How could you be so grievously injured?" The old lion, Tywin Lannister, thought he had become jaded to surprises, yet he could not help but gasp once more upon witnessing Gregor's bloodied state. He had never seen Gregor in such disarray, even during Gregor's infamous assault on King's Landing, when he slaughtered the last remnants of the Targaryen family. He had not appeared so battered. "It is but a minor wound. It is of no consequence," Gregor Clegane grunted as he struggled to rise. "Do not move. Rest well. Even the mightiest warrior can perish from such trivial injuries." "I have already treated your wounds with boiling wine," Tywin admonished. The Lannister family, steeped in a long and storied history, had meticulously recorded and addressed even the smallest details. "Thank you, my lord. Gregor Clegane shall forever remain the most loyal hound of House Lannister, just as my ancestors did." The first knight of the Clegane family had been the dog trainer of House Lannister, and their banner bore 3 black hounds. "I have never doubted your loyalty," Duke Tywin asserted solemnly. "What perplexes me is who could inflict such a grievous injury upon you. And where is your cavalry?" Gregor Clegane closed his eyes, reflecting on the dark-armored knight who had forced him into such a predicament and decimated his cavalry. It was a singular individual who had brought about his downfall. His voice now raspy, reminiscent of grinding gears. This knight donned an exceptionally thick black armor, impervious to the numerous blows he had dealt. He commanded the cavalry of the north that had vanquished Clegane's forces. Though a few of his retainers had managed to break through with him, they were soon overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the northern horsemen, ultimately succumbing to grievous injuries. "Are you certain it was the northern cavalry?" Tywin inquired, perplexed. "Indeed, I am certain." "Does this imply the Frey family has allied with the Starks?" Tywin continued. "Before your encounter, the 800 cavalry of House Banefort were also annihilated, with only Edmure Banefort managing to escape." Clegane remained silent. He had little interest in the alliances of the Frey family. His sole focus was on defeating and eliminating his enemies. Had he been more observant, he might have noted that Jon and his companions had approached along the Blue Fork, suggesting that the Freys had not, in fact, joined forces with the Starks. "And who, pray tell, is that black-armored knight?" Clegane queried. "I do not know. I have never heard of him. He fought me for an extended period, showing no signs of fatigue." Clegane gritted his teeth, suspecting that the knight might be clad in enchanted armor. "Magic?" Duke Tywin pondered momentarily before coldly asserting, "If that is the case, then we shall employ magic to counter him. The Lannisters settle their debts and avenge their grievances." With that, Tywin Lannister strode away, hands clasped behind his back. In the distance, a soft melody echoed, singing of conquest under the night sky. "Oh, Castamere, you are the Golden Lion. I am the Crimson Lion. You possess claws. And so do I. Yet my claws are longer, sharper still. Lord Castamere had once sung such words, but now the rain wept in his halls, devoid of any soul. Indeed, the rain lamented in his empty halls, where no spirit lingered. At this moment, Riverrun thrummed with life, as House Tully hosted a grand banquet for distant guests. Regrettably, no music accompanied the festivities. It was said that Edmure Tully's former love had been seduced by a bard known as Seven-String Tom. Not only had the bard disrespected Edmure, but he had also composed a lewd tune to mock him. Consequently, Edmure harbored a deep disdain for the profession of bard, and their presence was henceforth banned from Riverrun. I am Lyman Derry, the young lord said earnestly to Jon. Recently, the mountain killed my father at the troops' ford. Since you have vanquished the mountain, you are now my ally. Jon regarded the young man with dark curls and replied sincerely, "It is an honor to befriend the Earl of Derry." "Earl? Just call me Lyman. Now let us drink." Lyn Mandai did not wait for Jones to make a move. Instead, he lifted a large mug of ale and downed it in one go. Jones, however, merely took a sip, perhaps due to his feeling of not entirely belonging to this world, which left him perpetually lacking in a sense of security, hence he refrained from getting intoxicated. Even amidst the revelry of the evening banquet, he insisted on keeping his armor on, having only removed his helmet. Edmund Tully did not press him to disrobe, allowing him to bear his weapon as well. Great warriors often possess their own peculiarities, even though Jones was still far from being one of them. The hawk-nosed Earl of Breakwood addressed Jones, declaring, "You too shall be a friend of Breakwood. It is my honor." Upon hearing the details, Edmund expressed his immense indignation regarding the actions of House Fry. "My father referred to him as the tardy Lord Fry, and I assure you, once I have vanquished the Lannisters, he shall be known as the beheaded Lord Fry. I eagerly await that day." As Jones engaged in polite conversation with Edmund and the Earl of the Riverlands, Percy, Ronar, and Cat were already immersed in merriment with the Knights of the Riverlands, with Percy boasting loudly about their daring exploits, courage, and wisdom. In moments of excitement, the sound of hands slapping the table erupted. The bald Earl of Breakwood, witnessing the hubris of those who had just offended him, felt a surge of anger, especially as he saw Jones laughing and conversing amicably with Breakwood. "Since Lord Jones claims to have defeated the mountain, our knights from the Riverlands would like to challenge you. I trust you shall not refuse, Lord Jones." The Earl of Breakwood suddenly proclaimed loudly. "A draw," Jones repeated. The Earl was free to contest, though he was curious as to who would be challenging him. "Could it be that it is you, my lord?" Jones inquired, casting a mocking glance at the bald Earl. "Not I, but does the valiant Lord Jones, who has vanquished the mountain, now cower from battle?" The bald Earl provoked deliberately. It seemed this Earl had set his sights on him, since a confrontation was inevitable. Jones candidly agreed, "A duel shall indeed take place." However, a scholar once remarked that if there are no rewards for a duel, it is devoid of meaning. I wonder what sort of reward my lord can offer. Chapter 29. Recruitment. You may suggest any reward you wish, but the rules of the duel shall be mine to dictate, the bald Earl of Breakwood declared, slamming his cup down upon the table. "Very well, but I must first consult with Lord Edmund," Jones replied, turning suddenly to Edmund Tully. Edmund had initially intended to prevent the Earl from provoking Jones, but upon reflection, he deemed it more convenient to resolve this minor conflict through a duel. The losing party would naturally concede. "What do you say?" Edmund nodded in agreement. "I wish to recruit some cavalry from the Riverlands as reinforcements, as we happen to have a surplus of war horses. Should the Earl of Breakwood lose, he shall provide us with the necessary equipment for our new cavalry. The war has arrived, and many are eager to defend their homeland. However, the availability of cavalry remains quite rare. Generally speaking, even if a commoner manages to gather 2 horses, a suit of armor, and a sword, they can venture to any territory and attempt to become a mercenary knight." Following their recent night battle, Jones and his companions have acquired nearly 400 additional war horses. With a considerable number of people fleeing to the city of Benlu, recruiting 400 new knights should pose no significant challenge. The only thing they currently lack is armor and weapons, while a few sets of cavalry equipment can naturally be purchased from a blacksmith. Securing hundreds of sets requires the resources of a noble house. "I do not find your request unreasonable," Edmund Tully stated with a hint of surprise. "Since you are in need, even if you lose the duel, I shall still provide you with a batch of armor and weapons." The bald Count Brecken, upon hearing this, was naturally displeased, though his intention was merely to humiliate the arrogant knights from the north. He did not place much importance on the hundreds of armor sets. "So be it, but the rules of the competition shall be the 7 Gods tournament, where each side will present 7 knights for a melee." "Count Brecken, why not demand 500 knights? The entirety of our northern knights combined may not suffice," Jones retorted sarcastically. Among them, there were only 3 knights: Ronar, Carter, and Percy. And even Jones himself was not a knight. These are the rules I have established. If Lord Jones is truly a man of honor, how can he fail to muster 7 knights to support him? The bald count proclaimed with pride. Jones, I have said I am your friend, Count Lymondary declared. Slightly inebriated. Count me in for the duel. The Blywood family shall also offer assistance, the hook-nosed count added sincerely. My sons are here, each a skilled warrior with a lance. In the early morning, the streets of Benlu were bustling with activity, filled with people and horses. The nearby villages and minor nobles began to flock to the city for refuge. Since the establishment of the Tullus by Azur Tully, Benlu had never been conquered by force. And during wartime, it stood as an island surrounded by water. Shopkeeper, why are the townsfolk rushing in that direction? The clumsy giant inquired, perplexed. The guards have been spreading the word throughout the city, and you are still unaware? Today, not only is there the 7 Gods tournament, but they are also recruiting 400 knights, offering new steeds, armor, and weapons, the shopkeeper replied. I have never heard of such generosity from a noble. Is there some issue here, my Lord Tully? The giant pointed to his head in confusion. Is it you who has a problem here? The shopkeeper retorted angrily. Today, anyone who can mount a horse and wield a sword has gone out. You will see for yourself. Even the giant, despite his clumsiness, realized that his previous remarks had offended the Lord of Benlu, potentially causing unnecessary trouble for the shopkeeper. He quickly apologized, saying, My old man always says my head is thicker than the city walls. With that, the giant took a piece of freshly baked bread in his mouth and rushed out. Is my horse fed? He called out loudly to the stableman at the entrance. Your horse is far too old. It takes an eternity even to eat oats. The stableman exaggeratedly replied, Look at its belly. It's nearly dragging on the ground. Boy, you must learn to show respect. This steed has endured the ravages of the usurper's war, the giant admonished with a feigned sternness. He secretly pondered, I hope it fetches a good price, otherwise I shall have no money for food. The giant, named Ike, was around 16 or 17 years of age, though no one knew for certain. He had previously served as the old man's attendant, but the old man had passed away before Ike could officially become a knight, leaving him with an ancient mare older than himself, a mismatched and perpetually rusty chainmail hauberk, a broad-nosed iron helmet, an old brown leather sword belt, and a rusted longsword. These constituted his entire fortune. Without the means to become a cavalryman, he might have to resort to a life of plunder. However, the old man's teachings forbade such actions, leaving him with a greater likelihood of starving should he fail to become a knight. At the jousting ground, the bald old man was indeed malevolent. As bald Percy bitterly remarked from his mount, their party consisted of 7 members: Jones, the young noble Ronar, Percy, Sir Carter, the still youthful Count Lymondary, Brynden, the eldest son of Blaywood, and Lucas, the younger son. Technically, neither Jones, Amber, nor Lucas were true knights yet, but no one paid heed to such details. They were all genuine noble sons, and any of them could aspire to knighthood at any time. None of us have fought together before. We lack experience in cooperation, Sir Carter analyzed. Just moments ago, Jones had attempted to have Blaywood's eldest son follow behind him, but the impetuous Lucas outright rejected the suggestion. Defeating the Brecken family is my concern, Lucas declared, positioning himself and his brother in front of the others. I believe 4 of us will suffice, Ronar said, though reluctantly. Unfortunately, you can no longer send them away, Carter whispered, pointing to the 2 brothers ahead. Jones remained silent. He had just been bested by Lucas in their exchange, and had it not been for his inherently restrained nature, a humorous brawl might have ensued before the competition even began. As the sun rose higher, the jousting field became encircled by ever-growing crowds of spectators, most of whom were preparing to participate in the forthcoming recruitment. The young men, captivated by the glimmering armor under the sunlight and the sight of magnificent, robust steeds, could hardly quell their racing hearts. This was the essence of true knighthood, brimming with strength and splendor. At the forefront of the 7 stood Hendry Brecken, the bald countess' nephew, clad in glossy armor and mounted on a warhorse adorned in protective gear. He wielded a wooden lance, flanked by the other 6 knights, who held shields emblazoned with the unified emblem of the Brecken family, their movements synchronized with precision. The towering figure of Ike, having just arrived, forced his way in with his imposing stature. The old man, though a knight himself, appeared akin to a beggar when compared to those before him. The gleaming armor and the majestic steeds left him in awe, igniting a fervent desire to seize them for himself. In stark contrast, the opposing formation was far more chaotic. 2 gentlemen, evidently of noble lineage, commanded their steeds at the forefront, while 4 individuals, presumably black-armored knights, lingered at a noticeable distance behind them. The black horse beneath the knight was the most robust he had ever witnessed, its hooves as large as dinner plates, restlessly pawing at the ground. His build resembles mine. I would gladly don his black armor, and that visor is particularly alluring, Ike murmured to himself. As the knights mounted their horses, an eerie silence enveloped the jousting arena, with the audience seemingly holding their breath in anticipation. Yet, with the blare of a horn, the entire venue erupted into a frenzy. The sound of spurs striking the warhorses resonated like thunder, while dozens of iron hooves trampled the still muddy ground, as if to overturn the very arena itself. Splintered wood and shards of iron soared through the air like smoke as both sides collided, rendering the spectators unable to discern friend from foe. Chapter 30. Sir Carter. While the audience struggled to grasp the unfolding spectacle, Jones observed with clarity. As the two sides approached, Hendry Blacon suddenly decelerated, ducking to evade the long lances of the Blythewood brothers. Simultaneously, the four knights beside him surged forward, expertly targeting the Blythewood siblings. Lucas hastily raised his shield to defend himself, but was a moment too late, sustaining a blow to the shoulder that sent him tumbling from his steed. His brother, Brynden, fared no better, being flung from his mount, his helmet sent flying. At that moment, Hendry Blacon thrust his lance towards Jones. With a loud crack, both their lances shattered into splinters. Hendry's silver-gray warhorse reared under the impact, throwing him violently to the ground. In contrast, Jones's black steed merely lifted itself partially, only to be forcefully brought back down by him. However, the assault from two knights on Blacon's side followed swiftly, compelling Jones to brace his shield with all his might. The sound of splintering wood reverberated as he felt immense forces strike both his shield and abdomen, while his horse, caught in the mire, whirled and neighed in distress, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Determined, Jones clung to the stirrups and tightened his grip on the horse's back, finally regaining his balance after a few tumultuous spins. Upon surveying the battlefield, he realized that only 3 members remained on his side. Besides himself, only Percy and Carter were left. Both Ronan and the large boy, Count Derry, had been vanquished and thrown from their horses. In stark contrast, Blacon's side still boasted 4 knights after the initial round. Cursed be it, Jones silently cursed, lamenting the unreliability of the Lucas brothers. Even if one of them triumphed, they would still find themselves outnumbered, with his side reduced to 3 against the opponent's 4. As the wood chips settled, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, cheering for the fierce and perilous clash. Some rallied for the Knights of the Riverlands, while others celebrated the valiant black-armored knight who had thwarted the assaults of 2 adversaries. During the brief intermission between rounds, attendants hurriedly lifted the mud-covered knights from the ground and provided them with new wooden lances. Percy and Carter, their expressions grave, approached Jones on either side. The remaining 4 knights from Brecken's faction found themselves at an advantage. Seasoned veterans, they thrived in a 4-against-3 scenario where the odds typically widened in their favor. The horns sounded once more, igniting another wave of exuberant cheers from the crowd, whose faces flushed with excitement. Mud splattered beneath the pounding hooves. Jones raised his shield to protect the majority of his body, angling it defensively while gripping his lance tightly. He lowered himself, firmly securing his feet in the stirrups, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 knights before him. The sounds of neighing steeds and the clash of lance against shield resonated again. Just as a lance intended for Jones veered unexpectedly, it struck the bald-headed Percy instead. Fully concentrated on his opponent, Percy was blindsided by the lance that pierced his side, causing him to tumble violently to the ground. Meanwhile, Jones's confrontation concluded swiftly, mirroring the previous round. Utilizing his superior strength, he sent his opponent hurtling away with a powerful thrust of his lance. The critical moment of the duel now rested squarely on Carter's shoulders. As both knights circled in the muddy arena, the Brecken knight succumbed first, his horse crashing down onto his right leg, eliciting a piercing cry, his leg likely shattered. After a few more revolutions, Carter's steed finally came to a halt. He exhaled deeply and rode over to Jones's side. 3 against 2 was still a daunting challenge, his voice trembling slightly. Above, Ronan felt an acute sense of anxiety and guilt. While Earl Derry and the Blywood brothers had excused themselves from the arena for various reasons, he remained too preoccupied to wipe the mud from his face. His eyes fixed on the ongoing contest, silently invoking the favor of the gods. The bald-headed Earl, in stark contrast, reveled in delight, incessantly mocking the Blywood sons. Though his own nephew had been bested by Jones in the first round, the tide of the competition undeniably favored them. Surprisingly, Blywood refrained from retorting. He too felt disappointment in his son's performances, deeming them utterly foolish. Meanwhile, Edmund Tully furrowed his brow. contemplating the implications of the varying outcomes of the duel and how to address them. "Let us not charge together," Jones suddenly declared, "or you may become distracted. This time, I shall lead the charge, and you will follow closely behind me." "Sir, you must confront 3 adversaries simultaneously," Carter paused, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Even with Jones's strength, the impact of 3 knights at once could easily overthrow him. "Therefore, stay close to me and seize the moment," Jones stated gravely. Suddenly, the horn blared, and Jones charged forth, while Carter lagged behind by several blinks of an eye. This brief hesitation caused the 3 opposing knights to falter for a moment. Jones firmly secured his feet in the stirrups, synchronizing his movements with the galloping steed, while sheltering a significant portion of his body behind his shield. With a resounding crash, 3 wooden lances pierced through the shield, colliding with his breastplate. In that instant of impact, Jones felt as if time itself had suspended. The gasps of the crowd and the whinnies of the horses vanished, and splintered wood flew past his eyes, striking his armor and bouncing back. The black horse reared almost completely upright, on the verge of collapsing backward. In a heartbeat, Jones sprang into action, pressing down hard on the left stirrup, leaning to the side, and swiftly sweeping his spear towards the 3 knights, who were similarly unsteady. With a loud thud, Jones liberated himself from the stirrup at the last moment, tumbling off the horse just as the black steed fell, sending a spray of mud into the air. The audience erupted into the loudest cheers ever heard. Through the muddy visor, Jones glimpsed Carter still seated securely atop his steed, the only one remaining mounted in the arena. "Ha ha, splendid work," he exclaimed, unbothered by the muck as he scrambled to his feet and dashed towards Carter. The contest had been akin to walking a tightrope, perilously close to disaster, but they had triumphed. "Carter, you performed admirably." Jones laughed heartily, clapping Carter on the back as he dismounted. Carter lifted his metallic visor, bemused, and responded, "This has nothing to do with me?" "What?" Jones's laughter halted abruptly, confusion etched on his face. "Have you heard of the Lucky Knight?" "I believe today I embody that very notion," Carter quipped, raising an eyebrow playfully. Chapter 31. The name of the Black Knight. Carter's jest reminded Jones of the chaotic melee he had experienced in Winterfell with Jon Snow and Harry's. "Did you truly not intervene at all?" "Indeed," Carter replied, his eyes sparkling with delight. "At that moment, your lance sent a knight flying sideways. They were too close together. And ultimately, they tumbled into a heap." "Sir Carter, how splendid!" he exclaimed, "and yet I did nothing to contribute to the victory." Jones chuckled. "How could you say you did nothing? You were the one who unseated 2 knights. Unlike the last time in Winterfell, when he had been the lucky knight and felt discontent, this time was entirely different." Both Jones and the Brecon party were satisfied with the outcome of the tournament. There were no further provocations from Brecon. Jones acquired the several hundred suits of armor he desired, effectively silencing Brecon's taunts. Although the Earl of Brecon experienced defeat, he found a new target for his derision, the 2 sons of his archenemy, the Earl of Blywood. As for the hundreds of suits of armor, he truly dismissed them from his mind. Unlike some lesser nobles, the Brecon family possessed their own stronghold, Stone-Fence Castle. The fertile lands of Riverland had long been prosperous, making it difficult for them to relinquish several hundred warhorses at once. However, surrendering a few hundred suits of armor merely required a trip to the warehouse. Moreover, due to Jones's urgency, the armor was ultimately provided by the Tully family. Given the Tully family's generosity, and since Brecon had already dispatched troops to support the city of Benleu, it was certain that the Tullys would not press this debt issue after the battle. The only consolation left to the Earl of Blywood was that Jones's victory was achieved with his assistance. Wow, it turns out that a man from the north has triumphed. Have you all noticed how formidable the knights from the north are? They nearly secured the victory solely due to those 3 northern talents. The Brecon family is impressive too. If it weren't for that black-armored knight, the Brecon family would surely have emerged victorious. Do you know the name of that black-armored knight? A boy with fuzzy lips, who had been waiting to capture the attention of those around him, eagerly responded, "I know. His name is Jon Umber, the leader of the cavalry that entered the city yesterday. What's even more remarkable is that he has defeated some of the most ruthless men in the 7 kingdoms. The Mountain? Is that true? Of course it is. My knightly cousin told me so. He even dined with him last night. That is quite impressive. However, formidable individuals usually possess nicknames. What is his?" The boy with fuzzy lips pondered for a long while, but could not arrive at an answer. "You can't possibly not know. If he is as formidable as you claim, he must have a nickname, like Dragon Knight or Donsword Master, or the Fearless, White Bull, Black Fish, or Slayer of Kings." "I know," the boy with fuzzy lips exclaimed loudly. "He is called the Black Knight. His nickname is the Black Knight." "Really? I've only heard of the White Knight. The King's Guard is the White Knight." "You fool. If there is a white knight, there must surely be a black knight. Look at how much he adores black. His armor is black, and his steed is black as well. It has to be the Black Knight. The boy grew increasingly confident. And gradually, the mention of the Black Knight became more frequent amidst the throng. The Black Knight, huh? Mused the towering Ike to himself. What a resounding nickname. I need one for myself. He took a couple of steps before scratching his head and muttering, I feel like I've heard that nickname somewhere before. Never mind. I won't think about it anymore. The giant rubbed his head vigorously, finding no clarity, and ultimately gave up. He then pushed his way further into the crowd, awaiting the commencement of the recruitment. Before long, an official from the bustling city of Benlu stood atop a platform, proclaiming loudly that the recruitment had commenced. New soldiers were to serve under the banner of Lord Jon Umber, and upon the conclusion of the war, the steeds, armor, and weaponry would belong to the cavalrymen themselves, with no obligation for return. Long live Amber! Long live Amber! The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer. Although they had previously heard that the cavalry's equipment would become their own, hearing it reiterated at this moment ignited their exuberance. Only a few among them engaged in skeptical discourse, pondering, I thought we were joining Lord Tully's cavalry. How is it that we are to enlist with the Northerners? Are you truly going to participate? I have heard that the Northerners are quite impoverished. The Northerners may be poor, but their cavalry is not destitute. You see, just yesterday, those Northern cavalrymen lined every room of a brothel with coins, leaving the courtesans unable to rise from their beds even now. Is that so? Then I must join as well. Do not compete with me. They are indeed skilled, Jones remarked to a few companions beside him as he stood on the platform. Certainly. Most people may not have taken a life, but they appear quite adept at riding horses and handling their weapons, Carter replied. We are still far from it. Anyone can poke a straw dummy with a lance. It's easier than prodding a woman, Percy boisterously interjected. What great warrior has not walked this path step by step? Jones replied, giving a gentle pat to the disheartened Ron Astor. They are already doing quite well. We are fortunate enough. As the most challenging aspect of recruiting cavalry is indeed the steeds and the men, and now both have been resolved. As he spoke, Jones pointed to a tall individual charging toward a dummy on horseback, stating, Look at that fellow, he seems rather impressive, though his tattered nose-guard helmet appears rather foolish. His movements are exceedingly skillful. Indeed, no sooner had Jones spoken than the dummy was brutally skewered by the tall man, who dismounted gracefully at the edge of the field. You have qualified, the official declared, turning to the tall man adorned in his iron helmet. What is your name? Eik? No, I mean tall Eik, he stammered. The official glanced at him. Ah, indeed you are quite tall. Very well, surname Eik, given name tall. He inscribed this peculiar name upon the parchment, briefly contemplating the existence of the surname Eik, but dismissing the thought as he had already written it down. Now, proceed to the eastern section of the stables to select a steed that catches your fancy. This is your token, the official said, handing tall Eik a rough wooden piece adorned with an image of a leaping trout. By the gods above, we can actually choose, tall Eik exclaimed, clutching the wooden token and striding forth with determination. In just one morning, 400 new cavalrymen had been selected. Subsequently, Jones entrusted the training tasks to Percy and the others, while he proceeded to the ceremonial hall at the appointed time. Edmund Tully, we have squandered yet another morning, he stated urgently. What do you mean by squandered? The Earl of Blywood remained steadfast in this matter. My Lord Tully, I understand your perspective. Yet we must not venture out of the city proactively. Let us await the regicide within the confines of River Ron, with the city's advantageous position. We can undoubtedly exhaust the Lannister forces. When the time comes, my garrison from Greywater Watch, the troops from the bald-headed Stone Hedge, and those from the coastal settlement of Melisandre will converge upon the Lannisters from all directions. With a coordinated assault from Riverrun, we can utterly vanquish the Lannisters. Your people cannot be abandoned, my Lord Tully, cried the stout and boisterous Lord Page, his unruly red hair framing his round visage. By the seven hells, you pig, retorted the hawk-nosed Earl, one hand cradling his head while the other gestured emphatically at Lord Page. The dialogue seemed to have entered a familiar cycle once more. Chapter 32. The Three Duke's Sons. It was evident that Edmure Tully was not a man of decisive nature. Rumor had it that during his youth, he was notorious for his numerous romantic entanglements and often acted impulsively, leading to some rather inexplicable decisions. Jones, standing nearby, had gleaned the general sentiment. Some earls insisted upon holding Riverrun, leveraging its geographical advantage to wear down the Lannisters. Interestingly, these earls hailed from the northern territories. Conversely, others urged Edmure to take the initiative in battle, arguing that a lord must safeguard the lives of his subjects. with the Lannisters rampaging, slaughtering, and pillaging. What purpose did it serve to remain holed up in Riverrun? It was noteworthy that these earls' lands were all situated to the south of Riverrun, save for the bald-headed Lord Bracken, whose territory bordered Blywood, and who merely opposed Blywood out of habit. Jones shook his head, continuing this quarrel would yield no fruitful outcome. Undoubtedly, in accordance with his own inclinations, he favored the defense of Riverrun, though he refrained from voicing this opinion. Should he express it, he could easily envision the vitriolic retorts from the earls clamoring for immediate deployment. You hail from the north. The plight of us Riverlanders is of no concern to you. Choosing to defend the city meant that for each day the Lannister army was delayed, Riverrun remained a thorn in their side, ensuring that the regicide could no longer threaten House Stark. My Lord Jones, do you not concur with my assertion? Ultimately, the influence of Jones's position rendered his words devoid of persuasive power, merely inviting rebuttals. At this juncture, the only individual capable of making a decision was Edmure Tully. No, perhaps there was another. Why not consult Duke Hoster Tully? Jones suggested suddenly. No, my father is bedridden. His condition is dire, Edmure firmly rejected. We cannot further disturb him. As long as Lord Hoster remains lucid. No, I say no. Do not disturb my father. Edmure Tully articulated each word with precision. It remained uncertain whether his vehement protectiveness stemmed from genuine affection for his father or from a fear that such a course of action might undermine his own competence and authority. Jones, witnessing the intensity of his anger, could only swallow his words. How infuriating it was that Duke Horst, who had fought in the War of the 9 Copper Coins and the Usurper's War, could father a son like you. Even if the Duke still had half a brain functioning, he would surely recognize the necessity of ending this futile argument immediately. Very well, let you continue your bickering. It would be best if you argued until the Lannisters arrived at Riverrun, thereby forcing you to defend it against your will. Lord Tully, I shall proceed to train the troops. With that, Jones turned and departed from the chamber, no, the Hall of Quarrels. Meanwhile, at the Bay of Carhold, though still distant, the patterns on the banners remained obscured, yet years of companionship allowed Catelyn to discern that it was a white standard, with a dark emblem that could only be the grey direwolf of House Stark. Moments later, upon witnessing it firsthand, Catelyn reined in her horse, bowing her head in gratitude to the gods above, relieved that she had not arrived too late. Shortly after her husband, Eddard Stark, took up the position of Hand of the King in King's Landing, she began her quest to uncover the true culprit behind Bran's injury, and the family had since become utterly scattered. Now, her husband and 2 daughters were imprisoned in King's Landing, while the 2 youngest sons remained in Winterfell, and her eldest son, still not of age, bore the heavy burden of rescuing his father. O gods, why must our family endure such torment? My lady, they are awaiting our arrival, gently reminded the son of Lord Mandler, interrupting Catelyn's reverie. Then let us not keep them waiting any longer. Blackfish Brynden Tully lightly spurred his horse, moving swiftly ahead, while Lady Catelyn urged her steed to ride alongside her uncle. Sir Mandler followed closely behind, leading nearly 2,000 soldiers, including more than 200 cavalry, while the remainder were infantry armed with spears, bows, and shields. At long last, the final contingent that Robb Stark had been anticipating had arrived. The mounted scouts, upon spotting the Mandler family's banner depicting a white mermaid grasping a trident, rose slowly from the blue-green sea, enthusiastically guiding them, though they were not far from their destination. As they drew near, Catelyn caught sight of the banner of House Stark, the sunburst flag, fluttering beneath the direwolf sigil, while atop the Children of the Forest Tower was the chained giant of House Umber. The only banner flying from the city gate tower was that of House Stark. Robb had evidently chosen this location as his command center. Thus, Catelyn made her way there, with Blackfish and Sir Mandler following behind, as they traversed the wooden bridge laid across the dark, muddy ground. In a well-ventilated hall, she finally beheld her son. At that moment, Robb was surrounded by earls many times his age, seated before an enormous stone table cluttered with maps and various documents. Deeply engrossed in discussion with Roose Bolton and Greyjohn regarding the intelligence they had gathered and the strategies to follow, Robb, as if sensing her presence, lifted his gaze and met the sight of his mother's reddened eyes. How he longed to rush forward and embrace her, yet he restrained himself. He was a commander now, and could not display weakness. Mother, I require your assistance. His voice quivered slightly, when Jones encountered Edmure once more. The expression of the de facto supreme leader of Riverrun was profoundly intricate, revealing a blend of anxiety, anger, and confusion. I require your assistance, he implored amidst his urgency. That is precisely why I have come, Jones nodded, silently hoping it was not some foolish endeavor. The Smuffwood family of Acorn Hall had already pledged allegiance to the Lannisters. If I delay further, The other minor nobles of the Riverlands will undoubtedly follow suit. Edmure, appearing somewhat fatigued, elucidated, there are no mountainous barriers in the Riverlands. Every conflict inevitably erupts here first, and there has never been a war we could resolve independently. After a brief pause, he continued, in any case, I need you to dispatch troops to eliminate the marauding usurpers wreaking havoc within a day's ride of Riverrun. After a moment's contemplation, Jones inquired, I wish to confirm. Lord Tully, will you remain within the city? What has that to do with your deployment? Edmure questioned, perplexed. Jones felt a moment of exasperation but maintained his composure, replying, If I venture outside the city, I hope you will hold the fort. That is only reasonable. Edmure nodded in agreement. Acorn Hall, the stronghold of the Smuffwood family, was encircled by stout stone walls and featured a grand oak gate. The once prominent 6 brown acorn banners of the Smuffwood family had been entirely replaced with the golden lions of House Lannister. The Count of Acorn Hall now stood trembling before a man whose piercing blue eyes and razor-sharp smile exuded an unsettling charisma. Is this truly the entirety of your provisions? The man's tone was not aggressive, and his handsome visage bore no trace of reproach. Yes, my Lord Lannister, the Count stammered, swallowing nervously. Yet, I beg to differ. I casually counted the cattle, and the number far exceeds what you have provided. Therefore, one of us must be lying, Count. Do you believe that person could be me? My lord, many are working oxen. As you can see, there are vast fields of wheat surrounding us. There shall be no more. I have ordered them to be burned. My lord, you cannot do this, the Count pleaded desperately. Count, have you not realized you are amidst a war? Should you lie again, I shall reduce your Acorn Hall to ruins, much like the fate of Pink City. With that, the man strode out with purpose, his golden armor gleaming, his towering frame and flowing golden hair presenting an image akin to a roaring golden lion. This man was none other than Jaime Lannister, son of the Duke of Tywin, who had joined the legendary Kingsguard at the tender age of 15, the very knight who had slain the king he was sworn to protect. Chapter 33. The tall man and the short woman. The village ahead appeared to be ablaze. The tall Ike bellowed, nearly rising from his saddle, a feat that garnered admiration from the onlookers. He relished showcasing his prowess, for such a robust steed deserved to be thoroughly enjoyed. Not long ago, after Jones and his men exited the city, they beheld stretches of farmland basking in sunlight, where robust barley, wheat, and corn thrived abundantly. Yet, there was no one resting in the shade of the trees, nor anyone wielding scythes to harvest the crops. The absence of even the barking of dogs left the once bustling town and villages desolate. The nearby inhabitants had fled towards the flowing city. As they ventured further, they could discern a multitude of crows circling ominously above the villages and hamlets. Beneath them lay charred remnants of walls, wisps of white smoke rising from the ashes, and wild dogs feasting on the carcasses. The sight elicited reactions from the new recruits. Some felt their eyes redden, while others clenched their teeth in anger. Most hailing from the Riverlands. A few recruits could not restrain themselves, tightening their bows to shoot at the wild dogs and the flock of crows tearing at the dead. The crows scattered with a cacophony, taking flight towards the ruins, while the wild dogs retreated to a corner, their eyes glinting with cold defiance. Each of your arrows bears great value. Their intended destination is the body of Lannister. Do you understand? Jones bellowed. Yes, my lord. Due to Jones' infrequent removal of his armor, the newcomers had only ever seen him as a black-armored knight with an angry visage. Thus, while they were grateful for the steeds and weapons he provided, they also regarded him with profound respect. Besides the tall one, the wretch, the Kingslayer possesses no knightly honor. The tall one, Ike, seethed. I shall teach him a lesson myself, sooner or later. Sir Carter gazed at his subordinate, bemused by his naivety. What manner of man is the Kingslayer? His father, the most powerful and affluent Lord Tywin of Westeros. His sister Cersei is the regent, and he himself commands tens of thousands of soldiers. Can you truly discipline him? Upon joining the ranks, Ike had already accomplished 2 notable feats. First, the cavalry of 800 had been divided into 4 troops, each led by a captain who selected a second-in-command. Ike distinguished himself through his exceptional horsemanship. However, his more notorious act was when he approached Jones to inquire if he could remove the black armor to try it on, given their similar builds. All the soldiers present regarded him with a mix of fear and admiration. It was common knowledge that Jones seldom removed his armor, let alone for another man. Initially, Jones suspected Ike was provoking him, but after a brief exchange, he concluded that Ike was merely naive. Unlike Percy or the Great John, Ike might genuinely lack cunning. Someone is approaching, cried the slender, crooked-mouthed soldier as he ran. Noticing that his comrades remained largely unresponsive, he quickly added, It's a dense throng of cavalry. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of clattering echoed, as a dozen soldiers clad in tattered armor hastily gathered their plunder and retreated in the opposite direction. Before they had ventured far, the cavalry surrounded them, and upon seeing the ice wolf and trout banners before them, their faces turned ashen. The encircled soldiers, trembling, raised their swords toward the menacing horsemen. The leader of the black-armored cavalry proclaimed, "Only one of you may survive, and that is the first to disclose the information I seek." The trapped soldiers exchanged glances, pondering the meaning of the Black Knight's words when a scrawny, crooked-mouthed fellow hastily exclaimed, I know. The Lannister army is in that direction." As he spoke, he pointed towards a certain way. "How can you?" A pale-faced comrade gasped in astonishment, but before he could finish his sentence, an arrow pierced his eye socket. Seeing the impending doom, the others prepared to break free, but within moments, they were pierced by the arrows raining down upon them. The new recruits from the Riverlands had endured for far too long. The crooked-mouthed man curled into a ball, clutching his head and trembling, terrified of being struck. "Point the way for us. Where are you marauding scoundrels scattered?" Jones demanded. Afterward, this unfortunate soul was hoisted onto a horse by Percy. "Let us well, and no tricks," Percy said, patting his shoulder. "I wouldn't dare," he stammered. Subsequently, Jones and his companions did indeed manage to locate a few groups using similar methods. Yet their efficiency was surprisingly poor. After traversing for hours, they had barely uncovered 100 or so enemies. The sole advantage was that it allowed the recruits to hone their skills. "My lord, what if we divide our forces?" Percy remarked impatiently. "Continuing this way yields no results. Are we to repeat our encounter with the Banefort family? I once hailed the late Count Banefort as a genius. Surely, it cannot be so fortuitous," Percy mumbled, grasping Jones's implication. "But if a large enemy force appears, splitting up would be tantamount to seeking our own demise." "Very well, I understand," Percy conceded reluctantly. "Why do I feel Sir Percy's reasoning is quite astute?" the tall-like queried, puzzled, looking at Carter. "Because you are as simplistic as he is," Carter replied dismissively, urging his small party onward. "The old man always says my head is thicker than the castle walls, and that I cannot think," I called after him. "Then henceforth, do not think, simply obey orders," Carter replied. Ike fell silent for a long moment before saying, "Perhaps that truly is a good strategy." As night descended, a hill loomed before the cavalry, resembling a lurking beast, coldly surveying the land. As they approached the hill, their pace began to slow. "Let us rest atop the hill tonight. That way, if the enemy draws near, they shall not notice us." The hill was not high, and as the group gathered dry branches and tended to their horses, they soon reached the summit. Fish. Rona was astonished to discover a fish on his family's territory. It was not merely his household. Many noble families in the north possessed this tree. His surprise stemmed from the fact that the fish is regarded as a symbol of the old gods, typically found only in the northern regions. Its bark is bone white, its leaves a deep crimson, resembling countless blood-stained palms, and its trunk is engraved with faces reminiscent of aged men. Even more astonishing was the sight of not just one, but an entire circle of these trees encircling the hilltop. "You should not disturb this place," an ancient voice intoned, "unless you bear a gift for me." From beneath the fish emerged a small, pale figure. As they drew closer, they discerned that it was a gnarled old woman. A dwarf with a mane of white hair and skin riddled with wrinkles, her eyes a vivid red. She was not only diminutive, but also hunched, leaning heavily on a gnarled black staff. Each step she took seemingly a monumental effort. "Who are you?" The tall Ike could no longer contain his curiosity, his voice trembling, revealing that even the most stout-hearted among them could be apprehensive. "And who might you be?" the dwarf woman retorted. "I am Ike," he replied without hesitation. Slowly, the old woman approached, her fiery red eyes scrutinizing him with a mixture of intrigue and recognition. "You bear a striking resemblance," she mused, her tone laced with wonder. "Resemble whom?" Ike, unnerved by her gaze, instinctively stepped back. "Another tall one," she chuckled. "Perhaps you are indeed his descendant, though he perished in the great fire of Summerhall." With not even a body to be found, the old woman seemed particularly fascinated by Ike, her gaze never wavering. "Are you referring to Sir Duncan the Tall?" Rona inquired. His curiosity piqued about this legendary figure from history. Sir Duncan had famously vanquished the leader of the Fourth Blackfire Rebellion, Demon Blackfire, a conflict that had wrought significant devastation. "I have indeed seen him. Sir Duncan was a true knight," the old woman reflected, pausing as if lost in memory. Then, abruptly, she exclaimed, "The old woman desires wine. Give me wine, and I shall speak." Percy, seeing her demand, reluctantly offered her his wine pouch, being the only one among them to carry such provisions, albeit grumbling. "Old crone, be careful not to drink yourself to death." The old woman cast a glance at the bald man, chuckling. Perhaps it is you who will meet your end first. The bald man shifted uneasily, grasping his hammer, but upon observing the frail figure before him, he found himself disinclined to utter any harsh words. The old woman took a hearty swig, wine dripping from her chin. After setting down the pouch, she wiped her mouth with her wrinkled hand and remarked, Sir Duncan stood over 2 meters tall, often claiming to be foolish, yet in my eyes, that was merely his humble nature. He hailed from humble beginnings, emerging from the squalid slums of King's Landing, yet ultimately ascended to the esteemed position of captain of the Kingsguard, cherished by the reigning monarch, Aegon Targaryen V, as his dearest and eternal friend. Alas, his demise was rather lamentable. The Targaryen king, in his fanciful ambition to incubate dragon eggs with wildfire, met a tragic end as the flames spiraled out of control, claiming not only the whimsical ruler but also the tall Duncan, who, regrettably, need not have perished. With a sigh, the old woman downed the remaining wine, shook her flask to confirm its emptiness, and exhaled a heavy breath. Recently, I had a dream, a vision of wildfire raging through the skies, accompanied by the wails of countless souls. I beheld a wedding where a purple serpent lay hidden in the maiden's hair, its venomous droplets cascading from its fangs. I dreamt of many things, including you. Turning her gaze towards Jones, she continued, I sense the essence of death upon you. Come closer, let me behold you. Intrigued, Jones approached, eager to hear what the old crone would reveal. Her dark red eyes scrutinized him as she whispered, It is truly you, the Black Knight, the Desecrator. Death and slaughter, calamity. Her frail frame trembled incessantly, sobbing. How could you come to my hilltop? So cruel, so cruel. I have tasted despair in the Hall of Summer, and wish not to feel your presence again. Begone, Blackheart, begone. As she spoke, she retreated, her voice laced with fear, prompting those around to question her sanity. Aside from the maddening tales of the old hag, let me have Tymir escort you, she declared, drawing a sharp dagger that glinted ominously as it struck towards the old woman. With a shriek, the woman's gnarled black staff sprouted branches, ensnaring Tymir. The clash echoed like metal on metal, and remarkably, Tymir failed to sever the tendrils. Seizing the moment, the woman nimbly retreated behind a yew tree, pleading, I beseech you, stay away from me. Upon uttering this, a multitude of crows erupted from the yew, swirling above the crowd, their harsh cries piercing the night, their scarlet eyes gleaming like fiery arrows. Even Tymir was taken aback by the bizarre spectacle, though the old woman had not painted her lips purple. Her peculiar demeanor resembled that of a witch. In the realm of the blazing, witches held a formidable status. My lord, shall we pursue her? Percy swallowed hard, his voice trembling with anxiety. Jones surveyed the others. Their expressions, typically stoic in the face of danger, now betrayed signs of tension and hesitation. This was a natural response to the unknown. In truth, Jones himself felt a profound unease. Despite his fervent determination in battle, he remained fundamentally cautious and insecure, which explained his reluctance to shed his heavy armor. He ultimately shook his head and remarked, Let us put this aside for now. After all, this place is filled with fishleaf wood, not a suitable battleground. Simultaneously, he mused inwardly that the old woman was indeed quite remarkable, and perhaps it would be wise to inquire further before returning. Subsequently, the group moved a bit down the hilltop and established their encampment there, at least to evade those ominous crows. Percy, sensing the atmosphere had turned somber, especially with the usually jovial tall figure of Ike now wearing a gloomy expression, took the initiative to speak. Old women love to spin terrifying tales, speaking of death's lingering presence, desecrators, calamities. Do they think we are mere children to frighten? This does not resemble a mere storyteller, Jones replied, shaking his head. He thinks too simplistically, Percy. While matters may appear less complicated, it is rather careless to dismiss the nuances. But even if she were truly a witch, how much credence can we give her words? Carter interjected. Such peculiar individuals have long been companions of deceit. No one can fathom their true intentions. Jones remained silent, pondering that the world was far more intricate than it seemed. He had clandestinely dabbled in magic while in the city, yet even the erudite Dr. Marwyn had never conjured a fireball in his presence, leading Jones to believe that magic had long faded from reality, at least without significant impact on daily life. As for the tales of 1,000 years past, when the children of the forest wielded magic to unleash monstrous waves, transforming central Westeros into the marshlands known today, he regarded it as mere myth. Such mythologies abound in every civilization. Accompanied by the gradually subsiding cries of the crows and the crackling of the fire, night deepened. Yet this tranquility was soon shattered by the vigilant guards. An army approaches, the sentinels shouted, rousing everyone from their slumber. In the distance, a flickering fire serpent became visible, indicating a considerable number of arrivals. What shall we do, sir? Chapter 35. Breaking through. Carter led a group to the rear of the hill, soon spotting another lengthy fire serpent surging toward them, prompting him to rush back to report to Jones. We must charge from the side. Let us not be encircled. Jones called out loudly. The trees atop the hill were sparse, and with winter nearing, many plants had withered, allowing the cavalry to descend the hill with relative ease. Before long, they reached the foot of the hill, yet the enemy's vanguard cavalry had stealthily approached under the moonlight. It remained unclear whether they had been lying in wait or had just split from the fire serpent. The indistinct banners fluttered in the night breeze, and two torrents of black were on the verge of colliding. With a rapid gallop, the silver lances of the charging steeds were raised, glinting coldly in the moonlight. Long live Casterly Rock! Long live House Lannister! Long live Winterfell! Long live Amber! The sounds of battle reverberated through the air, soaring into the heavens. As the bowstrings twanged, a barrage of arrows descended from the night sky. A piercing scream erupted from a scorching tribal guard beside Jones, who fell from his steed, swallowed by the darkness. Jones wielded his heavy sword, deflecting the incoming arrows with a cacophony of metallic clashes, each sound akin to the whispers of death, fraught with danger. Fortunately, Jones and his comrades charged down the mountainside with remarkable speed. Just as the enemy completed their volley of arrows, the cavalry, led by Jones, plunged fiercely into their ranks. The clamor of shouts and wails was deafening, and the ground was drenched in blood, turning the earth dark. At this moment, Jones had virtually penetrated the enemy's core, his accompanying guards having been cast aside. However, he had few protectors left, most having returned to Timmy, who now commanded a cavalry unit of 200 men. One of 4 captains. The frenzy had already commenced. His heavy sword cleaved through the air, shattering the advancing pikes and severing nearby foes in two. Blood sprayed forth, and the cries of man and beast filled the air. Jones struggled to blink away the blood that obscured his vision, having splattered onto his visor. On the battlefield, he resembled a black hole, consuming one enemy after another, and soon a circle of dismembered bodies encircled him. The enemy soldiers, witnessing such a gruesome sight, hesitated, none daring to advance. Seizing a moment of respite, Jones surveyed the battlefield. Percy roared, wielding his war hammer with vigor. Timmy, as ever, wielded his dagger with swift precision, striking at lethal angles. Carter and Ronar displayed the quintessential knightly form, one hand grasping a long sword, the other a shield, maintaining their rhythm flawlessly. The captains were all splattered in blood, yet their vigorous demeanor suggested it was their enemy's lifeblood. Due to the rapid charge of Jones and his men, the enemy ranks were nearly split in two, and unbeknownst to him, he had approached the rear of their formation. Glancing toward the back, Jones spotted a youth clad in dark red armor, the golden lion emblazoned upon it gleaming in the moonlight. The boy possessed the signature golden hair of House Lannister. Though his features were obscured, his pale visage and slender frame contrasted starkly with his towering white steed. Beside him stood a similarly adorned middle-aged man, distinguished by a long red cloak. At this moment, he was shouting commands to hold the line and to charge forth with fervor. With his target in sight, Jones bellowed, urging his black steed to leap over the barricade formed by the fallen bodies of the enemy. He brandished his dark sword with a relentless flurry, the anguished cries of foes resonating around him as the cavalry, led by Jones, surged forward with unyielding ferocity. Before long, he discerned the anxious expression etched upon the face of the middle-aged commander, who was fervently urging his guards to intercept him. The enemy's guards, with faces contorted in rage, advanced towards Jones, only to be severed in half, their finely crafted silver armor gleaming in the dim light as their upper bodies flew through the air, eliciting disbelief from their comrades. The middle-aged commander, in a frenzy, howled for courage, gripping his exquisite steel longsword tightly as he swung it forcefully at the imposing figure of the black-armored knight before him. With a resounding clang, the steel sword was effortlessly knocked aside, and the commander felt an overwhelming force crash against his wrists, as if they might shatter. In that moment, he comprehended the futility of his guards' attempts to halt the Black Knight's advance. The knight's strength was utterly terrifying. With no time for contemplation, the whooshing sound of a heavy sword slicing through the air reached his ears. Despair washed over the commander's face. Suddenly, the wind ceased, replaced by the weight of the dark sword pressing down upon his shoulder. "Surrender," the Black Knight commanded. "I can spare your life." "And no, it is impossible," the commander stammered, swallowing hard. "The battle is not yet over. If I surrender, Duke Tywin will surely execute me." "Are you prepared to die now?" Jones replied coldly, urging him to decide swiftly. You think I would allow Stafflan Lannister to surrender? That is out of the question. You cannot escape. Stafflan finally mustered the courage to shout defiantly. Then meet your demise. With that, Jones thrust his heavy sword forward, piercing through Stafflan's dark crimson armor. Blood gushed forth as he gasped, his mouth producing a choking sound, his eyes filled with regret, yet he could utter not a single word in that moment. Indeed, he is correct. If we do not leave now, we shall find ourselves trapped, Jones remarked to the arriving group. Boss, what about him? Percy queried, lifting his visor to wipe the blood from his face, pointing at the trembling golden-haired youth. Capture him, Jones instructed, having deliberately spared this lad, whose combat prowess was minimal. Clearly a noble, making him a perfect candidate for a prisoner. Upon hearing this, Percy grinned and swung his hammer, sending the youth's unsheathed sword flying. The golden-haired boy cried out in pain, clutching his throbbing hand, his body curling in on itself. Bald-headed Percy rode up beside him, gripping his neck and hoisting him onto his horse. Boy, what is your name? Percy inquired. The golden-haired youth remained silent. Percy continued, listen well. The last noble who occupied this position is still alive and well, provided he was obedient. If you wish to survive, heed my words carefully. Do you understand? Yes. The boy finally murmured after a brief pause. Good. Now tell me, what is your name? William. I am William Lannister. And who is your father? Percy asked, riding after the already advancing Jones. Kevin Lannister, came the reply. Percy burst into laughter, exclaiming, Boss, this time we've captured ourselves a little lion, a direct descendant. Kevin Lannister, the brother of Duke Tywin, was renowned as Tywin's most capable aide and a prominent figure in the Westerlands, regardless of whether he is a pure-blooded lion or not. We must make haste, Jones shouted, urging the group to shake off the remnants of the enemy behind them and proceed forward in this direction, lest they be encircled by the main army. Aye, my lord. The others responded in unison. The swift and effective skirmish had ignited a fervor in everyone, particularly as Jones had bravely infiltrated the enemy ranks, decisively eliminating their commander. His valor in battle was remarkable. With such a leader at the helm, even in retreat, the group's confidence soared. Chapter 36. Lannister and Stark. The Riverlands were largely flat, making fortifications the only means to thwart an advancing enemy. However, Jones had just discovered an advantage. Their escape was unimpeded. The only force likely to impede their flight was the cavalry trailing behind. But their commander had already fallen to Jones's blade, and the troops had scattered, temporarily lacking the courage to pursue, helplessly watching as the northern cavalry surged away like a dark tide. Before long, the Kingslayer, Jaime, arrived, leading a formidable contingent of shield-bearers, spearmen, and archers. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene before him, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a furrowed brow as he addressed the knight who had come to report. Is this truly the mighty lion of the Westerlands? Pray, enlighten me on the situation. The knight bowed his head, shamefaced, and replied, the enemy charged down from the hills, and we could not hold them back. Moreover, Lord Stannis Lannister has been slain, and William Lannister has been captured. Jaime's frown deepened. While he deemed Stannis merely a distant relative of little consequence, his death was of little import. William was his cousin, a true blood relative now in captivity. It seemed they would have to pay a hefty price to secure his release in the future. My lord, shall we pursue them? Count Roose inquired softly. Jaime shook his head. If it were a cavalry led by Edmure himself, there would be merit in the chase. But for an unknown adversary, it would be folly to send tens of thousands in pursuit. Tonight's ambush was merely a fortunate discovery of the cavalry's position along our route. The 2 infantry regiments of 6,000 each were merely a fade. The real ambush lay in the 1,000-strong cavalry flanking the hills. It was surprising that Stannis Lannister had proven so inept, crumbling under the northern cavalry's assault in such a brief span. This is but a minor setback. We are less than a day's ride from Riverrun, where the true battlefield awaits, Jaime added. Indeed, my lord. The lords responded respectfully, not daring to voice any dissent. The Lannister family held absolute dominion over the Westerlands. Once, there was a lord of Castamere who believed that the riches of his gold mines would enable him to match wits with the Lannisters. However, his entire lineage was ruthlessly exterminated by Lord Tywin. It is said that from that moment hence, whenever Tywin wished to remind any earl of his position, he needed only to send a minstrel to perform the haunting tune of the reign of Castamere, and the earls would tremble in fear, immediately rushing to Casterly Rock to pledge their fealty. Jaime Lannister, disdainful of the earl's inner thoughts, was consumed by a singular desire to swiftly conclude the war and return to his sister Cersei, the love of his life. Chief, the tally is complete. We have lost nearly 100 men, most of whom were new recruits, Carter said in a somber tone. This was unavoidable. The danger we faced was already immense. Had we been encircled by a larger army, escape would have been impossible, Jones lamented. What shall we do next? This question had become a frequent refrain among Jones's subordinates. After all, it was Jones who was deemed the most astute among them. The men had privately speculated on how a member of House Umber could possess such a keen intellect, ultimately attributing it to his time spent in the Citadel of learning. We shall keep our distance from the Lannister forces. If they pursue us, we shall flee. Should only cavalry pursue, we will engage them from afar. If they ignore us, we will disrupt their supply lines, burning their grain if possible. Brilliant, Chief. You are truly exceptional, exclaimed the bald Percy, enthusiastically patting his own head in admiration. Who taught you such wisdom? Jones responded with a peculiar smile. Do not concern yourself with who taught me. This strategy is called retreating when the enemy advances, harassing them when they are stalled, striking when they are weary, and pursuing when they retreat. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the group displayed expressions of enlightenment, as if they had come to a profound realization. Meanwhile, although Lord Tywin had lost over 1,000 cavalry, he continued his relentless advance on the eastern side of the Riverlands. Lady of House Riverrun, recognizing her inability to resist, had surrendered the renowned Harrenhal. Harrenhal, the largest castle in the Seven Kingdoms, boasted 5 colossal towers and walls of astonishing thickness, ample enough to shelter giants. Even if the smallest of the 5 towers were halved, they would still surpass the height of Winterfell's tallest structure. Harrenhal was constructed by the infamous Harren the Black, the king of the Iron Islands and Riverlands, who labored for 40 years, exhausting countless captives and felling innumerable timber to complete it. Upon its completion, King Harren boasted that his castle was impregnable. Indeed, it should have been. However, he encountered the conqueror Aegon and his dragons. The dragons were not deterred by high walls or towers. Ultimately, Harren was incinerated by dragon fire in the tallest tower, and Harrenhal became the charred, twisted, and sinister place it is known as today. Previously, each generation of kings, wary of the formidable Harrenburg, would impose restrictions on the activities of the family associated with it. For instance, the Countess of Riverrun only utilized the lowest few floors of the tower. However, the Duke of Tywin now harbors different ambitions. He seeks to restore Harrenburg to its former glory, transforming it into yet another castle of the Lannisters. As for the funds required for the restoration, he is in no short supply, and he has already dispatched individuals to procure the necessary manpower. In King's Landing, Arya Stark clandestinely purchased a loaf of bread with the money left to her by Jones, quickly retreating into the shadows. During this time, the golden-cloaked guards patrolling the streets vastly outnumbered the fleas upon her. To evade capture, she made every effort to distance herself from the royal stronghold, sleeping in flea-infested corners, be it rooftops or stables, wherever she could find a place to lie down. In this manner, it was not long before she had transformed from the esteemed lady of House Stark into a filthy child, infested with fleas. Whenever she curled up alone in the darkness, a pang of regret washed over her. Had she escaped with Jones then, she might have avoided such torment. She wondered about her father's fate, about her loathsome sister's life within the Red Keep of the royal family. Although she had once harbored disdain for her sister Sansa, if Sansa were to appear before her now, she would embrace her without hesitation. Meanwhile, the once venerable Eddard Stark languished in a pitch-black dungeon devoid of light, where there was neither dawn nor dusk, no windows, nothing at all, only the stench of soiled straw beneath him. Yet, the external conditions paled in comparison to the horrors that plagued his mind. He recalled Cersei Lannister's scornful words, echoing the truth that in the Game of Thrones, one must either emerge victorious or face inevitable death. He thought of his fallen comrades, of his 2 daughters still in enemy hands, of his wife, his eldest son Robb, and his 2 young sons. He remembered his deceased friend Robert, who died unaware that his children were the result of Cersei's incestuous union with her brother Jaime. Surely, the illegitimate offspring, Joffrey, bearing the Baratheon name, now sat upon the Iron Throne. You utter fool, can honor be consumed? You have betrayed your daughters and your men. You have wronged the trust of your friend Robert. He chastised himself in the suffocating darkness. Chapter 37. The resurrected the evening glow painted the clouds above in shades of crimson, while the river before the city of Riverrun shimmered like a tapestry of vibrant silk. The river now stood as a barrier to the forces of the west. The golden lion banners of House Lannister flapped in the breeze, the roaring lion seemingly poised to leap forth at any moment. Hear me roar. This is the motto of House Lannister. Tall shield bearers, lined up in formation, advanced as a solid wall of gleaming heavy shields. Following closely behind, the infantry brandished 5-meter-long spears, pointing skyward, creating a veritable forest of weaponry. As soon as the moment arrives, the spear will pierce through the gaps in the shield, ruthlessly claiming the lives of the enemies. The archers fixate intently on the front, their minds involuntarily contemplating the possible landing points of their arrows. The cavalry stands resolutely on either side of the formation, leaving no opportunity for adversaries to exploit. The legions of the West march forward in perfect unison, the earth resonating with the rhythmic thuds of over 10,000 infantry and more than 1,000 steeds. The usurper, James, commands this vast army with impeccable precision. Any unit, as long as it maintains strict discipline, is already taking the first step towards victory. The only thorn in the usurper's side is the distant speck trailing behind them. The cunning of this group exceeds his expectations, as they have never ventured within the archer's range. Moreover, on the plains of the Riverlands, any attempt at ambush proves futile, leaving him to endure the persistent annoyance of this small tail. To his surprise, this tail seems to have grown a bit larger. Unexpectedly, they encountered Count Beric Dondarrion during the day. Count Beric was dispatched by Lord Eddard Stark when he served as Hand of the King, tasked with capturing the notorious Mountain, who had been marauding through the Riverlands. However, the Mountain remained elusive, and Count Beric's entourage could only disrupt the logistics of the West's forces while searching for the scattered marauders. Count Beric, after all this time, have you not encountered the Mountain? Jones questioned with a hint of skepticism. Having faced the Mountain himself, he found it hard to believe that this group, with such a clear target, had been unable to locate him. The Mountain is not one to hide away. Count Beric stammered, in truth. We have encountered him and even fought him, but I fear you may not believe the details. Frankly, I scarcely believe it myself. Beric Dondarrion, in his 20s, with his auburn short hair and striking appearance, now wore an expression of bewilderment. What is there to hide? A tall, rotund man in a loose red robe interjected with bravado. Not long ago, we were ambushed by the Mountain at the Actor's Strand, and Beric was pierced by that brute's lance. Jones gazed in astonishment at Count Beric, who appeared none the worse for wear despite the grievous injury. I have not finished. The robust man waved his hand dismissively and continued. Then, according to the faith of the Lord of Light, I performed the traditional rites for Beric, and thus he was unexpectedly resurrected. Upon concluding his tale, the rotund man surveyed the reactions of those around him, aside from the silent black-armored knight, whose expression was hidden beneath a visor. Everyone else wore faces of disbelief. In truth, I harbor my doubts as well. My greatest passions have always been combat, wine, and women. Although I don the scarlet robes of the Red Priest, my devotion has never been wholly sincere. Yet this time, the fervor with which the Red Priest spoke grew increasingly intense, and before my very eyes, Beric was resurrected after I uttered those prayers, the number of which I cannot recall. Who are you? Jones inquired, still incredulous. Only last night, he encountered a sorceress, and now, astonishingly, he finds himself in the presence of a resurrected individual. Has he inadvertently traversed into a realm akin to a game world? I am Sorrows of Meereen, replied the Red Priest. Jones was taken aback once more. Sorrows of Meereen is no mere name. 9 years prior, during the Greyjoy Rebellion, Sorrows was the first to scale the enemy's walls, a tale long celebrated among the people. Moreover, he shared a camaraderie with King Robert, often engaging in jovial discourse. Even the great figures such as Eddard Stark, Stannis Baratheon, and Tywin Lannister are said to have crossed paths with this Red Priest in various accounts circulating among the populace. Most remarkably, it is said that this Red Priest possesses the ability to ignite swords, transforming them into flaming weapons, a tactic that has proven effective against foes, including the Hound, Sandor Clegane, in numerous tournaments, where he emerged victorious. Hence, when it comes to gold dragons, none here could rival the esteemed Red Priest. A flurry of information rushed through Jones's mind, and he remarked, I have long heard tales of your exploits, my lord. Given your assertion, it seems that the resurrection may indeed be a reality. The Red Priest remained silent, indifferent to the credulity of those before him. However, after witnessing the miracle of the Lord of Light, he felt a sense of indebtedness towards his faith, prompting him to ardently advocate for the divine wonders he had encountered. What plans do you and Lord Beric have moving forward? Jones inquired with curiosity. Naturally, he wished for such a legendary figure to accompany him in the battles ahead. Despite the resurrection's credibility remaining uncertain, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. I have grown weary of conventional warfare. However, I shall intercept the marauding forces dispatched by the Lannisters. In truth, Beric and I intend to establish a brotherhood without banners, dedicated to aiding the suffering civilians caught in the throes of war. I wonder, would you, Lord Jones, consider joining our cause? The Red Priest proposed. Our goals align. as we both aim to halt the Lannisters' atrocities in the Riverlands. Let us not dwell on the notion of joining. Jones politely declined. The piercing gaze of the Red Priest often reminded him of those he encountered in his previous life, who would inquire, "Have you heard of Amway, my fellow student? Would you like to learn about Christianity?" Nevertheless, given the extraordinary events of recent days, he resolved to pen a letter to Dr. Marwyn. Dr. Marwyn is undoubtedly one of the foremost authorities on magic and mysticism in the realm of Westeros. What is most crucial is that while he may initially be reluctant to engage in conversation, once he does respond, he is disinclined to utter falsehoods. To elicit a dialogue from Dr. Marwyn requires specific methods. Scholars, after all, are in pursuit of knowledge. Although Jones had not previously gathered the essential skills for traversing worlds, he retained some foundational understanding of mathematics and physics. He could still articulate the principles of triangles, circular geometry, equations, calculus, algebraic matrices, and Newton's laws. This knowledge may not translate into golden dragons, but it is of value only to those learned individuals who can discern its worth. Chapter 38. The Battle of Riverrun, Part 1. A deluge of arrows rained down upon the walls of Riverrun like a torrential black storm. The catapults, lined up in rows, roared incessantly, hurling stones smeared with pitch that were bound tightly with ropes and ignited prior to being launched. Each impact upon the battlements produced earth-shattering explosions, and the splintered, burning debris caused further devastation. The great fire crossbows had been relentless since the assault commenced at dusk, transforming the walls into a porcupine of spikes. However, the warriors of Riverrun were not easily subdued. Bolts and arrows surged forth from arrow slits and murder holes, retaliating fiercely. Just as the Lannisters attempted to construct a makeshift bridge from driftwood, they left a scene of floating corpses in the river, forcing them to retreat. The shield-bearers of the West sought refuge behind their shields, making repeated attempts to advance and deliver siege equipment to the front line, all of which ended in failure. The rivers surrounding Riverrun served as a formidable natural barrier, and the once unstoppable forces of the West finally encountered their true adversary. Meanwhile, Jones and his companions positioned themselves behind the West's army, intercepting various logistics supplies. If this stalemate continued, once the arrows and provisions were depleted, the West forces would find themselves at a severe disadvantage. As night fell before Riverrun, banners were stained black, and the Golden Lion lay hidden in the shadows. Tents were erected, and sharpened wooden stakes formed defensive structures, yet the number of patrolling sentinels outside was surprisingly sparse. After observing from a distance, the scouts relayed this information to Jones. "Chief, shall we launch a night raid?" The suggestion came unexpectedly from Sir Carter, who, usually composed, appeared exceedingly animated at this moment, while the ever-stoic Percy remained unchanged. "Chief, I feel as though I can already see the dawn of victory. If we can unite with Riverrun to vanquish the usurper, then Tywin's solitary army will be left isolated. Victory is beckoning us from the north." Carter excitedly articulated his thoughts, envisioning a return to his homeland. Before he could finish, Jones abruptly interrupted his fervent enthusiasm. In that fleeting moment, a cold sweat broke upon his brow. The others looked at him in confusion, as it seemed the chief had never spoken to them with such gravity before. Jones also felt that his reaction was somewhat excessive, so he patiently explained that such words should not be spoken lightly. "Do you not pay attention to the tales of knights? Even if the stories do not mention it. Consider Lord Ed's brother, Brandon Stark, who had pledged to return from King's Landing to marry Lady Catelyn, only to be brutally strangled upon his arrival." Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, such narratives abound in the tales of knights, yet they had never noticed it before. The leader, having studied in the Citadel, certainly had a different perspective. "Then should we not marry? I mean, should we not launch a surprise attack?" Ronar inquired further. "Disruption is still necessary, but we must not fight to the death." Thus, a maddening incident for the usurper transpired in the dead of night. Initially, the camp was fortified to appear loose on the outside, yet secure within, awaiting the tail to plunge in. The tail did indeed approach, but as they neared the camp tents, they loosed a volley of arrows before swiftly retreating. By the time the fully armed spearmen and archers of the Westerlands pursued, the tail had long vanished from sight. When did the North produce such cunning individuals? Jaime, feeling somewhat exasperated, inquired of the lords present. Should they not all be as stubborn and traditional as the Starks? The lords of the Westerlands exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in confusion. Even more infuriating for the usurper was that such disturbances occurred repeatedly. Throughout the night, the northern cavalry thundered forth as if to shake the very earth, only to refrain from shooting arrows, instead veering off at a distance and retreating. Did these men never rest? Jaime pondered wearily. The persistent harassment from the tail forced him to cancel the covert operation of bridging the river he had planned for midnight. Unbeknownst to him, Jones had divided the cavalry into several small units to disrupt the forces of the Westerlands, madly dragging branches behind their horses to create a nuisance. Lord Edmure, a messenger from the Lannisters, says the usurper wishes to speak with you personally. The guards reported early the next morning. What is there to discuss with him? Edmure Tully had not yet spoken when Count Blythewood interjected. The bald count retorted, perhaps we should hear what the usurper has to say. Our house cannot lack such dignity. Edmure, curious himself about what the infamous usurper might convey, nodded in agreement. Subsequently, accompanied by the guards, they ascended to the city walls. At that moment, before the gates of Riverrun, the usurper awaited, his handsome face adorned with his signature razor-sharp smile, clad in golden armor, and mounted on a magnificent white steed. Usurper, is our city wall not sturdier than you anticipated? Upon seeing Jaime, Edmure could not help but boast proudly. The Tully family is an ancient and noble lineage. Jaime offered no immediate response. Instead, he first paid a compliment, and then proclaimed loudly, the Tully family has ruled the Riverlands for several centuries, and Edmure, you have long been revered by the common folk as a kind and honorable knight. Indeed, these are qualities you, a treacherous regicide, lack, Maud declared with a loud derision. Thus, I now extend an invitation for you to face me in a knightly duel outside the city. Of course, you may also bring your vassals and soldiers to engage us in a decisive battle. I shall choose neither. The regicide's swordsmanship was unparalleled, and his agility remarkable. He ranked among the most formidable warriors in the Seven Kingdoms, and Maud would certainly not opt to duel him. Will you choose? Jaime retorted. Forgive me, but this is all for love, and to hasten the end of this war. Jaime silently mused. Shortly thereafter, soldiers from the west marched forward, herding hundreds of elderly and children, each clad in tattered garments. The aged hobbled forward, nearly pushed to the ground, while the children cried out in despair. Maud, you are a noble knight, yet I am not. I am one who has broken oaths. Should you refuse to exit the city, I shall force those you swore to protect to the front lines, Jaime said, his smile vanishing as he spoke coldly. Maud gazed at the frail elders and helpless children nearby, his heart seething with rage. How dare you? Do you not fear the wrath of the gods? He shouted through gritted teeth. You know I am unafraid. If you doubt me, I can demonstrate my resolve, Jaime replied. Just then, a soldier from the west stepped forward, methodically slicing the throat of several elderly men, as if slaughtering livestock. The elderly, powerless to resist, collapsed, desperately clutching their necks to slow the flow of blood. Ah, regicide! I shall slay you. Maud bellowed at the horrifying scene before him, then agonizingly closed his eyes. Memories flooded back to him, his own aging father lying in bed, and the fond recollections of his youth when the residents of his domain affectionately referred to him as young Lord Maud, joyfully discussing the harvest of the year. A lord who does not protect his people will find no protection from them. Maud recalled his father's teachings. Suddenly, Maud opened his eyes wide and coldly commanded, everyone, out of the city. Chapter 39, The Battle of Runflow, Part 2, as the forces of the West began to retreat. A thunderous cheer erupted from the hundreds under Jones's command. However, the subsequent news was utterly unbelievable. Maud had emerged from the city with the army of Riverrun, intending to engage the Western forces on the plains before Runflow in a fight to the death. What on earth was this maneuver? Jones removed his helmet and struck his cheeks with fervor. To forsake the chasm of the Blue Fork and abandon the formidable walls of Runflow, Maud's choice to emerge from the city is simply suffocating, Jones murmured. Regardless of how this situation has unfolded, we must prepare for battle, Sir Carter whispered. Taking several deep breaths, Jones endeavored to calm his racing thoughts. Lord Soros, I implore you to keep a vigilant eye on this fellow, Jones said, gesturing towards William Lannister and the Red Priest. Should he attempt to flee, do not hesitate to sever his legs. The Red Priest wished to avoid the battlefield, and Jones did not press him further, knowing that Earl Beric and his men would still engage in the fray. Upon hearing Jones's words, the golden-haired youth felt his legs tremble involuntarily. Although he had not spent much time among the wolves, the Black Knight's demeanor was typically gentle, yet this band of warriors was merciless in their slaughter. After dispatching the trivial matters, Jones donned his helmet and bellowed, everyone, prepare for battle. If we prevail in this confrontation, victory for the North will be within our grasp, and retribution for Riverrun will be achieved. The chorus of battle cries reverberated through the air, soaring to the heavens. Leading the charge, Jones felt an undeniable surge of anxiety. Unlike the skirmishes of the past, where hundreds clashed, he now faced a formidable enemy force of over 10,000, well-equipped and brimming with uncertainties. he might find himself encircled and exhausted, or, with a moment's carelessness, pierced by a stray arrow. In the ancient Greek myths, even the invulnerable Achilles had his heel. Yet, despite the monumental risks, escape was not an option. He had relinquished any claim to the Umber family's inheritance. Should he fail to accrue merit in these battles, he would surely be subjugated by Little Jon. He aspired to construct his own castle and indulge in the decadence of noble life. However, all of this hinged on the North's triumph in this war. Otherwise, all would be lost. Given Little Jon's self-proclaimed loyalty to the young wolf, Lord Tywin would undoubtedly exact vengeance upon their family during any reckoning. The thunderous sound of hooves shook the ground, and alongside Earl Barrick's contingent, nearly 800 cavalrymen stirred a cloud of dust, resembling a ceaseless yellow dragon. As always, Jones charged at the forefront of the formation, and as the horses galloped, he observed the gray expanse of the plains undulating like waves. They drew ever closer to the Westerland's legion, and the sounds of battle already echoed from the other side. To Jones's surprise, the anticipated cavalry did not emerge. Instead, a formidable wall of shields stood before them. The infantry of the Westerlands gripped their weapons tighter as they beheld the approaching torrent, their comrades' heavy breaths audible in the tense air. "Loose arrows," commanded the officer. The longbows were raised high, and with a synchronized release, a deluge of black arrows rained down upon the galloping cavalrymen. As raindrops patter on a lake's surface, ripples formed within Jones's cavalry, accompanied by pained cries as some warriors tumbled from their mounts, consumed by the advancing tide, never to be seen again. Jones swiftly wielded his greatsword, fiercely guarding his steed against the incoming projectiles, their clashing sounds ringing in the air. A few arrows found their mark, striking his arm. Fortunately, his thick tungsten armor held firm, impervious to their assault. However, the sharp impact momentarily halted Jones's movements. After enduring 3 volleys of arrows and losing numerous comrades, the cavalry finally drew near. "Form ranks," bellowed the commander of the Western forces as the shield-bearers swiftly advanced to create a wall, transforming their formation into a wedge facing Jones. Just a few horse lengths away from the foremost shield-bearers, spears swiftly emerged through the gaps in the shields. Observing the cold, glistening tips of the spears, Jones urgently pulled on the reins, and his black steed neighed fiercely, evading the incoming spear thrusts. The thunderous clash resonated as the black horse collided with the shield, causing it to tilt precariously. Following this, more sounds of impact and the anguished cries of horses filled the air as the cavalry behind him crashed heavily into the shield-bearers, many steeds being pierced, while the unfortunate riders met their demise directly upon the spear tips, being skewered through. With a powerful swing of his broadsword, Jones severed several spears that had been prepared to withdraw. Subsequently, the towering black horse leaped with vigor, stepping onto the severely tilted shields to force its way through. "Push forward," the Western commander urged desperately. The shadow of the black sword flashed, and the head of a soldier, just moments ago struck by Jones's blade, soared high, blood spouting forth like a fountain. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as Jones deflected another thrusting spear, advancing deeper into the ranks. He then began to retaliate, while the spear soldiers found it exceedingly difficult to pivot. Before long, more cavalry surged into Jones's position. "Reinforce! Reinforce!" the Western commander shouted. Yet, closing the breached gap proved arduous, as the shield-bearers desperately tried to converge, only to be further pushed apart by the charging cavalry. In no time, more cavalry gathered behind Jones, and the northern counterattack commenced. The ordinary infantry within felt far less threatening than the previous spear soldiers. Those wielding light round shields and short swords were sent flying like dolls upon encountering the arc of Jones's broadsword, either dead or severely wounded. The battlefield behind Jones swirled like a vortex, continuously consuming the lives of the Western infantry. On the front lines, the usurper personally led the remaining 1,000 cavalrymen into a clash against the 6,000 soldiers of the Riverlands. "Capture the usurper, seek vengeance," Aemord roared, filled with hope as he beheld his 3,000 cavalrymen, far outnumbering those of the Western forces. "Vengeance! Long live Tulawan! Long live Bentstream City!" the soldiers of the Riverlands shouted. To Aemord's surprise, James chose not to intercept them with shield-bearers, but instead opted for a direct confrontation with fewer cavalry. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a favorable turn of events. At last, the usurper still possessed the courage to fight, and so did I. "I, Aemord, shall bring this war to a decisive end." The sound of hooves thundered as if the very earth were about to be overturned. Nearly 5,000 cavalry clashed in this place. On the battlefield, the regicide surged to the forefront, his sword flashing like a streak of white light, relentlessly reaping the lives of the cavalry from Hudgian. However, overall, the Western cavalry remained at a significant disadvantage. In a brief skirmish, the forces led by Imode had decimated the Western cavalry, leaving only a few hundred. Victory was within grasp, Imode thought with exhilaration. Capturing the regicide was tantalizingly close. Meanwhile, nearly 5,000 shield and spear soldiers from the Western forces hastily encircled the battlefield while the cavalry fought. Imode, blinded by the alluring bait of the regicide, remained oblivious. Soon, the battlefield morphed into hell, with severed limbs, lifeless bodies, fallen horses, and blood staining the ground black, while weapons littered the area, making movement exceedingly difficult. "Capture him! Capture him!" Imode shouted, as the regicide was now flanked by only a handful of loyal guards. Victory was within reach. James displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he spurred his white steed forward, which neighed and surged ahead. "Block him!" Imode's expression shifted to one of urgency. Yet, the remaining 100 Western cavalrymen desperately obstructed his path. And in a state of helpless anxiety, he watched as the regicide burst through a gap in the shield wall. The synchronized and heavy footsteps of the shield soldiers began to resonate. After Imode felled the last Western cavalryman, he surveyed his surroundings and felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Unbeknownst to them, they had been encircled by the shield soldiers. The rhythmic sound of their marching grew ever louder as the wall of shields contracted. "Break out!" Imode shouted. Alas, the multitude of corpses on the ground rendered it impossible for their horses to charge. The air filled with anguished cries, as spears thrust through the gaps in the shields, mercilessly claiming the lives of Hydgian soldiers as effortlessly as a farmer reaping wheat. In no time, the silver spear tips were stained crimson, and the wall of shields continued to close in, leaving a trail of Hydgian corpses in its wake. Nearby, James listened to the wails of the Hydgian soldiers, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Though he had lost all his cavalry, he deemed it a worthy sacrifice. Chapter 40, The Battle of Benlu City, Part 2. With a mighty swing of his sword, heads rolled. Jones had long lost count of how many lives he had taken. Blood had drenched both his black steed and armor, transforming his world into a crimson haze. He had carved out a small clearing amidst the crowded battlefield. An almost miraculous feat, Jones urged his black horse to ascend the mound of corpses, reaching the pinnacle of the battlefield. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is reminiscent of hell, and the sounds that reach the ears are akin to the wails of tormented souls. Jones stands alone at the highest point of the battlefield, a position that should incite deep animosity. However, the commander who had been bellowing incessantly was cleaved in two after advancing too far forward, leaving Jones free from organized assaults. He now has the opportunity to meticulously observe the unfolding situation on the battlefield, despite the several thousand ordinary infantrymen separating them. Jones discerns a circle formed by shield bearers and spearmen, which continues to constrict around the soldiers of the Riverland. "Everyone, unite and break through," Jones calls out, his voice hoarse yet commanding. "Yes," the cavalry responds, looking up at the blood-armored knight with fervor. Even the recently joined Earl Barry is awestruck by Jones's prowess in battle. James, observing from a distance, sees the situation in the rear more clearly. The 1,000 shield bearers and 1,000 spearmen dispatched to the back have been slaughtered and scattered, while the ordinary infantry in the center falls in droves. The formation of shield bearers and spearmen is formidable, yet once scattered, their effectiveness plummets. The enemy cavalry, now able to maneuver, numbers around 500, a terrifying force indeed, James contemplates. "Archers, unleash your volleys upon the front. Crossbowmen, target the cavalry behind," James shouts, mounted atop a pile of corpses. Before long, nearly 1,000 soldiers withdraw from close combat, blood-soaked and weary. They sheath their long swords and draw their longbows and crossbows, quickening the pace of the carnage. With each rain of arrows, countless Riverland soldiers are claimed, and the wall of shields contracts even faster. The balding Earl Brecken is oblivious to how many of his guards have fallen beside him. Even his nephew, Henry Brecken, has just been pierced through. He is unaware of whether Aemond has survived, as waves of spears and arrows incessantly reap lives, leaving each individual to fend for themselves. Regret washes over him. He laments opposing Earl Blywood previously. Given another chance, he would undoubtedly side with Blywood, and should he survive this ordeal, he vows never to trouble Blywood again. Yet, the towering wall of shields constricts like a dark prison, ensnaring everyone. With each step the shield-bearers take forward, the people of Riverland draw closer to the depths of despair. The shields of the Western Realm soldiers have been stained crimson, a testament to the countless souls slain in their desperate bid to escape. The hawk-nosed Earl Blywood harbors a deep-seated hatred for Brecken, cursing him in his heart countless times. perhaps as a means to sustain his resolve. He had vehemently opposed Aemon's decision to confront the enemy outside the city. Regrettably, he ultimately could not withstand the resolute determination of Aemord and the Count of Highgarden. Yet, his deepest resentment was reserved for Brecken, who, despite recognizing the peril of this venture, chose to abandon all reason merely to oppose him. Fools, they are all fools. Brecken, pie, Aemord. Who will save me from this assembly of imbeciles? Witnessing the soldiers falling one after another, Aemord's heart bled. He could not comprehend why his righteousness failed to triumph over the malevolence of the regicide. He bravely emerged to confront the wicked fiend who slaughtered the innocent, embodying the essence of a just knight and a true lord. Why, oh why, have the seven gods not bestowed their protection upon me? Heavenly Father, Holy Mother, Warrior, Maiden, Smith, Crone, Stranger, O seven gods. What transgression have I committed to deserve such punishment? Jones had relinquished the notion of killing for its own sake. His sole aim was to forge a path forward. Leading the cavalry, he carved a passage through the ranks of ordinary infantry, which was not overly arduous. Yet the arrows from the crossbows on the flanks proved unexpectedly perilous. In the brief journey, countless steeds fell to the deadly bolts. However, having endured the onslaught, Jones finally glimpsed the light of hope. The shield wall was not far off. He merely needed to create an opening from behind the shield bearers, allowing the soldiers of Highgarden to surge forth. Interlace, reverse formation, James cried out, commanding his horse atop a mound of corpses. A swift reformation reduced their ranks significantly, transforming them into a four-tiered arrangement. 2 rows of shield bearers stood at the outermost layer, facing different directions. One row directed inward towards the Highgarden soldiers, while the other faced outward, guarding against the charging cavalry. Behind each row of shield bearers stood a line of pikemen. Upon witnessing this scene, despair etched itself onto Jones's face for the first time. How insurmountable was this shield wall? He had just attempted a breach. Upon collision, his steed could be pierced through carelessly, and the ensuing pike attacks would follow swiftly. In such a fleeting moment, the majority would not react in time, succumbing to a gruesome demise. This was an unequivocal death trap. To make matters worse, the number of shield bearers had increased since before. The outermost layer of spearheads jutted out densely, resembling a gigantic iron porcupine, observing the fewer than 400 remaining cavalrymen. And then the ominous sea of shield bearers and pikemen. Jones helplessly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" Upon uttering this command, the entire cavalry pivoted, hastily breaking toward the periphery of the battlefield. With no shields or cavalry to obstruct them, the ordinary infantry found it exceedingly difficult to halt the cavalry intent on escape. In no time, Jones had led everyone to the edge of the battlefield. "Lower the drawbridge! Quickly lower the drawbridge!" Jones bellowed. The city guards left behind at the flowing city recognized Jones and immediately set about executing his command in a hurried manner, oblivious to the dangers inherent in their actions due to his relatively low rank. Fortunately, if it were not for this, had a cunning city guard been encountered, considering the greater good, Jones and his group might have been forsaken by the townsfolk and cornered by the enemy by the riverside. Upon hearing the heavy clanking of chains and witnessing the slowly descending drawbridge, Jones felt a sense of relief wash over him. Block their way, quickly barricade the bridge. James did not anticipate that this band of cavalry would act with such decisiveness, abandoning any attempt at rescue. A throng of infantry and crossbowmen surged toward the river's edge. As Jones anxiously awaited the lowering of the drawbridge, he brandished his heavy sword and charged at the oncoming adversaries. The air was filled with cries of anguish, and before long, the bodies he cleaved in two formed a grim pile. The infantry from the west, witnessing such a scene, instinctively veered away from the blood-soaked knight before them, who seemed utterly terrifying, as though fatigue were a foreign concept to him. Retreat! Upon seeing the drawbridge lowered, Jones shouted loudly. The thundering hooves of the cavalry threatened to splinter the bridge beneath them, followed closely by the running infantry and crossbowmen. Once the cavalry crossed the bridge, Jones bellowed toward the city walls, "Raise the drawbridge." In truth, his call was unnecessary. The city guard was already impatient. As the pursuing forces from the west surged like a tide over the drawbridge, leaving him in a state of alarm, for the city was nearly devoid of defenders. Kill! After issuing his command, Jones turned his horse and shouted, leading the cavalry toward the 1,000 infantry that had just pursued them. In contrast to the morass of death in a battlefield of 10,000, several hundred heavy cavalry faced off against 1,000 ordinary light infantry, and the odds felt significantly more favorable. The pursuing infantry soon found their numbers drastically diminished by the heavy cavalry. Percy, with his hammer now deformed from relentless blows, showed no signs of ceasing. With each strike, the helmets of his foes, along with their heads, would crumple under the weight of his assault. Observing Taime, Percy, Carter, and Ronar still brimming with vitality, Jones felt a wave of reassurance. These individuals, who had called him chief for so long, had transcended mere hierarchical relations, evolving into his most steadfast companions and loyal supporters. Regrettably, several of the deputy captains had fallen, with only the tall Ike, thanks to his exceptional horsemanship, managing to accompany them thus far, one of the few new recruits to survive this ordeal. Undoubtedly, after battling their way out from the heap of corpses, these new soldiers had transformed into seasoned veterans. For the authors and friends, I recommend a chapter from the book The Magic Academy of the Savage Tribe. The academy is being rebuilt on the Savage continent, and the adventures of several young individuals gradually unveil the tumultuous undercurrents of this land. It is free from distorted worldviews and common tropes. The characters possess diverse ideologies, and the plot is meticulously crafted, though the descriptions may be somewhat simplistic, with the storyline unfolding at a slow pace. Another recommendation is Struggles in the Wasteland, set in a post-apocalyptic world following a nuclear war. The protagonist can traverse dimensions, drawing inspiration from elements of Fallout 4, along with themes of superintelligent rebellion and viral evolution. Those intrigued by such concepts may wish to explore it. In the bleak winter, the Scepter of Heaven unfolds as a narrative devoid of systems or time travel, resembling a tale of vengeance akin to the Count of Monte Cristo. The protagonist, a noble scion long exiled, returns to his cursed lineage, orchestrating an intricate web of schemes to fulfill his retribution. The author, a newcomer, may exhibit some shortcomings in detail during the initial stages. However, the overarching narrative structure is commendable, revealing the tumultuous power struggles through subtle clues and suspense. Readers who relish tales of wits and strategy might consider lending their support. On the 11th day, without the Lich, the Dark-Wind lowly necromancer and dragon's radiant spirit present a protagonist named Romeo, yet the storyline diverges significantly, promising an intriguing experience. The narrative begins with light-hearted humor in the Western fantasy genre, transitioning to a fervent and exhilarating climax, as per the author's own words. Finally, as I embark on my inaugural chapter promotion, I shall provide additional updates following the completion of this segment. Chapter 41. James and Jones at the gates of the city of Runflow. It was now the soldiers of the Western Realm who found themselves in retreat. They had recklessly pursued the cavalry, believing they could seize Runflow in the process. However, as the drawbridge was raised, the Northern cavalry decimated their ranks, forcing them to withdraw in disarray. In that moment, they too became isolated, much like the soldiers from the Riverlands moments prior. Numerous soldiers from the west, unable to remove their leather and chain armor, leapt into the river in desperation, only to discover that the very armor meant to protect them now clutched at them like the hands of death, dragging them deeper into the water. Soon, coupled with the bodies of the fallen Western soldiers from the siege, the once clear river transformed into a dark, foreboding expanse, littered with pale, bloated, and contorted corpses. The battles on both banks drew to a simultaneous conclusion. The shield-bearers on the opposite shore formed a tight circle, while the Riverlands fighters were rendered incapable of even a desperate struggle, helplessly witnessing their comrades pierced by merciless spear points. Ultimately, only Immude and a few counts from the Riverlands remained as captives, marking the complete annihilation of their forces. James rode to the riverbank, his expression impassive as he regarded the leading black-armored knight across the water, an individual he had observed for quite some time. Jones also approached the shore, his gaze sweeping over the sea of corpses, those belonging to the Riverlands, the West, the North, and even horses, as the vast battleground was stained a deep black, with countless shields, longswords, lances, and spears haphazardly driven into the earth. The Western forces had suffered grievously as well, yet they retained at least 6,000 soldiers. Among them, Jones spotted a figure astride a majestic white steed, distinguished by flowing golden hair. A strange sensation washed over him. It seemed this individual regarded him with an almost imperceptible smirk of mockery. "Who are you?" The golden-haired figure's chilling voice resonated across the water. "And who might you be?" Jones retorted, immediately realizing the futility of his own question. Who else could this man be but the infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister? However, upon reflection, he found this response quite satisfactory, for at least he had not faltered in terms of bravado. Jaime suddenly chuckled. "Who am I? I am the son of Tywin, the heir of House Lannister, the brother of the Regent, the youngest member of the Kingsguard, the commander of the forces in the Westerlands, the Kingslayer, Jaime." "Oh, I have heard of you," Jones replied nonchalantly, though inwardly he mused that this individual must be among the elite of the realm. not only strikingly handsome but also boasting an impressive array of titles, one that he could not possibly rival. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, refusing to be intimidated. "Heard of me, you say?" Jaime remarked, a sharp smile slicing across his face. "And you are?" "I am the son of House Umber, the champion of the North's tournament, the captain of the cavalry brigade, the bane of Highgarden, the heir of the Citadel, the Black Knight, Jon Umber," Jones declared in one breath, only to realize that his titles paled in comparison to those of his adversary, each one either inflated or inferior. Ultimately, he even resorted to the recently circulated moniker of the Black Knight. "I have not heard of you," the Kingslayer replied, "but if you surrender Castle Running Stream, I shall not only persuade the king to grant amnesty to your House Umber, but I can also bestow upon you the North, allowing you to supplant House Stark as its new guardians." Jones felt an urge to roll his eyes at such bravado, but he refrained. This man certainly possessed a talent for grandiloquence. After all, Robb's army still stood strong, and the ideal was merely a fantasy. As for the guardianship of the North, he harbored little interest in such responsibilities. Seeing that Jones remained silent, Jaime assumed he was still contemplating his options and continued, "I can offer you gold dragons, women, whatever you desire. I, a Lannister, can provide. I desire Cersei Lannister. What do you think?" Jones retorted. In truth, he held no particular fascination for the regent. He simply mentioned Cersei, for she was the most renowned woman in Westeros, a name that came to his lips without thought. Jaime's countenance darkened instantly. As Jones observed the Westerlands troops silently reassembling on the opposite bank, he decided to cease this fruitless exchange and called out to his companions, "Return to the city." "You cannot leave," Jaime declared coldly. Jones looked at him in confusion. Before long, a soldier appeared, escorting Edmure Tully to the riverbank. Edmure was now in a disheveled state, his armor stained with dark blood, appearing deflated and allowing himself to be pushed about by the soldiers, a far cry from the noble demeanor Jones had previously witnessed. "If you leave, I will kill him," Jaime threatened, pointing his sword at the kneeling Edmure. "Do as you wish. My loyalty lies with House Stark, not House Tully," Jones replied calmly. "Moreover, it would be a favor if you were to kill him. I am nearly driven to madness by this man, who was instructed not to leave the city yet still did so, despite having promised me otherwise." Jones complained loudly, unsure if his words held any truth. Upon hearing this, Aemord abruptly lifted his head, his once dull eyes suddenly igniting with fervor as he rasped, "I have committed no wrongdoing. I have acted as a true lord ought to. Even in death, you shall not insult me thus. My lord Aemord, I am ignorant of what a lord ought to do, but I am acutely aware that the city has fallen, and the once great Ben Leon will be razed to the ground. Lord Tully, lying in his sickbed, will witness the destruction of his ancestral home with his own eyes," Jones retorted. "Yet what purpose does it serve to speak of such matters now?" he continued. I, Aemord stammered, his voice dwindling as despair clouded his gaze once more. "We must depart," Jones declared, turning away, for the 300 cavalrymen under his command were the ones he truly bore responsibility for. "You cannot leave, Aemord. Command him to halt now," James threatened, pressing the edge of his sword firmly against Aemord's throat. In that moment, Aemord's heart was steeped in a desire for death. Regardless of James's menacing threats, he slumped there, motionless, akin to a lifeless corpse. The heavy city gates creaked open, revealing bloodied cavalrymen leading their steeds, proceeding slowly under the scrutinizing gazes of the city guards. "Take control of the defenses," Jones whispered to Sir Carter by his side. This was indeed a pivotal matter. Although they were genuine allies of Ben Leon, the loyalty of its inhabitants lay with the Tully family. Should James leverage Aemord's presence to coerce the guards into opening the gates, he might very well succeed. Thus, upon entering the city, Jones aimed to replace the guards with his own men. Fortunately, Aemord had already resolved to fight valiantly as he exited the city, leaving behind merely 20 guards. Despite some minor conflicts during the transition, the guards, observing the bloodied and cold-eyed cavalrymen who had just clawed their way out from the depths of death, wisely chose to remain silent. Perhaps, as the Earl of Riverrun privately conjectured, the ambitions of the Northerners and the Riverlanders diverged. The Northerners sought to ensure the victory of the young Wolf Lord, Robb, while the fate of the Riverlands held little significance in their eyes. Chapter 42, Those Prepared for Battle, Part 1, Carlin Bay. A group of young nobles idly entertained themselves by teasing the unique lizard lion of the neck. "I hear that fellow Jones has been quite active in the Riverlands lately," remarked Torrin, the second son of House Stark, with sudden enthusiasm. "Various rumors abound," replied his brother Ed, eager to contribute. As the earliest to invite Jones for a drink, they both instinctively regarded him as one of their own. Not only did Jones eliminate 800 cavalrymen of Banfort, But it is said that he has also vanquished the fearsome mountain, Ed continued. Some even claim that Jones has slain the mountain and hung his head upon a spear. Another chimed in. Such boasts. Why not claim he has slain the Kingslayer as well? Young Jon interjected rudely, interrupting the Stark brothers' display of bravado. Little Jon, we all comprehend your sentiments. Torrhen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Your brother has already made a name for himself, while you are left to amuse yourself with lizards. I shall not linger on this matter with you, for soon we shall depart. Upon arriving in Riverrun, the true warriors shall be revealed. Little Jon retorted defiantly. Is that towering figure truly so formidable? Is that why he carries himself with such arrogance, looking down upon women? Daisy, the heir of Bear Island, pondered absently as she listened to their conversation, lamenting that she could not journey to Riverrun to witness his triumphs. By the way, Little Jon, do you know why House Fry has once again allied with our north? My father has privately scolded the phrase numerous times. Halion Karstark inquired. I am uncertain, however. After Lady Catelyn's visit, they not only consented to our crossing but also dispatched troops to join the north, significantly enhancing our chances of victory. Mormont, are you feeling disheartened because you cannot fight alongside us as we accompany the young Wolf Lord? Torrhen curiously asked, noticing Daisy's silence. This time, the northern army will be divided into two paths. Nearly all the cavalry will follow Robb to Riverrun, while most of the infantry will be commanded by Roose Bolton, tasked with intercepting Duke Tywin as he advances northward. Are you truly going to battle and not merely hindering our efforts? Daisy, interrupted by his inquiry, replied with an expression of displeasure. Torrhen, flushed with indignation, was about to retort when his brother Ed hastily pulled him aside. Do you not understand? Never speak ill of a woman from Bear Island unless you can best her in combat. Can you defeat her? Torrhen, dispirited, admitted he could not. Then that settles it. Why provoke her? I was merely inquiring, Torrhen said defensively. Did you not notice that others seldom converse with Mormont? Indeed, it appears to be the case. While Daisy is quite tall and possesses striking beauty, why is it that many avoid engaging her in conversation? It is said that to converse with her, one must withstand her sharp tongue, and not only hers. Her sisters share the same penchant for wit. Even the youngest, a mere 7 or 8 years old, is no exception. What manner of family is this? Torrhen complained. Far away on Bear Island, the young girl Lyanna Mormont rested her chin in her hand, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, muttering to herself, I wonder if my sister is thinking of Lyanna now. I miss her dearly. White Harbor, lauded as the mouth of the north, stands as the principal trading port city of the north and the largest settlement north of the Neck. The journey from the Bay of Carlin to White Harbor requires less than a day's travel, and Jojen has been shuttling between the two locations in recent days. At this moment, the port bustles with activity, as numerous sailors labor at each dock, many of whom are transporting supplies for the Northern Army. Fishing boats, sturdy armed merchant vessels, and broad cargo ships line the shore, yet only 2 warships are present, both appearing grim and weathered. Zhao circled the port several times, shaking his head in disdain. The vessels here were far inferior to those in his hometown's free trade city-state. However, before departing, Jones had insisted that he procure a seaworthy merchant ship, even naming it after a woman, the Black Pearl. Although Zhao could not fathom the reasoning behind this, he had no choice but to comply. From his observations, he suspected that the notion of acquiring a ship had struck Jones during his journey back to Winterfell from the academy. Why, Zhao speculated. Was Jones preparing for a potential escape? Yet, wise individuals refrained from voicing such thoughts. Thus, for the past few days, Zhao had been tending to the wounded, encouraging them to promote the magical potions among the northern soldiers, while simultaneously scouting for a suitable merchant vessel on Jones' behalf. Have you found one yet? You've been at this for days, one of the men from the Burning Tribe remarked impatiently. If this drags on, we might as well seize a ship one night. In the dark, we could easily slit the throats of those crew members and toss them overboard. Do you really think this is like robbing in the mountains? We are by the sea, on the Mandrill family's territory. If it weren't for the northern nobility's connections, we would have been seized as spies for merely strolling around the port. And you think you can kill and steal a ship without consequence? Do you think those thousands of Mandrill soldiers would hesitate to turn you into mincemeat? Zhao retorted rapidly, his frustration boiling over. The presence of these individuals from the Burning Tribe infuriated him. They claimed to be assisting him, yet their incessant brawling had been relentless. Had he not discerned that they were sent by Jones to monitor him, he would have eagerly cast them away. Nevertheless, he understood the rationale behind Jones leaving these men to watch over him, especially since over 1,000 golden dragons were entrusted to his care. That sum would suffice to eliminate someone like him 100 times over, if not more. If it weren't for these men from the Burning Tribe, he couldn't say for certain whether he would have absconded with the gold himself. What do you suggest we do then? We can't just stand here and let the sea breeze blow through us every day, one of the men from the burning tribe grumbled, clearly vexed by the foreigner's demeanor. Ignoring him, Zhao Qin meticulously assessed each merchant vessel's dimensions, materials, and mass size and quantity. Finally, he pointed to a stout merchant ship and declared, "Let us inquire about the price of that vessel. I wonder if 1,000 golden dragons will suffice." Zhao Qin mused anxiously. The larger warships, without a doubt, commanded prices exceeding 5,000 golden dragons. The mere existence of 2 warships in the entire White Harbor spoke volumes of their rarity, and seaworthy merchant ships were no less expensive, often priced above 1,000 golden dragons. Still lacking funds. Chapter 43, Preparations for Battle, Part 2. At the confluence of the Green Fork River, Tyrion Lannister, the most renowned dwarf of the Seven Kingdoms, found himself amidst the forces of his father, Duke Tywin Lannister, accompanied by several hundred warriors from the Mountain Clan. After traversing through the emblematic Red Bull of the Prester family, the striped wild boar of Count Cray, the flaming tree of the Marbrand family, and the badger banner of the Leighton family, Tyrion finally beheld the command post adorned with golden lion banners. It was a command post fashioned from an inn. In front of it stood a gallows, upon which a desiccated corpse swayed gently in the breeze, its body beset by crows. This was the doing of his father, who executed all dissenters without the courtesy of retrieving their bodies, Tyrion mused as he passed the corpse. Upon entering the inn's hall, he found Duke Tywin conversing over a bottle of ale with his only remaining brother, Ser Kevan Lannister. His uncle had grown somewhat portly, his hair thinning, and his chin was adorned with flesh. In contrast, his father appeared more vigorous than ever, a thought that crossed Tyrion's mind. "Tyrion?" Kevan was the first to spot him, uttering in surprise, "Uncle." Tyrion bowed slightly, though it mattered little whether he did or not. "It is a pleasure to see you, my lord father." Duke Tywin did not rise, but regarded his dwarf son with a meaningful gaze. "It seems the rumors of your demise have been greatly exaggerated. I sincerely apologize for disappointing you, my lord father," Tyrion exaggeratedly replied. "Do not feel compelled to leap up and embrace me. I would hate for you to injure your back." He then crossed the room and made his way to the table. The little dwarf's short legs swayed conspicuously. "Thank you ever so much for deploying troops on my behalf," he said, climbing onto a chair with determination and helping himself to Tywin's wine. The little dwarf was a notorious drunkard, seizing any opportunity to indulge in drink. "Come now, the chaos was instigated by you," Duke Tywin retorted. "If it were your brother Jaime, he would never yield to a mere woman." Indeed, the turmoil had originated with Tyrion, after Lady Catelyn captured him. The Westerlands used it as a pretext to mobilize. "That is one of the many differences between Jaime and me," he quipped. "He is taller than I. If you have noticed." Tywin ignored his jest. "Concerning family honor, I had no choice but to take up arms." Tyrion attempted to swallow the ale, which was brown and replete with a fermented flavor, rich to the point of being almost chewable, yet exquisitely flavorful. "What a pity that father had the innkeeper hanged. How fares your campaign?" he inquired with a grin. "That is yet another area in which your brother differs from you," Duke Tywin replied. "Your brother has been victorious time and again. He first defeated the armies of Lord Vance and Lord Peavy outside Golden Tooth, then engaged the main forces of House Tully at the Battle of the Riverlands. In that clash, he left the Riverlands in disarray, capturing Edmure Tully and his men. However, the Duke's demeanor grew chillingly stern as he added, had it not been for the interference of a little northern wretch, Riverrun would now rest in your brother's grasp. The fellow even captured your cousin," Kevan interjected. "Your brother wishes to negotiate a prisoner exchange, but that individual has not shown his face since he took refuge in Runestone. As obstinate as a stone from beyond the wall." "Who is this person?" Tyrion inquired, astonished. Previously, during King Robert's northern expedition to Winterfell, he had followed closely, and subsequently accompanied Eddard Stark's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, to the Wall. Thus he had become acquainted with many from the north. Suddenly, Duke Tywin displayed a sardonic expression and recited, "He is the son of House Umber, champion of the North's melee, captain of the cavalry strike force, bane of Gregor Clegane, heir of the Citadel, the Black Knight, Jon Umber." Upon hearing this, Kevan, who had just been seething with anger, could not help but chuckle. "Do you know," Tyrion remarked, after taking a hearty swig of ale and belching contentedly, "when Jaime relayed this news to me, I took special care to investigate him. The son of House Umber. A second son without inheritance. The bane of Gregor Clegane. He merely repelled the Mountain once. When the Mountain heard such claims, he swore to twist off his head. Heir of the Citadel? The Citadel sent a raven in response, stating he was expelled. The Black Knight. According to news from the Riverlands, he is not even a knight. I would very much like to meet this fellow and engage in a discourse on the art of boasting, he added. There will be an opportunity, Kevin assured. Gregor has healed, and the head of the braggart shall soon be brought back. Runestone. Jon has been overwhelmed with tasks lately. He even uncharitably speculated that the Blackwood brothers were not captured alongside the Kingslayer. Perhaps it was due to some foreboding realization that Lord Blackwood left his 2 sons within the city during the final confrontation. Since learning of the Kingslayer's intended prisoner exchange, these brothers have been persistently beseeching Jon to secure their father's release. We fought together as comrades, was their exact phrase. Indeed, the kind that loses the moment they enter the fray, Jon silently retorted. Of course, it was not that he was unwilling to arrange the exchange. He had no idea where the Red Priest had taken Willem Lannister or how he could find someone to trade with the Kingslayer. Yet, the Blackwood brothers were not his only source of distress. The Kingslayer continued to besiege the city, and the Northern Cavalry, accompanied by a cadre of newly recruited militia, were reluctantly forced into the role of defenders. Inside the city, anxiety permeated the air. Word had spread that even Lord Tully had been captured. And now the person in charge of Runestone was a northerner, albeit one known to all. Thus, some within Runestone began to not only fret, but also entertain treasonous thoughts. Ultimately, Jon resolved to visit an elder that very night. Runestone is triangular in shape, as is Duke Hostine Tully's study, which features a protruding stone balcony on the eastern side, resembling the prow of a great sandstone vessel. From that vantage point, the Duke could survey his city walls, fortifications, and the confluence of the river with perfect clarity. Yet, the Duke now spent the majority of his days alleviating his suffering with opium milk, leaving him devoid of the strength to appreciate such sights. Had it not been for Jones's directive to reduce the dosage of the opium milk, the Duke might still be lost in slumber. The Duke of Tully appeared as if his muscles had melded into his bones, his skin sagging loosely over his skeletal frame. His visage gaunt, and his hair and beard transformed into a stark white. Upon hearing Jones's voice, he opened his eyes. Has Edmund been taken? His voice, fragile and laden with anguish, barely escaped his lips. Jones regarded this aging legend, now on the brink of oblivion, and replied softly, Indeed, not only Lord Edmund, but many earls have also been captured. What troubles you? The elder inquired directly, for upon rousing, he had gleaned much from the servants about the current state of affairs. Lord Edmund is in the hands of the usurper, and the number of those in the city contemplating allegiance to the Lannisters grows ever larger. As an outsider, I possess no real leverage against them. The elder coughed heavily, his breath appearing even more labored. A servant hastened to his side, massaging the old man's chest while casting a reproachful glance at Jones. Yet the Tully family shall never capitulate to the Lannisters. Even if I perish, or my son, the Tullys will not surrender. The Lannisters are not true dragons, they are but vermin. Though the elder's speech was fragmented, his resolve was unmistakably firm. The term true dragons referred to the Targaryen lineage, to whom the Tullys had once bent the knee, a fealty shared by many beyond the Tullys. King Robert Baratheon, in truth, had only secured the support of the Tullys through the machinations of Jon Arryn, the Duke of the Eyrie, the Guardian of the Vale, and the foster father of Eddard Stark of Winterfell, achieved through a strategic marriage alliance. Tomorrow, gather the townspeople beneath the keep. I have words to impart. But your health? Jones exclaimed in surprise. The elder waved his hand dismissively, closing his eyes in a gesture that signaled his disinterest in further discourse. Jones could only retreat in silence. By midday the following day, throngs of citizens converged beneath the keep. The square, streets, and all available space were filled to capacity with a sea of humanity. The elderly, children, women, and men, all gathered in a dense crowd. Their faces bore expressions of anxiety, worry, and fear, each unique yet united in distress. Upon witnessing the Duke of Tully, supported by 2 servants as he ascended to the balcony, the crowd collectively raised their heads. The elder spoke softly. The Tully family shall never open the gates to the enemy. Upon his declaration, the 2 attendants echoed loudly. The Tully family shall never open the gates to the enemy. They repeated it again and again. Gradually, the crowd below joined in, their voices swelling until they reverberated towards the heavens. Do not open the door to the enemy, Jones murmured, observing the expressions of those nearby shift from terror to determination and exhilaration. Is this truly the will of the people of Tully? Chapter 44. A shift in circumstances in the city of Twin Rivers. The night sky bore a slender crescent moon, casting a gentle glow upon the water. The Northern cavalry commenced their river crossing, the thunderous sound of countless hooves reverberating across the suspension bridge. Meanwhile, more than 10,000 infantry remained on the eastern shore. Under the command of Lord Roose Bolton from the Dreadfort, which included Daisy and her regiment of 1,000 soldiers. The cavalry, arranged in 2 columns, resembled a colossal steel serpent, winding its way into East River City, navigating around the square, passing through the inner city, traversing the arched bridge, and finally departing from the castle on the western bank after repeating the same course. Lady Catelyn rode at the forefront of the procession, accompanied by her son Robb, her uncle Ser Brynden, the various northern lords, and Lord Walder Frey's son, Stevrin. Behind them followed the majority of their cavalry, comprising knights, lancers, free riders, and archers. Catelyn glanced back and caught sight of Lord Walder Frey's piercing gaze from atop the Weeping Tower. He sat upon a litter, peering down through the slender iron bars of the murder hole, watching their departure. "If necessary, you may hasten our march," she reassured her son. "Like most noble women, I have been riding since childhood. My travels from Winterfell to King's Landing and back to the north have afforded me ample experience in the saddle." Although she had traveled by ship between White Harbor and King's Landing, witnessing the anxious expression upon her son's face brought her comfort amidst her own turmoil. Her heart ached with worry. Her brother Edmure had been captured, and her father lay bedridden, most of the time lost in a deep slumber. The news only heightened her fears. The pillars of her life were crumbling. First her husband, now her father. Such cruelty was unbearable. Yet, despite her profound sorrow, she refrained from displaying weakness, focusing solely on ensuring her son's campaign remained unaffected. "We must wait," Robb explained. "Soon, Melisandre from Dragonstone will join us. Each additional force increases our chances. May the Seven protect us." "I hope that Amber can endure," Catelyn responded. She knew Jon's Amber. Having observed him while he studied alongside Maester Luwin in Winterfell, she had always found the boy unusually composed for a member of House Umber. Little did she expect that this lad, almost the same age as her son, would not only return with news of Arya, but also emerge as a capable leader. "Jones will manage," Robb declared resolutely, as if to bolster both himself and Jones. "You must place your trust in Jones, Little John, in Halion, Daisy, and the northern nobility, rather than in Theon Greyjoy," Catelyn whispered. All who hailed from the Riverlands despised the Ironborn. The Ironborn harbor a dark tradition of plundering the lands of the Riverlands. 9 years ago, Lord Balon Greyjoy instigated a rebellion, declaring himself king, with the hope of leading the Ironborn to resurrect the glory of ancient times, which entailed re-enslaving the people of the Riverlands to toil in their mines, cultivate their fields, and tend to their livestock. Theon Greyjoy, the son of Balon, was brought back by Lord Eddard Stark after his father's rebellion failed, becoming a ward and foster son. "Theon had grown up alongside me, a brother in spirit," Robb replied in a hushed tone, tinged with anger. Theon, being a few years older, had always been regarded by Robb as an elder brother. Recently, Theon had even saved Bran. "Mother, your words about Theon are unjust. Theon's archery skills are exceptional, and it was a crucial arrow shot by him that enabled Bran's rescue from the wildlings." Catelyn shook her head with a sense of resignation. She found herself at odds with Ned regarding Jon Snow, and now she faced a conflict with her son concerning Theon. Despite having lived in the north for so long, she sometimes felt she could never truly belong. Yet now, she was finally returning home, to the place of her upbringing, Riverrun. After Lord Tully had spoken, the tumultuous undercurrents within the city settled into calm. Thereafter, Jones and his companions found the recruitment of militia and the requisition of supplies significantly simplified. The meticulousness of Roose Bolton came into play, ensuring that logistical management was orderly and the distribution of provisions was back on track. In truth, there was little cause for concern. The stores within Riverrun were sufficient to sustain the populace for over a year, as the Tully ancestors had anticipated numerous strategies for warfare. Sir Catelyn was a reliable man, shouldering the daily responsibilities of defending the city. Meanwhile, the bald Percy commenced training the new recruits. Although there were no surplus warhorses left and cavalry reinforcements were impossible, the infantry could still be recruited in considerable numbers, requiring only minimal sustenance in return. Everyone found their suitable roles. Even Tormund, Jones assisted in assigning him a most opportune task. With their collective assistance, Jones found time to attend to his own affairs, such as collaborating with Dr. Marwyn on various writings and corresponding with Robb Stark. The correspondence was facilitated by the Ravens of Riverrun, a complex task typically managed by the scholars of each castle, often hindered by limitations, as messages could generally only traverse between 2 fixed castles. Dispatching messengers for letter delivery proved too slow, particularly now that war had commenced. Thus, the flow of information in this world was both sluggish and inaccurate, with only the highest echelons of nobility privy to certain truths. By the time such matters reached the common folk, they had morphed beyond recognition. Before Riverrun, the night had descended, cloaking all banners in shadows. A multitude of crows circled ominously above the military camp, while wild dogs and mice stealthily approached, drawn by the scent. The number of the deceased was overwhelming. Despite daily efforts to dispose of the bodies, the soldiers of the West could not prevent the decay. Now, they nearly held their noses as they gathered arrows and other weapons. In the center of the camp, the captured counts of Riverland were confined like sheep within a wooden enclosure, some bound to stakes, others secured by neck collars. The concept of humane treatment for prisoners was a mere illusion. The harsh elements, coupled with a dire lack of water and relentless beatings, were the true sources of their suffering. Draped in golden armor and a crimson cloak, James entered the fetid enclosure, his noble bearing starkly contrasting with the mud-stained counts of Riverland. This was the visage befitting a victor. However, his expression bore an air of resignation. "Is there not one among you acquainted with that Jon Umber?" he inquired. Having besieged the city for days, he had yet to lay eyes on that individual. The knights he dispatched to Riverflow returned with nothing but disillusionment, reporting that they could only meet a one-eyed man, whose temperament was notoriously vile. Any attempt at dialogue ended in violence, rendering reason completely futile. "I once shared drinks with Jones, claiming him as a friend," exclaimed the large boy, Count Linemandery. "Allow me to return and persuade him." "Do you think I am so easily deceived?" James retorted. "No, I do not. It was you who posed the question. Since you are friends, why should I not sever your head and present it to him? Please, I have only ever unilaterally claimed him as my friend." "Your act would bear no consequence," Count Linemandery replied, his voice tinged with desperation. "Bah, shameful," spat Count Leewood, who lay bound upon the ground. The bald count, equally despondent, added, "It is futile. We have little rapport with that scoundrel, and I have fought him before." James's countenance darkened at their words. The Western forces had been besieging for far too long, their men and horses exhausted, supplies dwindling. Perhaps it was time to retreat and return to the west for reinforcements. He mused. As a fine drizzle fell from the sky, the garrison of Riverflow observed the Westerners beginning to dismantle their tents. Soon, war horses laden with bundles of supplies were driven out by the scant remaining soldiers. Following closely were the shield-bearers and spearmen. Their formations, unlike the previous assault, stood as straight as walls, and their spears as dense as a forest. Yet now, the heavy infantry's march appeared weary and disordered. The camp of the West, much like the charred marks upon the city walls, gradually faded away under the gentle wash of the rain, akin to the bodies in the river, carried away into the distance. Although the momentum of the Westerners' siege has diminished in recent days, when the defenders of Benlu City witnessed their retreat, they could not help but erupt in jubilant cheers as if they had achieved a great victory. Long live Benlu City! Long live Tully! Long live Amber! Soon, cheers resounded throughout the city, even more resounding than those heard before the inner fortress. Among the exclamations, a name from the north was intermingled, not Stark, but Amber. Chapter 45. The Battle on the Plains, Part 1. As the sun rose above the horizon, delicate ribbons of pale red stretched across one side of the sky, while the opposite side remained a deep purple, adorned with a few twinkling stars. Jones had never imagined the spectacle of over 6,000 warhorses galloping together could be so magnificent. The tide of horses surged irresistibly across the grassy expanse between the rivers, with thousands of cavalrymen converging together, roaring as they charged forward. He glanced to his left and behind, where the following cavalry formed a vast, black sea, seemingly stretching into infinity. He caught sight of the roaring giant banner of House Umber, the sunburst banner of House Stark, the standing black bear of House Mormont, the silver trout of House Tully, and the gray-blue twin towers of House Fry. The white banners of House Stark were ubiquitous, fluttering in the wind atop their tall poles, as the gray direwolf seemed to leap upon the flags. Although Jones harbored a strong inclination towards complacency, his actions had been propelled step by step to this moment. Yet, the sight of the galloping hordes filled him with a sense of grandeur. Today, he would demonstrate his prowess before Great Jon, Robb, and the entire Northern Cavalry, ensuring that the name of the Black Knight would echo throughout Westeros. The dire wolf, now grown larger, raced at the forefront like a streak of gray light. Beside Robb Stark were Great Jon, Small Jon, Halion, Torrin, and the three brothers of Eddard Stark, along with 5 descendants from the Greyjoy and Fry families, including the captain of Winterfell's guards, Harris, galloping at the heart of the cavalry, closely followed by over 2,000 knights. Jones commanded a 1,000-strong cavalry unit, consisting of the bald Percy, Ser Cat, Ronaster, Timmy, and the tall Ike among others. The other 3 battalions, each comprised of 1,000 men, were led by the Earl of Karstark, the brother of Duke Tully, Blackfish Brandon Tully, and the ruler of Bear Island, Lady Meech. Whether among the numerous earls or the ordinary cavalrymen, each face bore the tension and excitement of the impending great battle. The thunderous sound of hooves seemed to shatter the last remnants of the night sky, fully unveiling the dawn. The Kingslayer remained steadfast, proud even as he beheld the tide of cavalry surging toward him, felt the earth tremble beneath him, and perceived the terror flickering in the eyes of the surrounding Westerland soldiers. He never contemplated fleeing. He recalled the days of his youth, leaping from towering cliffs into the tumultuous embrace of the ocean's waves. He remembered the first life he extinguished while hunting the Brotherhood of the Kingsguard, and the moment he plunged his sword into the back of the mad King Targaryen. Thus far, in this life, he had only felt truly alive during battles and the throes of passion. Gradually, a wild smile unfurled upon Jaime's face. Big Jon drew forth the horn, its sound reverberating across the plain with a wild urgency. The 4 battalions beside Robb Stark began to slow their advance, gradually forming a wedge with Robb at the forefront. Jon gazed ahead at Robb, clad in silver steel armor, raising his long sword. Big Jon gripped his grotesque, hefty sword with both hands, while Little Jon elevated his lance with unwavering steadiness, despite the galloping warhorses. Before them, over 6,000 infantry from the west stood ready, their shields forming a circular formation, bloodied spearheads jutting through the gaps like a spiny steel porcupine. Jaime Lannister, along with his brother, Martin Lannister, and a few other lesser Lannisters, including the Earls of Rockhen and Westerling, sat upon their steeds, awaiting the enemy's approach at the center of the circle. Loose arrows, Jaime commanded loudly. Despite the fact that only a few hundred archers remained after the Battle of Riverrun, he refused to allow the northern cavalry to charge unimpeded. He would fight with all his might until he emerged victorious once more. Scattered arrows flew from the distance, but before they reached Jon, the encounter had already begun. Moments later, Robb and his forces collided with the spiny wall of steel. Faced with the cold lances, most horses halted at the last moment, veering away. A rare few charged recklessly, impaled by spear tips and falling lifelessly. Big Jon led the charge among the 6,000 northern cavalry, his steed grazed by a spearhead, rearing up in alarm, its iron-shod hooves kicking out wildly. The frenzied warhorse battered against the shield wall, lances thrusting from all directions. The horse collapsed with a thunderous crash, its body bleeding profusely like a torn sack, yet it toppled the shields before it. Nevertheless, Big Jon rose unscathed, raising his ugly greatsword high and launching into a frenzied assault, seizing the opportunity while the fissures in the enemy's shield wall were yet to close. Robb and his comrades surged forward. Jon spotted a spearman charging directly at Robb, only to be pierced by Little Jon's lance, which penetrated armor, leather, muscle, and lung, leaving the body hanging from the metal spear like a rag. Little Jon then hurled the corpse aside, sending it crashing into several nearby spearmen. In the midst of this chaos, Jon reached the front of the shield wall, encountering the icy spearhead aimed at him. He tightened the reins, and his black steed let out a powerful neigh, pivoting its head and body to the side. Seizing the moment, Jon swiftly swung his dark broadsword, severing the extended lance at its root. As Jones's black steed collided with the shield, a thunderous sound erupted, causing the shield-bearer to stagger, prompting Jones to expertly guide his horse into the fray. The bald Percy and his companions swiftly followed suit, having previously fought alongside Jones during the battle at Riverflow City. Their coordination this time was markedly more adept and rapid. However, upon breaching the shield wall, Jones did not pursue the spearmen. Instead, he deflected a few incoming spears and surged forward, charging once more into the ranks of the Western forces. Stark, James bellowed, leading a handful of cavalry directly toward Robb. For Casterly Rock, shouted several lesser Lannisters and Earls of the West. Long live Winterfell, echoed Robb and his loyal guards in unison. Subsequently, the two factions, critical to the outcome of the battle, clashed violently. Torrhen Stark raised his sword, aiming for the most conspicuous figure clad in golden armor, the Kingslayer. He sought to prove himself a true warrior, asserting that Haryon Stark was merely his elder by birth. Closer and closer he drew, his heart racing as he locked eyes with the Kingslayer's golden gaze. A flash of white light pierced the air. Torrhen's arm, wielding the sword, was severed at the shoulder, and he watched in horror as blood gushed forth from his side. "Ah!" Torrhen cried out in anguish. "Torrhen!" Ed Stark's piercing scream cut through the chaos as he lunged at the Kingslayer's head in a fit of rage. It was almost at the last moment that the Kingslayer evaded, his body shifting just in time, yet his steel sword arced toward Ed Stark, who was perilously close. Gurgling, Ed clutched his throat, which was now gushing blood, unable to utter a single word. Chapter 46. The Battle on the Plains, Part 2. The cacophony of metal clashing against metal, the echo of weapons striking shields, the whinnies of warhorses, the thundering of hoofs, the howls of dire wolves, and the cries of wounded soldiers filled the air. As the dawn broke, the entire plain was draped in a crimson veil. Despite the shield-bearers steadfastly holding their heavy shields, the northern cavalry vastly outnumbered them and fought with unparalleled ferocity. In a matter of moments, the circular formation of shield-bearers was left riddled with breaches, akin to a hedgehog pierced by numerous blades. Scattered pairs of shield-bearers and spearmen on the battlefield relied solely upon one another in this dire hour. Big Jon kicked over a nearby shield, narrowly avoiding a thrusting spear. His grotesque greatsword plunged into the ground, severing the head of a shield-bearer with precision. With a sweeping motion of his arms, he cleaved through a soldier who was in the process of retreating with his spear, splitting him in two. Bah! Big Jon spat, casting a lingering glance toward the center of the battlefield before reluctantly drawing his gaze away. Had he known, he would not have charged in so recklessly. Now, he found himself without a steed. He grumbled in dissatisfaction before plunging once more into the fray of slaughter. His sword and armor appeared somewhat weathered, yet they proved remarkably effective. One by one, the heads of the soldiers from the west were severed, transforming the ground into a blood-soaked tableau. Young Jon, shaking off a golden-haired Lannister impaled on his spear, prepared to aim it at the Kingslayer, only to catch sight of Jones, clad in black armor, charging towards him at a gallop. The massive black sword was wielded with a single hand, creating a flurry of afterimages as he surged towards the Kingslayer, Jaime. Words eluded the linguistically impoverished Jon as he struggled to articulate the scene unfolding before him, resorting instead to thrusting his spear at the advancing Lord Lothar. The captain of the guard, Harris, witnessed the chaos and, in a fit of rage, twisted the spear that had pierced Lord Wystan, yanking it free with a forceful motion. Stark! The Kingslayer repeatedly bellowed, unabashed in his determination and intent. Capturing or slaying Robb would not only conclude this battle, but also bring an end to the entire war. After beheading Eddard Stark, the Kingslayer, brandishing his bloodied longsword, urged his white steed into a swift gallop toward Robb, his cloak billowing behind him like a hero emerging from the pages of a tale. Suddenly, from the side, a black horse charged forth with alarming speed. The white steed could not evade in time, and the two galloping warhorses collided with a thunderous crash, neighing and tumbling over each other, their iron-shod hooves flailing chaotically and scattering mud in all directions. Following the collision, Jones was flung from his mount, and in that fleeting moment of flight, he glimpsed the contorted expression on the Kingslayer's face and the fluttering red cloak. Seizing the opportunity, Jones reached out and yanked the Kingslayer from his saddle, both crashing to the ground with a resounding clatter of armor. At last, he had arrived. Almost instantaneously after falling, Jones sprang back to his feet. In his frenzied state, his strength had surged by 1.5 times, his reflexes quickened, and pain was an alien sensation. Thus, he stood almost as soon as he hit the ground. "You are mine," Jones declared loudly, gazing down at the Kingslayer, who lay with his limbs askew, his tone imbued with unwavering resolve. "I shall end your life." Jaime, seated on the ground, hastily shed his cumbersome cloak and grasped his longsword, lunging at Jones like a flash of white light. His ire towards Jones had reached a boiling point. After being besieged for so many days without sight of this man, he now found him interrupting his final charge at the most inconvenient moment. With a sharp clang, the tempered steel of the longsword met the heavy black blade, sending sparks flying in a violent collision. Stumbling back several paces, the Kingslayer struggled to regain his balance, astonished by the strength of his opponent. Had he known better, he would have refrained from engaging in a direct confrontation. In truth, after such an extended period of battle, Jones had not only significantly improved his swordsmanship, but had also augmented his physical power. Thus, in his frenzied state, he had grown even more formidable. As the Kingslayer steadied himself, he was met once again with the fearsome black sword cleaving through the air, forcing him to roll away in a desperate attempt to evade the blow. Jones strode forward, his gaze fixed upon the regicide rolling on the ground, poised to strike. "Capture him alive." Robert's voice rang out from behind. Witnessing the regicide evade several strikes, Robert swiftly dispatched Torrhen and Edric Stark, anxiety beginning to creep in. "Theon, attack with me shortly," he commanded loudly. Unperturbed by the ambush, Robert resolved to be a competent commander rather than a reckless warrior. After felling the foremost of the Karstark brothers, the regicide, shouting his name in fury, charged at him, inciting further tension within Robert. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged forth. colliding violently with the regicide in a tumultuous embrace. The figure clad in black armor, as resilient as iron, sprang back unscathed, raising a massive black sword that repelled the regicide in a single stroke before initiating a relentless pursuit. It was Jones, Robert suddenly realized, baffled by how Jones, positioned in the second wave of attack, had vaulted into the heart of the battlefield. Moreover, he had never fought alongside Jones before, unaware of the ferocity he now displayed. A stark contrast to their last encounter in Winterfell's melee. Was this truly the obedient childhood companion he once knew? The reality left Robert momentarily disoriented. In the blink of an eye, Jones raised his great sword, preparing to cleave the regicide in twain, startling Robert, who recalled that the regicide was to be used as leverage for his father's release. "Capture him alive," he shouted urgently. Jones quickly diverted the heavy blade, striking the regicide's helmet with a resounding thud, sending it tumbling off and revealing disheveled golden locks. Seizing the moment while the regicide faltered, Jones disarmed him with a swift stroke. "Jones, you wretched traitor!" The regicide roared in a frenzied rage, lunging at Jones empty-handed. Chaotic and disorganized, Jones reflected inwardly. The regicide had already succumbed to defeat, his movements resembling those of a child in a brawl, reduced to futile struggles. Seizing the opportunity, Jones delivered a powerful kick to the regicide's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Ugh! Jaime uncontrollably retched, despite the protection of his armor, for Jones's strength was formidable. "You've lost," Jones proclaimed, sword pointed at him. Jaime, sprawled on the ground, remained silent, wiping his mouth, a derisive smile lingering as he replied, "Next time, I'll be the one kicking you, and I promise to knock the very essence out of you." "It seems you still require some discipline," Jones approached him. He harbored no fondness for the Lannisters. Beyond their status as foes, he had witnessed the atrocities committed by soldiers under Lannister command or negligence, murdering innocents, raping women, slaughtering the elderly, and hunting down children, acts that filled him with deep loathing. Although he has taken many lives, they were primarily those of enemy soldiers in the throes of war, an inevitable consequence of conflict, deserving of their fate, and thus he feels no remorse. While killing does not inherently signify malevolence, deriving amusement from slaughter and wantonly tormenting civilians is something he finds utterly contemptible. Jones has consistently maintained his compassion for the weak. Even when he learned that Aemud was venturing forth to rescue the elderly and children, his grievances towards Aemud considerably diminished. Though Aemud may not be a suitable ally, he is certainly preferable to a treacherous serpent who perpetually schemes against one's friends. The battle rages on around him. The shield-bearers and spearmen of the West have been thoroughly scattered by the cavalry, their lances and heavy shields now serving only as impediments. The cavalry, in their swift charge, effortlessly claimed the lives of these warriors. With a great sword in hand, Jones approached the regicide. Curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What gives you the confidence to believe there will be a next time?" "My confidence is certainly beyond the grasp of a lumbering fool like you," the regicide retorted, clutching his abdomen as he lay on the ground, gritting his teeth. "It's 5 limbs, not 4, Jones replied, and with that, he used the tip of his sword to pry open the regicide's chest plate before delivering a heavy blow to his gut. Ugh! The regicide doubled over, his face flushed and tears streaming from the impact. "Did anything come out?" he gasped. "Next time, I will surely," he stammered, a grotesque smile twisting his features. Jones shook his head, beginning to admire the man's tenacity in the face of adversity. Had it not been for the events in Flowing City, he would not have exerted such effort in claiming kills. This unfortunate fellow had crossed paths with him. Had it been Robb Stark, he might have received a gentler treatment. Chapter 47, The Battle of the Plains, Part 2. In truth, had it not been for the earlier events in Flowing City, Jones would not be so fervently engaged in claiming victories. Those conflicts had led him to resolve that reputation must be earned, and the head of the archvillain was a necessary prize. When it came to the leadership of 1,000 cavalrymen, none of the other 3 candidates faced any doubts. Only when it came to Jones did the discussions become heated in Flowing City. The Karstark and Mormont families are among the most formidable in the north, with Count Rickard Karstark and Lady Maya as the heads of their respective houses. Blackfish Brynden Tully had already achieved fame during the War of the Ninepenny Kings 30 years ago, and is also the brother of Duke Tully. Jones, on the other hand, was merely a newly minted adult, a second son without any claim to family inheritance. Had it been the elder Jon leading, the others might have been more amenable. But elevating Jones to share the same honor as Count Karstark was unacceptable to many northern lords. As for the original 4th candidate, the elder Jon had his own plans. Perhaps it is indeed as Jon Snow himself professes, he shall forever remain the foremost loyalist to the young wolf. Consequently, Jon now finds himself inseparable from Robb Stark. Moreover, Jon harbors reservations regarding the youthful nobleman surrounding Robb, prompting him to assert that he will not relinquish his duty as a sworn protector, particularly with the specter of conflict looming on the horizon. Jon has consistently led his troops, from vanquishing the Banefort, to fiercely battling against the Cregan, to breaching the hills and engaging in the Battle of the Riverlands. He is no longer inclined to permit other lords to dictate his actions. The likes of the Bald Percy, Ronar, and Carter, along with nearly 300 cavalrymen loyal to Jon, are equally disinclined to accept leadership from others. They have unwavering faith in Jon, who perpetually charges into the fray. Upon closer examination, Jon's men realized, much to their astonishment, that the number of enemies they had vanquished far exceeded their expectations. The majority of the casualties inflicted upon the usurper's forces had been systematically eliminated by their hands. They had indeed achieved the remarkable feat of dispatching tenfold their enemies. Indeed, their accomplishments surpassed even that. This realization bred a profound discontent towards those lords who aspired to ascend to Jon's command. The soldiers of the North, known for their rugged disposition, paid little heed to the notion that their actions might suggest Jon's forces were transforming into his private army. Their growing dissatisfaction naturally led to unrest. Thus, Jon found himself at odds with several northern lords, and with the mocking remarks from Stivlin Fry, who had nearly been slain by the specter of death. The ensuing discord was all but inevitable. Subsequently, Jon proposed his customary method of resolving disputes through combat. However, this time, Robb declined, citing the urgency of their circumstances and the need to avoid injuries before the impending battle. Eventually, it was Lady Catelyn, emerging from the Duke of Tully's chambers, who publicly extolled Jon's virtues, coupled with Robb's support, which quelled the dissenting voices. This allowed a younger son to attain honors akin to those of the venerable lords of ancient houses. Fortuitously, the absence of Lord Sevon and Lord Hother, who had journeyed south with Lord Roose Bolton, spared Jon from having to concede. Such circumstances elucidate Jon's fervent endeavor to claim glory on the battlefield. The usurper is not Cregan. He is a figure of true nobility among the Seven Kingdoms. Each title in the illustrious list proclaimed by the usurper symbolizes a lineage of prestige. Jon's objective is to vanquish this noble adversary, thereby appropriating his titles, and ultimately inscribing upon his own, defeater of the usurper. As the crimson sun ascends in the distance, Jon muses softly to himself, contemplating the prospect of defeating the son of Duke Tywin, the heir of House Lannister, the brother of the regent, and the commander of the forces in the west. The usurper Jaime. Once he triumphs over the remnants of Tywin's army, he can commence a life of bliss in this world. The thought of the corrupt lives of the nobility brings to mind golden dragons, which in turn reminds him of the ship he had commissioned Jojen to procure. He wonders whether Jojen has succeeded in acquiring the vessel. Nonetheless, he dismisses the thought. Regardless, he muses, who would suspect that his purchase of a merchant ship was intended for an escape? The loyalty of soldiers on the battlefield is largely determined by the circumstances of their leaders and knights. Thus, when Jones captured the regicide after his defeat, the battle came to an abrupt conclusion. The more astute soldiers from the west immediately discarded their weapons and armor, fleeing in all directions to save their lives. Those who were slower to react were swiftly annihilated by the northern cavalry, unable to escape their grim fate. Gradually, even the sounds of anguish faded, and the howls of the dire wolves alongside the clattering of hooves ceased. The battlefield was left strewn with shields, spears, and lifeless bodies, a testament to the fierce conflict that had just transpired. "It is truly moving to see you again," Jaime remarked with a smile to the approaching Robb Stark. At that moment, his hands were bound behind his back by Jones, yet he exhibited no semblance of a captive's demeanor. "The last time we met, you were a distinguished guest in Winterfell," Robb replied. "During King Robert's northern campaign, the regicide had accompanied him as a member of the Kingsguard. Yet, your dwarf brother harbored malicious intentions towards my brother Bran. Is this how the Lannisters treat their hosts? What a foolish family you are," Jaime Lannister mused, perplexed as to why his brother was regarded as the villain by the Starks. It was he who had pushed Bran from the tower. Although he had not wished for such an outcome, the child had witnessed him with Cersei. Nevertheless, that child was remarkably fortunate to have survived, conveniently forgetting the events surrounding his fall. Yet, these matters had become trivial, for war had already commenced. Indeed, and while in King's Landing, I had the pleasure of striking down your father. The experience was truly exquisite. The regicide continued with a laugh. Upon hearing this, Robb's countenance darkened, and the joy of victory swiftly dissipated. After capturing the imp, the regicide had surrounded Robb's father, injuring his right leg, claiming that the Lannisters would repay any grudge. It was said that his father had remained unconscious for a considerable time due to his injuries. The mere thought of his father, now imprisoned in the Red Keep and suffering from such grievous wounds, ignited a furious tremor in Robb. Enraged, Robb swung his fists with great force. And soon the regicide's handsome visage was marred with bruises and blood. Even a whore can muster more strength and resistance than you, Jaime continued to taunt. His face smeared with blood. Jones, holding Jaime's hands tightly, began to admire the man. The regicide was not merely stubborn, but was consistently provoking others. This was the pinnacle of resilience without surrendering one's dignity. Fortunately, Robb was not a hot-headed individual. Having vented his fury, he withdrew his strikes. Or else the regicide might have faced death on the spot. At that moment, Blackfish Brynden Tully approached, his hair a cascade of gray and his countenance weathered. Yet his blood-stained armor added an aura of ferocity to his presence. "Where's Edmure?" he bellowed, seizing the regicide by the throat. Jaime, indifferent, closed his eyes, allowing the Blackfish to tighten his grip around his neck. Regardless of the Blackfish's furious shouts, he offered no response. Suddenly, the captain of the guards, Harris, called out, dragging along a boy with the characteristic golden hair of House Lannister. His name was Martin Lannister. "Cousin," Martin whimpered as he met Jaime's gaze. "Where's Edmure?" The Blackfish bellowed in a menacing tone, directing his ire at Martin. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" the golden-haired boy pleaded. Having already witnessed the harrowing fate of the captured Lord of Riverrun, he could not endure such torment. Jaime regarded his timid cousin without rebuke, his cold stare holding Martin captive. Unable to withstand Jaime's gaze, Martin lowered his head almost to the ground. "Still negotiating?" The Blackfish planted a foot upon Martin's thigh, eliciting a pained scream from the boy. I'll tell you," Martin cried, his voice laced with desperation. Tully was taken back to the Westerlands. "How far?" The Blackfish pressed, stepping down on him once more. "Not far, just a day's journey toward Casterly Rock. I've told you everything I know. Please don't hurt me." Martin Lannister sobbed in terror. "Robb, we must pursue them at once," the Blackfish urged, the only one still referring to Robb in such a familiar manner. But scarcely had he spoken when the northern soldiers at the edge of the battlefield shouted, "Enemies approaching." The Kingslayer, upon hearing this, abruptly lifted his head, blood still dripping from his face. Yet his gaze swept over the crowd with the sharpness of a blade as he coldly declared, "Lannisters shall have their vengeance." Chapter 48. The Charge, Part 1. Previously, when Jon had charged into the fray, his sole focus was on the Kingslayer. It was only while searching for a mount to prepare for battle that he learned of the deaths of Torrhen Stark and Eddard Stark, the two brothers who had first welcomed him with a drink and engaged in light-hearted banter. After a long search, Hollyon Stark finally found Torrhen's severed hand. Trembling as he laid the limb beside his brother's pale corpse, unable to suppress his quiet sobs. Although the three brothers were often caught in playful squabbles, the finality of losing two of them rendered his heart painfully heavy, stifling his tears while his body trembled uncontrollably. Hollyon glanced up to see a massive shadow approaching. Speaking in a low voice, "Do you know? Torrhen kept asking me before he died how Jon managed to defeat the Kingslayer. I told him, you drove the Kingslayer back with a single strike." Upon hearing this, Torrhen smiled foolishly before departing, as if he had vanquished the Kingslayer himself. Hollyon fell silent for a moment, then continued, "I wish they hadn't intervened with the Kingslayer. I wish they hadn't been so brave." Alas! Jon remained silent, eventually offering a hoarse consolation. That was their choice. The people of the North will remember. As he spoke, Jon halted, for he did not truly believe that Torrhen and his brother would be remembered by the Northmen. Perhaps it would take no more than the fleeting moments of a sunset and sunrise for them to be forgotten by the vast majority. They still had Hollyon and Count Castark mourning for them, while Jones suddenly pondered, if one day I were to die, would there be a single soul in this world to weep for me? "You may go," Hollyon gestured towards the assembling cavalry. "They await you over there." Jones nodded, feeling a weight in his heart as he walked away. As he strolled, he gazed at the rising crimson sun and suddenly broke into a smile, resolving to live life fully, perhaps even fathering many children, content to embrace the role of a nurturing father. "Boss, splendid job," boomed the bald-headed Percy upon seeing Jones, his voice deliberately loud enough for the other cavalrymen to overhear. Jones chose to ignore him. Percy's theatrics were excessively exaggerated. "Everyone mount up," Jones bellowed, shaking off his thoughts. Nearly 1,000 warriors mounted their steeds in unison, the clanging of armor resonating like a symphony. Gradually, the thunder of hooves erupted, echoing the rhythm of their heartbeats, akin to the resounding beat of war drums. Close to 6,000 cavalrymen surged forth like 5 dark rivers converging. led by Robb and his dire wolf, accompanied by numerous retainers. The banners of each house unfurled once more, bearing the weight of their ancient honor as they advanced towards their next adversary. At this moment, Robb found himself engulfed in confusion, unable to discern where his strategy had faltered. He had deliberated the entire plan with the Lords time and again. The Fry family had remained in a state of watchfulness, and the sudden alliance with the North was unexpected. Thus, when Tywin learned of his passage through the Twins to the Riverlands, he had presumed the conflict on this front was already resolved. Yet now, an unexpected cavalry force had emerged from the north, unmistakably having arrived from the Trident. Could it be that Duke Tywin possessed the gift of prophecy? Such thoughts weighed heavily on Robb's mind. Amidst the thundering hooves, Jon seized a moment to assess the condition of those familiar to him. His cavalry suffered minimal casualties. He had single-handedly breached the shield wall, entrusting command to the composed Sir Carter after his own incursion, and thanks to the seasoned veterans who had closely followed him. The entire unit experienced losses of fewer than 100 men. Robb's forces had also endured little loss, likely due to Great Jon's successful breach. However, when Jones noticed that the comically helmeted weasel had sustained no losses, he felt a flicker of irritation. Yet he understood that such discontent must remain unvoiced. The Fry family was now Robb's most crucial ally, having provided substantial infantry support to the Northern Army. Thus, despite their previous conflicts, Jones had to exercise restraint. However, Stephen Tully did not trouble him again. At that time in Riverrun, after Stephen's sarcastic taunts, Tammy publicly declared that if he ever heard the vexatious cries of the weasel again, he would seize the first opportunity to sever its neck, and as for himself, he would simply retreat to the Moon Mountains. Since then, the members of House Fry have kept their distance from Jones and his entourage, and the two factions have coexisted without incident. In reality, it was not solely Jones who had to exercise restraint. It was rumored that even the Stark family had bowed to the demands of this band of weasels. Acquiescing to 3 conditions, Arya Stark would wed the youngest son of Walder Fry, a daughter of House Fry would marry Robb, becoming the Lady of House Stark, and Lady Catelyn would take in 2 grandsons of Lord Walder Fry as foster sons. No one could truly act as they pleased. Even the Stark family had learned the art of compromise. The Northern Army marched on, their banners fluttering in the wind. The dark figures ahead grew wider, and the sound of approaching hooves became increasingly distinct. Jon Snow, having switched to a new warhorse, galloped at the forefront of the ranks. Suddenly, he turned to Robb and remarked, "It is the light cavalry of the Westerlands, numbering at least 4,000. As long as their commander is not a fool, they will not engage us directly, but will instead harass us with continuous strikes and ranged attacks. These light cavalry from the Westerlands are primarily armed with round shields, bows or crossbows, long swords, or polearms. If we cannot engage in close combat, our heavy cavalry may be worn down to exhaustion." Jon spoke with an uncommon seriousness. Robb, having studied similar strategies, pondered for a moment before asking, "Shall we split our forces?" "Yes, we must divide our forces. A pack of wolves hunts best. But the first wolf will face great peril, and that wolf shall be you, my young lord," Jon replied, a note of concern in his voice. "As the commander, it is my honor," Robb asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, Jon nodded and produced a horn. The call echoed, distinct from the wild and urgent sound of the previous occasion. This time it was deep and resonant. Gradually, the northern heavy cavalry divided into 5 clearly defined troops, spreading further apart as they veered off in different directions. The light cavalry of the Westerlands, emblazoned with golden lions on a red field, roared in the wind. The earls and knights spurred their horses forward, and Earl Selwyn Tarth cast a wary glance at the imposing mountain. No matter how one viewed it, he seemed like a mountain himself. Although in terms of territory, Gregor Clegane could not compare to him, and in terms of lineage, Clegane was merely a few generations old. Yet on the battlefield, the mountain's stature far surpassed his own. Gregor Clegane was the cavalry commander appointed by Tywin. He could hardly guess the thoughts of those around him, as his own heart raced with anxiety. Duke Tywin had learned from the intelligence of Edmure Tully that the Fry family had quietly aligned themselves with the North. With Jaime suffering significant losses in the Battle of Riverrun, Tywin would not allow the situation to unfold without intervention. Thus, he commanded the most mobile light cavalry to come to their aid, with the intention of bringing back the severed head of the Black Knight, who had thwarted the grand plans of the West. Duke Tywin declared that the trophy would be displayed prominently, so that all would recognize the fate that awaited those who opposed him. However, what the mountain did not anticipate was the rapid arrival of the northern forces. By the time he followed the trail of the northern heavy cavalry, the battle between Jaime and the Northerners had already concluded. A chill gripped the mountain's heart. Jaime Lannister was Tywin's sole heir. Whoever was responsible for this must pay with their life, for otherwise, Duke Tywin would ensure their demise. A lion does not tolerate useless hounds. Chapter 49. The Charge, Part 2. The sun had fully risen. Under the sunlight, the shadows cast by the cavalry unit slithered across the ground like a great serpent. Upon hearing the horn, Jones and his nearly 1,000 cavalrymen turned right, preparing to intercept the retreat of the West's light cavalry. However, the success of their interception hinged on whether the West's light cavalry would take the enticing bait offered by Robb Stark. Robb was truly gambling with his life. Jones mused with a hint of admiration. Yet, if Robb truly wished to avoid conflict, he could have done so by threatening the West cavalry with Jaime Lannister's intervention. Ultimately, Robb chose not to pursue this course, perhaps aiming to eliminate a significant force of the West while negotiating from a position of strength. It could also be that threats were not guaranteed to yield results. For instance, if Duke Tywin threatened Robb with Eddard Stark's life, would Robb retreat to the north? Certainly not. If the Kingslayer threatened the north and the Tullus with Edmure, would they withdraw without a fight? Again, no. At this moment, both cavalry forces were taut with tension, unable to withdraw even if they wished to. Any negotiations would have to wait until after the battle. Unbeknownst to Jones, he had unwittingly become a hindrance to Robb's efforts. Duke Tywin, of course, could not foresee such events. Robb's battle strategy had merit. Yet the crux of the issue lay with the intelligence provided by Edmure Tully, which had been fabricated by Jones with the intent to deceive the Freys. This miscalculation, once discovered by Tywin, allowed him to devise his own counter-strategies. Otherwise, they might well have already entered the phase of negotiations for peace. Jones had never shared the details regarding Edmure with Robb, believing them inconsequential and harboring his own ulterior motives. As Robb formulated his battle plan, Jones was not a core participant, thus losing the chance to provide feedback. It can only be said that the exchange of information in this world is exceedingly challenging. Everyone is akin to blind men grasping at an elephant, perceiving only a fragment of the truth. Perhaps only the fabled Green Seer possesses the omniscience to discern without error. The golden lion banner of House Lannister lay still, as if in slumber. Upon discerning the direction of several northern forces, the cavalry of the Westerlands came to a halt. Charging towards us was House Stark. A knight from the west pointed at Robb's battalion and exclaimed, "Honor has clouded their judgment." Another knight remarked derisively, "What shall we do?" "Ser Gregor?" Earl Charlotte inquired, gazing at the brooding mountain, perplexed. The mountain, silent like a colossal stone, paused for a moment before responding with a voice that rumbled like a landslide. "We shall not retreat. We will seize or slay Stark. But we are light cavalry." Earl Charlotte exclaimed in alarm. "Should we not strike while withdrawing?" Most of the cavalry behind them wore mere leather armor, or at best, chainmail on their upper bodies, and their steeds were unarmored. Should they engage in close combat with heavy cavalry, the peril was evident. "Do you take me for a fool?" The mountain roared softly to the assembly, as if to say, "Do you think I am unaware? Once Robb Stark is slain, the northern host will crumble. Do you lack the courage to face the enemy with our half-strength heavy cavalry? I assure you, should that boy dare to charge, I could cleave him in twain with a single stroke." With that, the mountain swung his colossal sword, which whistled sharply through the air. The blade was broader than a man's palm and longer than a man, its hilt a graceful ivory hue, while the blade was as dark as smoke. The crossguard bore the Stark family motto, "Winter is coming." As the sound of the great horn faded, the heavy breaths of the steeds filled the void. When Robb could finally discern the golden lion on the opposing banner, Lannister arrows descended upon them like hail, hundreds, thousands, an overwhelming onslaught in an instant. For Lord Eddard, the northern cavalry roared, shields raised high. Yet many men and horses fell, pierced by arrows, their cries transforming into wails of despair. At that moment, a second volley of arrows, a dark cloud, soared towards them once more. For Winterfell, the northern cavalry continued to shout, charging forward against the rain of arrows. Hearing the relentless cries of agony, Robb felt a pang of fear grip him for the first time. Though he led from the front, he was not without protection. The shields of the surrounding guards minimized his risk of being struck. However, it was not long before two of his guards fell beside him, one a descendant of the Fry family, a name lost among the multitude of Freys, and the other, the sole heir of House Hornwood, Dalen Hornwood. For the young wolf, they cried as the third wave of arrows approached, surviving the 3 barges. Each of the remaining cavalry bore at least a few arrows lodged in their shields, a testament to the peril they faced. As Robb beheld the leader of the Westerlands cavalry, the light cavalry swiftly exchanged their longbows for crossbows. With a cacophony of drawn strings and released bolts, the heavy cavalry of the north fell once more. Robb heard the anguished whinny of Jon Snow's steed beside him, A glance revealed Jon desperately tugging at the reins. Yet his warhorse, stumbling after a few paces, ultimately collapsed uncontrollably. Clad in iron armor, Jon crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, rolling several times before coming to a halt. "Prepare for battle," roared Great Jon, seemingly oblivious to his son's plight, as he raised his grotesque greatsword high. Harris, brandishing a lance, was the first to charge, seething with resentment that Jon Snow had not only seized his victory in the melee, but also claimed the honor of capturing the regicide that should have rightfully belonged to him. Gritting his teeth, he endured 4 volleys of arrows before raising his lance and charging headlong at the enemy commander. The massive figure of the mountain loomed before him, far larger than any man Jon Snow had ever encountered, his bulk overshadowing even the most formidable of foes. The mountain's greatsword, held aloft, struck Harris as eerily familiar, though he could not immediately place it. Yet such thoughts were inconsequential. He banished his chaotic musings from his mind. This must be the mountain, the very giant upon whom Jon Snow had risen to fame. Surely, I can do the same. He steadied his lance, fixating on the mountain's head as they closed the distance. To his astonishment, Harris realized that the mountain was bringing his sword down upon him with a mighty stroke. Fool, Harris thought, but before he could react, an overwhelming force bore down upon his lance, and the colossal sword severed the tip cleanly before descending further. The horse beneath him made no sound of distress as its head was cleaved in two. Ice. It was only as he was flung from the saddle that Harris recalled the sword wielded by the mountain. Ice, the ancestral blade of House Stark, forged from the magical Valyrian steel. Chapter 50. The Charge, Part 2. In the Age of Heroes, the legendary sword of the Stark Kings was known as Ice. The mountain wielded this very sword, created 4 centuries prior in the still thriving Valyria, which had since been acquired by House Stark, bearing the same name as the storied weapon of the heroic Stark lineage. Due to its immense size, Lord Eddard Stark often employed it for executing criminals rather than in battle. Just a year prior, Eddard had used this very blade to behead a fleeing member of the Night's Watch, an event of which Harris had been a witness. Valyrian steel is renowned for its unparalleled hardness and sharpness, possessing extraordinary properties that render it a true magical artifact. When Lord Eddard departed for King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King, he took ice with him. Now, with Eddard imprisoned, the sword had naturally fallen into the hands of the Lannisters. The ice in the hands of the mountain was bestowed by Duke Tywin to counteract the magical armor of Jones. However, the mountain could only wield it temporarily, as the existing Valyrian steel weapons were exceedingly rare, even for the affluent Lannisters of the Seven Kingdoms, making them invaluable treasures. Harris, eager to claim the glory of vanquishing the mountain, engaged him in solitary combat, only to be unceremoniously thrown from his horse with a single blow. Yet, Robb seldom chose this method of direct confrontation among leaders. While it could swiftly conclude a battle, it was also fraught with peril. The legendary Targaryen prince, Rhaegar, met his demise during the Battle of the Trident, struck dead in the chest by Robert Baratheon's warhammer, an event that significantly hastened the downfall of House Targaryen. That was Valyrian steel, exceedingly sharp. One should never engage in solitary duels. Robb Stark recognized the ice wielded by the mountain and loudly cautioned against it. However, Big Jon had already charged forward, his tree trunk-like arms swinging the grotesque great sword with ferocity, aimed directly at the mountain's formidable helm. "Get back!" The mountain growled in exasperation. Although Robb was now within close proximity, the heavy cavalry of the north was rapidly advancing. The clash of metal echoed, accompanied by intense sparks as Big Jon's monstrous sword sustained yet another deep notch. Nonetheless, he had successfully intercepted the mountain. Big Jon, towering over 2 meters and muscular, found even Jones's strength insufficient to match his own, even in a calm state. The two titans clashed like hammers on an anvil, the sounds of their combat ringing out repeatedly. By my mother's name, Big Jon realized that the blade of his sword had become serrated, vulnerable to breakage at any moment, and his eyelids twitched anxiously. Yet, in the next breath, the mountain's warhorse suddenly let out a pained whinny and reared up. Upon closer inspection, Big Jon saw an arrow lodged in the left eye of the mountain's steed. The approaching Clegane, witnessing his strike find its mark, broke into a triumphant grin. Seizing the opportunity, Big Jon swung his jagged sword with great force against the mountain. With a resounding clang, the sword met armor, and the mountain tumbled from his horse. At this moment, Robb and his men surged forward, the cavalry of the north clashing with the light cavalry of the west. Long live Winterfell! Long live Casterly Rock! The cheers morphed into wails, predominantly those of the light cavalry from the west. The pikes of the northern cavalry gleamed like gold in the sunlight as they effortlessly pierced through the leather armor, muscle, and chest of the Westeros soldiers. Each spear adorned with the cries of fallen men. "Long live Winterfell!" They shouted once more, unaware of how many comrades had fallen in the recent barrage of arrows. "Mountain, hurry!" Earl Shaliot bellowed at the mountain. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare to shout in such a manner, but with each passing moment, their danger increased. Steve Lannister dismounted as the mountain fell, quickly adjusting the reins, securing his feet in the stirrups, and thrusting his longsword toward the mountain's neck. Where the armor was relatively weak, if he aimed true, he might pierce through. As the mountain approached, he suddenly crouched down, and with a flash of black ice, he effortlessly severed the front legs of the warhorse, causing Steve to tumble down with a sharp cry. However, the mountain paid him no heed, rising with clenched fists around the ice and sweeping upward in a diagonal arc, cleaving the head of the approaching Great Jon's steed in two, causing both horse and rider to crash to the ground. With his body drenched in the warm blood of the slain horse, the mountain let out a primal roar, brandishing his longsword as he charged toward his target, Robb. Seated in the midst of chaos, Theon swiftly drew his longbow, aiming at the lone eye exposed on the giant. As the mountain sprinted, he casually swatted the incoming arrow aside, casting a bloodthirsty glance at Theon that sent a shiver down his spine. Nonetheless, the mountain paid little attention to anyone else, fixating solely on Robb, swinging his ice in another sweeping arc. Though Robb chose not to engage in a duel with the commander, he was not lacking in courage. In fact, he had just dispatched 2 of the knights from the Westerlands alongside the remaining 3 guards of House Fry. When he saw the mountain's sword descending upon him, Robb tightened his grip on the reins, wielding his gleaming white steel longsword with determination. A resounding clang echoed as the steel did not shatter, but was instead sent flying by the mountain's brute force. Robb was knocked backward by the impact, hastily pulling on the reins as the warhorse reared. The mountain laughed maniacally, gripping the ice with both hands, channeling all his strength as he lunged toward the unsteady Robb. "I will be remiss," the mountain mused, "for I have not cleaved Stark in two, but rather pierced him through. What a pity that is." In a swift blur, a dire wolf abandoned its assault on the Westerland cavalry's horses and dashed toward the mountain, sinking its teeth fiercely into his arm. "Beast!" The mountain roared in fury, yanking the dire wolf by its hind leg and slamming it to the ground with a violent arc-gray wind. Robb cried out in anguish upon witnessing the scene. After tossing the dire wolf aside, the mountain resumed his relentless assault on Robb. A thunderous collision erupted as Great Jon charged like an enraged bull, crashing into the mountain, and the two became entwined in a fierce struggle. With the mountain momentarily interrupted, he unleashed a deafening roar, rising with rage, abandoning his pursuit of Robb to focus on this troublesome foe instead. Great Jon was now truly fighting for his life, having even discarded his own sword in a desperate bid to save Robb. As he beheld the descending colossal sword, he swiftly rolled on the ground. Yet he was a fraction too late. The iron armor at his waist was sliced by the icy edge, and blood began to seep forth. Jon tightened his jaw, his gaze fixed intently on the giant's sword that was poised to strike again. He resolved to meet his end with a semblance of dignity, vowing to suppress any cries of anguish. However, the impending blow of ice abruptly altered its course, clanging against the long sword that had thrust in from the side. It was Harris who had arrived, having fallen from his horse during the charge, taking a considerable amount of time to rise again. Upon regaining his feet, he seized a long sword from the ground and charged back into the fray. Roaring in fury, the mountain's eyes glowed a blood-red hue. "Do you not come to aid me?" he bellowed at the surrounding knights of the Westlands, his voice laced with wrath. The reply he received nearly drove him to the brink of fury. "My lord, other cavalry units from the north have already breached our lines. If we do not retreat, it will be our end." "Incompetence!" The mountain roared back, engaging Harris in combat. "You cannot endure for even a brief moment. A band of worthless fools. Have them rain arrows upon this position." After forcing Harris back several paces, the mountain issued his command with a thunderous voice. "But our men are here as well. I said fire." He bellowed again, the pitch of his voice rising. Before long, a torrential downpour of black arrows began to fall, turning the clash of the two armies into utter chaos. Wails of despair echoed continuously from both the Northmen and the Westlanders alike. At that moment, Jones and Lady Meage of Bear Island led their cavalry units, having infiltrated the flanks of the Westland cavalry. After withstanding a barrage of arrows, Jones and his men engaged in close combat with the light cavalry. Despite the occasional troublesome stealthy arrows, the light cavalry, outnumbered, proved utterly unable to withstand the might of the North's heavy cavalry in melee. In no time, Jones and his comrades surged forward like a sharp blade, piercing into the heart of the battlefield. Upon his arrival, Jones was met with an earth-shattering roar. A giant clad in gray iron armor wielded a sword as dark as smoke, severing Harris's long sword before plunging the massive blade deep into his neck. With a furious twist, the gray giant wrenched Harris's head completely from his body, holding it aloft. "It is the mountain," Jones exclaimed in astonishment. At this juncture, the mountain had descended into a frenzy, abandoning his pursuit of Robb, and instead turning his wrath towards the seated Jon. In that moment, Jon had managed to find a sword from an unknown source, one hand pressed against his bleeding waist, while the other steadied the long sword to support his upper body. As he witnessed the mountain charging toward him once more, Jon spat a mouthful of bloodied phlegm, remaining seated, his grip on the sword unwavering. Suddenly, a smile crept across Jon's face. Hearing the approaching sound of hooves drawing ever closer, the mountain turned to find a knight clad in black armor, wielding a massive black sword, charging toward him with a familiar, fearsome visage. When enemies meet, the tension is palpable. The mountain, no longer concerned about the looming threat of Jon, swung his icy blade to counter the approaching dark sword. Sparks erupted with a deafening crash, causing the mountain to stagger back a few steps. Jon, now fueled by rage, matched his strength and charged forward, placing the mountain at a distinct disadvantage. As the mountain retreated, he quickly adjusted his stance, only to feel a sudden, excruciating pain in his groin. In disbelief, he turned to see a long sword piercing through the gap in his armor. Jon, wielding the sword, grinned wickedly and exclaimed, "Right in the rear. Ha! The update will continue tomorrow as tonight's writing will remain unfinished. Additionally, I have revised Chapter 4, adding a dialogue between the Tyrell siblings to clarify why the protagonist was invited while passing through Highgarden. I had forgotten to include that detail initially, perhaps due to the assumption that it was already understood. Chapter 51, Pursuit and War, Part 1. Jon's favorite phrase lately has been about targeting Tywin, the old lion, and it has almost become his catchphrase. Jones had heard such crude remarks from Jon many times during meetings with Robb and the Lords. It wasn't until today that he witnessed Jon's seriousness firsthand. Sitting on the ground, Jon gripped his sword tightly, thrusting it into the mountain as he staggered back. Laughter boomed across the battlefield, resonating with Jon's thunderous mirth. The mountain, in a state of panic, moved forward, feeling the devastation inflicted upon him as he withdrew the sword, realizing that he had not struck the intended target but something far more vital. With rage coursing through him, he howled, casting ice towards Jon's head. A violent clash of metal followed as Jones, having just turned his horse, charged at the mountain once more. Step by step, the mountain was forced back, fortunately away from Jon. Fear gripped the mountain. Every movement exacerbated his injury. While he was familiar with the sensations of being cut, pierced, or bludgeoned, he had never experienced such pain in that area, leaving him terrified. "Retreat," he bellowed, no longer concerned about the consequences of returning to Tywin, only wishing to escape and assess his wounds. He had no desire to end up like Varys, adorned in makeup and perfume. As Jon's massive sword came at him again, the mountain gritted his teeth, raising his tree-like left arm to block while thrusting his icy blade toward Jon's unarmored horse. Blood flew as both struck simultaneously. The horse let out a piercing whinny, and the mountain roared in pain. Jon's black sword sliced through the mountain's gray armor, embedding itself deeply into his left arm, reaching the bone. At that moment, Jones's warhorse was pierced by the ice spike and collapsed. Just then, Count Charlotte, his body smeared in blood, rushed over and yelled at the mountain, "Run, it's all over." Count Karstark and Blackfish had just led their heavy cavalry into the fray, and the forces of the West had completely disintegrated. The mountain remained silent, and as Count Charlotte drew near, he suddenly yanked him from his steed. Normally, the steeds of counts were taller and finer, but the mountain's own horse had been shot down by Theon Greyjoy. In a fit of cruelty, he pulled the defenseless Count Charlotte off his horse and mounted it himself. Standing in the stirrups, he leaned on the horse's back with one hand and, with great difficulty, urged the horse to flee. "Retreat, retreat." The mountain bellowed as he cleaved down a knight who obstructed his path. Gradually, the remaining cavalry of the West began to regroup and break through, while the mountain, desperately waving the ice spike from his elevated position, carved out a path in conjunction with the light cavalry's powerful crossbows. As Jones felt his horse begin to falter beneath him, he quickly freed himself from the stirrups and forcefully extricated himself from the frantic black steed. Upon rising, he heard Robb shouting, "Don't let the mountain escape. He still has the ice spike. Follow him quickly and protect the young wolf." From the ground, Big Jon also called out to him. Jones had no choice but to search for a suitable replacement for his black horse. Although many steeds lay dead on the battlefield, most belonged to knights who had charged ahead. After scanning the area for some time, He finally selected a horse that was barely usable. The light cavalry of the West had started with over 4,000 men, but by the time they fled, only around 500 had managed to regroup. In contrast, the North had lost approximately 600 heavy cavalry, the majority of whom fell during Robb's charge and the archery from the West's cavalry toward the heart of the battlefield. True combat had not resulted in significant casualties. The terrifying combat prowess of the Northern heavy cavalry was evident. The banner of the Golden Lion had long since vanished, trampled countless times by hooves and thoroughly mixed with mud and blood. Not only had the banner been lost, but many of the West cavalry had also discarded their weapons and the only piece of armor they possessed, retaining only a round shield to deflect the few arrows that were still flying. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective, as the distance between the remnants of the West's forces and the pursuing Northmen gradually widened. By noon, the sun hung high overhead, though summer had ended. Winter had yet to arrive. The breath of over 5,000 northern warhorses grew increasingly labored, their hooves heavy, and even their formation began to falter. They had already undergone a forced march while pursuing the usurper, and after 2 consecutive battles, these heavily armored steeds were utterly exhausted. The white banner of the Ice Wolf continued to flutter in the wind at the forefront of the army. "Robb, we can pursue no longer," Blackfish Brynden Tully said as he rode to the front. As Robb hesitated, Blackfish continued, "The warriors of the North are indeed valiant, yet our steeds can endure no more. And we must hasten to rescue your uncle. If he is truly delivered to the Westerlands, it will spell trouble." Robb, filled with indignation, retorted, "Ice is the ancestral sword of House Stark. We cannot allow the enemy to abscond with it." After a moment of silence, Blackfish replied, "We cannot pursue a few hundred with an army of over 5,000. We have more pressing matters at hand. We must divide our forces. Who shall we send?" Robb inquired. "Without question, it shall be Jon Snow," Blackfish answered gravely, for the various titles of Jones had already spread throughout the Riverlands, leaving no room for ignorance. After contemplation, Robb realized that Jon was indeed the only choice, despite still being haunted by the brutality of the mountain. The fact that Jon had repelled him head-on multiple times was nothing short of astonishing. "Then it shall be so," Robb nodded in agreement. A sharp and brief call echoed once more, this time from the horn blown by Blackfish, as Great Jon and the wounded remained behind to tend to their injuries. Upon hearing the signal, Jon and the lords, including Lord Karstark, swiftly urged their horses forward. "Jon, I need you to pursue the mountain. You must bring Ice back," Robb commanded with a serious countenance. "No problem," Jon replied. "The mountain is gravely wounded, and the cavalry of the Westerlands have exhausted their arrows. They are merely a stag fleeing swiftly." Jon was visibly displeased by the mountain's escape, for his resilience was remarkable. He had developed a keen interest in ice, and the brief clash had left the blade of his Valyrian steel sword marred with deep serrations, a fearsome sight. If they did not seize the opportunity to vanquish the mountain while he was injured, Jon could not guarantee victory against him with ice next time. "Humph. He has once again taken advantage of the situation," sneered Theon Greyjoy, watching Jon's party depart. However, Stivlin Fry had seemingly sustained a serious fall and had not kept pace. Leaving no one to respond to Theon's remark, noticing the awkward atmosphere, Theon continued in a flippant tone, "Just now, I shot the mountain off his horse. Next time, I'll aim for Tywin's face." There was no doubt, from his flippant tone, that he implied the more vulgar actions of men. Regrettably, Great Jon was not present to continue the banter, and no one responded to his jest, forgetting to mention the more crude details. Suddenly, Theon felt a wave of emptiness wash over him. After all, he was but a hostage. The northern army forked like a river, with a small contingent pursuing the Trident, while the majority of Robb's cavalry turned southwest. The sun rose once more above the horizon, its pale red fingers stretching from afar, painting one side of the sky in exquisite crimson. At the Trident, the green fork of the river bore witness to a fierce clash of over 30,000 men, turning the waters a deep scarlet, their cries echoing into the heavens. Even when compared to the most renowned battles in history, such a multitude engaged in one conflict was indeed a rare sight. The Lord of the Terror Fortress, Lustbarton, marched south along the Green Fork River, bearing the banners of House Stark and the Flayed Men. The Fry family contributed over 3,000 archers and all the provisions necessary for the campaign, alongside more than a dozen descendants of Walder Fry, who took to the field. With the additional muster along the way, Lustbarton commanded a formidable force totaling 16,000 men. Duke Tywin's patrolling knights had anticipated the impending ambush by the northern army, and upon learning of it, he hastily assembled the remaining 6,000 knights and over 10,000 infantry under his command. The numbers of both armies were nearly equal, and thus, in a rush, The battle that could determine the future of Westeros commenced. Chapter 52, Pursuit and War, Part 2. The Mountain had always considered himself a fearsome beast. Yet today he encountered a far more audacious hunter. This hunter employed despicably underhanded tactics to ambush him. The man he now loathed most was no longer the Black Knight. Although Jon Snow was equally detestable, claiming to be the bane of House Clegane, at least he had chosen to confront him openly. The coarse man, akin to a tribesman from the mountains, not only thwarted his attempt to slay Stark, but also schemed against him with shameless cunning. After distancing himself from his pursuers, the Mountain disregarded the gazes of those around him and hastily dismounted, shedding his iron armor and trousers. It was ruined, utterly decayed. He could overlook the wound on his left arm, yet he could not ignore this. Was this the wrath of the gods? Did they bear witness to his brutal act of hurling the infant son of Rhaegar Targaryen against the wall? Did they observe him violating Princess Elia Martell? Did they see him cleave men in twain and impale heads upon stakes? A sudden recollection of blood on the wall and the uncoagulated brain matter of a child surged forth, once igniting his twisted interest. The pleas, screams, and curses of Rhaegar's wife echoed in his mind, their distorted visages assailing him. The Mountain brandished his ice-cold blade, wildly striking at those memories again and again, until his right arm ached and he finally ceased. No, there had never been any gods. Such were the fabrications of the weak. Indeed, Duke Tywin could surely save him. He was the most powerful man in the Seven Kingdoms and would undoubtedly find a way to rescue him. With this thought, the Mountain abandoned his original plan to return to Harrenhal and spurred his horse directly towards Tywin's encampment. Along the way, remnants of the West's forces took the opportunity to flee, leaving him surrounded by a dwindling number of soldiers, until only a handful of knights and a few dozen common cavalrymen remained. Yet, these dwindling numbers no longer concerned him. He yearned to return with haste. He was a beast, not a castrated dog. Jon and Ron, along with Baldy Percy and Sir Carter, led nearly 1,000 heavy cavalry, moving intermittently along the way. Although they maintained a distance from the Mountain, they never lost track of him. Jon, having replenished his torch, noticed that the Red Priest and Lord Beric seemed somewhat distracted. The two individuals now find themselves amidst the northern forces, existing in a state of tenuous proximity. Lord Beric, neither a northerner nor a man of the Riverlands, is instead a denizen of the Stormlands, hailing from House Baratheon as the Lord of Blackhaven. As for the Red Priest, he may still be engulfed in a haze of confusion due to his faith, for his former passions revolved around indulgence in alcohol, combat, and women, pursuits that are typically eschewed by a monk. Their voluntary presence here is motivated by the pursuit of the Mountain. Even during the time when Lord Eddard Stark served as Hand of the King, they had commenced their chase of the Mountain, albeit without success. Lord Soros, why did we not witness your fiery sword in today's battle? Jones inquired, stepping forward to address the Red Priest. The power bestowed by the Lord of Light ought not to be wielded in such conflicts, the Red Priest replied, somewhat disinterested. May I behold the fiery sword? Jones's curiosity compelled him to ask. The Red Priest regarded Jones for a moment before replying, certainly, but I hope you might offer us some assistance in return. What sort of assistance? Jones queried. Gold dragons, came the response. Hasn't Lord Soros won numerous tournament championships? Jones exclaimed in astonishment. Lord Robert was exceedingly generous with tournament rewards. At the last tournament held by Lord Eddard Stark, the champion received a prize of 40,000 gold dragons. The thought of selling even a lord would not yield such a sum. Jones lamented that Robert had departed too soon. Otherwise, he could have secured a championship and lived a life of opulence without the need for strife. Upon hearing this, the Red Priest's expression stiffened as he muttered, all spent on wine and women. You are truly remarkable, Jones remarked, although the world boasts a plethora of wines with a long history. To consume enough to fund a legion is a testament to the whims of wealth. The Red Priest, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Jones's observation, cleared his throat and then raised his finely wrought longsword. With a resounding clash, the sword ignited like a torch, enveloped in flames that danced along the blade. The Red Priest wielded it with ease, reminiscent of a lightsaber from a galactic saga, the burning sword radiating light and a fierce whistle, an utterly fantastical sight. May I learn this? Jones asked with envy. You may. If you dedicate yourself to the Lord of Light, perhaps you shall receive his blessing, the Red Priest hastily replied. Jones, however, shook his head in resignation. Though the spectacle was dazzling, he lacked the habit of faith and was too entrenched in the mundane to become a fervent devotee. Having just escaped the pitfalls of academia, he had no desire to plunge into the depths of monastic life. May I touch it? Jones inquired tentatively, gazing at the flickering flames upon the sword. The Red Priest, though puzzled, did not decline. Jones removed his iron glove and cautiously grasped the flame. "Are you a Targaryen?" the Red Priest asked with uncertainty, noting that Jones did not immediately retract his hand. "I have no connection with the Targaryens." Jones shook his head. He had learned about the capabilities of some Targaryens in the Citadel. Although they were not immune to fire, many possessed an extraordinary resistance to heat, enabling them to harness the flames flowing within them and to command the high-temperature dragons. Blood and fire share the same origin. This is the language of the Targaryens. Yet, Jones himself was nearly immune to fire and could absorb its energy, a consequence of his journey through the river of time that led him to the lava giants. The red-robed monk, upon hearing Jones's response, remained skeptical. However, whether or not he was a Targaryen mattered little now. Robert, who had overthrown the Targaryens, was dead, and who cared for a family that had long since faded into obscurity. Was it merely ordinary fire? After grasping the flames for a brief moment, Jones felt no enhancement of his bloodline abilities and wearily withdrew his hand. Perhaps after this war concludes, he could seek out the fabled wildfire, he pondered. But the most pressing matter at hand was to catch up with the mountain, for he had promised Robb to return with the ice. Tyrion was roused from his dreams, hastily extricating himself from the embrace of the prostitute Shay. This woman he had recently acquired was petite and delicate, her features innocent, yet her expressions ever-changing, sometimes shy, sometimes haughty, and at times wicked. Her eyes bore no disdain for the dwarf, but were instead filled with allure and provocation. Most importantly, she possessed a nimble tongue. The little imp had indulged as if the previous night were his last, while Lord Tywin had placed him on the front lines, allowing a dwarf to lead the charge. He must want to rid himself of this son who brings him shame, Tyrion thought bitterly as he reluctantly squeezed Shay's soft form before donning his armor. Grasping a shield nearly his own height, and joining hundreds of warriors from the hill tribes, along with the mercenary Boron who had saved his life, in their march to the front lines. No one could defy the orders of Lord Tywin, not even his own son. Perhaps this would be the last sunrise I witness. The little imp mused as he gazed at a streak of red in the sky, not far from Tywin's forces. Despite the exhaustion of the northern army after their long march, Roose Bolton resolved to attack immediately. Tywin's defenses would surely be lacking. We must strike now. Bolton's face betrayed no tension, his gaze eerily calm. Mormont, lead 1,000 shock troops, 1,000 shield bearers, and 1,000 spearmen into the fray. Draw out all of Tywin's forces. Yes. Daisy, the heir of Bear Island, responded loudly, though her palms were slick with sweat. The impending battle loomed, and she would be at the forefront. Tall and clad in custom-fitted steel armor that hugged her form, she embodied both strength and grace. Her long black hair was pulled back into a neat ponytail, emphasizing her fierce countenance. A woman from Bear Island is worth 10 men, she repeated in her mind, motivating herself. Chapter 53, Pursuit and War, Part 2. The Trident River, a tributary of the Green Fork, glimmered under the morning sun, as if adorned with a delicate veil of roseate hues. Daisy led 3,000 northern soldiers swiftly southward along the river, hastening towards the army of Tywin. After meticulously surveying the water's surface and the opposite bank, her furrowed brow finally relaxed, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. The waters here were shallow, and there was no concealment across the way. No soldiers of the west were lurking there. Shield bearers dreaded flanking assaults, but now, they needed only to remain vigilant against potential ambushes from the hills on their left. Before long, Daisy spotted a considerable number of mixed troops ahead. They were termed mixed forces due to the absence of a clear commander and the chaotic variety of their units. Light cavalry clad merely in leather armor, ordinary infantry wielding round shields and pointed blades, and even farmers astride plow horses, brandishing sickles and rusted swords. Moreover, a group of tribesmen, differing little from savages in their weaponry and attire, surged forward. Despite being perplexed by the West's newfound destitution compared to their own north, Daisy resolutely sounded the charge. The shield bearers and spearmen, rallying for Winterfell, surged ahead, their synchronized steps reverberating through the earth, shattering the stillness of dawn. As the war horns blared, brief yet urgent, Tyrion felt an unsettling churn in his stomach, struggling to peer past the towering members of the mountain clan obstructing his view. They were fervently clashing their weapons, shouting, "Long live the half-man! Get out of my way, you oafs!" Tyrion bellowed, yet his voice fell on deaf ears. The mountain clan, amidst their raucous cries, charged forth, leaving the half-man they hailed behind. Luceros commanded the female commander opposite, her clear voice echoing around them. A chorus of taut strings followed, and countless arrows, like a torrential black storm, hurtled toward them. Tyrion hastily raised his shield, shielding his entire form behind it. For the first time, He appreciated the advantages of being a dwarf. With a resounding thud, an arrow pierced his oak shield, halting perilously close to his brow. Blast it! I forgot to relieve myself this morning, he thought, feeling a trickle of panic surge within him, instinctively retreating his head slightly. Wails began to rise. Following that barrage of arrows, many of the western rabble hesitated. This simply would not do, Tyrion mused. Fire! Fire! He urged loudly, prompting the archers to swiftly raise their longbows in retaliation. With a flurry of arrows flying, most were deflected by the towering shields of the opposing soldiers, allowing only a scant few to slip through. Charge! Tyrion commanded, spurring his horse forward, trailing behind several hundred light cavalry, with the mercenary Boron at his side. Curse it! Shagga! Shouted the leader of the mountain clan, Shagga's son, as he rode atop an impossibly thin plow horse, bellowing as he charged onward. Although the two axes he wielded whistled through the air, a few arrows still managed to pierce his chest, before Tyrion could reach the shield wall of the northern soldiers. He heard the anguished cries of horses and men. From the gaps in the northern army's shields, long spears emerged, piercing the lightly armored cavalry, even breaking a shield in the process. Witnessing such a scene, Tyrion felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. It was over, this time. It was truly over. The little imp quickly grasped the reins, suddenly feeling the weight of command rather than that of a warrior charging into battle. As spears impaled the bodies of the Westerlands cavalry, several leaders of the hill tribes began to converse loudly. The son of Shagga believed they should not advance so recklessly, suggesting the foot soldiers should engage first. The Moon people shared this sentiment, and the Stone Crow tribe agreed as well. Though the hill tribes were valiant, they were not foolish. Thus, they subtly slowed their charge, allowing the ragtag forces of the Westerlands to take the brunt of the assault. The wails of the dying echoed endlessly, yet the shield wall remained unbreached. Just as Tyrion sank into despair, Sir Adam appeared on the flank, leading a well-ordered group of finely equipped infantry. There were approximately 4,000 of them, all clad in matching red leather armor, wielding exquisite longbows and powerful crossbows. A stark contrast to the previous ragtag forces of the Westerlands. The sharp twang of bowstrings filled the air, and a swarm of arrows flew toward the northern vanguard like a plague of locusts. Change formation, crescent formation, Daisy commanded. Having kept a watchful eye on the hills to the side, she had spotted the crossbowmen the moment they appeared. However, during the process of changing formation, the cries of the northern soldiers continued unabated. The speed of the crossbows was astonishing. By the time the northern shield-bearers turned their backs to the river to complete the crescent formation, they had already suffered considerable losses. Steady, good horse, steady. Tyrion desperately soothed his steed. The horse, having been struck by an arrow, bucked wildly in pain. The little imp, like a rag doll, bounced up and down on the horse's back until he could no longer hold on and fell to the ground with a thud, losing consciousness. Sir Adam led his archers, not charging but rather launching their projectiles from a distance. The Westerlands, rich in iron mines, had an inexhaustible supply of arrows. Hold on, Daisy thought, her heart racing as she observed the dwindling ranks, yet she had no intention of retreating. The northern soldiers, despite their valiant spirit born of the harsh, cold lands, were outmatched in equipment and troop composition by the Westerlands. When their resolve faltered, they would succumb. The disorganized forces led by Tyrion, upon seeing the enemy's shield wall and spears ahead, along with arrows occasionally raining down from their own ranks, soon fled in droves, some leaping into the river, others scrambling up the hills, and even some blindly fleeing towards the location of Bolton's formidable army of over 10,000. For Daisy, the disarray of the foot soldiers significantly alleviated the pressure of direct assaults, yet the incessant barrage of arrows left them in a state of perilous indecision. At that moment, the ground trembled once more, and Daisy beheld the white banner of the Icefawn Wolves, the moose flag of House Hoedwood, the battle-axe banner of Count Seven, and the gray-blue dual tower flag of the Fry family. Count Seven and Count Hoedwood rode at the forefront of their ranks, surrounded by light infantry wielding round shields, swords, hammers, and short spears, numbering around 4,000. Behind them, approximately 3,000 archers of the Fry family, adorned with pointed helmets, followed closely. Like a flock of birds taking flight, a multitude of arrows soared from the ranks of the Fry archers, descending upon Sir Adam. Subsequently, the newly arrived cavalry from the north surged forward with a unified roar, brandishing their round shields as they charged toward the hillside. Yet before they could engage the infantry of the west, the thunder of hooves echoed from above as another 4,000 heavy cavalry descended from the heights, each clad in formidable armor, one hand clutching a gilded shield emblazoned with a red lion, the other wielding a lance. The leading knights, draped in crimson cloaks, brandished their steel swords, and their majestic warhorses, encased in full armor, revealed only their two dark eyes. The heavy cavalry charged down like true lions, rending apart the North's light infantry, who were armed with round shields and short weapons. The battlefield now swelled to a count of 20,000. Cries of battle reverberating throughout as the North's forces, led by Lord Tywin Lannister's heavy cavalry, were driven back to the banks of the Green Fork. In no time, a multitude of corpses floated in the river, staining the waters a deep crimson. The circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for the North. Even their valor could not withstand the onslaught of the fully armored heavy cavalry. The armored riders of the West, from their elevated position, thrust their lances through one Northman after another. Each cry of defiance met with brutal force. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, the soldiers of the North held their ground. For the North, Count Hoadwood raised his sword high and shouted, rallying his few remaining guards as they charged towards the heavy cavalry led by Lord Tywin Lannister. Alas, a chilling wail pierced the air within moments of closing in on the throng of heavy cavalry. Count Hoadwood's guards fell one after another until he himself was pierced through by lances from all directions. Foolish imbecile, Lord Tywin Lannister scoffed upon witnessing Hoadwood's reckless charge. The wolf can never rival the lion. From his vantage point, he surveyed the battlefield. The phrase, identifiable by their pointed helmets, had already begun to falter. This group of Northmen, though resolute in their refusal to retreat, found their movements increasingly constrained by his heavy cavalry and Adam's crossbowmen, with the majority cornered by the river, utterly incapable of breaching the lines of the West. Lord Bolton, should we not provide assistance? Queried a small count from the North, urgency lacing his tone. Lord Bolton remained silent, his eyes devoid of emotion, as he observed, seemingly contemplating from where to begin the peeling, ensuring a complete and thorough execution. The young count felt as though knives were slicing through him, and with a heart full of trepidation, he closed his mouth and lowered his gaze. Wait longer, spoke the cold Lord Luspaton of the terrifying fortress. There was no retreat left for them. Daisy clenched her teeth in despair, casting a desperate glance at the river behind her, as well as at the few companions still fighting valiantly beside her. Her shield bearers and spear soldiers had long since been scattered by the cavalry. The assault team, stripped of their shield bearers, charged with all their might toward the enemy's heavy cavalry. Although they managed to fell a few steeds, the toll of death was far greater. In mere moments, the charging assault team was driven back to the riverbank. An arrow struck Daisy's arm, the piercing pain accompanying each swing of her dagger. What pained her even more was the dwindling number of female warriors from Bear Island who had accompanied her. Those comrades she could name were now lost among the piles of corpses, their identities indistinguishable. As the heavy cavalry, brandishing crimson lances and golden lion shields, drew near, she cried out in anguish within her heart, "Why have reinforcements not yet arrived?" Unbeknownst to her, it seemed the gods had heard her silent lament. A thunderous sound of hooves erupted from across the Green Fork River, accompanied by the rising sun, the noise growing ever louder. The banners of the white-furred ice wolves and the shattered chain giants became increasingly clear as a legion of cavalry, like black arrows, swept across the land toward the battlefield. Upon seeing the familiar standards and the cavalry's attire, the beleaguered soldiers of the North erupted in a deafening roar. Long live Winterfell. Long live the Starks. I humbly seek the assistance of my readers. I had not noticed until today that this book bore a mere 2-star rating, which I find hard to believe. Truthfully, this book has been progressing rapidly of late, and the recommendations have not ceased. I am unsure if I have offended some seasoned reader, and for that, I extend my sincerest apologies. However, I have many fellow readers eagerly awaiting, a multitude of fans of Ice and Fire gathered here, and I cannot abandon them. Thus, I must continue writing. Lastly, I would like to ask those of you who have reached this point to kindly rate the book on the website, expressing your genuine thoughts. I firmly believe my book deserves more than 2 stars. The daily recommendations and rewards are evidence enough that it should not be rated thus. When rating, please include a review, as it would greatly assist. I am grateful to all of you for helping me continue this journey with ease until its completion. Chapter 54. The head desired by Duke Tywin. Water splashed as the mountain stood upon his horse in a peculiar manner, crossing the Green Fork River. Accompanied by only a handful of followers. Blood seeped from his groin, albeit not in large quantities, yet his face contorted with a myriad of emotions: resentment, anger, regret, worry, and hope. Not far behind, Jones and others followed closely, occasionally dodging arrows that whizzed past. Hold them off. The mountain rasped, his voice strained as they crossed the river, his steed moving slowly, and the pursuing enemy drawing near. After exchanging glances, his companions gritted their teeth, turned their horses, and charged back toward the oncoming threat. Being captured by the enemy may allow for surrender, yet defying the commands of the mountain will result in instant dismemberment, a fate evidenced by the numerous dead from the Westerlands strewn along the path. Banners fluttered in the wind, as the icy wolves and roaring giants seemed poised to burst forth from the standards, ready to rend apart any who dared obstruct their path. Upon turning their horses around, the knights of the Westerlands, following the mountain, were met with a formidable wall of heavy cavalry rushing towards them. The flicker of resolve that had just ignited within them was swiftly extinguished, and in unison, they fled in a different direction. Wisdom is indeed a fundamental virtue of a knight. Observing the cavalry from the north preparing to cross the Green Fork River, Sir Adam urged anxiously, "Quickly eliminate these hindrances. The cavalry will be slow while crossing, making them easy targets." "Sir Adam, be mindful of whom you address," retorted Tywin Lannister coldly, as he felled another light infantryman with his longsword. "My lord, I apologize for my rudeness," Adam Marbrand quickly replied, fully aware that despite being the son of an earl and favored by Lord Tywin, it did not grant him the liberty to be impertinent with the Lannisters, even if this individual were merely a lesser member of their house. Tywin cast a chilling glance at Sir Adam, offering no words to ease the tension, but instead commanded the knights of the Westerlands to press their attack. Count Selwyn led the remaining infantry of the north, steadfastly holding back the onslaught of the heavy cavalry with their round shields and short weapons. Though they understood that leaping into the river might afford them a chance of survival, not a single soldier from the north took a step back. They lacked wisdom. The north was impoverished, the weather harsh, and their numbers few. Without their resolve, they would entirely lose their pride. "Long live House Stark!" The soldiers of the north cried out hoarsely in unison. In the distance, Lord Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, upon hearing the rallying cry for House Stark, felt a sudden chill pierce his otherwise impassive demeanor. When Jon and his cavalry beheld their northern brethren being driven back to the river's edge like prey, and heard the desperate shouts from the opposing bank, a wave of humiliation washed over them. Jon drew forth his horn, lifted his visor, and sounded the call. The notes were brief and urgent, filled with a fiery fervor. "Fight for the north!" The heavy cavalry bellowed, urging their steeds across the Green Fork River, cleaving the waters like a sea dragon, sending waves taller than a man crashing forth. "Stand aside!" roared the mountain, clad in his flat-topped helm and wielding ice. At the Westerlands knights blocking his way, he was solely intent on reaching Lord Tywin without delay. "Gregor?" Tywin Lannister exclaimed incredulously. Sensing that the fierce aura surrounding the mountain had dissipated, what stood before him now was merely a wounded coward. "I seek Lord Tywin urgently," the mountain implored, his tone tinged with desperation. After surveying the mountain for a moment, Foam Lannister remarked, "Go find my brother now. He will surely have you executed. However, if you assist me in utterly vanquishing our adversaries and securing victory in this war, your transgressions may be forgiven." The mountain contemplated this, reluctantly nodding in agreement. One could only hope that the lofty Duke Tywin would not withhold his mercy. Had they finally reached their limit? During a brief respite, Daisy vigorously massaged her aching arms, wiping the blood of her foes from her face. The shouts of the North's heavy cavalry and the sounds of battle had already erupted. They had just disembarked from a slightly lower position. Most of the West's heavy cavalry were immediately drawn to the fray, allowing the remaining North's infantry to breathe a little easier. Count Sevon had long been unseated and bloodied. He propped himself up with his longsword, gasping heavily. "It is Jon Umber." Daisy remained silent, cautiously casting her gaze toward the figure of the black-armored warrior. Who else could it be? The banner of the roaring giant, clad entirely in black armor, sprinted at the forefront of the battalion, as if fearful that the enemy might overlook him. Daisy mused that having been saved by him, she would likely never be able to hold her head high again in his presence. That fellow would surely revel in his triumph. It was truly vexing that the hulking brute had evolved into the current Black Knight, while she, Jones, could only wonder why the mountain, who had been retreating like a lost dog, dared to charge back into the fray. Yet, this realization brought him some relief, as at least he wouldn't have to worry about the mountain fleeing again. The mountain sat upon his steed, his face contorted in pain, a small metal shield strapped to his injured left arm, and in his right hand, he wielded the sword known as Ice, dark as shadow. Jones held a massive sword over 2 meters long with both hands, facing the advancing mountain. He had seldom wielded a sword with both hands before. As for a novice in swordplay, this grip sacrificed agility for power. However, through relentless practice and combat experience, he had mastered the art of wielding a sword with both hands, achieving greater speed and flexibility not to mention increased strength within a confined space. As Jones swung the black sword at the mountain, the latter attempted to employ the same tactic, bracing himself against the strike with his left hand and countering with Ice's razor edge. Yet Jones swiftly altered his trajectory. The clash resounded as Ice was forcefully repelled, causing the mountain to sway unsteadily. His face was a mask of disbelief. Never had anyone managed to destabilize him in a direct confrontation during mounted combat. Not even Jones had done so before. Seizing the opportunity as the mountain's right arm recoiled from the blow, Jones struck down hard upon his wrist with the black sword. A piercing scream echoed as the mountain's right wrist was severed cleanly, blood gushing forth. With a clatter, Ice fell to the ground, still attached to the mountain's iron-gloved hand. Yet Jones did not relent at the sound of his enemy's agony. He swung the heavy sword, a streak of black light, towards the mountain's neck. Mars erupted with a cacophony of metallic clashes as the mountain was unceremoniously dismounted, his neck armor cleaved apart, crimson rivulets spilling forth. "Gregor!" exclaimed the incredulous Tywin Lannister. Moments ago, he had been orchestrating an assault by the West's cavalry against the North's soldiers, only to turn and witness the mountain's anguished cries. There he beheld the terrifying blade of the Black Knight, striking the mountain's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Tywin observed as the mountain, sprawled on the earth, desperately clutched his throat with one hand. The armored knight, unhurried, urged his steed closer, remaining mounted. With the tip of his colossal sword poised menacingly against the nape of the mountain's neck, pressing down with deliberate force. A wretched scream echoed, reminiscent of livestock being slaughtered. As the mountain struggled in vain, any attempt to rise only drove the blade deeper. His right hand severed, his left arm rendered useless. He could do naught but succumb to despair, feeling the sword's point pierce through his neck armor and penetrate his flesh, burrowing ever deeper. A final, frenzied shriek was abruptly silenced as the obsidian blade pierced through the mountain's throat, embedding itself in the earth. His head, contorted in agony, rolled to the side, face upwards, feet downwards. Chapter 55. The Dawn of the Final Battle, Part 1. The mountain's anguished wails were not solely heard by Tywin Lannister. Upon witnessing Jones sever the mountain's head, the soldiers of the North erupted into fervent cheers. "Long live the Amber! Long live the Black Knight!" "Boss, you've accomplished something monumental," Percy exclaimed, smashing the breastplate of the enemy before him with fervor. Sir Carter remained silent, though the visible worry etched across his features had noticeably lessened. Typically, during confrontations with enemy leaders, the cavalry would fall under Sir Carter's command. He had been troubled by the throngs of Western foes outside, his brow furrowed in concern. Ronistan gazed at the valiant Jones, his eyes alight with admiration. Among the tribesmen, there lay an intense reverence for strength. Thus, the Black Knight appeared to him as a divine being. The tall Ek, equally invigorated, shared a similar stature with Jones. Witnessing Jones's valor inspired him to believe that with perseverance in training and combat, he too might one day attain such renown. No longer was he a fledgling just leaving the nest. The knights he had slain were more than one. Fortuitously, the mountain was not the supreme commander. Otherwise, the Western forces would have begun to crumble. Nevertheless, the Western army found itself momentarily pushed back. Death has become simpler, mused Jones, watching the colossal head of the mountain roll towards him. He had heard many tales of the mountain's gruesome exploits, such as dismembering individuals, sewing their wounds to delay death, and forcing them to consume their severed limbs. The mountain had a notorious penchant for violence, particularly against noble women, and delighted in displaying heads impaled on long poles, arranged in grotesque order. Regarding the acts of pillage and slaughter, he was indeed quite adept. Jones lifted the severed head of the mountain with his black sword and, with a vigorous shake, sent it soaring in an arc towards the banner-bearer of the North, where it landed with a resounding thud, impaled upon the flag. Jones bellowed instructions to the banner-bearer. Subsequently, he hoisted the ice blade and secured it upon his steed. While the ice blade was undeniably sharp, he had become exceedingly proficient with the black sword. The difference in handling between the two formidable blades was significant. He would not engage in the folly of switching weapons mid-battle. With Robb's mission accomplished, the victory in this battle meant he could finally indulge in the lavish lifestyle of the nobility. "Women, I shall conquer 10 hearths," mused Jones, envisioning the pleasures that awaited him. By the banks of the Green Fork, the sun had fully risen, yet the carnage persisted. However, the cavalry of the North now held the forefront, while the infantry assisted in dispatching the fallen foes. It was only after dispatching the mountain that Jones had the opportunity to scrutinize the condition of his fellow Northerners. He beheld the bloodied figure of Count Serwyn. His gray beard stained crimson, yet he continued to wield his long sword with fervor. To his astonishment, The supermodel was also present. This was the moniker Jones had discreetly assigned to Daisy, the fierce warrior he had once sparred with. She had left a lasting impression on him. He often whimsically pondered that if Daisy Mormont were to venture to Earth, she might well embody the role of Wonder Woman. The Princess of Bear Island, with her agile prowess, possessed a figure more alluring than Gal Gadot's, a strikingly beautiful face occasionally adorned with an air of pride, merely lacking the iconic Wonder Woman skirt. Yet, it seemed her situation was dire. An arrow appeared to have struck her arm, and her movements were sluggish. Jones quickly turned his gaze back to the enemy outside. Layers of heavy cavalry and crossbowmen amassed against them, their numbers at least 2 or 3 times greater. The only solace being the scarcity of shield bearers and spear wielders. The enemy commander was particularly conspicuous, cloaked in a vibrant red cape that nearly enveloped his warhorse. His helmet adorned with a roaring golden lion, its ruby eyes glimmering, while his armor gleamed with a dark red enamel, resplendent under the sunlight like fire. A quintessential Lannister. Jones discerned, it must be you. With that, Jones spurred his horse forward. The massive black sword effortlessly deflected arrows that soared towards him from a distance of about a meter. Before long, he charged into the heart of the fray. Before him, a knight from the west withdrew his long sword from the chest of a Northman and let out a triumphant howl. This knight was indeed a knight, for knights, especially those from the south, typically wielded swords, short swords, long swords, two-handed swords, and even great swords. While perhaps not as practical as polearms or warhammers, the choice of such weapons served to underscore their noble status. With both hands tightly gripping his heavy sword, Jones cleaved the exuberant knight of the west in two. "Charge with me," he bellowed. Upon hearing Jones's commanding shout, the northern cavalry began to gather around him, tasked with ensuring that no enemy could breach his flanks or rear. As for the front, that responsibility fell squarely on the shoulders of the valiant Jones himself. Even when confronted by 2 or 3 lances thrusting towards him simultaneously, he deftly deflected them aside. With each swing of his dark sword, adversaries who were fortunate enough were merely sent sprawling from their mounts, while the less fortunate met a swift, lethal end. The northern heavy cavalry, led by Jones, surged forth like a black arrow, piercing deep into the ranks of the Crimson Knights of the West, relentlessly advancing toward the position of Tywin Lannister. "Stop him! Halt him!" Tywin shouted, fully aware of the formidable prowess of the mountain. What chance did he have of survival against one who could slay such a beast? Memories flooded back of his earlier conversation with Tyrion, during which he had derided Jon Umber, dismissing him as nothing more than a pompous jester. At that moment, he had viewed him as a mere pretender, a knight without a true title, a scion of nobility stripped of his inheritance, and a mere victor in a single encounter against the mountain. Even his brother, Duke Tywin, had been supremely confident that the mountain would return with the head of this boastful fool. Yet now, the mountain's severed head was prominently displayed atop the banner of the dire wolf, a mocking emblem for all those in the West. Tywin began to doubt his own judgment, losing the previous calmness he had maintained, and urged his soldiers to form a barrier between him and the Black Knight. "Adam, shoot. Fire the arrows," he cried in desperation. "I warned you, the cavalry's crossing is the prime moment for an assault. You were so composed earlier, and now you are in a panic?" Sir Adam mused to himself. In the distance, the lord of the terrible fortress observed as the command center of the West began to retreat. And with the dwindling numbers of the 2 northern infantry units dispatched, he finally ordered the remaining 6,000 northern soldiers to advance to the battlefield. The horns sounded once more, and the banners of the dire wolf and the Skinner fluttered atop their poles. The final battle was about to commence. Chapter 56, The Dawn of the Final Battle, Part 2. Although Jones advanced rapidly among the heavy cavalry of the West, such progress came at a steep price. To thwart his advance, the Knights of the West launched fierce assaults from all directions. The northern cavalry guards surrounding him were replaced in swift succession. Whenever one fell, another would immediately take their place. This rapid attrition was unprecedented in Jones's prior encounters on the battlefield, causing him great anguish. Yet, it was the only way he could disregard attacks from the sides and rear, allowing him to close in on the enemy's commander. Suddenly, the sound of the northern charge horn echoed from afar, igniting a fervent cheer among the ranks. Long live Winterfell. Upon hearing the sound, Jones wielded his black sword with renewed fervor. Soon, he reassured himself. He could already hear Kevin's anxious urging and witnessed him retreating steadily. However, the clatter of hooves, the thud of heavy infantry marching, and the rumble of wheels grew increasingly pronounced. Thud, thud, Duke Tywin emerged, flanked by nearly 3,000 shield bearers, spearmen, and archers, accompanied by around 2,000 light cavalry. The Duke's visage was entirely obscured by a golden helmet and visor. His cloak woven from delicate strands of gold, secured by two exquisitely crafted lion clasps perched upon his shoulders. His deep crimson enameled armor gleamed brilliantly atop a tall white steed, radiating splendor amidst the throng. What astonished onlookers was not merely the Duke's lavish attire, for he was rumored to excrete gold, but rather the rows of catapults, ballistae, and crossbows positioned before the shield bearers, with iron-tipped arrows glinting ominously in the rising sun, instilling dread in the hearts of many. Originally intended for the siege of Harrenhal, these formidable weapons were now aimed directly at the advancing forces of Lord Bolton. Fire! The thunderous command resonated as oil-soaked stones ignited, plummeting like meteors into the ranks of the northern reinforcements. The anguished cries of men and the frantic whinnies of horses echoed in the aftermath. In this singular volley, although the Bolton army pressed forward, their formation was irrevocably disrupted. Fire! Duke Tywin continued to issue commands, his voice devoid of any tremor, calmly and accurately gauging the distance and timing of the projectiles. The earth seemed to groan with each impact, as the Bolton forces were systematically fragmented. Subsequently, the straining sound of bowstrings reverberated, akin to a tightening heartstring, as the soldiers operating the crossbows vigorously turned the cranks, drawing the thick strings back to an impressive length. With a resounding clatter, arrows, resembling long spears, were placed into the launch slots. Fire! With a single command, thick arrows whistled through the air, striking the forefront of the Bolton army. The shouts of the northern cavalry, who charged at the forefront, transformed into cries of despair. Many riders were pierced by the crossbow bolts, which punctured their breastplates and emerged through their backs, sending them tumbling from their steeds amidst anguished screams. Numerous arrows impaled the warhorses, pinning them to the ground. The fiery projectiles soared through the sky like crimson streaks, continuously descending upon the ranks of the northern reinforcements. Typically, these weapons were designed for besieging fortifications, yet Duke Tywin had brought an overwhelming arsenal from the west. Under the relentless barrage, the momentum of Lord Bolton's charge was effectively halted. Jones witnessed the scene with immense urgency, bellowing, "Charge with me! Capture Tywin alive! Capture Tywin alive!" His cavalry, inspired by his fervor, echoed his rallying cry. "As long as we eliminate Tywin, victory is still within our grasp," Jones declared, cleaving through the fray. The imposing presence of Kevan Lannister was shaken by Jones's fervent spirit, prompting him to abruptly turn his horse and hasten toward his brother, Duke Tywin, accompanied by a few guards. This action ignited a flicker of hope within Jones. Suddenly, a long and mournful horn sounded, piercing like the chilling winds of the north. The Bolton forces began a sudden retreat. Not only were they withdrawing, but the horn also signaled all northern soldiers on the battlefield that it was time to fall back. How could this be? A frigid dread swept through Jones's heart, extinguishing the triumph he had just achieved in his charge and shattering the vision of a peaceful life he had once envisioned. There must still be hope. He repeatedly reassured himself. As long as Tywin is defeated, we shall prevail. He continued to charge, shouting recklessly, believing in miracles. Amidst the roars of fury and cries of despair, Jones finally breached the heavy cavalry line led by Kevan. The rising sun was no longer obscured by the crimson banners of the Westerlands. Yet, the sight before him doused the flicker of hope he had just ignited. Jones beheld Duke Tywin, clad in a golden cloak and glazed red armor, sitting upright on his steed, facing him with an air of superiority. His golden helmet and visor enhancing his imposing stature. The shield bearers and spearmen, having shifted their positions unbeknownst to him, now stood resolutely between him and Tywin. The shield wall was raised high, cold spear tips protruding through the gaps, while crossbows were drawn, poised for action. The thunderous sound of wheels rolling echoed incessantly, as siege engines and catapults were being maneuvered to the forefront of the shield bearers, ready to unleash their wrath upon the entire battlefield. There was no way forward. The scene before him revealed a harsh reality. Jones gritted his teeth in frustration, ultimately resigning to the truth, and hoarsely shouted, "Retreat." He tightened the reins and turned his horse, veering back into the ranks of the Westerlands' heavy cavalry. Only by doing so could he ensure that Tywin would hesitate to deploy his siege weapons. As her steed collapsed beneath her, Daisy felt the grim reality that she might, like the other female warriors of Bear Island, be left behind this time. Just moments prior, after Jones had crossed the Green Fork with a majority of the enemy drawn toward that direction, he had seized a moment to rest. Subsequently, Jones demonstrated his formidable prowess by vanquishing the mountain and displaying his severed head upon a banner, all of which invigorated her spirit, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. She envisioned a legendary hero, clad in black armor, treading upon the corpses of foes, emerging from the pages of a tale. As Jones led the cavalry into the fray against the Westerlands, she seized the opportunity to commandeer a warhorse and join the charge. However, after a brief moment, the sound of retreat sounded, and even Jones himself cried out for withdrawal, as his steed was struck by a powerful bolt. With the fall of the horse, he felt as though he had plummeted from a precipice, utterly bereft of hope. Was it indeed a failure? Nevertheless, he should be able to escape. Chapter 57. The Dawn of the Final Battle, Part 2. Jones led Sir Carter and his companions swiftly back through the ranks of the Western Army, finding the task somewhat easier this time. Absent the relentless urgings of Kayvon, no one remained to impede Jones's retreat. This alleviated their burden significantly, allowing Jones a moment to survey the escape route. Suddenly, he spotted an arrow striking the steed of a nearby supermodel. The horse neighed in agony, teetering on the brink of collapse. He could not stand idly by. He reassured himself that his motivation was not merely her beauty. Thus, he swiftly tugged on the reins, guiding his horse to the left. As he approached, Jones reached out with a powerful hand, catching Daisy just as she began to fall. "Let us go," he exclaimed, almost constricting her in an embrace. Was he playing the role of a hero rescuing a damsel? Yet, he felt awkward, as if he had never assumed such a posture before. "Disperse and retreat. Infantry first, cavalry second," Jones shouted. He then led the remaining 500 cavalrymen, delaying for a moment amidst the western riders until the northern infantry scattered in various directions before he made his exit. "Scatter and flee," he commanded, swinging his heavy sword to knock a pursuer from his mount while calling out to Carter, Ronan, and the others. Only by doing so could they evade the mass devastation wrought by catapults. Daisy coughed heavily, rapping on Jones's armor with vigor. Her face flushed as she remarked, "Fool, are you a bear? You're nearly choking me to death." Having relinquished all hope, she was taken by surprise when Jones charged forth to save her. Although she was a warrior, it did not prevent her from indulging in tales of knights. That moment of being pulled into his embrace would surely remain a cherished memory for her. Yet, she could not ignore the bear-like strength of this man. Still, she dared not interrupt Jones's fierce combat, resigning herself to his bear hug. At that moment, she could not discern whether her blush was born from the pressure of his grip or from embarrassment. "Oh dear, I lack experience. Perhaps we should change positions?" Jones replied awkwardly. His body, which had been tense, began to relax slightly. He realized his earlier grip had been a result of his fervor. "Place me behind you," Daisy murmured softly, her tone devoid of reproach. Jones glanced back at the Western Army. The archers were forming ranks, while the Western cavalry had already retreated. "There will be arrows flying from behind. You should remain in front. Then be cautious as you ride. You may loosen your left hand. I will not fall," Daisy whispered softly, a stark contrast to her earlier warrior demeanor. "Oh," Jones sensed Daisy adjusting herself, sitting sideways on the horse, facing him, her hands resting on her waist. He quickly withdrew his large hand from her slender waist. How utterly shameful. Jones realized that after merely a brief embrace, his face had already flushed. He needn't look to know he was blushing. How could he still consider himself a noble? He felt deeply embarrassed by his naivety. He believed that in this regard, he might even fall short of Rob, who, despite his stern and serious nature, had engaged in secret kissing games with the adult maid since he was merely 14 or 15. Yet here he was, having traversed to this era without even having touched a girl's hand. The disparity was palpable. What was he thinking? He was still fleeing for his life. Jones swiftly shook his head, banishing the names of boys and girls that had just entered his mind. Ahead, a shield slowly rose. As Jones galloped towards it, he caught the gaze of a small dwarf, who seemed to have just awakened from slumber. In that fleeting moment, Jones's eyes reflected confusion, disbelief, and a glimmer of hope. The dwarf's eyes mirrored a sense of bewilderment, questioning, and ultimately, fear. With a snort, his steed neighed, prompting Jones to suddenly tighten the reins. As he did, Daisy's body pressed almost entirely against his, and they could hear each other's breath. Yet at that moment, all Jones could see was the dwarf. He then switched his heavy sword to his left hand and, under the dwarf's fearful gaze, leaned to the right, swiftly hoisting him up with a firm grip. "Oh!" the little imp shrieked as Jones pressed him against his right side. Initially, the dwarf flailed and kicked, attempting to escape, but soon realized that the grip holding him was more secure than iron chains, resigning himself to futile struggles. Hadn't he been struck by Adam's archer, causing him to faint? What had transpired in between? The figure before him was clad in black armor and was quite large. Could this be the Black Knight his father had mentioned? Wasn't he in Riverrun? How had he ended up here? What was the current situation, and why was he being captured? Did he recognize him? Tyrion's expression shifted constantly, as thoughts raced through his mind. He had narrowly escaped death so many times. He could not afford to fall into this man's grasp. He needed to devise a way to glean information from him, to inquire what he desired. As he looked up, he was met by the sight of a beautiful woman. Her teeth clenched as she glared at him. Before he could greet her to ease the tension, she exclaimed loudly, "Oaf, can't you place him a bit further away from me?" Jones glanced down, and, indeed, the dwarf's head was nearly touching Daisy's. He quickly moved him a little further away. Tyrion glanced back. A barrage of black arrows was approaching. He quickly kicked his short legs and shouted in terror, "Hurry, place me further inside. A dead Lannister is of no worth." Upon hearing this, Jones could only push Tyrion further inside. This individual was not merely a Lannister. He could potentially be linked to the matter of his own crossing, rendering it imperative for him to treat the situation with seriousness. Daisy, witnessing Jones once again shove the diminutive figure inward, could only express her frustration by thumping against his breastplate. What had initially been a delightful world for the two of them was now interrupted by the sudden presence of a small dwarf. What did this signify? A family of 3? Given their considerable height, how could they possibly have produced such a little person? How many names had she contemplated for the child by now? Was it Mormont or Amber? Such vexation. Daisy, in her ire, struck Jones's armor once more, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Duke Tywin observed the disbanded soldiers of the north, and at long last, a victor's smile graced his stern visage. Although he was puzzled by the rapid retreat of Roose Bolton, an act that seemed uncharacteristically unyielding for a northerner, victory ultimately belonged to him. He wondered, however, about the situation in Riverrun. Though the mountain had perished, it must be acknowledged that he was a fierce beast, if even he had managed to escape. Could it be that Jaime was in peril? At this moment, Tywin's thoughts were solely consumed by Jaime, entirely oblivious to the fact that his other son had been abducted. Perhaps, in his heart, he believed that the dwarf's son, who had brought him disgrace and caused the death of his beloved wife, had perished on the tumultuous battlefield. If that were indeed the case, it would be, for him, a welcome piece of news. Chapter 58. Tyrion and Jones as evening descended. The sunset ignited the sky in hues of crimson. A gentle breeze swayed the branches of the towering pines, rendering them even more robust and upright under the glow of the twilight. The mottled rays of the setting sun hung upon the treetops, gradually descending. The sound of galloping hooves grew increasingly distinct. A peculiar trio emerged from the mountains, a tall man, a slender woman, and a small dwarf. The diminutive figure led the way, brandishing a twig with irritation, occasionally whipping at the encroaching underbrush. His disproportionately large head, while not unattractive, was framed by tousled golden curls, and his shrewd blue eyes darted about as he surveyed his surroundings. Following closely behind was a warrior clad in black armor, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with 2 massive swords slung across his back. Peering through his open visor revealed a youth with sharply defined features, deep, dark eyes, and thick brows, presenting a strikingly handsome appearance that avoided ruggedness. With one hand gripping the reins of his steed, and the other supporting the slumbering woman atop the horse, he exuded a sense of care. The woman, pale of complexion with tightly pressed lips, had long eyelashes that fluttered with each blink. Her silver armor bore patches of dark blood, indicating recent conflict. Her slender legs dangled weakly from the horse, revealing a certain fragility. "Daisy, we are almost safe," the tall, handsome youth said with a hint of concern. Daisy murmured softly, as if in a dream, her lips barely parting to respond. "Young man, do not entertain the notion of safety. You have ensnared a Lannister." The diminutive figure ahead bellowed, "A Lannister always pays his debts. This is a truth known even to the youngest child in Westeros." "I captured you not for your lineage," the speaker retorted. "Had you not asserted that a deceased Lannister holds no value, I might not have recognized you as the most renowned dwarf in the 7 Kingdoms, Tyrion Lannister." Tyrion abruptly halted the swaying branch in his hand. Stunned and incredulous, he questioned, "If you did not even recognize me, why capture me? Do you harbor a grudge against dwarfs, or possess some peculiar inclination?" "We shall delve into that query later," the other replied. "But I must caution you against any attempts to flee. After all, you may take 2 steps, yet I need not move at all. Indeed, I concede your stature." Tyrion retorted, "However, a hero ought not to squabble with the weak. I trust that as a man of honor, you would not stoop to belabor a pitiful dwarf. You are the Black Knight, heir of the Citadel, bane of Gregor Clegane, and yet here I am, the imp, the drunkard, the lecher, the dwarf, with not a single commendable moniker. The most vexing of all is that I carry the title of Little." Jones paid no heed to Tyrion's incessant prattle. He had discerned the man's cunning nature along the journey, employing persuasion and threats, reasoning and sowing discord regarding his ties to the north. Were he a native, he might have already succumbed to this man's silver tongue. At last, we have found a place to rest, Jones exclaimed with delight, gazing at the distant village. Beyond the orderly fields, illuminated by the evening glow, the barley, wheat, and corn shimmered, yet not a single farmer was in sight. The village was devoid of any voices or smoke. The entire land lay in profound silence. Why is there not a soul in sight? Tyrion inquired nervously. That, undoubtedly, is the handiwork of your father, Lord Tywin, Jones scoffed, leading his horse behind him. Such desolate places are plentiful in the riverlands. My father does not represent me, and such remote areas hardly warrant a flight, Tyrion countered. When swords are not poised at your throat, fear eludes you, Jones remarked. Young man, my courage far exceeds what you perceive. I have urinated from the precipice of the wall, slept in a windswept dungeon 1,000 feet high, and narrowly escaped from the clutches of tribesmen. I find you akin to your brother Jaime. Never expect to persuade you with mere words. You have yet to encounter my sister. She is not only impervious to persuasion, but all who attempt it meet a dire fate. Suddenly, Tyrion halted, turned, and looked up at Jones with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty, asking, Are you attempting to persuade Jaime? What has become of him? Have you captured him? I indeed underestimated you. Your intellect is the sharpest I have encountered, Jones observed, gazing at his face with hope. If you cooperate sufficiently, I might even consider granting you your freedom. Tyrion found himself increasingly uncomfortable under Jones's scrutinizing gaze, hastily stepping back a few paces and adopting a defensive posture. What do you intend to do? He exclaimed. I swear, I would rather die than indulge in your nonsense. Shut up and leave quickly, Jones retorted angrily. He then cast a glance at Daisy, whose eyes were half closed, her upper body leaning almost entirely against him. She must not have heard this boorish fellow's crude remarks. Otherwise, it would be utterly embarrassing for me. Jones sighed in relief, for young ladies do not favor vulgar men. His romantic experiences were scant, and his emotional intelligence in this regard was lacking. Thus he could only remember a few key points and continually remind himself. As the setting sun elongated the shadows of the three figures, it also drew the youth's thoughts far afield. Just before the sun vanished completely, they finally arrived at their first dwelling, a cozy little cottage. A cluster of ancient trees encircled the cottage, and neatly stacked firewood lay outside, awaiting preparation. Jones was the first to use a leather strap to bind Tyrion, hanging him at the entrance of the cottage, before gently lifting the drowsy Daisy from the horse's back. Do not even think about escaping, or I cannot guarantee you won't lose something afterward, he warned Tyrion as he kicked open the door. I know. Given my predicament, how could I possibly flee? Tyrion rolled his eyes, adjusting his bound hands. Jones paid him no further mind and hurried inside the cottage, carefully laying Daisy down on the wooden bed. As soon as she reclined, Daisy let out a soft, delicate sound, and her furrowed brow relaxed considerably. Once he had set her down, Jones immediately sprang to kindle a fire, only to find that Daisy's hand was subconsciously gripping his. I'm going to start a fire to help you extract the arrowhead, he said. Daisy softly acknowledged with a faint hum, finally releasing her tight grip. After a clattering of sounds, Jones successfully ignited the fire and placed a small dagger atop it to warm. He then retrieved a sealed, circular crystal vial, containing the disinfecting alcohol prepared by Joquin for the noble houses of the north and the riverlands, of which hardly any had been sold. Most of what was produced had been distributed to a few familiar subordinates. To date, his venture into the disinfectant business had incurred losses, such as the harsh reality. However, after the recent battles, and with more wounded to treat, perhaps he could carve out a reputation in the north and riverlands, he reassured himself. Using boiling alcohol to treat wounds can prevent them from worsening. Tyrion suddenly interjected from the doorway. This caused Jones to pause in surprise, asking, How do you know that? Although Tyrion could not see the scene within the cottage, deducing that he was to assist Daisy with her injury was not difficult, and thus did not astonish him. What truly struck him was how Tyrion's method addressed the essence of the issue directly. He had long believed that Westeros had overlooked the details of disinfection and sterilization. A keen intellect requires the refinement of books. The heirs of knowledge clearly do not read sufficiently. Tyrion's words pierced Jones's heart with every syllable. His venture in alcohol was already struggling, and this incident only added to his frustration. However, he now had Daisy's wound to attend to, lest he be compelled to employ advanced knowledge to render this individual speechless. Jones cautiously removed Daisy's arm guard, meticulously examining the arrowhead embedded in her left arm and the condition of the wound. I must extract it, he cautioned. Due to the pain, Daisy clutched Jones's arm tightly, tears welling in her eyes. With one hand steadying her, Jones carefully inserted the processed dagger into the edge of the wound. At last, with a clatter, the barbed arrowhead was extracted. The wound was not excessively severe, and the bleeding was manageable. Jones exhaled deeply, having broken into a light sweat during the ordeal. Subsequently, he cleansed the wound several times with alcohol before feeling truly at ease. He patted Daisy's tightly clenched right hand and said, "Please wait for me. I must attend to some matters of utmost importance." Rising, he murmured to himself. Chapter 59. The traveler Jones gently closed the door and approached the suspended Tyrion, crouching down to fixate on the familiar visage of the star, particularly his eyes. Suddenly, he inquired, prompting a look of bewilderment on Tyrion's face. Although he was well-versed in numerous languages, from the common tongue of Westeros to High Valyrian, and even several regional dialects, he had no comprehension of Jones's sudden utterance, which resembled a foreign tongue. Observing Tyrion's reaction, Jones discerned his answer. In an alternate realm, if someone were to unexpectedly speak your native language, such a reaction would be implausible. Thus, Tyrion was not the American dwarf star who had traversed dimensions. He was indeed the imp, the renowned character from Game of Thrones. Jones possessed scant knowledge of Game of Thrones. He was aware only that it was a fantastical television series, and that the imp referred to a character within it. Nothing more, and he had no recollection of any promotional material. His understanding was limited to the story of the actor who portrayed the imp, a dwarf who rose to fame for embodying a dwarf. An inspirational tale of mutual accomplishment between character and actor. For a time, he had encountered this narrative in several motivational articles. The star, though a dwarf, was unforgettable for his fierce gaze and flamboyant demeanor captured in photographs, thus ingraining his image in Jones's memory. At the moment he abducted the small dwarf, Jones did not immediately recognize him as the imp of this world. He initially mistook him for the American celebrity, believing he had encountered a fellow countryman, which elicited surprise and hope. It was only when the small dwarf proclaimed himself a Lannister that Jones recalled he was the son of Tywin, the most famous dwarf in the Seven Kingdoms, the imp. It was at that moment that he suddenly conceived the notion of having traversed into the world of Game of Thrones. However, to ensure absolute certainty, Jones decided to test Tyrion unexpectedly. As anticipated, this fellow was indeed a native of this world, rather than a traveler from another realm. Why had I found myself in a world devoid of any knowledge of its narrative? He began to meticulously recall the intricacies of his transition and all that had transpired thereafter. Upon his arrival, King Robert had already perished, which ignited the flames of war. In pursuit of a better life, he joined the tumultuous tide, now grappling with the reality of simultaneous victories and defeats. I ought to listen to Tyrion's tale, for he seems to be a rather popular character. As Jones gazed at the bound Tyrion before him, a thought crossed his mind. Should he perhaps untie him first? Upon noticing the shift in Jones's gaze, Tyrion was suddenly struck by a chill. What on earth did this man intend to do? The moonlight shimmered like water, connecting the Blackwater River before King's Landing. A multitude of docks lined the waterfront, with countless vessels anchored in the harbor. Deep-sea fishing boats, whaling ships, merchant ships from across the Strait of Bravos, Pintos, and Lys, luxurious Queen-S yachts, and a dozen elongated golden warships. The sails billowed as iron rams gently tapped the water's surface. War had rendered King's Landing more prosperous than ever. The city was teeming with people, far exceeding its usual population of 1 million, as countless families fled to the capital. Inn, tavern, brothel, and marketplace were ablaze with light, bustling with activity. Overseeing all of this was the Red Keep, perched upon the Aegon Hills, where the sigils of the Baratheon-s crowned stag and the Lannister-s golden lion fluttered proudly atop the walls. Within the Red Keep, in the chamber of the Regent Queen, Cersei Lannister, rows of candles illuminated the expansive room with brilliant light, casting 2 elongated shadows that twisted together like serpents. "Are you comfortable, cousin?" the young man inquired. "Do not assume that position. That is the posture of a dog. Furthermore, refer to me as your grace." Cersei Lannister, recently bereaved of her kingly husband, reveled in her dominion, akin to a victorious commander. "Do not leave those items inside, otherwise I shall have your head." Though the young man felt a surge of displeasure at her words, he suppressed it and maintained his composure. With the tolling of a bell, all sounds within the room were muffled. The tumult had subsided. Cersei casually draped a lavish silk garment over her fair skin, her golden locks cascading freely, accentuating her slender figure into an alluring silhouette. Yet her expression reverted to that of an imperious queen, devoid of interest even to spare the young man a second glance. The young man respectfully closed the door to Cersei's chamber, and as he turned, his countenance darkened profoundly. This young man possessed striking golden hair and a delicately exquisite visage, akin to that of a woman, With porcelain skin and a slender frame, he was none other than Lancel Lannister. No, he ought to be referred to as the Traveler. Lancel, for he had crossed over before Robert's demise. Lancel, the eldest son of Kevin and a servant to Robert, stands in stark contrast to his cousins, such as Jaime. His position is markedly inferior. Even his father is merely regarded as Tywin's assistant, and in the line of succession, he is legally subordinate to the imp. Tyrion, let alone himself. When Ned Stark confirmed that Cersei's 3 children were the product of her incestuous relationship with Jaime, he, unable to bear the thought of Robert harming the children upon learning the truth, advised Cersei to flee with them. However, Cersei chose neither to escape nor to resign herself to fate. Instead, she prepared a wine thrice as potent as usual while Robert was out hunting. Subsequently, Robert was grievously wounded by a wild boar and succumbed to his injuries. Seizing the moment, Cersei orchestrated a coup, placing the infamous Joffrey upon the Iron Throne. While she brazenly tore up Robert's will and imprisoned Ned under charges of treason, everything unfolded according to Cersei's meticulous plan, leaving her feeling akin to a victorious commander. Amidst the upheaval, the time-displaced Lancel began to undergo a subtle transformation. The once docile figure, often dismissed by Robert as a mere ornament, found it increasingly arduous to emulate the others. Nevertheless, many observed a heightened scrutiny in their gazes when they encountered him. While Cersei may not possess true wisdom and is often misguided by her own self-importance, her prolonged scheming has sharpened her instincts regarding others. This is especially true for the likes of Petyr Baelish and Varys, 2 masters of intrigue who frequent the Red Keep. The former nearly single-handedly ignited a civil war across the 7 kingdoms, while the latter, having witnessed the fall of House Targaryen and Robert's ascension, remains unshaken amidst the turmoil. Post-Robert's demise, Lancel underwent the highest form of knighthood ceremony, anointing himself with holy oil in the Great September of Baelor, thereby officially becoming a knight. Henceforth, most would address him as Sir Lancel, though this courtesy was not extended within the Red Keep, where knighthood held little value. Simultaneously, in line with the original narrative, he took to Cersei's bed at her behest, seizing the opportunity while the regicide Jaime was away. Initially, he sought to conquer her through various amorous endeavors, only to realize the futility of his efforts. Cersei held him in utter disdain, viewing him as nothing more than a delectable plaything. Were it not for his assistance in Robert's demise, his Lannister golden locks, and Jaime's current military pursuits, he would hardly possess the merit to be Cersei's toy. Yet, change was on the horizon. As Lancel traversed the lengthy corridor, the flickering torches illuminated his pale visage in a dance of light and shadow. Armored guards stood sentinel-like statues along the corridor, and a plump handmaiden, upon spotting the Lannister, instinctively bowed in trepidation. Having just endured a tirade from Cersei, Lancel grasped the maid's neck and dragged her into a corner, his other hand exploring the fabric of her long gown. "If you dare to scream, I shall hurl you from the Red Keep," Lancel stated coldly. The maid, instantly terrified, could barely move, her eyes reddening as she resigned herself to his whims. Observing the maid's tearful countenance, Lancel felt an exhilarating rush, a smile stretching across his face. This was the taste of power, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life as an ordinary man, where such unabashed and raw displays of authority were foreign to him. The thrilling stimulation of his senses ignited memories of this world's myriad wonders. The appearances of the characters matched those of the actors in the television series he had seen, at least those he had encountered. The imp was not the grotesque creature described in the novels. Yet, certain details diverged. For instance, the Iron Throne, forged from the melted swords of 1,000 enemies by Aegon the Conqueror, was a formidable sight with its spikes and sharp edges. Resembling a massive hedgehog towering over 10 meters, far surpassing the diminutive throne depicted in the series. Everything became more coherent. This was the ice and fire world he envisioned. Lancel shoved the limp maid aside, reminiscent of how Cersei had kicked him away, and the thrill of vengeance heightened his anticipation for the schemes that lay ahead. Calculating the time, he surmised that Jaime Lannister must have already fallen into Robb's trap in the Whispering Woods, allowing him to loosen his restraints and gather strength. Previously, he had been concerned about the potential butterfly effect of his actions preventing Jaime's capture, but now, that worry dissipated. The Queen, the Mother of Dragons, the young Rose. The Three Stooges, he murmured excitedly as he walked. This was an infinite flow narrative, titled beginning with A Song of Ice and Fire, categorized as an infinite flow novel. Discarding the original dual transference trope, I received messages from experienced authors and feedback from readers, recognizing my own ignorance and abandoning the previous dual transference glitch. Ultimately, let our universe diverge. I lamented. My face aches. Chapter 59. The imp Jones gently closed the door and approached the suspended Tyrion, crouching down to fixate on the familiar visage. Suddenly posing a question. Tyrion, taken aback, wore a look of confusion. Despite his proficiency in numerous languages, from the common tongue of Westeros to High Valyrian and various regional dialects, he was utterly baffled by the foreign words Jones had just uttered. Observing Tyrion's reaction, Jones gleaned his answer. In another realm, should someone unexpectedly speak your mother tongue, such bewilderment would be impossible. Thus, Tyrion was not an American dwarf who had traversed realms, but indeed the imp, the beloved character from a Game of Thrones. Jones possessed only a scant understanding of Game of Thrones, merely recognizing it as a fantastical television series and associating it with the moniker Little Imp. Beyond this, he had no recollection of promotional materials or posters. His knowledge was confined to the tale of the actor portraying the imp, a dwarf who achieved renown for embodying a dwarf, a tale of mutual elevation between character and performer that he had encountered in various inspirational articles. Though the star was a dwarf, the fierce gaze and flamboyant demeanor captured in the images left a lasting impression on him, leading him to remember this diminutive celebrity, and even to watch a film in which he starred. When Jones abducted the small imp, it initially escaped him that he was, in fact, the world's little imp. He mistakenly believed he had encountered the American celebrity, feeling a mix of astonishment and hope at the sight of a fellow countryman. It was only when the imp proclaimed himself a Lannister that Jones recalled he was the son of Lord Tywin, the most renowned dwarf in the Seven Kingdoms, Little Imp. In that moment, speculation arose within him about his own translocation into the realm of Game of Thrones. However, to ensure the utmost certainty, Jones decided to probe the imp. And indeed, it became evident that this character was a native of this world, not a traveler from another realm. What influence might I exert upon this world? Following his arrival, King Robert had perished and war had ensued. In pursuit of a better life, he had joined the turbulent tide, where victory and defeat coexisted. I ought to listen to the imp's tale, as he seemed a rather popular character. As Jones gazed at Tyrion, who was suspended before him, he pondered whether it was time to release him from his bindings. Sensing a shift in Jones's demeanor, the little imp felt a sudden chill. What on earth did this individual intend? Moonlight poured through the branches at the doorway, casting an unreserved glow upon the ground. A gentle breeze wafted from afar, carrying the scent of ripening grain, while the leaves above rustled with a soft murmur. Before the campfire, two figures sat. Jones cradled a bottle of wine, while the imp poured its contents into a goblet. The imp let out a hearty belch and continued, at that time. My brother Jaime and I were riding back from Lannisport when we heard a piercing scream. A girl came rushing towards us, followed by two raucous men. Jaime unsheathed his sword to confront them, while I dismounted to shield the girl. She was scarcely a year younger than I, with dark hair and a delicate frame. Her face was heartbreakingly beautiful, despite her lowly origins and malnourished appearance, not to mention her prolonged absence from bathing. She was undeniably endearing. The two men had already torn the rags she wore, exposing her back, so I wrapped her in my cloak, while Jaime drove the ruffians back into the forest. By the time he returned, I had learned her name and lineage. She was the daughter of a farmer, left utterly alone after her father succumbed to fever, and she was preparing to, well, she herself didn't know where she was headed. And then, Jones poured another mug of ale for Tyrion. Shaking the bottle as he cautioned, drink slowly. This was not easily procured from the village. Tyrion shot Jones a glare, retorting, you inquire so thoroughly about my first time, yet deny me a drink? We had a pact. I would share my experiences, and you would allow me to leave. Provided you speak truthfully, Jones interjected. The dwarf stood straighter than anyone, and after gulping down more ale, Tyrion continued. At that time, Jaime was solely intent on capturing those two. How dare the brigands attack travelers so close to Casterly Rock? It was a profound disgrace. The girl was in a state of panic, too frightened to walk alone. So I suggested taking her to a nearby inn for some food, while my brother returned to Casterly Rock for reinforcements. She was hungrier than I had anticipated. We devoured 2.5 roasted chickens and finished an entire jug of ale, enjoying each other's company. I was merely 13 then, and feared that a drink might lead to chaos. Ultimately, when I regained my senses, I found myself in bed with her. She was shy, but I was even shyer. I could hardly fathom from where I drew my courage. When I gave myself to her, she wept. It was indeed my first time as well. Afterwards, she kissed me, and by the following morning, I had fallen in love with her. And then, Jones asked enviously, it is incomparable between people. Then I married her, the imp replied, a smile gracing his face. And what of your wife? Jones inquired with curiosity. I dared not bring my bride back to Casterly Rock. How could a Lannister marry a peasant girl? I settled her in her own little cottage, and we lived as husband and wife for 2 weeks. However, my Duke father eventually discovered it, and thus my marriage came to an end. Perhaps it was the smoke from the bonfire that irritated his eyes. The imp rose, gazing at the full moon hanging in the sky, lost in contemplation for a moment. Did Tywin send that girl away? Jones cautiously asked. My father executed the matter with greater finesse. He first compelled my brother to speak the truth to me. What truth? Jones realized his interest was wholly piqued by the imp's tale. The girl was a whore. From the road to those 2 brigands. The entire affair was orchestrated by my brother Jaime. He believed it was time for me to experience the pleasures of the flesh and meticulously arranged everything. Since it was my first time, he deliberately paid double for a maiden. Subsequently, my father summoned my wife to impart a lesson. He handed her over to his guards, each receiving a silver coin in turn to take their pleasure with her. He forced me to sit in a corner of the camp, compelling me to witness the entire ordeal. The girl was quite pleased. After all, a whore worth a silver coin was a rarity, and with so many guards, she earned more coins than she could carry, the gleaming silver spilling through her fingers. Lord Tywin allowed me to be the last, the imp murmured, and he even bestowed upon me a gold coin, for I am of the Lannister bloodline, and thus my worth is greater. The night had fallen into a profound stillness, as if a chill breeze whispered into the depths of one's soul. Why speak of this with me? Jones inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. What I mean is, with your intellect, you could have concealed the past. I have done nothing wrong. Why should I hide? He retorted, then redirected his gaze towards the modest cabin, adding, You have developed feelings for that warrior woman, have you not? Chapter 60. Analysis of the world. The sky loomed dark, with a persistent drizzle muffling the sound of hooves and blurring the vision of Jones and his companions. Jones held an umbrella-like contraption, carefully shielding Daisy from the relentless rain. Daisy, in turn, grasped Jones's arm, her head bowed as they ambled together. Only the gods could comprehend the immense courage required for such an act. Tyrion led the way, guiding a horse along a barely discernible country path, the cold rain splattering against his face, tangling his curls into disheveled strands. In this graveyard of a landscape, the trio appeared oddly at ease. Listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops, Jones reflected on their conversations with the imp over the past 2 days, then shifted his perspective to that of a creator of power struggles in this world. In most television narratives, aside from a few exceptional tales, there are typically heroes, villains, protagonists, and supporting characters. First and foremost, Jones could ascertain that the fantastical forces of this realm were not as feeble as he had once believed, and the legendary terrifying others were likely to be very real. The Wall, a formidable structure stretching nearly 500 kilometers from the Frostfang Mountains in the west to the Seal Bay near his current domain in the east, loomed over 200 meters high. In an era of such low productivity, the construction of such a maddening fortification to guard against so-called wildling incursions was, indeed, difficult to fathom. If he were the screenwriter crafting a tale of such an artificial marvel that served no purpose, the Night's Watch, bound by an oath of celibacy, landlessness, and childlessness for over 8 millennia, solely to guard against smuggling, would surely elicit derision from the audience. Thus, legends transform from mere folklore into undeniable truths. The fearsome magical beings, the others, do indeed dwell beyond the wall. Of course, this world is rife with more than just the others. It harbors the beguiling Sunset Sea, the cataclysm of Valyria, the forest children who obliterated Dorne, the enigmatic Shadowlands, the titanic giants of Bravos, fire-breathing dragons, and the tempestuous sea serpents. Consequently, Jones remains uncertain whether the ultimate threat is indeed the others. Yet he is certain that an impending calamity wrought by these beings looms on the horizon, and his territory, nestled beside Seal Bay, will undoubtedly be among the first to suffer the consequences. The harsh reality is undeniable. His land is small, cold, and impoverished, frequently beset by wildling raids, and now it faces the looming dread of the terrifying others. The tales regarding the others are as varied as the ancient legends themselves. Some narratives assert that the others arrive with the cold, while others claim that the chill is a harbinger of their coming. In certain tales, it is said that they evade the sunlight and yearn for darkness, while other narratives assert that they herald the night. At times, they manifest amidst fog or blizzards, only to dissipate when the skies clear. Some stories recount their rides upon the cadavers of beasts, including bears, dire wolves, mammoths, horses, and even mention ice spiders, as large as hounds, that accompany the White Walkers. There are whispers that these beings feast upon human blood. The variety of tales vividly illustrates the terror of the White Walkers, yet none have ever shared how to combat them. Furthermore, if the White Walkers, or any other magical entities, are to be the harbingers of doom by the story's conclusion, What is the purpose of their brutal conflict with the Lannister clan? Whose power is at stake in this Game of Thrones? If Robb Stark is the protagonist, could this narrative evolve into one of a dutiful son rescuing his father, ultimately ascending to greatness and becoming a wise king to thwart an impending catastrophe? Or perhaps, Robb's journey mirrors that of Dong Zhuo in the capital, oppressing the orphan Joffrey amidst a struggle for dominance akin to the Three Kingdoms? Yet, the Lannisters hardly appear to be the oppressed party. What then is my role in this? In a world potentially facing apocalyptic ruin, aspiring for a mundane life as a caretaker seems utterly foolish. Aiming for stability might necessitate a return to earnest farming, even striving to ascend the technological ladder, employing materialism to vanquish all monstrous entities. Alternatively, one might continue to charge into battle, albeit taking on the role of a cunning strategist. Of course, the narrative could also delve into the mortal realm's quest for enlightenment, wherein a cadre of transcendent sorcerers, wizards, and summoners exists. The more Jones contemplates, the less secure he feels, sensing himself distanced from the truth of this world. On the other hand, aligning oneself with powerful allies is equally vital. For instance, in the era of the Sui and Tang dynasties, it would be wise to cling to the leg of Emperor Taizong, for opposing the chosen of destiny would be a thankless endeavor. Presently, it appears that fortune smiles upon him, as Robb Stark, in terms of lineage and character, is very likely this destined child. While Jones grapples with profound questions, Daisy, holding onto his arm, concerns herself with simpler matters. She is still pondering the way Jones assertively took her hand yesterday, although she has envisioned many story beginnings. She never anticipated such an occurrence. The offspring of nobility are typically wed by familial arrangement, and rarely do they engage in clandestine communication without their family's consent. Moreover, the Mormonts differ from other families, as the inheritance of Bear Island rests upon her. In terms of status, Jones, being a younger son without inheritance, is significantly beneath her. Yet, when Jones expressed his affections, she felt an overwhelming joy and could not bear to reject him. Has he ever contemplated these matters? Daisy glanced at Jones's profile and then at the winding rural path ahead, wishing they could delay their arrival in Riverrun. Tyrion, if our world is on the brink of destruction, what would you do? The silence was shattered by Jones, who suddenly recalled that the little imp before him was a popular character from the Game of Thrones. After several days of interaction, he discovered that this character was indeed a genuine sage. Why not listen to his plans? What else could he do but kneel and beseech the gods for forgiveness? Tyrion replied without turning his head. What does the destruction of the world have to do with divine forgiveness? Jones inquired, puzzled. Only the gods possess the power to obliterate the world. Surely not. Tyrion's words plunged Jones into an icy abyss, halting his steps. He had contemplated many things, yet had never considered the gods. It couldn't be that dire, could it? Observing the myriad expressions flickering across Jones's face, hesitating as if he were a child, Tyrion grinned, mockingly stating that the once formidable Black Knight was now fretting over tales meant for grandmothers. What if the gods refuse to forgive and are intent on annihilation? Ignoring the mockery, Jones exclaimed anxiously, "Allow me to share another tale, one about the first Storm King, Doran." According to legend, Doran won the love of the beautiful Aenei, the offspring of the sea god and the goddess of winds. On their wedding night, Aenei bestowed her purity upon a mortal, thus subjecting herself to the trials of mortality. The two deities were furious at their daughter's choice and unleashed their wrath upon Doran's fortress, summoning tempestuous winds and colossal waves. That night, Doran's friends, brothers, and wedding guests were swept away, either crushed against the walls or drowned in the abyss, with only Aenei bravely shielding Doran in her arms. At dawn, as the storm finally subsided, Doran declared war against the deities, vowing to reconstruct his castle. He rebuilt his fortress 5 times, each iteration grander and sturdier than the last. Yet, when the howling winds and towering waves roared from the bay of broken ships, the walls were systematically obliterated. His vassals implored him to relocate inland and build anew. His priests advised that to appease the god's anger, he should return Aenei to the sea. Even his common folk beseeched him to cease the struggle. Doran disregarded all pleas. Ultimately, he completed his 7th castle, the most magnificent of all. It is said that this castle was constructed with the aid of the children of the forest, infused with their magic. Another tale suggests the design was imparted by a young boy, who would become Bran Stark, the builder of the wall. Not the pitiful boy in Winterfell today, nor the shipwright Bran, nor the arsonist Bran, but Bran the builder. I am aware of this, Jones interrupted, eager to dismiss the embellishments. And what happened to Aenei and Doran? Daisy suddenly interjected, her curiosity uniquely feminine. In the end, The despised Durin and the beautiful Ini lived together blissfully in the castle until dust returned to dust. As for the seventh castle, despite enduring the relentless storms unleashed by two furious deities, it continued to stand proud. This castle is known today as the Wind's Rest of House Baratheon. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Daisy's lips, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to honey, as a shy blush graced her fair cheeks, leaning slightly closer to Jon's. So, do you mean to say that the gods are not omnipotent? Jones, oblivious to Daisy's transformation, asked contemplatively. Tyrion pointed to his head and confidently remarked, "Since I possess it, it is meant for devising strategies. When that day arrives, I shall certainly find a way." Upon hearing this, Jones felt a wave of relief wash over him. Gazing at the drenched little imp before him, he hopefully inquired, "Shall you assist me in the future? I promise there will always be a place for you by my hearth." Chapter 61. Farewell, Part 1. Hearing Jones's invitation, the little demon rolled his eyes and retorted mockingly. A second son of a minor noble without inheritance rights dares to recruit the heir of Casterly Rock? Am I intoxicated, or are you? You are merely the legal heir. Jones replied, though the Kingslayer donned a white cloak and renounced his claims. Tywin would not easily bequeath Casterly Rock to you. This you know all too well. I shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. The little demon exclaimed, his fists clenched tight, nearly shouting in response. Perhaps having touched upon a sore point, the atmosphere between them suddenly grew heavy. The sky remained overcast, suffocating in its gloom, with fine rain incessantly drumming against the ground, igniting a sense of irritation. The little demon vigorously shook the reins to rid them of water and began leading his horse away. Jones, accompanied by Daisy, followed with a sense of resignation. He could hardly force someone to follow him at sword point. The rain came and went, the sky's gloom dissipating, revealing a hesitant light that returned to the realm. While the leaves in the forest regained their vivid greenery, the swollen stream gurgled as it flowed over stones. A line of horses of various sizes bowed their heads, contentedly drinking from the crystal-clear waters. "Did you not claim your nose was keener than that of a hound?" Tyrion asked indignantly, flanked by a dozen lightly armored individuals wielding sharp blades. The leader of the Stone Crow tribe, Shagga, responded defiantly, "The rain has washed away all traces." "You cannot blame Shagga. If you do not trust him, we may each go our separate ways." Ulf of the Moon People echoed, "Our employers have diverged. You follow the wolf leader, while we follow the lion leader." Tyrion fixed his one-eyed gaze upon Ulf, a glint of coldness emanating from it, causing Ulf to falter. Abruptly ceasing his lengthy discourse, his rugged face flushed with embarrassment. Alas, despite the equality among the various clans of the High Mountain tribe, such disputes persisted. However, among them, the most ferocious is the Burning tribe, a fact universally acknowledged by the mountain clans. The Black Ear tribe merely collects the ears of their enemies, while the Burning tribe inflicts burns upon their own bodies. Zira, the slender and fierce daughter of the Chick clan, hastily remarked, "We can fight in the mountains, but once we reach the plains, we must unite. This is an ancient covenant." "What shall we do when we find the half-man?" asked another. "The employer of Timmy has captured our half-man. Should we still engage in battle?" "We shall act as the Lord dictates," Timmy replied, as if it were the most natural thing. "You dare to call a plainsman lord?" Shagga exclaimed, incredulous. "You fled too early to comprehend the terror of a lord's power." Timmy scoffed, mocking Shagga's ignorance. "You speak of fleeing? Did not your lord also retreat, and even the wolf pack dispersed? A lone wolf survives, while a pack perishes. The lord chose to withdraw alone for reasons of his own." In the distance, Balin, a mercenary clad in somewhat tattered leather armor, sat on the ground, observing the incessant bickering among the members of the High Mountain clan without interjecting. He simply continued to sharpen his curled sword blade on a whetstone, methodically and unhurriedly. As twilight descended, the number of structures along the route increased, and Jones and his companions occasionally encountered the residents who lingered in the riverside, no longer feeling as if the world had abandoned them. After circling around, they were nearing the Trident River. "Where do you think your father might be now?" Jones suddenly inquired, as the black armor began to meld into the night. "Hey, let me ask you, where's Robb now? Will you tell me?" Tyrion replied, "I am a Lannister. I believe I've found yet another reason to prevent your departure. Breach of trust is unbecoming of a knight. And since you refuse to let me go, why discuss so many conditions along the way? I am weighing my options. You have captured Jaime. I, this little dwarf, am of little use, and I have sworn before Lady Catelyn to return her precious daughters. Surely, you do not wish to disappoint a mother, and what I desire, you must also fulfill," Jones reminded. "I understand, but I truly do not know why you need such dangerous items. There have been more than one Targaryen who perished because of them," Tyrion replied impatiently. Ah, look ahead, they're S-ing in with lights. Jones did not respond, but pointed towards the front. Daisy glanced in the direction Jones indicated, and indeed saw a flicker of light, faintly recognizing the shape of an inn. She sighed with relief, for it had been several days since she had a proper bath since the battle at Green Fork. Though the inn's hall was shabby, it had barrels of ale and a fireplace, and many patrons filled the space. The clientele was diverse. There were boatmen reeking of fish, burly blacksmiths, barefoot wandering knights, and harpists, as well as many others whose occupations were indiscernible. Yet, nearly everyone was armed with sharpened wooden sticks, daggers, short swords, sickles, and axes. And even gleaming steel longswords lay enticingly on the tables, capturing the covetous gaze of those nearby. Naturally, they dared only to gaze. Exquisite weapons were a testament to one's martial prowess. Beside a steel longsword sat Jon, a short-statured man with a round head and short eyebrows. As he stuffed his mouth with slices of meat dripping with hot broth, mumbling indistinctly about the death of their leader. Opposite him, a burly man with a salt and pepper beard and hair downed an entire mug of ale before waving his hand dismissively, stating that it was easier to believe that the whores of Hellenberg worked for free than to accept the death of their leader. Indeed, you have always been one to drink and sleep, oblivious to the happenings around you. Many are saying that the leader was slain by the Black Knight, and his head now hangs from the wolf flag. Jon murmured softly. Impossible, the burly man replied with a laugh, shaking his head once more. It's merely gossip. Who could possibly kill our leader? Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the table with such force that the cups rattled, silencing the conversations in the tavern. As all eyes turned to the man who had risen abruptly. I ask you, who could kill my leader, the Mountain of Magic? Who? His roar echoed, leaving the tavern in a hushed stillness, where even the sound of breathing could be discerned. A singer plucked a string on his lute, drawing everyone's attention, and timidly remarked, I have heard that it was the Black Knight who killed the Mountain. I am writing a ballad for him. What Black Knight? What White Knight? Do you think you can deceive me with such fanciful tales? The youthful bard, blushing from the accusation, retorted, It is no fabrication. Many in the region know that the Black Knight stands 2 meters tall, clad in black full armor, wielding a sword taller than a man. He was the one who killed the Mountain. I refuse to believe it. No one can slay my leader, the Mountain of Magic. With that, the burly man grasped the steel longsword and staggered towards the singer. Just as his words faded, a drenched little dwarf appeared at the tavern entrance, followed closely by a tall woman clad in silver armor and a man in black armor who had to bow his head to pass through the door. Tyrion surveyed the crowd within the tavern, taken aback by the peculiar stares directed at him. Ah, what is this new welcoming ritual? He inquired, perplexed. Chapter 62. Farewell, Part 2. The tavern fell into an extraordinary silence, even the innkeeper refraining from uttering a word. Who are you? The bearded giant demanded, brandishing his long sword at the man in black armor. Are you the one who killed my leader, the Mountain of Magic? Shut your foul mouth. Jon quivered from behind. Oh, your leader is the Mountain? The man in black then drew forth a colossal sword from behind him. The sword towered over a man, featuring an elegantly glazed white hilt, silver crossguards, and a blade as dark as smoke. If the gazes directed at the steel longsword in the inn were filled with envy, then the stares towards the colossal sword now brimmed with astonishment and exhilaration. Although they were unaware of the giant sword's name, they speculated it must surely be a legendary blade of great renown. If that foul-mouthed individual could merely keep his lips sealed, he would not earn the moniker of foul-mouth. Furthermore, under the banner of the Demon Mountain, he had committed his fair share of atrocities, harboring a wrath that was no trifling matter. You dog, who are you? The burly man with a bushy beard exclaimed, raising his steel sword in anger, lunging forward towards the armored figure who remained silent. Just as his words trailed off, the giant took a few steps before suddenly collapsing. A resounding thud echoing through the air. Blood gushed from the man's neck, staining the ground crimson. It was only at this moment that the onlookers finally reacted, with those nearest to the giant hastily retreating. They had not witnessed how the armored man wielded his sword. They merely perceived a flash of black light before the burly man fell. Still lacking a touch, Jones mused, shaking his head in disappointment. The copious bloodshed was a testament to the inadequacy of his swordsmanship. Over the past few days, he had taken the opportunity to familiarize himself with the ice blade. The ice blade was considerably lighter than his black sword. Although it wielded less power, it offered a swiftness that was more than doubled, making it particularly suited for close-quarters combat. Its sharpness surpassed that of any steel, rendering it truly formidable. Crouching low, the egg-headed man brandished his sword, his legs trembling as he glanced around, only to discover that the entrance was blocked by a silver-armored woman. In a moment of panic, he began to retreat upstairs. "Are you both minions of the Demon Mountain?" Jones inquired, eyeing the egg-headed man who was poised to flee. "Is that so?" came the trembling reply. "Why don't we sit down, enjoy a drink, and engage in conversation?" The little demon suddenly clapped, drawing all eyes towards him. Seizing the opportunity, the egg-headed man hurriedly retreated several steps, dashing for the upper floor. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, Jones propelled himself forward, sword in hand, piercing swiftly ahead. A chilling scream echoed as the ice blade impaled the egg-headed man, pinning him against the staircase. Moments later, blood began to seep from his mouth. The egg-headed man ceased his cries amidst his struggles. When the ice blade was withdrawn, he collapsed onto the stairs with a thud. The scent of blood gradually permeated the air, and an eerie silence enveloped the inn, broken only by the rhythmic drips of blood cascading onto the floor from the staircase. "Well, you've completely spoiled my appetite," grumbled the little demon. "On the contrary, I find it even more enjoyable," Jones remarked, sheathing the ice blade behind him as he surveyed everyone in the inn. The innkeeper, the blacksmith, the merchant, the boatman, the wandering warrior, each bearing diverse identities. Every gaze that met his own recoiled in trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, Jones had transformed from the bewildered fledgling who had first entered the inn into a hunter who scrutinized the crowd. "Oh well, I lack the energy to interrogate each one of you," he contemplated. With the resonant sound of footsteps, Jones approached Tyrion, requesting a favor. "Oh," Tyrion gasped as Jones removed the Lannister sigil from his chest. "Who among you serves the lion?" Jones raised the golden lion emblem, scanning the crowd as he inquired. "My lord, I am of the Trout," one declared. "My lord, I am bound for the north to assist the Starks." A cacophony erupted. None of those under his gaze claimed allegiance to the Lannisters. "Excellent. Since we are all foes of the lion," Jones declared, discarding the sigil to the ground. "Let us prove this with action. Step upon it, every one of you. Remember, Lannister, debts must be repaid." "You insult the Lannisters by doing so," Tyrion remarked, drinking a tankard of ale with a flat tone, addressing Jones. He had attempted to deter the actions of the tavern's patrons, but under Jones' piercing gaze, they wisely complied. "It is not the first time," Jones said nonchalantly, tearing into a greasy leg of lamb. "Your brother was captured by my own hands. Beneath your amiable facade lies a heart of darkness." "Damn it, I always forget this," Tyrion spat. "You Lannisters are the most despicable," Daisy retorted angrily. "Possessing claws yet living like a venomous serpent. Love blinds the eyes. I do not argue with women in love. I also do not wish to converse with a dwarf who has bedded every whore in Westeros. I have supported them. Not all are born of noble lineage, my lady," Tyrion countered. "Ahem," Jones interrupted the endless bickering with a cough, reminding them, "We must retire early tonight. We have to cross the river at dawn." It proved true that even noble women hold grudges. As Jones bound the imp and tossed him into the adjacent room, Daisy took the opportunity to bind him further, leaving him ensnared like a worm, utterly incapable of motion and silenced. Yet, at that moment, no one cared for the imp, at least after Jones uttered those words. He was entirely forgotten by the two. "Your wounds must not come into contact with water," Jones stammered. "Allow me to assist you with a bath." Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the soft rustling of treetops. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a rosy hue upon Daisy's cheeks, her long lashes fluttering gently in the glow. Ultimately, she merely nodded, the blush creeping to her ears and neck. A faint sound of water began to emerge, and both fell into a silence, their breaths heavy in the stillness. The moonlight illuminated the distant mountains, pure as snow, while crystalline rivers meandered down from the peaks to the flat plains. A gentle breeze whispering across the hills and gliding over the fields, the earth responding with soft murmurs. Suddenly, the sound of water surged, pulling Daisy's thoughts back to reality. "No," Daisy said softly. "A noblewoman surrendering her virtue before marriage would bring disgrace upon her entire family." Jones gazed at her slightly trembling lips and kissed her deeply. After a long moment, they parted. "Upon our return to Flowing City, we shall wed," he declared resolutely. The walls of the room were thin, and the faint sounds of bathing and kisses between a man and a woman made Tyrion think of Shay, the innocent yet skillful woman. Gradually, he felt a heat rising within him. "Damn it, I curse you all." Suddenly, a rhythmic chirping echoed from the doorway. Muffled, Tyrion could only emit whimpering sounds. Soon, a dark figure slipped inside. He had black eyes and hair, a short beard, and was as thin as a skeleton, dressed in somewhat tattered leather armor. Upon seeing Tyrion tightly bound, a teasing smile spread across his face. The man was Bronn, a mercenary capable of dispatching the captain of the guard in Eagle's Nest. Whimpering, Tyrion urged him. Bronn did not untie him, but hoisted him over his shoulder, like a shadow, darting out once more. Jones suddenly stirred, and Daisy, nestled in his arms, asked in confusion, "What is it?" "The one who has been accompanying us these days has been taken away. Are we just going to let him go? If we do not let him go, he would not be placed in another room. I just did not expect his arrival to be so swift." Daisy said nothing more, resting her face against his broad chest. Here, she could think of nothing at all. Chapter 63. The chaotic riverlands, the moonlight spilled like water, and the dark woods loomed like shadows. Bronn's footsteps were as light as a cat's, swiftly weaving through the dim forest. Whimpering, the little imp on his shoulder let out a long sound. With a sudden motion, Bronn yanked the object from the imp's mouth. "You fool, why didn't you remove it sooner?" The imp complained angrily, as the sensation of having his mouth stuffed was most unpleasant. "If this is how you express gratitude to your savior, I wouldn't mind stuffing your mouth again," Bronn retorted as he ran. "I am your gold. You ought to treat gold with care. Perhaps I should collect my dues sooner. If this little imp continues to meddle, he may truly lose his life. You have provoked a terrifying foe, one I witnessed slaughtering the beasts of the mountain like livestock. I find it rather fortunate. At least there is no disdain for the imp," Tyrion muttered softly. "By the way, what of Shay, the woman you helped me seize that day? How is she faring now?" Tyrion called out loudly. "Knowing you are alive, I have arranged for her to be in Harrenhal. My father is also beginning to withdraw his forces there. Isn't? Indeed, how did you know?" Curious, Balin inquired why Tywin's forces, which were poised to advance northward in pursuit of the Bolton army, had suddenly abandoned their course and were now retreating slowly towards Harrenhal. Tyrion did not respond to him. Instead, he muttered to himself that the war was drawing to a close. In the early morning, a gentle light filtered through the wooden window, and the melodious chirping of birds roused Daisy from her slumber. Gazing at her lover beside her, she reminisced about their first duel, recalling how she had chastised Jones for his arrogance, calling him a scoundrel countless times. It was indeed perplexing how love could blossom for someone she originally detested. Fortunately, he was not truly arrogant. Her feelings were merely a result of her own biases. With this thought, a warm smile graced Daisy's lips as she leaned in for a kiss. Jones was taken aback by such a wake-up call. As he beheld Daisy's bright eyes and sweet smile, he felt an authentic sense of belonging in this world. When the Stark brothers had perished, he had pondered whether, should he meet his end, there would be no one left to mourn him. Now he realized there was at least one person who cared, and she was right beside him. "You are mine, and I am yours," he remarked, playfully pinching Daisy's cheek. "Rise and shine, we must hasten back. Next time, I shall not allow you to test my patience in such a manner. I trust you will uphold our agreement, my dear," Daisy replied with a cheerful grin. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the inn, followed by a group of rugged individuals bursting through the door. The innkeeper regretted not choosing to flee, lured instead by the prospect of wealth. Just yesterday, he had buried 2 corpses, and now a band of evidently nefarious characters had arrived, including a one-eyed man wielding massive double axes adorned with an ear necklace. "Have you seen a half-man?" The one-eyed figure, Shaga, bellowed at the visibly distressed innkeeper. "What do you mean by half-man?" The innkeeper was unsure if he had misheard due to Shaga's heavy accent. About this tall, Shaga gestured emphatically at his waist. "Oh." The innkeeper recalled the drunken Lannister dwarf from the previous day and suddenly thought of the Black Knight, a shiver running down his spine as he quickly shook his head. "I haven't seen anyone like that." Upon hearing this, Shaga visibly deflated. "But you must have seen someone clad in black armor, very distinctive. You would surely remember." The persistent Timmy pressed on. "I have not, I swear." The innkeeper insisted, shaking his head even more vigorously. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase, and a man clad in black armor, bearing 2 massive swords, descended. "Oh gods, why must you appear now?" The innkeeper collapsed onto the ground, his face ashen. However, it was clear that no one was concerned about him at that moment. "My lord," Timmy exclaimed with excitement. "Ah, Timmy?" Jones was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Timmy, as he had assumed that he would first encounter Carter and the others. "Where are our half-men?" shouted Saga, striking his double axes together to produce a resonant clang. "Are you also from the Highland tribe?" Jones inquired after observing them for a moment. "The Shia tribe," Saga proclaimed loudly. "The Black Ear tribe," called out a small, fierce-looking woman. "The Moon People tribe," Wolf added at last. After a moment of contemplation, Jones asked, "Why not consider working for me instead of searching for half-men?" "No way," Saga replied first. "That's something you Flatlanders would do. We mountain folk do not," Wolf retorted, casting a scornful glance at the innkeeper seated on the ground. Upon hearing this, Jones looked towards Timmy, who nodded helplessly. I need to speak with Timmy privately, Jones suddenly declared. Although Saga and the others were reluctant to step back, they complied and retreated outside the inn under Timmy's singular-eyed warning. Shortly after, the previously ravenous Timmy emerged lethargically with a dozen members of the burning tribe. Where are we going? Saga asked, puzzled. To find your half-men, together. Oh, Saga said. Somewhat confused, but pondering was never his forte. As long as they located the half-men and secured the money, he was content. Not long after departing the inn, they arrived at the Trident River, and upon reaching the decayed wooden dock, a flimsy sign swayed upon a conspicuous iron pole, faintly depicting a kneeling king, hands clasped, presenting a massive sword as a token of submission. Upon closer inspection, one could recognize that the great sword in the painting bore an uncanny resemblance to the ice that Jones carried on his back. The kneeling dock? Daisy read the inn's name from the sign at the dock and angrily turned to head back. I shall slay that innkeeper. Forget it, that was centuries ago. Jones interjected to stop her. The painting illustrated the moment 3 centuries prior when Stark, for the first time in millennia, bowed his frozen knee in submission to the conqueror Aegon. The great sword depicted was indeed the ice, which had later been returned to the Stark family by Aegon. Jones, burdened by the ice, thought with some resignation that he wished he could foresee the future like a witch. Just as the innkeeper was relieved to have gotten back on his feet, a group of individuals suddenly burst in. Dornishmen with dusky skin, golden-haired Royner, Dothraki adorned with bells in their braids, shaggy Ibans, and the charcoal-skinned islanders of the Summer Isles. Where are the half-men? Asked a robust man whose iron half-helm had a wide nasal guard, failing to conceal the fact that he was missing a nose. The innkeeper was about to claim he had not seen them, but suddenly recalled the nature of the crowd before him and quickly changed his tune, exclaiming, They just left. They just left. No sooner had he spoken than his head was severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain. What use are you, then? Remarked the man without a nose, spitting a thick phlegm onto the corpse of the shopkeeper. Chapter 64. The Journey to Flowing City, Part 1. The midday sun bathed the river's surface in its radiant glow, dispelling the oppressive gloom that had lingered for days under a veil of incessant rain. The southern bank was adorned with rich red soil, as smooth as a well-trodden path. Jones and Daisy tossed their small wooden boat onto the shore, exerting effort to drag down the bewildered warhorse, both exhaling a sigh of relief. They had not sought the services of a ferryman. Instead, they found a small boat near the dock, severed its chains, and rowed across themselves. Though they were somewhat inexperienced in rowing, their journey, albeit somewhat erratic, allowed them to navigate around the obstructive sandbars and scattered reefs, ultimately crossing the river safely. However, it seemed the warhorse had been left somewhat dazed by the ordeal. Jones casually tossed a few silver coins into the small boat, considering it a form of compensation should the ferryman still be alive and fortuitously return. Arriving here, Jones felt a sense of familiarity. He had traversed this area on his way back to Winterfell from the City of Learning. Their next destination was Flowing City, a mere ride north of Harrenburg, sparing them from the need to cross the formidable Trident River again. The sun shone brightly. Along the riverbank, a fishing village displayed empty nets hung from trees, the absence of the fishy scent signaling that it had been quite some time since they had cast their lines. As Jones turned to gaze into the village, a few children peered curiously from behind the crumbling stone walls, only to swiftly retreat at the sight of him. Farmers laboring in the fields, upon spotting them, dropped their tools and scurried into their homes as if faced with an army of White Walkers. This place seems significantly better than the village we encountered earlier. At least there are still some people around, Daisy remarked with a hint of perplexity. Perhaps it is due to its proximity to Harrenburg, Jones pondered. There are 3 paramount castles along the river: Harrenburg, Flowing City, and Twin Rivers Castle. As it stands, the area surrounding Flowing City appears to be the most desolate, with inhabitants either slain by the usurper's mercenaries or having fled to Flowing City, rendering it a realm of utter silence. Truth be told, our north isn't faring much better. Those who remain are largely the elderly, the weak, and the infirm. Daisy expressed her concerns. Tywin must now be aware of the usurper's capture. The war may soon reach its conclusion. Yet, what troubles me more are the White Walkers beyond the wall. Jones hesitated before sharing his speculations about the world with Daisy. I believe I overheard you discussing this with the little dwarf earlier. He was skeptical of your claims, but I have faith in you. What do you intend to do? They conversed as they walked. To be frank, I have numerous plans, yet each choice presents its own challenges. I could opt to actively join the Night's Watch post-truce to investigate the truth alongside them. Alternatively, I might choose to temporarily retreat, focusing on enhancing my own strength until my assistance is truly needed. After all, I am certain that the savior is not I, but someone else entirely. Daisy shook her head, responding, "Since you have received prophecies about the future, perhaps they are gifts from the old gods." Daisy exclaimed with remarkable excitement. "Perhaps you are the savior we need. I believe you should immediately investigate the situation with the White Walkers and eradicate the impending disaster." Upon hearing Daisy's words, Jon stumbled a few steps, nearly losing his balance. He gazed incredulously into Daisy's eyes for a moment, searching for any hint of seriousness. Who would send someone they cared for into peril? He had nearly suggested that they could use the tall pines and ancient oaks from Amber's estate to construct a fleet of boats and escape to the other side together. Daisy's cheeks flushed with enthusiasm as she clasped Jon's hand, declaring, "I have faith that you are indeed the heroic savior, and I shall remain by your side." However, Jon thought to himself, "Ultimately, I must rely on my own strength." He was swept away by his own tumultuous thoughts about the future, which he could not articulate to anyone else. The truth was, he did not consider himself a chosen one and had no desire to be a so-called hero. He merely wished to survive. As they journeyed closer to the tumultuous city, the number of ravaged estates and desolate farmlands increased, leaving them in solitude. When the moon hung high in the sky, the haunting howls of wolves echoed in the night. Suddenly, the sound of neighing warhorses pierced the air from outside their cabin, followed by a chorus of human shouts and curses, and there were quite a few voices. The two individuals, who had been entwined in slumber, immediately rose with vigilance and donned their armor. Thud, thud. The sound of arrows striking the wooden structure resonated repeatedly. Thick smoke began to seep into the cabin, clearly indicating that their visitors were foes. "Assess the situation. If it becomes dire, ride away on horseback first." "I will be fine," Jon urged. "No, I will share life and death with you," Daisy insisted. Jon was taken aback to find that the cliches of television dramas were playing out in his own life. He smacked Daisy's rear playfully and scolded her in frustration. "You won't die, and neither will I. I am the Black Knight. Do not hinder me, foolish woman." With that, he removed his mask, burst through the wooden door, and charged out into the fray. "Calling me a foolish woman?" Daisy seethed. Her teeth clenched in anger as she brandished a dagger and followed him outside. Torches flickered like fireflies, encircling the small cabin ablaze, numbering around 100. While these individuals were inconsequential to the battle-hardened Jons, they posed a significant threat to the two of them. It seemed their movements had indeed caught the attention of those with ill intent. Jon twirled the icy blade in his hand and inquired, "Who are you?" A tall, gaunt man at the forefront, riding a black and white zebra, mumbled, "I am Vaghoth of the Coer, and I command this force." With a goat-like beard and a helmet that resembled a ram's head, he bore an unsettling resemblance to evil, accentuated by his pointed horns. "Vaghoth, Coer, has your tongue been severed?" Jon retorted, "The Black Knights indeed possess audacity. Even when surrounded by my warriors, you do not beg for mercy. Soon, I shall take your head and see if you dare to jest again." "Warriors?" Jon questioned in confusion. "I have not heard of such a group." "They are the Blood Theater," someone from the ranks of the warriors suddenly interjected. "Who is that?" Vaghoth turned his head, eyes wide, scanning his comrades, eager to uncover who had uttered that nickname. It was none other than the infamous troop of mercenaries known for their nefarious deeds, the Bloodplay Troop. This group is fundamentally composed of criminals and outcasts from various lands. To say they are without sin would be the most fitting description, Daisy remarked disdainfully. "Fear not, little beauty," said a man clad in an iron half-helmet, lacking a nose. "We shall take good care of you. May you be as lovely as your visage suggests." A glint of cold fury flashed in Jon's eyes, instantly igniting a formidable aura of murderous intent. The frenzy had already commenced. With a powerful thrust of his right foot, he propelled himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow. In the terrified gaze of the noseless man, a fleeting glimmer of red emanated from the blade of the ice sword. Moments later, the man felt the world spin around him. With a thunderous crash, his headless body collapsed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, reminiscent of the innkeeper he had previously slain. Chapter 65. The Return to Flowing City, Part 2. "Everyone, charge. Take him down," cried the leader of the Bloodplay Troop, a man known as Goat, upon witnessing Jon's swift execution of his trusted aide. Whoosh, whoosh. Ignited arrows traced fiery lines through the night, hurtling from all directions towards the dark night at the center. Jon drove the ice sword into the ground and drew forth a tungsten-heavy sword, wielding it in a powerful, whirling motion. While his tungsten armor was largely impervious to such arrows, Jon was unwilling to cultivate a reliance on its durability. Firstly, a direct hit from a crossbow could disrupt his movements, and the gaps in his armor presented fatal vulnerabilities. Secondly, he was not invincible. The armor was not a permanent fixture, and he had to contemplate the possibility of combat without it someday. The arrows clanged against the heavy sword, producing a cacophony of sound. Before long, the ground around Jones was littered with the fallen, flaming arrows, while a clean circle of approximately 2 meters around him remained untouched. With hardly a single arrow breaching his defenses, the flickering firelight illuminated the black armor of Jones, causing unease among the members of the Bloodplay troop. As the arrows were released, Goat urged his zebra to retreat swiftly, finally returning to the safety of his comrades, now 20 meters away. He shouted, "Surround him. Be careful not to harm the beauty. It would spoil the fun." Had this been a traditional battle of armies, knights or commanders would have charged forth. Yet the members of the Bloodplay troop acted like the most cunning of hunters, refraining from any reckless assaults. Instead, over 100 of them advanced in unison, encircling their target. "Stay close behind me, and when the opportunity arises, break through," Jones instructed Daisy, not pausing for her response. He leaped forward, raising his heavy sword high before hurling it with great force. The sword flew through the air like a stone from a catapult, whistling ominously as it spiraled towards the throng of the Bloodplay troop. "Duck! Fool! Make way! Excuse me, you are obstructing my path." The cacophony of chaos erupted, as the crowd scurried like anxious ants evading a descending heavy sword. Yet, one unfortunate soul, having strayed in the wrong direction, beheld the ominous blade growing larger in his sight, the whistling sound intensifying. Upon realizing he stood directly in the path of the spinning sword, terror gripped him, and he lost all control. Before he could even utter a scream, he was cleaved in two like a mere piece of rotten wood. With a resounding clang, the heavy sword lodged itself into the ground, and a sanguine trail marked the unfortunate man's demise amidst the throng. At that moment, Jones had already drawn his icy blade and charged forward. "Surround him," bellowed the leader of the Bloodplay troop, his saliva flying. "Who dares to spill his blood? The first beauty to engage shall be rewarded with 3 golden dragons." The promise of wealth and women ignited the previously hesitant outlaws, their eyes gleaming as they brandished their knives and clubs, howling as they charged at the Black Knight. A piercing scream filled the air. Jones, wielding his icy blade with both hands, executed a sweeping arc, severing 3 foes in half. Most of them bore tattered scraps of iron plating, unable to assemble a complete suit of armor, and wielded only short weapons. Before the icy blade, they were akin to mere vegetables. With a single swing, blood splattered chaotically. Suddenly, a light, crisp shout arose from behind. As Jones spun with his sword, he turned to discover that Daisy had joined the fray, attacking the Bloodplay troop from the rear. "Did I not instruct you to stay back?" Jones roared, slicing open an enemy's abdomen in his rotational strike, exposing their insides. "I am a warrior too. You can trust me with your back," Daisy declared, pulling her dagger from an enemy's throat, blood spraying and staining her silver armor. Yet she resolutely continued, "I will not abandon you," and flee. "I would sooner abandon you, Rem," Jones shouted in fury. Daisy remained oblivious to his relentless nature during his rage. He could sustain the fight alone for an extended period. The clanging of metal rang out like torrential rain. In the enraged Jones, having forsaken all defense, plunged into the throng ahead. Left slash, right slash, a backhand cut, sparks flying in a scattered display around him. He struck upward, slashed horizontally, and delivered downward blows, advancing with forceful, furious roars, each step marked by a lethal strike. Cut, cleave, speed, speed, faster. Faster. His icy blade became a blur, invisible amidst his fervent onslaught. Mangled bodies littered the ground, the wounded cried out in agony, while the combatants shouted in frenzy. Jones, fully ignited by his bloodlust, had forgotten the notion of retreat, no longer intending to flee. He attacked with the ferocity of a primal beast. Blood splattered, turning the world before him crimson, the stench of carnage coalescing in this confined space, the ground turning to a treacherous mire. Limbs were strewn across the ground, intestines spilled, and blood mingled with the earth. A woman's startled cry jolted Jones back to reality amidst the frenzied slaughter. He turned to see Daisy's dagger had been knocked from her grasp, and the members of the blood theater were preparing to seize her. Ignoring the assailants before him, Jones charged towards Daisy, as weapons clanged against his armor, sparks flying. Each strike propelled him forward with greater speed. In the midst of Daisy's astonished gaze, Jones wielded his icy blade, gliding past her waist with a swift motion, piercing through the figure in the feathered robe who had just disarmed her. With a vigorous twist, he unleashed a torrent of blood from the wound he had inflicted, a grotesque pool forming at the feet of the man clad in avian attire. The man, resentful and desperate, pointed accusingly at Jones, who had nearly thwarted his attempt. Jones paid him no heed, instead embracing Daisy and delivering a powerful kick to the Summer Islander, sending him crashing into the throng of the Blood Theater. Realizing the imminent danger, the members of the Blood Theater turned their attention to Daisy, recognizing her as the Achilles heel of the armored knight. Jones hastily thrust a dagger into Daisy's hands, assessing the situation. He had just felled nearly 40 adversaries. Yet around 80 remained. I will protect you. You must break through first. If I call for your aid, then return. Otherwise, your presence will distract me, he proclaimed, no longer reproaching her, but speaking with deep significance. He suddenly recognized that, at times, reason falters against emotion. The notion of leaving Daisy behind was beyond his capacity. Daisy, unfamiliar with his prowess, could not relinquish her concern for him. She nodded gently in agreement. Just then, the impending clash was abruptly interrupted by the sound of orderly hoofbeats in the distance. A look of concern shadowed Jones's face as he observed the Blood Theater members fall into disarray, halting their assault to glance backward. What manner of arrival is this? Pondered all present. Gradually, the tremors of the earth became more pronounced. The hoofbeats grew louder. From the darkness emerged a radiant flame sword, its fire dancing high in the wind, shimmering brilliantly. The light approaches, bellowed the red-robed monk, brandishing the blazing sword as he surged forward, followed by a formidable throng of northern cavalry, allies of Jones. Sir Carter, at the heart of the formation, shouted, "For Lord Jones! For Lord Jones!" Their synchronized battle cry pierced the night, sending wolves scurrying and crows scattering. Chapter 66. The Return to Flowing City, Part 2. For Lord Jones. Though the darkness obscured the banners, they were still aware of the name of the Black Knight. Under the overwhelming force of the northern heavy cavalry, the warriors of the troop instantaneously resembled a band of jesters, utterly comical in their demeanor. The leader of the Blood Theater, adorned with a ram's horn helm, no longer appeared menacing. Instead, his anxious, darting gaze transformed him into a truly ridiculous creature, akin to a frightened goat. The bells woven into the braids of the Dothraki seemed to serve merely as playful trinkets, reminiscent of a jester's props. Observing the tide of battle turn in their favor, Jones, propping himself against the icy ground, grinned widely and, with a touch of provocation, embraced Daisy, remarking, "Just wait until we return. I shall deal with you. My disobedient woman. What have I done wrong?" Daisy inquired, her eyes shimmering with confusion. Her words compelled him to ponder deeply for a moment before he responded. It is akin to wrestling with a lion. Just as the lion is exhausted, a pig suddenly rushes in, eager to join the fray, only to be devoured in an instant, thus replenishing the lion's strength. You see, this pig is what I would call a team player. Are you calling me a team player? Daisy's voice rose several octaves in disbelief. What else would you be? Jones, having concluded his metaphor, ceased further argument, hoping she might grasp the underlying message. After all, even the venerable Confucius, a paragon of pedagogy, once advised against reasoning with women. "I surrender, my lord." The leader of the Blood Theater, the goat-headed figure, swiftly assessed the unfolding circumstances. With their number of mounted warriors already scant, and his own steed a zebra, escaping from the dense throng of heavy cavalry was evidently impossible. He dismounted and, for the first time, spoke with a tone of supplication. "My lord, I am of use. I serve under Tywin and can provide you with valuable intelligence." At that moment, the Red Priest, brandishing a flaming sword, charged forth. However, upon witnessing the Blood Theater's apparent capitulation, he momentarily halted his advance, glancing in inquiry at Jones. Before long, the Northern Cavalry, under Jones' commanding gestures, encircled the members of the Blood Theater in a tightening formation, resembling a pack of wolves fixated on their prey, each warrior bearing an expression of predatory intent. At the slightest command from Jones, they would pounce upon their adversaries with ferocity. Suddenly, a calm voice called out from within the ranks of the Blood Theater, capturing everyone's attention. Even Sir Carter addressed Jones with deference. Who among the Blood Theater had the audacity to utter the name of the Black Knight so boldly? A tall, lean elder dismounted from his horse and approached with measured steps. His hair, a mix of gray and white, framed a face that perpetually bore a smile, reminiscent of a kindly grandfather. Jones scrutinized the elder for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, "Scholar Cobain? What brings you here?" It turned out that Jones had encountered this venerable figure numerous times while serving as an aide under Marwyn. Caban is a fervent admirer of Malvin and one of the few individuals who frequently engages in conversation with him. He excels in fields such as medicine, biology, and pharmacology, making the prospect of earning a doctorate seem quite attainable. However, as time passed, it appears that conventional research could no longer satiate Caban's intellectual appetite. He embarked on a reckless journey of live experimentation. Ultimately, this reckless pursuit was discovered by the academic community, resulting in his expulsion and the revocation of his bachelor's title. Thus, to truly regard Caben as a benevolent elder would be a grave misjudgment. One might find themselves ensnared in a web of peril. The old man chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am no longer a scholar. I now serve as a physician in the blood theater for the sake of survival." "Is this blood theater truly where you were once a scholar?" Jones suddenly inquired, recognizing the significance of this matter in understanding Caben's perspective. Indeed, Caben nodded. "I was aware that the Black Knight was none other than that former assistant, Jon Umber. Thus, I took the liberty of alerting you beforehand. However, what truly piques my interest is the reason behind your departure from the academic city and your sudden transformation into such a formidable warrior. Did Marwyn have a hand in this?" As he spoke, the elderly man's eyes gleamed with an insatiable curiosity, as if he were eager to strip away Jones's clothing to scrutinize his physique in detail. "Enough," Jones exclaimed, somewhat unnerved by the mad scientist's gaze. "I left the academic city due to a family summons. It has nothing to do with Dr. Marwyn." Caben maintained his gentle smile, refraining from further inquiries, instead gesturing towards the blood theater. "Do you truly believe they will pledge their allegiance to you?" "Of course not," Jones replied. "There are far too many mercenaries who flee before battle. As for the scum of the blood theater, if they do not betray you at the last moment, consider yourself fortunate. I can assist you in controlling them, ensuring they heed your commands. Would you be interested?" Jones pondered for a moment. "Their combat prowess holds no value for me, but if you can indeed control them, I would gladly plant a seed of discord within Tywin's ranks." "Very well. Let us strike a bargain," Caben asserted confidently. "What kind of bargain?" "All you need to provide are food, shelter, and research materials. In return, I shall not only help you control this band, but also tend to the sick and offer various poisons. You see, few can rival my expertise in both healing and poisoning among known human groups. I find myself unable to refuse your proposition," Jones conceded with a nod. "However, I have one additional request." "What is it?" "You must share every detail of your experiments with me, and I wish to learn from them." An opportunity not to be missed. A true heir of the academic city, Caben exclaimed joyfully. Now is the perfect time to conduct experiments with them. With that, Caben produced a brown vial from his person, pouring out a handful of small black pills, and addressed the blood theater members. "Those who seek to survive, come forth and take a pill, consume it. As for those who refuse or disobey after ingestion, I need not elaborate on the consequences. My methods are well known to you." "Curse you, you old dog," shouted the hairy Ebony man, who had witnessed the potency of the poison. "Brothers, let us charge forth together." Just a few steps into his charge, a piercing sound echoed as a northern cavalryman's spear impaled him, nailing him to the ground. The northern soldier, with an expressionless demeanor, drove the spear further down. The Ebony man lay on his back, desperately attempting to pull the spear free with both hands, but to no avail. Turning his gaze towards his comrades, he saw the blood theater troop looking at him with sympathetic eyes. It turned out he was the only one who had rushed out. "Damn your mothers," were the last words of the Ebony man before his demise. It was well known that the Ebony man lacked intelligence, a fact we all acknowledged. "I trust you will not make the wrong choice," Caben advised with a benevolent smile. "You must choose a new leader," suddenly interjected Jones, who had been observing. "Eliminate that incoherent fellow." The Ebony man was about to unleash a torrent of curses at Jones when a sudden clamor rang out, as a Dothraki curved blade was placed against his throat. "My lord, Karang sends his regards," intoned the Dothraki in a peculiar accent of the common tongue of Westeros. Yet his actions were unmistakably resolute. Like one dealing with a true goat, Karang made a swift incision across the neck of the blood theater leader, then firmly restrained the body. Witnessing the incessant bleeding, the man's eyes glazed over, his body convulsing, skin paling, until he resembled a butchered beast, carelessly discarded thereafter. Chapter 67, The Lord of Light and the Seven Gods. No one inquired of Jones regarding the slaying of the goat. However, even if questioned, Jones might simply respond, "I detest his slurred speech." As for the actual reason, that fellow had cursed Daisy several times. Such a justification, if uttered from the lips of present-day Jones, would seem somewhat insincere and petty. Subsequently, the Dothraki who had slain the goat, Karang, naturally ascended to the role of the new leader of the blood theater. Under the watchful eyes of the northern cavalry, this group reluctantly consumed the black pills from Caben's hand, thus earning their release. Caben clapped his hands and approached Jones, who had just finished instructing the blood theater, and whispered, "In truth, you need not have killed the goat. The antidote for their impending demise is yet to be developed. If you wish, this lot would perish within a year." Jones shuddered at the sight of the kindly elder, while inwardly branding Coben as an evil scientist. After releasing the Blood Theater members, Sir Carter dismounted, sword and shield in hand, and solemnly declared, "Carter reports with 280 soldiers, my lord." Observing Carter, whose unkempt beard and weary countenance belied a sharp gaze, Jones reflected, "You have endured much during this time. Have you encountered Ronar and Percy?" Jones had been the last to retreat from the Green Fork battle, having deliberately paused to tend to Daisy's wounds, thus lagging behind Carter and his men considerably. They have all gathered now in a nearby small town, slowly assembling. Rona and Percy each lead a small team in search of the adults and in pursuit of the mercenaries of the Western Realm. As they spoke, Sir Carter suddenly glanced around and whispered furtively, "My lord, the red-robed monk is luring away our people." "What? How is he luring them?" Jones inquired, intrigued. "The red-robed monk and Count Barry have formed a brotherhood without banners, claiming to fulfill justice, judge the wicked, and protect the common folk." "That sounds like a noble cause," Jones remarked, perplexed. "In truth, it is merely a guise for proselytizing. The red-robed monk has been fervently preaching about his king of light, Rollo, among our brethren, frequently brandishing his flame sword. Had we not in the north long adhered to the old gods, our people might have indeed been lured away to join his brotherhood without banners." "Damn it," Jones exclaimed bitterly, recalling how he had been moved by the monk's fervor, believing he had gained a new ally, only to discover it was all a matter of business. Not only among our northern soldiers, but they are also vigorously propagating the King of Light among the refugees in the Riverlands. The red-robed monk and Count Barry have distributed their gold dragons to the commoners. The Brotherhood now wields considerable influence. After a moment of contemplation, Jones suggested, "When we find Rona and the others, let us take a brief respite. Tomorrow morning, we shall part ways with him. He may preach his doctrine while we continue our battle." However, he did not wish to sever ties with the red-robed monk too harshly. The monk was indeed a man of considerable skill. Though Jones had not witnessed the resurrection he claimed to perform, he had personally felt the power of that flame sword, which was no mere trickery. As for the monk's attempts to preach in the Riverlands, Jones was skeptical. The South had long adhered to the seven gods, and he doubted the King of Light could easily intrude upon such a long-standing faith. Under Carter's guidance, they traversed the winding mountain paths and eventually arrived at the dilapidated town before them. The stone walls had crumbled to waist height, and the entrance leaned precariously against its frame. Upon their return, several guards hurriedly opened the gate. Subsequently, all the torches along the way were ignited. "We shall rest within the chapel. It is the only place in the town with an intact roof, and it allows us to avoid the Brotherhood without banners," Sir Carter advised as he observed Jones scrutinizing his surroundings. "How many people are here?" Jones asked, furrowing his brow, sensing numerous eyes watching him from the dilapidated houses along the way. "Over 2,000, and the number is rising. These civilians had been hiding in cellars, concealed in the thickets. If you hadn't searched carefully, you might have thought this was a ghost town." It seemed that even amidst the ravages of war, many had found their own means of survival. Jones expressed a glimmer of hope, feeling uplifted by the resilience of the people. As Daisy rode alongside Jones, she suddenly remarked on the populous and bountiful nature of the Riverlands, where one could easily retreat into the mountains and survive. "If we were in the north, we would freeze to death in just a few days," she added. This statement was met with a profound silence, for among the seven kingdoms, the north was indeed the most inhospitable. In terms of fertile land, they could not compare to the Riverlands or the Reach in mineral wealth. They fell short of the Westerlands, and even in natural defenses, they were no match for the Eyrie or Dorne. Reflecting on the well-equipped Tywin's army during the Battle of the Green Fork, a sense of uncertainty about the future began to settle among them. The torches illuminated the circular white sanctum brilliantly. "My lord, I told you nothing would happen," the bald Percy declared, striding forward with a torch, followed closely by Ronar. "I'm glad to see you unharmed," Jones replied with a smile. "Once we return to Riverrun tomorrow, I'll treat my brothers to a night of revelry." "To Pink Street? Isn't that where the whores from Lys are?" Percy interjected. "Am I the kind of person to frequent such places?" Jones quickly interrupted Percy's ramblings. "You're a grown man now. It's time for you to enjoy yourself." The bald man raised an eyebrow, further encouraging him. "I agree." A cool female voice chimed in. "Jones, your men truly care for you." "Ah, Lord Mormont. What brings you here?" Percy glanced back and forth between the two, scratching his head in confusion. "It's me who wishes to go. My lord never visits such places." The bald man's exaggeration only deepened the misunderstanding. Noticing Daisy's expression grow increasingly frosty, Jones grasped her hand and said, "I'm destined to start a family, and I will certainly invite you all to our wedding." Instantly, Daisy blushed and looked down, retreating slightly behind Jones. Hee, it truly works, he thought with amusement. Congratulations, my lord. The others exchanged knowing glances and quickly chimed in. My lord, I brought back the spoils of war. Percy diverted the topic. I covered the head of a man from the mountain in tar. His expression before death is still clear. Upon returning to Riverrun, the whitewashed surface of the circular sanctum had begun to peel, and the stained glass windows were reduced to mere shards. The statues of the 7 gods in the hall were in disarray. The Mother's robes lay on the floor, spread by northern soldiers, while the golden lantern of the crone and the silver crown of the father were cradled by several sleeping soldiers. The maiden's head had been severed, and her black jade eyes were gouged out. Various timbers were continuously burning in the center of the sanctum, crackling loudly. The red flames flickered and cast a crimson hue upon the armor of the northern soldiers sleeping around the fire. You truly are without restraint, Jones remarked anxiously upon witnessing the scene. It was the Red Priest who initiated this behavior. Many statues of the 7 in the villages have already been destroyed by them, and our soldiers have gradually followed suit. Sir Carter murmured, since we worship the old gods, I did not intervene. It seems that Carter's earlier concerns were indeed well-founded. The influence of the red-robed monk over the soldiers of the north is undeniably growing. Although we do not venerate the 7, such acts of sacrilege should be avoided in the future, Jones stated gravely. The 7 are not true gods, Percy retorted nonchalantly, my lord. You ought not to be concerned with the sanctuaries of these false deities. The king's wrath can only be quelled with the blood of 1,000,000 men. Jones shot him a glare. Next time, let the brethren steer clear of such places, regardless of whose temple it may be. After saying this, Jones surveyed the crowd, noticing that most wore indifferent expressions, still regarding the 7 as false gods. This is a fantastical world. Who knows if there are any true gods? Who is genuine and who is a charlatan, whether there is one god or many? Jones pondered uneasily. Tomorrow, the 2 chapters will be released together. The content will not be divided. Chapter 68, King's Landing and the Flowing City, Part 1. The evening glow painted a vast expanse of Blackwater Bay in hues of crimson, intertwining with the seagulls soaring beneath the sky, forming a breathtaking tableau. The lookout of a merchant vessel called out loudly from the ropes, while the captain paced the deck, issuing commands. As the capital, King's Landing, perched atop 3 hills came into view, all the crew members immediately fell into a flurry of activity. At this moment, countless vessels of varying sizes were docked at the harbor. Merchant ships from Bravos, Pintos, and Liss across the narrow sea were unloading their wares here. The whaling ships, coated in black tar and with deep drafts, brought the whales favored by the nobility. Moreover, a dozen slender royal galleys, with their sails billowing high, traversed back and forth. The war had rendered King's Landing more prosperous, as a multitude flocked to the capital to escape the conflict, swelling its population far beyond the usual 1,000,000. Beyond the city walls, one could behold the bustling markets, taverns, and brothels, one after another, filled with noise and commotion. Atop the Vicenia Hills, the marble walls of the Great September of Baylor encircled 7 crystal towers rising majestically. On the opposite Rennie's Hills lay the charred remnants of the dragon pit, where the fire-breathing dragons had once been slain by the citizens of King's Landing. Overseeing it all was the Red Keep atop the Aegon Hills, comprised of 7 towering drum towers, a colossal and austere keep, a domed hall, various bridges, secret passages, and formidable walls built of pale red stone. At this moment, the golden lion banner of House Lannister and the crowned stag of House Baratheon fluttered together upon the castle walls. In the Red Keep, within the throne room, as Lord Peter Baelish approached swiftly, several guards hastily opened the massive, bronze-adorned oak doors that stood over 6 meters tall. Littlefinger was of modest stature, possessing an unremarkable physique. Yet he boasted handsome features and a pair of sharp, expressive eyes that sparkled with mirth. Though scarcely in his 30s, strands of gray had begun to mingle with his dark hair, which he meticulously styled. As the master of coin, he traversed the lengthy crimson carpet of the throne room, capable of accommodating over 1,000 guests, and beheld Joffrey, who sat in palpable impatience upon the formidable iron throne, adorned with spikes. This throne was forged by Aegon, the Conqueror, the first monarch of the 7 kingdoms, who commanded the dragon Balerion the Black Dread to melt down 1,000 swords surrendered by enemies, thus creating the emblem of royal power. However, the Targaryen dynasty had since been overthrown, and now the occupant was a tall boy with the distinct features of House Lannister, golden hair and piercing blue eyes. Though young, Joffrey Baratheon exuded an air of arrogance, resting one foot casually upon the arm of his throne, fidgeting irritably. Seated beside the king on the elevated dais was his mother, Queen Cersei Lannister. With flowing golden locks and striking blue eyes, she retained a figure as slender as a maiden's, despite being the mother of 3 children. Today, she donned a sea-green silk gown, embroidered with white lace resembling frothy waves, and adorned her hand with a gold ring set with a sizable emerald. Though her usual headpiece was notably less ostentatious, a careful observer might have discerned a slight redness beneath her eyes. It was indeed peculiar. What could have caused this woman to weep? Littlefinger mused curiously. I apologize for my tardiness, he said with a bow. It is not your fault. My father only delivered the news today, Cersei replied, striving to suppress the tremor in her voice. You 3 are loyal servants of the king, and your counsel is of utmost importance. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, with a serene smile reminiscent of a monk, presented the other 2 lords with missives bearing the latest intelligence using his delicately perfumed hands. Joffrey, unable to contain himself, abruptly leapt from the Iron Throne and began pacing the dais, his crimson cloak embroidered with lions and stags billowing with his movements. Suddenly, he shouted in a voice as sharp as a girl's, I am the king. The 3 lords stood upon the crimson carpet in the center of the hall, observing Joffrey's antics with bemused smiles, remaining silent. I am the king, Joffrey reiterated, indignant. How dare traitors seek to negotiate with the king? To be precise, they seek to negotiate with your grandfather, Lord Tywin, Cersei reminded him. Uncle Jaime has proven himself utterly inept, captured by a mere fool who would only dare wield a wooden sword in my presence. Once, Joffrey had engaged in a contest with Robb Stark during King Robert's visit to Winterfell. However, at that time, Robb was constrained by orders to wield only a wooden sword, prompting Joffrey to deride him as a coward who could only fight with a toy. Traitors surely succeed through cunning and deceit, Cersei stated vehemently, unwilling to believe that her beloved Jaime would fall to a mere youth who had just come of age. The king shall not yield to trickery. I shall summon my armies, take to the field myself, and sever the heads of every Stark and Tully, displaying them upon the castle walls. Joffrey exclaimed with a malevolent expression, drawing the king's sword and striking at the air. Several lords remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Little Joffrey, it is not yet time. Your uncle remains in their clutches. We must negotiate first, Cersei advised. Once Jaime returns, none of them shall escape. Cowards, all of them. Joffrey shouted in frustration. Dog, I've heard your brother's head was taken by some black knight and displayed upon a banner. You now bear the guise of a white knight. Why not go and behead this black knight? Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, stood motionless at the steep and narrow steps leading to the throne. Draped in the white cloak of the Kingsguard, clad in gray armor, resembling a statue. I shall laugh in my sleep tonight at this news. I fear I shall have no opportunity to think of anything else, the Hound bellowed, his voice rasping like gravel. The right side of his face bore sharp cheekbones, thick brows, and gray eyes, with a prominent hooked nose. His hair was long and swept to one side, as the other half of his visage was devoid of hair, a result of his brother Gregor's cruel actions when he was merely 7 years old, having been thrust into a brazier. The left side of his face was a grotesque ruin, the ear entirely burned away, leaving only a gaping hole. Though his eye remained intact, it was surrounded by grotesque scars, the skin charred and hard as leather, marred with pockmarks and pits, revealing crimson fissures upon movement. As he spoke, he could no longer contain his mirth, causing the movement of his scarred features to render him even more terrifying. Cersei surveyed the assembled company, leaning back in disappointment. Do none of you have any suggestions? Indeed, the king's glory is of utmost importance. Yet Lord Tywin's counsel bears significant weight as well. I believe both are crucial. Pycelle mumbled, ultimately offering little of substance. From the information I have gathered, Lord Tywin's situation is rather dire. He has retreated to Harrenhal, while a multitude of northerners occupy both Riverrun and the Twins. With this, Varys fell silent, his meaning clear despite the lack of explicit advice. Regardless, Eddard Stark remains in our grasp. Let us pray he does not perish from hunger in the Black Cells, Littlefinger remarked with a smile, which brought some measure of calm to Cersei's troubled thoughts. Let us have our dear daughter Sansa compose another letter for us, Cersei concluded. Chapter 69, The Sovereign and the City of Rushing Waters, Part 2. The setting sun cast elongated shadows beneath the city of Rushing Waters. Even after the passage of many days, the vestiges of the fierce battle that had unfolded before the city remained unabated. The towering walls bore darkened patches, and the blood-stained ground narrated tales of the prior carnage. Jones, accompanied by nearly 500 cavalrymen, returned to this colossal triangular fortress for which they once fought valiantly, each member feeling a sense of surreal disconnection from the past. At this moment, The gates stood wide open, a stark contrast to the time when the drawbridge was raised, sealing off all entry. The vitality of rushing waters had markedly revived, with a steady stream of carts entering and exiting through the gates. Amidst the bustling throng of commoners, merchants, boatmen, and free warriors, Jones and his company traversed the drawbridge. "My lord, you have returned." A guard at the gate exclaimed humbly, who was, in fact, one of the recruits trained by Jones and the bald-headed man. "Has Lord Stark returned?" Jones inquired casually, though he had already formed a conclusion in his mind. "He has been back for 2 days. Hang him! Hang him!" Within the city, the square was densely packed with a multitude of onlookers. Blackfish Brynden stood upon a hastily erected platform, observing as soldiers dragged a richly adorned man to the gallows. As he beheld the row of lifeless bodies suspended above the gallows, the rotund noble pleaded, "Lord Tully, I beseech you, grant me mercy this once. For the centuries of loyalty from our acorn hall." The gray-haired Blackfish, weathered by time, coldly replied, "You were once a noble lord, adorned with glory. Therefore, I shall personally sever your head." "My lord, you cannot do this. At that time, I was utterly powerless to thwart the regicide." The noble continued to implore. Ignoring him, Blackfish commanded the soldiers to secure the noble upon the platform and proclaimed loudly, "In the name of the Tully family, the Duke of Rushing Waters, and the Lord of the Three Rivers, I, Brynden Tully, hereby declare your death sentence." With that, he raised his long sword high above his head. With a swift motion, the noble's head fell, blood gushing forth. The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Blackfish stood with his sword raised and noticed Jones leading the northern cavalry through the square, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "My lord, it has been a long time. You appear even more distinguished than before." The diminutive Joquin approached the newly arrived Jones, his tone laced with flattery. "You are not lacking either," Jones replied, surveying Joquin's satin attire and glimmering gold necklace. Gold-plated, gold-plated," Joquin hastily clarified, shaking the necklace. "After acquiring the Black Pearl, I qualified to join the Bravos Trading Guild. This attire is merely the facade of our dwarven trading company." "The Bravos Trading Guild? My lord, you can surely deduce where I, a water dancer, might hail from besides Bravos. However, even so, I can only claim to be a peripheral member of the Bravos Trading Guild at present. Bravos stands as the largest port city in the world, and among the free trade city-states across the waters, it is the most formidable. Renowned for its iron vault, it is ruled by the Sea Lord, who commands an unparalleled fleet of warships and the world-famous merchant vessels with purple sails and shells, traversing various continents. My current connection is merely to their branch in White Harbor, Westeros. How many gold dragons do we have left? How are the magical potions selling?" Jones inquired, a hint of anxiety in his tone. "My lord, this is another matter I intended to discuss with you. After purchasing the Black Pearl, we initially had 116 gold dragons remaining. However, we needed to recruit over 50 crew members and a captain, which cost us 90 gold dragons. How could it require such a sum? And are the recruits reliable?" Jones interrupted Joquin's explanation. "My lord, the 90 gold dragons cover 3 years' wages for the crew and captain, with Lord Mandler providing assurances about their reliability. The captain and most of the crew are from White Harbor, and the 3 years' wages have already been advanced to Lord Mandler. So we are left with merely 26 gold dragons?" Jones frowned, considering the expenses for entertaining his 500 men. While 20 or so gold dragons would suffice for a grand feast, entertainment would undoubtedly necessitate frugality. Not just that. Seeing Jones's frown, Joquin hastily added, "The business of magical potions has seen some progress. We have 250 liters of raw spirit, priced around 2 gold dragons. The extraction of magical potions yields 50 liters, which can be sold for 20 gold dragons. Thus far, we have earned a total of 24 gold dragons. However, but it is nearing saturation. Future daily earnings may not even reach a single gold dragon. To generate more profit, we would need to sell to the Westerlands and King's Landing, which, of course, you have forbidden." "How impoverished we are," Jones lamented, reminiscing about King Robert, whose tournament rewards exceeded 10,000 gold dragons. The alcohol he concocted would likely never amount to such a fortune in his lifetime. Could Tywin truly be hoarding gold? Even Jones began to question the veracity of the rumors that the Lannister family's wealth surpassed 500,000 gold dragons, an unimaginable opulence. "For this wedding, it seems I must first collect from young Eddie. Fortunately, Harrenhal lies almost directly west of Storm's End, sparing the need to travel south through Golden Grove. I can simply cross the mountains to the west." Jones contemplated seriously, uncertain of how many carts to send. He hoped Eddie's claims of wealth were indeed factual. Otherwise, the gray stone walls of the hall in Storm's End were adorned with the banners of various houses: the Stark Direwolf, the Trout of House Tully, the Black Bear, the Twin Towers, the Roaring Giant, and the Sunburst. The hall was filled with warmth, suffused with the aroma of roasted meat and freshly baked bread. The banquet had evidently begun some time ago. Jones had been invited midway, thus missing out on the revelries of his own men, only sending Joquin with sufficient gold dragons to lead them. Meanwhile, Daisy, wary of rumors, chose not to accompany Jones to the feast, instead finding a room within the keep to rest. The grand hall was adorned with over 20 long tables, each accommodating approximately 10 individuals. Nobles and knights indulged in the exquisite wine before them, momentarily halting their revelry as the Black Knight entered. With a firm stride, Jones approached the long table where Robb and the lords were seated, retrieving the ice sword from his back. "You have returned," Robb exclaimed joyfully, rising from his seat, though his gaze remained fixated on the formidable sword in Jones's grasp. Despite Robb's exuberant tone and demeanor, Jones could not help but notice the weariness etched on his face, a stark contrast to his own fatigue after the recent battle of the Green Fork. Alas, it was not the opportune moment for inquiries. "Indeed, I have fulfilled my duty," Jones affirmed, nodding as he presented the sword with both hands. Though he felt a twinge of reluctance, he recognized that ice was the ancestral sword of House Stark. Having served him well throughout his journey, he was not one to be avaricious. Robb solemnly accepted ice, gently caressing the blade, feeling an even deeper connection to his father.